In the depths of a moonless night, where the wind howled through the trees, a raven mournfully caught above a grave. A young boy, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I? Am I not dead?" he murmured to himself. Once a university graduate of the 21st century, he had been an orphan since childhood, diligently working his way through education, eagerly anticipating his graduation day. Yet, this was merely the tragic prologue of his fate. As he stepped out of the university gates, an old, dilapidated truck suffered a tire blowout and careened toward him in chaotic twists and turns. Such was his misfortune, for what else could be deemed tragic? The prime years of his life were abruptly extinguished, and over a decade of effort dissipated into nothingness. Now, realizing he had not perished, a wave of exhilaration surged within him, momentarily overwhelming his emotions. However, before he could express his joy, a glance to his side revealed a sight that sent him tumbling back in fright. "What on earth? You nearly scare me to death," he exclaimed, discovering he was seated beside a grave, prompting him to scramble 10 meters away in sheer terror. Once he regained his composure and read the inscription on the tombstone, an indescribable sorrow washed over him. "Here lies Muniansi, beloved mother." Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks as a flood of memories surged into his mind. I am Yanghua, by the heavens. I was an orphan, a fate I had come to accept, yet just as I was on the brink of a new life, you chose to end mine. Now, you resurrect me only to leave me an orphan once again. Why? He roared in frustration, the memories of young Yanghua intertwining with his own emotions and experiences, and in that moment, he became Yanghua. After shouting, weeping, and expressing his anger, Guo Yang staggered to the gravestone and knelt. Bowing deeply 3 times, Guo Yang has perished from this moment forth. I am Yanghua. The tombstone had been personally dug by young Yanghua just the previous day, as Muniansi had requested to be buried beside the Iron Spear Temple in Jiaxing before her passing. The former occupant of this body had no knowledge of the reasons behind this, merely fulfilling his mother's last wishes. Yet the current Yanghua understood all too well. He entered the Iron Spear Temple and gazed upon the remains on the altar. A son, I should have erected a monument and built a grave for you. However, for a Han person, your death is hardly regrettable, even causing me, as your son, to feel a sense of disdain. Thus, let your remains dwell here with this ancient temple." With that, Yanghua knelt before the remains and bowed 3 times. Once calm, Yanghua left the temple, foraging for wild fruits before returning that he needed to contemplate his future path. The world of martial arts was not a realm where righteousness and fairness prevailed. On the contrary, the martial arts world was rife with chaos that could be described as a lawless land where murder and silencing witnesses were commonplace, and the authorities seldom intervened in the disputes of the martial community. Having toiled for nearly 2 hours, Yanghua was utterly exhausted. His 80-year-old body, sustained only by sheer will, was on the verge of collapse. After all, it was exhaustion that had caused the previous occupant to faint, thus allowing him to traverse into this new existence. Outside, the biting wind howled. Suddenly inspired, Yanghwa's face flushed, and his eyes sparkled with determination. I shall dominate the world and trample the martial arts community beneath my feet. I will become the leader of the martial arts. I shall be the wealthiest in the land, surrounded by countless concubines. After a while, Yanghua grew weary. Damn it! In novels, golden fingers or systems either manifest upon possession or trigger during a moment of ambition. Why has nothing happened after all this time? It was once again time for Yanghua to express his grievances to the heavens. The following morning, the raven continued its incessant cawing atop the grave, irritating Yanghua to no end. He picked up a stone from the ground and dashed outside the temple, unleashing his frustration upon the cawing bird. Startled, the raven scattered in all directions. Keep squawking, and I shall bring you down for dinner, Yanghua shouted in anger. Not only was his appetite unsatisfied, but he could barely sleep. Frustration lingered everywhere. After venting, Yanghua relieved himself beneath the tree. What a relief. At least there are some perks here. I can relieve myself without fear of city enforcement or police. Returning to the Iron Spear Temple, Yang was settled on the ground. activating his most powerful mental faculties. He recalled the story of Guo Yang's The Return of the Condor Heroes, meticulously revisiting every detail from the legend of the Condor Heroes to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, leaving no historical or unofficial lore untouched. Though he could not guarantee absolute accuracy, he had grasped the general outline. Yet, he wondered if his arrival would cause a butterfly effect. According to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, after the first Huashan sword debate, Wang Chongyang encountered the drunken monk and engaged in a drinking contest, during which he lent the Nine manual for the monk to peruse. The latter, believing the Nine manual to be overly sinister, created the Nine Yang divine skill from it. Yang was speculated that the Nine Yang divine skill must already exist, although its whereabouts remained unknown. The drunken monk was a renowned figure, his reputation certainly considerable. Coincidentally, historical records noted a similar figure during the Southern Song dynasty, whose demeanor matched that of the drunken monk. That was Zhigong, later revered as the living Buddha Zhigong. His phrase, meat and wine pass through the stomach, yet the Buddha remains in the heart, vividly encapsulated his character. With similar behaviors and identities, and existing in the same era, they might very well be one and the same. Most importantly, unofficial histories recounted a fantastical tale about Zhigong. One day, Zhigong returned from the outside world with a scripture titled Lankavatara Sutra. Unbeknownst to him, someone learned of this and spread rumors that the scripture was a holy text obtained from the Thunder Sound Temple in the West, which could lead one to immortality. The tale spread like wildfire, becoming increasingly grandiose. Ultimately, the scripture was stolen, and upon investigation, it was discovered that it had been taken by a transformed white monkey residing in the temple's back mountain. Zhigong traveled great distances, traversed mountains and rivers, and eventually confronted the creature at the peak of the divine spirits on Kunlun Mountain, wounding it. However, the white monkey fell off the cliff, disappearing from sight, and the Lankavatara Sutra was never recovered. All signs indicated that the Lankavatara Sutra might indeed be the Nine Yang divine skill, a technique rivaling the Nine manual. For a man to cultivate, it was the perfect fit. Yet, the journey to Kunlun was long, and if the scripture contained inaccuracies, would it not be a futile effort? Yang pondered, if I were to wait just 5 more years at 13, I would naturally encounter Guo Yang and Huang Rong, as well as my adoptive father, Ouyang Feng. At that point, I could simply request the Nine manual, and by practicing it in reverse, would I not possess the complete Nine manual without such trouble? No, that was not an option. How many 5-year spans does one have in life? Once a goal has been set, one cannot drift aimlessly. The beautiful Xiao Longnu awaited him for rescue, or rather, to save her. He had no desire to follow the original Yang's path, which led to the loss of an arm in the end. Moreover, there was Guo Fu. He did not believe in destiny if he were truly extraordinary in martial arts. How could Guo Fu so easily sever his arm? The Nine Yang divine skill, once cultivated, would ensure an unending flow of inner strength if he were to acquire it. Now, and steadily practice with this youthful body, who could stand against him upon reaching adulthood? Even the 5 greats would surely find themselves challenged. Yang Guo resolved to take a bold step forward, intending to leverage his inherent strengths and ensure he possessed a modicum of self-protection as the narrative of the divine eagle unfolded. After meticulously organizing his belongings, he knelt before the grave of Mu Nianzi and bowed thrice. Mother, I am about to depart. Please do not worry from above. I will take good care of myself and live better than anyone else. Kindly bless me from the heavens. With each deliberate step, he distanced himself from the genesis of his new life, his footsteps resonating with determination. Clad in tattered garments and worn shoes, his upright figure seemed to embody the resilience and tenacity within his heart. As he journeyed, Yang's curiosity was ignited by the unfamiliar landscapes. This was his first foray into such a remote area, surrounded by mountains, waters, and forests teeming with life. Occasionally, he would spot bird nests in the trees and, in his childlike wonder, would climb up to raid them for eggs. Alas, his luck seemed to falter, for they were all empty. He had hoped to find a few eggs to satisfy his hunger. Upon passing a stream, he plucked 3 long branches from a tree, sharpening one end with a stone shard. He then bound the sharpened branches together with fine vines, mimicking the survival techniques he had watched in outdoor videos, and attempted to spear fish in the stream. Fortunately, it was spring, and the sun warmed the waters, though they still felt somewhat icy against his frail body. After half an hour of effort, Yang finally caught a fish measuring 2 inches in length, emerging from the water victorious. As dusk approached, he realized it was no longer suitable to travel. He took the cleaned fish to a thicket of dense leaves, dug a small pit, and gathered dry twigs and leaves to fashion a fire-starting tool, successfully igniting a flame. Before long, the delectable aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, prompting an exclamation of delight. "Oh my, how I long for meat. Today, I can finally indulge." After enjoying a satisfying meal, darkness enveloped the land. He climbed onto a low tree and, as memories flooded back, he drifted into slumber. The following noon, Yang Guo emerged from the woods and arrived at the bustling market of Jiaxing. With the few copper coins he possessed, he purchased provisions. If he rationed carefully, a single meal a day would suffice for 10 to 15 days. He wrapped the food cautiously in tattered cloth and prepared to set off. As he turned, he noticed a stone carving shop and recalled the desperation he had felt merely 3 days prior when he had implored the owner to carve a tombstone for his mother. He had even resorted to kneeling, his eyes swollen with tears, until the owner, displeased with his presence, told him to bring a stone for the inscription. Such a stone would cost several taels of silver, far beyond his means. Eventually, he scoured the wilds beyond the market and discovered a suitable boulder nestled in the mountains. This stone measured approximately 13 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 inch thick, weighing around 100 kilograms. After tremendous effort, he managed to transport it to the shop, collapsing to his knees as the stone fell to the ground. In the end, the owner fulfilled his promise and inscribed the stone. Gradually, the market and Appo's clamor pulled him back to reality. He thanked the shopkeeper and departed, his figure exuding an ineffable solitude. He knew that Kunlun Mountain lay approximately 200 kilometers from Jiaxing, and even an adult walking 20 kilometers a day would require 210 days to traverse this distance. Given that he was merely an 8-year-old child, Yang Guo understood the arduous journey ahead, fraught with unforeseen challenges. Nonetheless, he had to proceed. It was his only path forward. The 9-yang divine skill was his ultimate aspiration. Time passed swiftly, and before long, more than half a year had elapsed. Yang Guo transitioned from the sweltering summer to a winter filled with swirling snow. The softness of his youthful features had vanished, replaced by roughened skin. And he appeared as a scruffy beggar, his tattered clothing patched with an array of colors, likely remnants of discarded garments he had scavenged. His rapid transformation stemmed from the hardships he had encountered along his journey. With the agility of a child and the cunning of an adult, he navigated various encounters with kindness from passing caravans and escort agencies. Many were moved by the sight of a child so destitute yet perceptive, often offering him a ride. However, some merciless merchants turned him away, even resorting to violence. Through trials and tribulations, he had honed the survival skills he had gleaned from television shows, consuming everything that others deemed inedible. He understood that survival was paramount. He needed to reach Kunlun Mountain to seize control of his destiny. Embodying the adage that great responsibilities come with great trials. Whenever Yang Guo felt on the verge of surrender, he would recite this mantra, finding a modicum of solace amid his suffering. 3 days later, he entered a forest and beheld an imposing mountain before him. Through prior inquiries, he recognized this as his destination, Kunlun Mountain. He refrained from ascending immediately, aware that the mountain's elevation was perilous, particularly in winter when frigid winds and heavy snowfall rendered the terrain treacherous. He needed to prepare adequately. Unlike the fictional Zhang Wuji, who had managed to ascend while ill, he could not gamble with his life. After contemplating the potential consequences, Yang Guo resolved to rest for the night and make necessary preparations. He took a small knife gifted by a kind girl from a passing caravan and busied himself sharpening branches from a pine tree, gathering the shavings into a bundle. He tore strips from his clothing to bind them together, creating a makeshift cloak to shield against the biting cold and provide some warmth, despite the pungent odor. Next, he cut thin strips to wrap around his shoes, enhancing their grip, and secured a long rope around his waist. The chilling wind howled, causing the dry branches and leaves in the forest to rustle ominously. Yang Guo dug a 5-meter-long burrow in the soft earth and kindled a fire at the entrance, utilizing the airflow to sustain the flames, ensuring they wouldn't easily extinguish. As the fire crackled, he partially obstructed the entrance with branches to shield it from the gusty winds. Once all was prepared, fatigue washed over him. Though he had grown accustomed to the rigors of survival, the exertion weighed heavily on his small frame. Casting aside all thoughts, Yang Guo rested his head on his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Today, he slept soundly and peacefully, his cracked and peeling lips curving slightly upwards even in slumber. It was uncertain whether he was nearing his destination or merely dreaming of delightful things. He had slept for a full 5 hours. The following day, as dawn broke, Yang slowly opened his eyes, rubbed the sleep from them, and checked his body. Relieved to find it dry. Upon inspecting the depressions on either side, he noticed they had transformed into small pools of water. The soil below was compact, devoid of excessive mud and sand, resulting in relatively clear water. Yang cupped his hands to wash his face, adhering to the habit he had preserved despite the dire conditions. After all, these waters could not be taken away, so it was better to utilize them. He then opened the package of dried rations nestled against his chest, a mere half-piece of flatbread, frozen solid like a metal disc in the frigid air, yet thankfully unspoiled due to the winter chill. Yang forcefully broke it in half, stowing one piece back in his clothing while soaking the other in the pool at his feet, for his 8-year-old teeth could hardly bite through it. After consuming the dry, tasteless food, Yang readied himself for the day, uncertain if he could survive in these circumstances. With heavy steps, he resolutely made his way toward Kunlun Mountain. According to records, the white ape had descended from the Peak of Shock, and in heavenly sword and dragon saber. Zhang Wuji had been schemed against by the Wu and Zhu families, ultimately falling over a cliff alongside Zhu Chongling. With these thoughts, Yang found his direction. Zhang Wuji had been afflicted by cold poison, his physical condition likely poor, thus he would lack the strength to scale high peaks. Therefore, he decided to first attempt the lower cliffs one by one. From a distance, a small figure could be seen tirelessly climbing the back of Kunlun Mountain. The minuscule footprints, barely the size of a child's palm, were quickly covered by the swirling snow. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter obliteration. After an hour of arduous climbing, Yang finally encountered his first cliff. Historically, some destined protagonists had honed their skills after falling from cliffs. Today, Yang too wished to test his own fate, believing himself to be a protagonist in his own right. Approaching the cliff's edge, he peered down and felt a jolt of fear. It was terrifyingly deep. This was merely the lowest precipice, and to consider the heights above was unfathomable. As the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. A slip at the cliff and Appo's edge could spell disaster. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Taking a moment to steady his nerves, Yang found the largest stone he could manage and hurled it over the edge, immediately lying down to listen intently. Alas, fortune had not favored him. The absence of sound suggested that the cliff below was not as deep as he had feared. If the stone had struck something, it would have made a noise. But silence indicated it had simply fallen to the abyss below. Nonetheless, this method was far more efficient than descending one by one to test the depths. Disheartened, Yang moved aside and observed the blizzard swirling around him. He gathered some pebbles and arranged them in an Appo's shape on the ground, marking his path in this vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain, dense with trees and seemingly endless. Without such markers, he feared he might lose his way, mindlessly retracing his steps. After leaving the first location, Yang circled the area, ensuring he had not overlooked any cliffs, and continued his ascent. 3 hours later, he had tested several cliffs, but it seemed he had exhausted his luck on his journey here, for he had found no success. The day was waning, and Yang's body was nearing its limit. To conserve energy, he often lay down and rolled down the slopes, the snow being too slick and his weight too light, making him wary of the wind sweeping him away. Just as fatigue began to overwhelm him, he caught sight of a perilous cliff ahead. And like a famished soul spotting a bowl of broth, he summoned newfound strength to scramble to the edge and hurl a fist-sized stone into the void. Suddenly, the sound of stone against stone echoed back to him, igniting a glimmer of hope. He quickly tossed a larger rock down, the resounding clatter growing clearer. Joy illuminated his face. The heavens had not forsaken him. He promptly untied the rope wrapped around him, noting the wear it had suffered from the elements on his journey. To ensure his safety, he cut away the damaged sections and securely tied them together. The rope was now functional, but its length posed a challenge. With no other choice, Yang scoured the nearby woods and eventually replaced part of the rope with a sturdy, dried vine long enough for his needs. Once prepared, he secured the rope to a protruding rock and began his descent down the cliff. Thankfully, having been weathered by the elements, he weighed only 60 to 70 pounds. Otherwise, the small rock pillar might not have been able to support him. Gazing into the unfathomable depths below, Yang suppressed his fear and cautiously made his way down. Soon, he heard a sharp crack, followed by a chilling scream echoing through the mountains, a haunting sound that lingered in the air. If the wind at the summit was akin to a mother's reprimand, painful yet unavoidable, Then the gusts between the cliffs were like a father's cruel hands, ravaging a child and Appos, S spirit. At the cliff and Appos, S base, young Guo lay sprawled out, breathing faintly, as if lost in a deep slumber. Moments later, a sharp pain jolted him awake. And he felt fortunate. The thick snow had cushioned his fall, or he would have been gravely injured. Pulling his face from the snow, he barely had time to assess his surroundings before a piercing wind lashed at him, causing him to bury his head back into the snow. Shielding his face with his hands, he scrambled to a sheltered spot where the biting wind was less fierce. Finally, he could survey his surroundings. Before him lay a flat area of less than 100 square meters, bordered by the abyss below and obscured by clouds and snow above, the height obscured from view. To his delight, he spotted a section of vine with a broken end above, offering a glimmer of hope that he would not perish here. Yet, as he turned to examine the nearby cliff, disappointment washed over him. There was no sign of an opening. Doubt crept into his mind. Had his deductions been incorrect? Was the 9-yang divine skill not here, or had he simply failed to find it? He fervently hoped it was the latter. Tears welled in his eyes as he recalled the hardships he had endured over the past 6 months, while he often spoke of taking risks. Few could accept the fallout with grace when truly confronted with failure. Wiping the ice-cold tears from his eyes, he suddenly focused on something unusual. Hastily, he approached the cliff. Brushing aside the overgrowth, realizing that the dense snow and foliage had concealed an opening, forming a natural barrier that had almost eluded his notice. He breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming inwardly how fortunate he was. At this moment, Yang Guo and Appos' heart was filled with immense excitement as he pushed aside the snow-laden weeds at the cave and Appos' entrance and eagerly crawled inside. The interior of the cave was dim and narrow, with numerous protruding stones both above and below. Were he not merely an 8-year-old child? Traversing this passage would indeed prove quite challenging. It is no wonder that Zhu Jiuling would later perish, trapped within. After crawling for a good 10 minutes, Yang Guo finally caught a glimpse of a faint light ahead, prompting him to hasten his pace. Before long, he emerged from the cave, where a brilliant light flooded over his eyes, which had long been accustomed to darkness, causing a wave of dizziness that nearly made him stumble out. Once he adjusted, stepping out of the cave left him utterly astounded, his expression one of wonder as he exclaimed, "What a celestial paradise!" Before him lay a scene vibrant with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a tableau bursting with the vitality of spring, starkly contrasting the harsh winter snow outside. Among the trees, various creatures darted about, occasionally dropping fruits nearby. Regrettably, the area was limited, with jagged stones underfoot, and after descending about 50 meters, the path ended at the edge of an unknown height waterfall. Adjacent to it was a slightly larger pond, where fish and shrimp still thrived. The gentle climate enveloped Yang Guo, making him feel as though he were basking in a warm spring breeze. And he couldn't help but marvel at how Kunlun Mountain truly deserved its title as the foremost sacred mountain of China, harboring within it such an enchanting realm akin to a fairyland. After exploring this wondrous place, Yang Guo did not rush to seek out the white ape. Given the existence of the cave, it was certain that the 9-yang divine skill must also be present. The space was inherently limited, and he could only wait for the white ape to come to him. Although he was puzzled about how it had managed to swallow the 9-yang divine skill, he believed it must experience pain at some point, and naturally, it would seek him out then. Yang Guo picked up fallen fruits from the ground and discovered several pears. Though some were bruised, there was water nearby to wash them clean. After replenishing his strength with the pears, he lay back on a large stone and fell asleep. Due to the mild weather, the night brought no chill, allowing him to sleep soundly until the next morning. In his dreams, he felt something furry teasing his nose, leading to a sudden sneeze that jolted him awake. "Furious," he exclaimed, "who dares to provoke me? Do they seek death?" Upon lifting his head, he spotted a small brown monkey giggling to itself while clutching a tuft of dogtail grass. His anger dissipated significantly. Who would have thought he would encounter the little monkey so soon? This surely indicated that the white ape could not be far behind. With a self-satisfied smile, he waved to the small monkey, saying, "Come here, little monkey, jump into your brother's arms. And where is your elder brother, the white one? Call it out so we can play together." Startled, the little monkey squeaked and scampered up the cliff, darting into the branches to escape. Yang Guo and Appos' face darkened. "Oh well, such matters cannot be rushed. I have plenty of time to wait." The following morning, Yang Guo found a somewhat open area and began performing calisthenics. Yes, calisthenics. As he put it, this not only helped pass the time but also exercised his body. Why not indulge in both? Amidst the bushes, A pair of dark red eyes watched him intently, exuding an eerie aura. In the days that followed, Yang Guo likely experienced the most carefree existence since arriving in this world. He rose each morning to pick fruits, practiced calisthenics after his meals, and spent afternoons and evenings in the water catching fish and shrimp, relishing the abundance of food. Notably, the environment was enchanting, and the little monkey seemed to have developed an affinity for him, leaping and bounding each morning, even mimicking his movements. Their relationship grew closer, no longer as distant as before. One afternoon, while Yang Guo was in the water fishing, a series of high-pitched calls from the shore caught his attention. He surfaced to see the white ape rolling on the ground, clutching its belly, while the little monkey jumped anxiously nearby, calling out for Yang Guo. "I'm coming," he thought, a smile creeping onto his lips. He quickly made his way to the white ape, signaling the little monkey to stay calm and wait aside. From the cave, he retrieved the small knife and twine he had left there. Approaching the white ape, he gently reassured it with a hand gesture, urging it not to resist. To his astonishment, the white ape nodded in understanding. Yang Guo was taken aback but suppressed his emotions, focusing on the task at hand. As he pressed on the ape and Apos' abdomen, he located a protrusion near its navel, close to the ribs. His excitement simmered beneath the surface as he maintained a neutral expression. This white ape was no ordinary creature, and he feared any hint of his intentions might lead to unnecessary complications. With the small knife, he carefully made an incision over the protrusion, causing the white ape to grimace in pain, emitting soft whimpers, seemingly cautious not to disturb Yang Guo. Observing this, Yang Guo became increasingly convinced of the ape's intelligence, perhaps even surpassing that of an average adult. Could the wild tales be true? Had it indeed cultivated its powers, stealing the 9-yang divine skill from the drunken monk? Should he take advantage of its weakness? What if, after saving it, the ape turned against him for the skill? He shuddered at the thought. Yang Guo's brow glistened with cold sweat, not from fear, but from the unsettling notion of harming the white ape. While life and death were commonplace in the martial world, he felt he must weigh his actions carefully. The white ape had never wronged him. He could not bring himself to be so ruthless. Casting aside his darker thoughts, he extracted the object from the ape's abdomen, casting a fleeting glance before stitching the wound closed with the prepared thread. In mere minutes, though it felt like half an hour, Yang Guo completed the task. This was his first time saving a life, and he proceeded with utmost caution, aware that a single mistake could cost the white ape its life. Finally, with the last stitch secured, he tidied the excess threads and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The strain of the moment left him utterly exhausted, yearning for sleep. Yet, he could not succumb. The object of his desire lay before him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a rectangular bundle wrapped in oil paper, likely containing 2 books. He hastily unwrapped it, revealing the 4 characters 9-yang divine skill inscribed in traditional Chinese, igniting an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. Just as he was about to turn the page to read, a voice suddenly emanated from behind him, startling him to the core, nearly taking his breath away. "Child." "Thank you." Yang Guo, his body tense, slowly turned to look back, only to see a white ape weakly leaning against a large stone. It was the creature that had just spoken. Upon noticing Yang Guo and Apos' gaze, the white ape grinned. "Child, did I frighten you?" What? How can you speak?" Could it be that animals truly became sentient before the establishment of our nation? Yang Guo stammered, though the white ape was unaware of the implications behind his words. It replied, "Do not be afraid, child. I am no monster that preys on humans. I am a white ape who was cultivated for 500 years to attain sentience. You may call me Spirit Ape." Yang Guo and Apos helped but feel disdain within, thinking to himself, becoming sentient is still being a monster. "And you dare to call yourself a Spirit Ape? How shameless." Yet, he feigned innocence and exclaimed, "Wow, living for 500 years makes you a deity, doesn't it, Apos? It? How impressive." The white ape, delighted by Yang Guo and Apos' praise, laughed heartily, though this movement exacerbated its wounds. It coughed, rather humanely expelling blood from its mouth. Yang Guo and Apos helped but think, "Are you an actor in a suit? You can even spit? Can't you stop pretending to be human?" The white ape, feeling embarrassed under Yang Guo's gaze, explained, "These 2 books were taken by me when I was young and mischievous, having accidentally wandered into a temple scripture repository. To my dismay, a foul monk, dressed in rags, chased me for over 4,000 kilometers. I nearly cried. No, I almost managed to escape, but somehow he followed me here, to the edge of this cliff. In my frustration, I devoured the 2 books, and then..." Yang Guo hurriedly asked, "What happened then?" The white ape seemed to hesitate, but its honesty wouldn't allow it to deceive a child. Gritting its teeth, it finally said, "Then he knocked me away." Young couldn't and Imp, Oppos, T help but stifle a laugh, thinking, "Brother, you must be a flea." Even the unparalleled Master couldn't and Imp, Oppos, T catch you, and you still complain? You should be grateful he didn't and Oppos, T kill you. Coughing. Yang mused that the ape was just a youngling back then, and surely couldn't and Oppos, T have matched the strength of that beggar monk, who was likely dead by now, thus avenging the spirit ape's grievances. After exchanging flattery, the spirit ape felt quite pleased, as Yangguo was the first to converse with it since it learned to speak. And it felt a sense of gratitude for being saved. "Child, you are quite remarkable, very much to my taste. How about you become my son?" The spirit ape said with utmost seriousness. Yangguo nearly jumped up to strike its knee, thinking, "Do you think you're Edward Newgate?" But he ultimately restrained himself. He replied, "Great Spirit, I already have a father. Although my father has passed, I still have a godfather, so I cannot be your son. However, there is a better way among us humans to strengthen our bond, and that is to become sworn brothers." Sworn brothers? What is that? Yangguo patiently explained the concept. And after a lengthy explanation, the spirit ape finally understood. "All right, let us become sworn brothers, but I want to be the elder brother." The spirit ape exclaimed joyfully. Yangguo, seeing no reason to contest, conceded due to the ape's age. They each took vows, swore brotherhood, and this arrangement proved beneficial for Yangguo. After their oath, Yangguo tended to the spirit ape until it fell asleep. A little monkey, having gathered an abundance of fresh fruit, watched Yangguo eat without reservation, initially intending to stop him since it had collected the fruits for the injured spirit ape. However, recalling Yangguo's act of saving the spirit ape, it decided against intervention and climbed back up to fetch more fruits. Yangguo, oblivious to the monkey and Imp, Oppos, thoughts, indulged in the fruits while practicing the 9 Yang divine art. Opening the first page, he found inscribed, 9 Yang divine art, first level, at the 4 cardinal hours of Z, Wu, Mao, and Yu. Channel energy to the Dantian and push forward. He continued to read, face north, back south, and gaze upwards. Focus your intent through both palms. The instructions went on, detailing the practice and the necessary conditions for advancing through the levels. Seeing this, one might feel bewildered, but fortunately, Yangguo had a background in humanities and had studied classical literature in university, making comprehension and translation a trivial task. The essence of the text could be summarized as, every day at the cardinal hours of Z, Wu, Mao, and Yu, find a place rich in yin energy, preferably at 4 high and low points. Sit facing north, 5 hearts to the heavens, calm your mind and guard your thoughts, directing your intent to the Dantian. When the initial yang begins to stir, bring your hands together before your chest, fingertips pointing forward. Once the technique was mastered to a certain degree, one could cultivate the second level when able to control and release energy freely, possessing the capability to resist cold. Yang was silently committed this mantra to memory, enhanced by the convergence of 2 lifetimes' experiences, allowing his already sharp memory to reach an unprecedented level of retention. Right on cue, half an hour later. It was the hour of Mao, the perfect time for practicing the 9 Yang divine art. Yang seized the moment to immerse himself in both volumes of the art. After another 10 minutes of meditation, he had memorized the entirety of the 9 Yang divine art. As the hour of Mao arrived, Yang positioned himself at the cave entrance, facing north, with 5 hearts directed to the heavens, calming his mind and guarding his thoughts. Focusing on the Dantian until the initial Yang stirred, bringing his hands together in front of his chest, fingertips pointed forward. The cave's entrance gradually expanded, allowing Yang to sit comfortably within, where the yin energy was at its most potent. An hour passed, and Yang concluded his practice. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, he felt rejuvenated, warmth enveloping him, with a palpable surge of power circulating through his Dantian. This must be what inner strength feels like. After this hour of cultivation, he realized that mastering the 9 Yang divine art to its fullest potential would be a Herculean task. The final stage required guidance from a renowned master to breach numerous mysterious barriers throughout his body. Or perhaps a fortuitous encounter akin to Zhang Wuji's experience within the Qian Kuan bag. Without such circumstances, true mastery would remain elusive. Frustrated, Yang lamented how he had overlooked this crucial detail. How was he to find a master to guide him? And who could guarantee that this so-called master wouldn't harbor malicious intent? If they were to seize the 9 Yang divine art from him, would he even survive? Perhaps someone as intelligent as Huang Rong, the wife of Guo Yang, would have the insight to discern the truth. However, due to her indirect role in Yang Kong and Apos' demise. She would be cautious around Yang Guo, and if she learned of his possession, she would certainly withhold information. Sighing, he resigned himself to fate, recognizing that obtaining this manual was already a tremendous stroke of luck. In the future, perhaps he might encounter fortuitous circumstances like Zhang Wuji and break through those barriers to achieve mastery. For now, it was prudent to focus on mastering the earlier chapters. Time passed swiftly, and Yang Guo had been residing here for over a month. He had cultivated the 9 Yang divine art to the 4th level, the shrinking bone technique, and the spirit ape had fully healed, with Yang Guo having removed its stitches. At this moment, he sat by the water's edge, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, a figure as tall as a person landed directly in front of him, causing the ground beneath to crumble into dust under the weight. Before him stood a magnificent creature, cloaked in pure white fur, devoid of any blemish. Its head tilted slightly downward at a 45-degree angle, the left leg bent, while the right knee rested against the ground, presenting an image of striking elegance. The entire ape exuded an aura of unparalleled charm. Yang Guo cast a glance at the spot where it knelt, noticing the pristine white fur gradually tinged with red. Unable to contain his concern, he inquired, "Brother monkey, does it hurt?" This was how Yang Guo persistently addressed it, for referring to an ape as big brother felt rather peculiar. The spirit ape lowered its head, emitting a soft tremor from its mouth. It hurts almost immediately. It curled into a ball, rolling on the ground. Yang Guo, bemused, shot it a sidelong glance before fetching some water from the nearby pond to cleanse its wound. Given the thickness of its hide, this was merely a surface injury that would heal with a few days of rest. This incident had occurred on the day Yang Guo first broke through the limits of his 9 Yang divine skill, an event fueled by his exuberance as he attempted the landing technique of Iron Man from a film. The ground was not far from the cave entrance, and with his deliberate effort, he had sustained no harm. However, this spectacle had captivated the spirit ape, which gazed at him with wide eyes, exclaiming, "So cool." After performing the feat countless times, it had finally come to show him. "But brother," it continued, "to leap from a tree over 10 meters high and still dare to do so, truly the greatest ape of our time." Observing Yang Guo and Apos' apparent gloom, the lounging spirit ape spoke up, "What troubles you, second brother?" It had included the little monkey, affectionately named Mao Mao, in its circle, thus making Yang Guo the second in their ranks. Yang Guo studied it for a moment, his eyelids half closed, as a sense of familiarity washed over him. "Oh, brother, can't we just enjoy our time together? You greeted me in this very posture the first time we met, did you not?" Yang Guo sighed. "Do you remember the 9 Yang divine skill I extracted from you?" "Ah, I recall. Are you still practicing?" the spirit ape asked, casually picking its nose. Yang Guo had grown accustomed to such behavior. He continued, "At my current pace, I should reach the 8th level of the indestructible body in about 2 months. However, to achieve the final level of the anti-gold indestructible body, I require guidance from a master to open all my meridians. As I currently find myself alone in the outside world, this task is indeed challenging. Why not try to open one meridian at a time?" the spirit ape suggested, puzzled. Yang Guo smiled on the surface, but internally, he mused, "You think it and amp, Apos, as that simple? If I were to misfire and fall into chaos, or even perish, would you accompany me in fulfilling our vow to die on the same day?" He paused, realizing his limits did not reflect those of the ape. With a charming smile, he observed the spirit ape continuing its nose picking, though a shiver ran through its body inexplicably. In a secluded paradise, Yang Guo diligently extolled the spirit ape, declaring it a being of unparalleled magnificence, akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven. After much persuasion, the spirit ape requested Yang Guo to recount the story of the great sage several times while it playfully adorned Mao Mao with 2 vine strands atop its head, insisting on this before it would relent. After careful consideration, Yang Guo realized that casual attempts would yield no results. The spirit ape had never practiced the 9 Yang divine skill and could not discern which meridians were correct. Consequently, he imparted the 9 Yang divine skill to the spirit ape. Initially resistant, the ape had deemed it the cause of its troubles, unwilling to even touch it. However, after Yang Guo mentioned that mastering it could lead to becoming the victorious fighting Buddha, the spirit ape begrudgingly agreed to learn, realizing that without the scriptures, it could only be considered a counterfeit. Thankfully, the anatomical similarities between apes and humans meant that the acupuncture points were not vastly different, or else it would have been truly hopeless. Thus, each day, Yang Guo guided the spirit ape and Mao Mao, who engaged in morning calisthenics and practiced the 9 Yang divine skill at the designated time. This trio, one human, one ape, and one little monkey, enjoy their days in delightful camaraderie. 2 weeks later, Yang Guo had nearly reached the 6th level of the wall-crawling gecko skill. To his astonishment, the spirit ape's innate talent for cultivation was extraordinarily high. In just 2 short weeks, it had also attained the 5th level of the turtle breathing technique, a truly formidable feat. He could not help but exclaim internally, truly. It is a spirit being that is cultivated for 500 years. One day, Yang Guo subtly inquired about the spirit ape's usual cultivation methods, hoping to glean insights from its centuries of experience. The spirit ape, however, dismissed his curiosity, asserting that its methods were unsuitable for humans and could only be practiced by apes, with Mau Mau barely managing to keep up. Sensing Yang Guo's skepticism, it recounted its past. Once a small white ape on the mountains behind a temple, it roamed freely, its greatest pleasure being to explore the temple without causing harm, earning the monks and appos compassion. One day, while wandering deeper into the temple, it stumbled upon a secluded area devoid of life. Just as it contemplated retreating, it spotted a solitary thatched cottage atop a distant peak, with smoke leisurely rising into the sky. Curiosity overcame fear, and the little ape ascended the mountain, ultimately arriving at the cottage and appos' entrance. Just as it prepared to peek through a window, a young monk clad in simple robes emerged, a tall figure with long earlobes and a red dot between his brows, resembling one of the 32 auspicious signs of the Buddha. Exuding an aura of enlightenment, the monk spoke gently, his voice resonating like a celestial melody in the little ape and appos' ears. You, little ape, possess a remarkable spirit to find your way here. The little ape, puzzled and blinking rapidly, could only gaze in wonder. Amitba, the monk continued. Seeing your presence here signifies a karmic connection with the Buddha. I shall bestow upon you a method of cultivation. May you practice diligently and refrain from causing harm to sentient beings, for you may one day encounter the Buddha. With that, he touched the little ape's forehead, and a flash of golden light enveloped it. Blinded momentarily, when the little ape opened its eyes, it found itself back in the once fearsome place, now alive with vibrant flora and fauna. A clear path leading to the summit was adorned with unknown blossoms, transforming the mountain path into a farewell procession, while the cottage had vanished as if it had never existed, though still lacking intellect. The little ape understood it had received a significant opportunity and bowed in reverence toward the mountaintop. Upon hearing this tale, Yang Guo was astounded. Was this a martial arts world? What was happening? Had the genre shifted from martial arts to immortality? The author admits ignorance. Were it anyone else and appos' words, Yang Guo would have dismissed them, yet the spirit ape's account compelled him to believe, for its very existence served as proof. Taking a deep breath, Yang Guo struggled to suppress the excitement within him, realizing that the world was far more complex than he had imagined. Finally, he asked the spirit ape if it remembered the location of that temple, hoping to visit someday. To his dismay, the spirit ape replied that it had not retained the memory of the place, only recalling that it was marked by a significant presence in a pagoda. What sort of response was that? Temples with grand names were plentiful, and which temple lacked a pagoda? Returning to the present, the rapid pace of the spirit ape's cultivation proved advantageous for Yang Guo, allowing him to experiment directly once he reached the 8th level of completion. According to the spirit ape, its broad meridians and formidable self-healing abilities would enable Yang Guo to conduct his trials without hesitation. Moreover, observing that his heart was pure and his physique distinct from that of an ordinary person, Yang Guo felt reassured that he would not fall into the trap of demonic practices due to a misstep in the intricate arts. There was another matter that astonished Yang Guo. Perhaps it was due to the structural similarity between the body of the spirit ape and that of a human. He found that he could not only cultivate many abilities of the 9 Yang divine skill, but also wield them. For instance, he often employed the shrinking bone technique to transform himself into a form akin to that of a small monkey, scampering about with it, and at times even altering his size to match that of Yang Guo. Witnessing this, Yang Guo could not help but exclaim, "This is truly delightful." As time passed, more than half a month had gone by, and Yang Guo successfully advanced to the 7th layer of the 9 Yang divine skill. Meanwhile, the spirit ape had achieved perfection in the 8th layer of the same skill, yet it became evident that no matter how hard he trained, he could not break through to the final layer. The spirit ape sat cross-legged on the ground, and Yang Guo approached him. "Brother monkey, are you ready? Let us proceed." Old 2. Yang Guo could not help but feel a wave of irritation, wondering if they could engage in a proper conversation. Without hesitation, he pressed his finger onto the spirit ape's brow point, prompting the spirit ape to exclaim, "Old 2, I feel it. I feel it. Quickly, continue. Yang Guo rolled his eyes, but felt a surge of joy within. He was pleasantly surprised that he had succeeded on the first attempt. What good fortune! This brought to mind his former girlfriend who was a medical student. Otherwise, he would not have perused so many medical texts, nor would he have retained knowledge of such acupoints in the human body. Indeed, without a modicum of skill, one would have no right to traverse realms. Yang was smugly mused. He began by continuously pressing the acupoints on the spirit ape's head. After nearly half an hour, he finished testing the acupoints, discovering that only the Shangxing point responded. This individual possessed a staggering 720 acupoints. He truly wondered how long it would take to test them all. After a day, Yang Guo had explored 52 single acupoints, 309 bilateral acupoints, 50 extraordinary acupoints, and 107 of the 108 vital acupoints on the primate. He had discovered 11 mystical gateways. As Yang Guo hesitated, the primate, who had been sitting for a day, inquired, "What and Appos? S wrong, brother? Are you finished?" Yang Guo shook his head and replied, "Brother monkey. There's one more acupoint, but I dare not act rashly. The life gate acupoint is crucial, and carelessness could disrupt the spine's energy flow, potentially leading to paraplegia." The primate contemplated for a moment, then said, "It and amp, Appos. S all right. My body is robust. Nothing will happen. Go ahead." Having reached this final step, Yang Guo didn't want to give up. He cautioned, "Brother monkey, I'll only stimulate it once. Carefully sense whether this point is a mystical gateway." Seeing the primate nod, Yang Guo focused his mind and precisely pressed his finger on the midpoint below the spinous process of the second lumbar vertebra. Instantly, the primate felt a tremendous force surge through his spine, as if his bones were about to shatter. Suddenly, a warm current permeated his entire body, alleviating the pain. He realized that the nine-yang divine skill was reacting. Expelling a mouthful of stagnant blood, the primate joyfully told Yang Guo, "Brother, this is also a mystical gateway." Yang Guo noticed blood at the primate's lips, indicating internal injury. However, he smiled and shared the news. For the first time, Yang Guo felt moved and silently acknowledged this brotherhood. "Are you all right, brother monkey?" "I'm fine. Just need a few days to recover." "Brother, I think this gateway should be unblocked last, or your body one and amp, Appos, to be able to withstand it. When unblocked, a surge of intense pain will strike, and the nine-yang divine skill will automatically protect you. Just endure that period." Yang Guo nodded. "Thank you for your trouble, brother monkey. Once you've recovered, I'll help you unblock all the gateways and help you achieve mastery of the divine skill." All right. The primate understood that this divine skill was wondrous and had grown fond of practicing it, hence his rapid progress. After several days of recuperation, Yang Guo and the primate emerged from their meditative state of cultivating the nine-yang divine skill. This time, Yang Guo no longer needed to experiment as he had before. Except for the final life gate acupoint, the other acupoints didn't and Appos need to be unblocked in sequence. Therefore, Yang Guo only needed to stimulate the vital acupoints in succession. The primate sat cross-legged, while Mao Mao watched enviously. Yang Guo had promised to teach it to Mao Mao when the time was right. Considering it couldn't and Appos speak human language yet. Calming his mind, Yang Guo started from the top, first stimulating the upper star acupoint, then the forehead acupoint, the canopy acupoint, the great tower acupoint, the sea of qi acupoint, the left period gate acupoint, the right period gate acupoint, the gushing spring acupoint, the wind mansion acupoint, the gallbladder center acupoint, and the wind gate acupoint. Yang Guo stimulated 11 vital acupoints in a row. Then, he leaped behind the primate and pressed his finger on the primate's life gate acupoint. The primate's entire body swelled, and his face turned crimson. After about 3 breaths, an unparalleled aura erupted from the primate and Appos' body, blasting Yang Guo away. Then, the primate and Appos' body returned to normal. The primate stood up, feeling an inexhaustible strength surging through him. And the internal energy in his abdomen had completely transformed into nine-yang true energy. From now on, his internal energy would regenerate rapidly and endlessly. Ordinary fists and kicks could unleash tremendous power. His defense was unmatched, with an automatic protective function that repelled external attacks, making him invulnerable. Moreover, it was a healing scripture, immune to all poisons, and specifically countered all cold and internal energy. Yang Guo looked at the primate, got up from the ground, and began touching and examining him, muttering, "Incredible! It really worked, ha ha ha." Yang Guo patiently recounted all the miraculous effects of mastering the nine-yang divine skill. The primate was ecstatic and grabbed Yang Guo and Appos' hand, asking affectionately, Brother, will I not get hurt if I do that Iron Man landing now? Yang Guo was taken aback. You still remember that, brother? You truly are a showman, always with me. He nodded in agreement. The primate immediately climbed onto a 10-meter-high, overhanging branch. Yang Guo wanted to see if the 9-yang divine skill was as powerful as described in the novels, with invincible defense. The primate somehow found a piece of turf tied behind him. Mau Mau squatted beside him with admiration, probably having made it for him. The primate shouted and jumped from the tree. Perhaps due to the use of internal energy, his descent was slow. He maintained the same posture, demeanor, and flirtatious gaze toward Yang Guo, with the turf cape fluttering behind him. This time, he was unharmed. Although Yang Guo didn't see the defensive power of the 9-yang divine skill, he witnessed the lightness skill of the martial arts world. Although he could do it slightly now, his internal energy wasn't sufficient to sustain it for long. Seeing the primate descend almost like a parachute in the air, he was naturally envious. In the following days, the primate indulged in various acts of showing off, neglecting all serious matters. Because his body and self-healing abilities were already exceptionally strong, now with the mastered 9-yang divine skill, his entire body was virtually indestructible. If he went out now, even if he wasn't Oppos, invincible, few could easily harm him with fists and kicks. Watching the primate having fun every day, Yang Guo continued to practice diligently, without any slackening. In a blink of an eye, another month passed, and Yang Guo had been here for almost 4 months. Finally, yesterday, Yang Guo reached the perfect 8th level of the 9-yang divine skill. After a night of adjustment and rest, he was in excellent spirits. He had been waiting for this day for a year. Now 9 years old, he had grown taller, standing at 1 meters. With his handsome face, he was a charming young man. Yang Guo found a flat place to sit cross-legged, with the primate behind him. Although Yang Guo had taught him the acupoint technique, he still felt uneasy and wanted the primate to do it. Naturally, he couldn't reach the life gate acupoint behind him and needed the primate's help. Taking a deep breath, Yang Guo adjusted his state and continuously stimulated the upper star acupoint, forehead acupoint, etc., on his head, infusing internal energy into his fingertips to unblock these acupoints. When he reached the final wind gate acupoint, Yang Guo shouted, "Stimulate." The primate didn't and amp, Oppos, hesitate, infusing internal energy into his fingertip and pressing it toward his life gate acupoint. Yang Guo's clothes rapidly bulged, and his entire body turned crimson. A surge of intense pain struck him. He clenched his teeth, emitting a soft moan. Just as he was about to give up, a warm current erupted from his dantian. At noon, the primate had left, and Yang Guo meditated to regulate his breathing. Half an hour later, Yang Guo finished his practice, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. He had finally mastered the 9-yang divine skill. Unable to contain his excitement, Yang Guo was in a state of elation and immediately wanted to test the power of the 9-yang divine skill. He struck a nearby boulder with his palm. The boulder trembled for a moment and then stopped. Although he couldn't and amp, Oppos, shatter it, he pushed it back by more than a foot. This was probably because he was too young, and his strength was insufficient, and his internal energy wasn't deep enough. If the primate had done it, he could have easily shattered the stone. According to the lower volume of the 9-yang divine skill, after mastering it, one would undergo tendon and marrow cleansing, generate an ethereal purple aura, possess rapidly regenerating and infinite internal energy, unleash tremendous power with ordinary fists and kicks, have unmatched defense with automatic protection that repelled external attacks, achieve an indestructible body, greatly enhanced speed, and become a healing scripture, immune to all diseases and poisons. The extreme yang heat could incinerate people into charcoal and specifically counter all cold and internal energy. Though he is currently unable to unleash the pure yang energy due to insufficient inner strength, he possesses other remarkable abilities. Now, as he steps into the world, he has gained a modicum of self-defense. As night falls, the sky is adorned with countless stars, and the full moon casts its glow over the serene paradise, where fireflies dance in the air and glide over the leaves, creating a scene of beauty reminiscent of a celestial painting. However, this tranquility is abruptly shattered by a cry of surprise. What? You are leaving? Indeed, even though life here brings great joy to Yang Guo, it is not the human world to which he truly belongs. Yang Guo has always been one to yearn for the mortal realm. Much like the original Yang Guo who was reluctant to remain in the ancient tomb, his fascination with the world is profound. He traversed great distances to seek the 9-yang divine skill, all for the sake of enjoying life. He cannot remain in one place indefinitely, unless Like the Yangguo of the stories, he were to lose an arm and let time and reality dull his edges, he would never find contentment in seclusion. Yet, that is no longer a possibility. He is not the same Yangguo as before. He is now capable of safeguarding all that he possesses. With a hint of reluctance, Yangguo expressed, "Monkey brother, I am grateful for your care these past months, and you too." Mao Mao, gently ruffling the fur of the fruit-eating Mao Mao beside him. The spirit ape understood that Yangguo would eventually leave, but when the moment arrived, he realized he was not as composed as he had imagined. Yangguo was the first person to speak to him, and the one who saved his life. He truly regarded this human child as family, as a brother. Observing Mao Mao munching on fruit with an air of nonchalance, he playfully gave him a tap on the head, using monkey language to convey Yangguo and Appo's departure, adding emphatically, "Cry for me." As Yangguo heard the spirit ape and Appo's final shout, he was taken aback, for before he could voice his question, Mao Mao let out a series of distressed cries, rushing towards him with red eyes. Yangguo braced for what he thought would be a confrontation, only to find Mao Mao enveloping him in a tight embrace. He instinctively caught him, feeling an unprecedented warmth radiate from his heart. Tears, like droplets of rain, fell from Yangguo's eyes. It had been over a year since he came to this world, and he never expected that the first to embrace him would be a monkey. Despite the language barrier, he could clearly sense Mao Mao and Appo's sorrow. During his journey, Yangguo had experienced the harsh realities of human nature, gaining a deep understanding that this world is far more pragmatic and merciless than modern society. If there were to be someone who would genuinely care for him, it would be akin to the characters in the stories, madmen like Ouyang Feng, Guo Yang, Granny Sun, and Xiao Long, those who extended a helping hand in his times of peril. Although these events have yet to unfold, Yangguo has always harbored this expectation. Eagerly anticipating that moment, he is still a youth, yearning for gentle affection, and thus Mao Mao's embrace at this moment of departure profoundly touched him. Observing the tearful Yangguo, the spirit ape felt a pang of sorrow. His already red eyes seemed even more so. He said nothing but moved closer, enveloping both Yangguo and Mao Mao in his arms. With a quivering voice, Yangguo exclaimed, "Monkey brother, thank you both." The spirit ape remained silent, holding them tightly. At that moment, wisps of thin clouds drifted across the sky, and the moonlight filtered through the gaps, casting a soft glow upon them, enhancing the poignancy of their farewell. In the following 3 days, Yangguo devoted his time to being with them, playing during the day and recounting tales of the Monkey King at night. Knowing that this was the spirit ape and Appo's favorite story, and he wished to share it all before his departure. Time spent together is fleeting, and despite the immense reluctance, Yangguo buried his emotions deep within, vowing that when he becomes a formidable force in the world, he would return to bring the spirit ape and Mao Mao out into the vastness of existence. On a bright morning, Yangguo rose early. He had prepared a simple bundle the night before, filled with fruits picked by Mao Mao and his own dried fish for sustenance on his journey. Just as he was about to leave without saying goodbye, the spirit ape and Mao Mao appeared behind him. As Yangguo opened his mouth to speak, the spirit ape solemnly declared, "Yangguo, no matter where you go from now on, you will always be my brother. This place is your home, and you will always be welcome back." Yangguo and Appo's eyes glistened with emotion. A home? After 2 lives, could he finally have a place to call home? "Do not worry, monkey brother. I will visit whenever I can," he replied. "And there is one more thing I must ask of you. Promise me you will never speak in front of anyone. The world is too treacherous, and if anyone learns of your existence, you will be in grave danger. You must promise me." "All right, I promise you." The spirit ape understood the gravity of his words and became unusually serious. Yangguo gently patted Mao Mao and Appo's head, and as Mao Mao cried out, he crawled out of the cave. "Wait for me, monkey brother. When I reach the pinnacle of this world, I will bring you both out." Yangguo resolved silently. Emerging from the cave, the outside world was still blanketed in snow. It was spring elsewhere, but the Kunlun Mountains, at such high elevation, still bore remnants of winter. As he ascended, he reminded himself to tread carefully to avoid any mishaps. He gazed up at the withered vines hanging from the cliff, which posed no challenge for him now. With several swift steps, he dashed upwards, effortlessly finding footholds on the cliff and Appo's protrusions, soaring with grace. He did not immediately grasp the withered vines but instead continued upward, securing himself on the rope. After enduring the harsh winds and snow, the vines had become brittle. Any misstep could lead to them snapping. Even with profound inner strength and exceptional agility, without a solid grip, it would be impossible to ascend. The rope felt icy in his hands, akin to gripping a metal rod. Yang Guo quickly infused his inner strength into his palms, melting the frost on the rope. With a few calculated movements, he successfully reached the edge of the cliff. Looking back, he could not conceal his reluctance. As he approached a large stone, he struck it with his palm, shifting it approximately 3 feet. He then channeled his inner strength into the ground, causing the snowflakes clinging to the edges to scatter, leaving a deep imprint of his palm. After repositioning the stone, he smoothed over the marks with his foot. He did this so that when he returned, he could easily locate this cliff. After all, the blizzard had obscured his path, and he could scarcely recall the way he had come. Once satisfied with his preparations, Yang Guo descended swiftly, unfazed by the swirling snow, and soon had traversed a third of the way down. 2 months later, Yang Guo roamed freely, his skills allowing him to remain warm and well-fed. Whenever hunger struck, he would casually flick pebbles to catch wild game, feasting on lavish meals daily. With mastery over the 9 Yang divine skill, his speed and travel had increased manifold. And in just 2 months, he journeyed from Kunlun to the Qinling Mountains in Shaanxi. On this day, Yang Guo was roasting chicken over a fire in a shaded area of the mountains. Though he enjoyed his meal, he still wore ragged garments, having spent all his coins before ascending the mountain and lacking funds for new clothes. However, protected by the 9 Yang divine skill, he remained impervious to cold or illness, rendering his attire a trivial concern. As Yang Guo hummed a tune while savoring roasted chicken, the distant sounds of battle suddenly piqued his interest. What a delightful surprise! After wandering for so long, there was finally some excitement to witness. Without hesitation, he leaped onto a tree, his footsteps light, and in no time, he found himself 100 meters away. Over the past 2 months, while he had not engaged in much, he had diligently practiced his lightness skill, embodying the dreams of countless youths in the 21st century. Quietly settling onto a branch, Yang Guo continued to munch on his chicken, his gaze fixed on the unfolding drama below. A group of burly men, brandishing large knives, surrounded a caravan, unmistakably a band of bandits arriving to claim their spoils. Yang Guo had no intention of intervening. In this unpredictable world, saving a good person might lead to gratitude, but aiding a villain could result in unforeseen troubles. Before long, a young gentleman, strikingly handsome and around 27 or 28 years of age, emerged from one of the caravan's carts. He stepped forward, raising his voice confidently. "Might I inquire which valiant hero is clearing the way here? Please, do not hesitate to state your demands. I, Lu, am willing to generously provide for you." At that moment, a towering figure stepped forward from the bandits, one eye obscured by a patch, resembling more of a pirate than a robber. With a coarse voice, he exclaimed, "Ah, we've caught a big fish. How generous. Pray tell, who might this young master be? You seem unfamiliar." Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow, sensing trouble brewing. "I hail from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, the master of the Lu family in Jiaxing. I am merely passing through Shaanxi for business and am unaware of your local customs. I sincerely apologize for any offense, and I hope you will grant us passage." With that, Lu Zhanyuan presented a pouch of silver to the bandit leader. The burly man weighed the pouch in his hand, clearly unimpressed. He pointed his sword at Lu Zhanyuan and declared, "Your sincerity falls short, Master Lu. In that case, I suggest you leave everything in the cart behind." Lu Zhanyuan could not suppress a snort of disdain, his face flushed with anger. Were it not for the presence of his wife and daughter in the cart, he would have swiftly dealt with these ruffians. 6 years ago, he would have already slain them all without hesitation. As negotiations broke down, Lu Zhanyuan, unwilling to endure further indignity, drew his sword. "If that is the case, let us settle this with our blades." And with that, he charged at the leading bandit. Yang Guo watched in confusion, pondering how Lu Zhanyuan had ended up here. According to the timeline, 6 years had passed since Li Imo had set a 10-year deadline. Yet here was Lu Zhanyuan, boldly defying danger. Yang Guo had a particular disdain for those who lacked ability yet dared to play both sides. Thus he remained perched above, lacking any intention to intervene. After all, he was not in any immediate peril. Suddenly, 2 shrill cries of young girls pierced the air. A bandit had stealthily infiltrated Lu Zhanyuan's cart, and the commotion arose from within. A delicate foot emerged, kicking the thief away, and the curtain of the cart was flung aside to reveal a beautiful woman wielding a sword, standing guard against potential ambushes. Yang Guo's eyes widened in surprise. Good heavens! That must be Yuan Jun. He marveled at her beauty, a true gem, fitting the type he admired. How fortunate for the scoundrel Lu Zhanyuan. With Yuan Jun present, It was evident that Lu Wuxuan and Qing Ying were inside the cart. Ah, now it made sense. It was said that Lu Zhanyuan and Apos, S sister, had passed away early, and before her death, she entrusted Qing Ying to him. This was likely a mission to retrieve her. She was indeed a great beauty. In the original tale, she was gentle and considerate, her thoughts intricate. She harbored feelings for Yang Guo. Although she never secured a place in his heart, her love remained unwavering and selfless. In this life, history would be rewritten, and Yang Guo resolved to rescue her. He gazed at the cart, a cunning plan formulating in his mind. First impressions were crucial. She had just lost her parents and was now facing an ambush, undoubtedly terrified. If he crafted a heroic facade, he could leave an indelible impression, gradually winning her over. It would be a piece of cake. With that determination, Yang Guo leaped down without hesitation, using the remaining bamboo skewer in his hand to strike at a nearby bandit. His internal energy amplified its force, sending the man flying into a nearby tree, incapacitated. Then, he swiftly gathered stones from the ground, hurling them at several nearby bandits, effectively immobilizing them. The Lu family and Apos, S guards, seizing the opportunity, swiftly dispatched the immobilized foes. Lu Zhanyuan, noticing the assistance, focused his attention back to the fight. Within 10 exchanges, he thrust his sword into the throat of the leading bandit, who, with wide eyes filled with rage, gasped for breath before collapsing lifelessly. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining bandits lost their will to fight, scattering in fear. However, Lu Zhanyuan would not let them escape so easily, particularly after losing 6 of his guards for no reason. Yang Guo, bemused by the chase, pondered whether pursuing a cornered foe was wise. He knew he must avoid any actions that could alter the course of events. Consequently, he picked up stones from the ground, pelting the fleeing bandits until they were all immobilized. Lu Zhanyuan glanced back at Yang Guo and continued his pursuit of the remaining bandits. Yang Guo and Apos, S remarkable proficiency in immobilizing techniques stemmed from his training with the spiritual ape. He had mastered various pressure points, effectively sealing the bandits and Apos' internal energy, all thanks to the trials the spiritual ape had endured, which were caused by him. Once the skirmish concluded, Lu Zhanyuan approached Yang Guo. "Thank you for your assistance. Might I inquire if you're from the beggar's sect?" Mistaking Yang Guo's small stature for that of a child, he assumed him to be a diminutive beggar elder. For what 7- or 8-year-old child could possess such extraordinary martial skills? Moreover, Yang Guo's tattered attire further fueled this assumption. Yang Guo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In a youthful, innocent voice, he retorted, "Cough. Sir, how rude. I took you for an uncle. Yet you presume I am a beggar." Humph. He did not wish to appear overly mature in front of others. After all, children should retain their childish charm. Lu Zhanyuan was taken aback, as were all present. To their astonishment, it was indeed a child. The youthful voice, the lack of an Adam's apple, and the innocent manner of speaking all indicated his youth. Lu Zhanyuan found himself at a loss for words. Just then, 2 melodious voices rang out from the cart. Big brother, you are so amazing." With that, 2 small figures dashed out from the cart. One girl, clad in a green dress and around 7 or 8 years old, wore a gentle smile that struck a perfect balance between playfulness and sincerity, evoking a sense of tranquility in those who beheld her. In observing her beauty, it was clear that she would undoubtedly grow into an extraordinary woman. This must be Qing Ying. Ah, how truly enchanting. Yang Guo chuckled inwardly. How sinful it is to feel smitten by such a young girl. The other girl, equally lovely and clad in an orange dress, radiated childlike innocence and vivacity. It was she who had just called out, "This must be Lu Wuxuan," her beauty rivaling that of Qing Ying. Truly, the elder sister possessed her charms, while the younger sister had her own allure. Lu Wuxuan approached Yang Guo, undeterred by his ragged clothing, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. In truth, Yang Guo was merely wearing dirty clothes. There was no foul odor about him. He bathed diligently every day and, coupled with the cleansing effects of the 9 Yang divine art, his body was not entirely free from dust and grime, but was certainly not easily sullied. As he gazed at Lu Wuxuan, his heart leapt with excitement, momentarily forgetting that she too was a charming beauty. Since fate had brought them together, he thought he might as well take her under his wing. What an adorable little sister. Look how impressive I am. With just a few punches and kicks, I sent the villain scurrying away. Yang Guo boasted playfully to Lu Wuxuan. Beside him, Qing Ying could not help but gaze at Yang Guo with her bright eyes, as if to say, "Don't forget about me." Yang Guo noticed everything, and with a casual flick of his hair, he revealed his chiseled features, smiling silently at Qing Ying. She found herself momentarily entranced by his face. Her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. At that moment, Yang could not help but indulge in a bit of bragging. The couple, Lu Zhanyuan and his wife, observed this scene with great amusement, exclaiming, "What a child indeed!" After assessing their losses, Lu Zhanyuan ordered his servants to bury the deceased guards and approached Yang Guo, intending to say something. However, he found himself at a loss for how to address him and momentarily stumbled over his words. Yang Guo held no fondness for him and had no desire for idle chit-chat, knowing that a man who could live for only 4 years was hardly worth conversing with. Nevertheless, he feigned politeness, saying, "Just call me Yang Guo." Lu Zhanyuan was unfazed by Yang Guo's attitude and responded with a smile, "Yang Guo, thank you for your assistance. I have no valuable possessions on me, but seeing your modest attire, I would like to offer you 500 taels of silver as a token of my appreciation. Please accept it, and do not let anyone deceive you." Yang Guo thought to himself, "Well, this fellow is somewhat perceptive. He knows I am in need of money and has come to my aid." Lu Zhanyuan remained wary of him. Recognizing that a child of such tender age could master such formidable martial arts was no ordinary feat, the final technique he displayed was nothing short of miraculous, so decisive. It could not have been executed by an ordinary child. He Yuan, observing Lu Zhanyuan's intention to send Yang Guo away, felt a surge of maternal compassion. The boy appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old and was wandering in tattered clothes, evoking her pity. She inquired, "Yang Guo, where are your parents? Why are you here alone?" Yang Guo detected her concern and spoke more gently than he had to Lu Zhanyuan. "Sister, my parents have long since passed. I now wander the world, sleeping under the skies and resting on the ground." He Yuan gasped, covering her mouth as she looked at him. A child so young, without father or mother, drifting alone. Her gaze turned to Lu Wushuang, and she pondered how the future would unfold for them. Would Shuang and Appos, too, end up like Yang Guo, forlorn and isolated? Her eyes grew misty, and she said to Yang Guo, "Yang Guo, why Don and Appos, do you stay with us? I will take good care of you." Yang Guo recognized her good intentions but gently declined. "Thank you, beautiful sister, but I am accustomed to my freedom and dislike constraints. I am on my way to find my uncle, so I cannot accompany you." Lu Zhanyuan felt a wave of relief at Yang Guo's refusal. He had no desire to be burdened by such a peculiar child. When he Yuan heard Yang Guo refer to her as sister, her face flushed. Although she was already married, being called sister by a child scarcely older than her daughter brought her a touch of joy, and her gaze towards Yang was softened considerably. "Very well. Where is your uncle? We shall escort you there." Yang Guo contemplated for a moment and replied, "How about this? Just take me to the market up ahead. Someone will come to fetch me." "All right then. You shall accompany us. We will take you there and perhaps buy you a decent outfit." The following morning, in a market near the Qinling Mountains of Shaanxi, Lu Zhanyuan stayed behind at the inn to attend to various matters, while he Yuan led Yang Guo, Qingying, and Lu Wushuang through the bustling streets. Due to Yang Guo and Appos as presents, Lu Zhanyuan did not dispatch anyone for protection. If this boy could not fend for himself, then there was little hope for anyone else. They first entered a clothing shop, where the proprietor initially regarded Yang Guo with disdain upon seeing his shabby attire. But his demeanor instantly transformed when he noticed he Yuan leading him inside. The shop was quite sizable, filled with fine fabrics and a wide array of garments for all ages. This was Yang Guo's first experience shopping for clothes, and he was taken aback by the variety available, rivaling even modern boutiques. Eventually, Yang Guo selected a white and a black outfit, both exquisitely tailored and stylish. He had intended to pay for them himself, but he Yuan insisted on taking care of the bill, leaving Yang Guo with no choice but to remember her kindness. She discreetly slipped the shopkeeper some extra coins, instructing him to send someone to help Yang Guo get cleaned up and try on the new attire. Yang Guo was not particularly attached to his ragged clothes. If better options were available, he would not hesitate to wear them. It was simply human nature. During this time, he Yuan also selected outfits for Lu Wushuang and Qingying without needing to try them on, showcasing her competence as a mother as she expertly assessed the sizes of the two children, regardless of the time or place. Women possess an extraordinary ability to lose track of time while shopping, momentarily forgetting their identities. Engrossed in the pursuit of new garments, they became formidable beings. After an extensive period of deliberation, half an hour had slipped away. Yang Guo gazed into a large copper mirror, admiring the fit of his new white garment. The most dashing on earth. Boom. No mistake. It's you, Yang Guo. Have confidence. Behind him, the staff exchanged glances, thinking, is this child a bit daft? He is undeniably handsome for his age, but does he really need to be so self-absorbed? Outside, He Yu and Kuan continued to browse with Chang Ying and Lu Wushuang, seemingly forgetting that they were there to buy clothes for someone else. Yang Guo approached them, tapping on their shoulders to bring them back to reality. When He Yu and Kuan beheld Yang Guo in his new outfit, she exclaimed, "Guo and Apos. You look splendid. When you grow up, you will surely be a dashing young man. Countless girls will be enchanted by you." Cheng Ying chimed in with a rare compliment, her cheeks flushed and adorably charming. Lu Wushuang, with her carefree nature, playfully touched Yang Guo and repeatedly praised him for being handsome. After all, Lu Wushuang was merely a 5-year-old child, and her vocabulary was limited. He Yu and Kuan, being perceptive, noticed the bundle in Yang Guo's hand and asked curiously, "Guo, what do you have there?" Yang Guo's eyes flickered with reluctance. This was the only garment his mother had sewn for him. On his journey to Kunlun Mountain, he had cherished it so much that he would mend it endlessly rather than part with it. Although he would no longer wear it, he intended to take it back to Jiaxing, placing it in a box beside Mu Nianxi's tomb. It would serve as a symbolic resting place for his garments. But being a modern individual, he held no superstitions about such matters. When He Yu and Kuan inquired, he did not conceal the truth. "This is my old clothing. The only thing my mother left for me. I do not wish to discard it, so I plan to keep it safe." Yang Guo spoke with a tone of sorrow. He Yuan-chun was inherently an emotional woman. Upon hearing his words, her heart ached. She embraced him tightly and comforted him, saying, "Guo, everything will be all right. Your mother, watching from above, will surely protect you. From now on, Aunt Yuan and Apos' home will be your home." At that moment, Yang Guo felt a flicker of emotion. For the concept of home had always eluded him, both in his past life and the future depicted in the original story. He had never truly possessed a home in any meaningful sense. "Thank you, Aunt Yuan." Yang Guo smiled, a genuine smile that came from the depths of his heart. He then tucked away the other set of black brocade garments he had purchased and followed them out of the shop. Outside, noticing that they emerged empty-handed, Yang Guo couldn't help but inquire, "Didn't you buy anything?" He Yuan-chun appeared to be in good spirits and jested. "Guo and Apos is still young and truly doesn't understand a woman and Apos' mind. If you continue like this, girls might find you unappealing." With that, she playfully winked at him. Yang Guo was momentarily confused. What did that mean? Had they bought something or not? Xiao Wushuang, observing the puzzled expression on Yang Guo's face, couldn't contain her laughter, sounding like a bell, and chimed in, "Brother Yang Guo is so silly. Mother bought too much and couldn't carry it all. So she left the address for the shopkeeper to send it to our inn." He Yuan-chun's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully scolded. "What do you mean I bought too much? A lot of it is for you, my little girl. How dare you undermine me? Just wait until we get home. I'll take care of you, and your father won't stop me." Xiao Wushuang, frightened, quickly grasped Yang Guo and Apos' arm and whispered, "Brother Yang Guo, you must help me stop mother then. She really likes you and won't hit you." "Haha, what? Has Aunt Yuan ever hit Shuang?" Yang Guo teased. The little one promptly shook her head and fell silent. Meanwhile, Cheng Ying watched the scene with a gentle smile. Ever since Yang Guo had laid eyes on her, a smile had graced her lips, as if everything in time was so delightful to her. Every time Yang Guo saw her smile, he felt an involuntary uplift at the corners of his mouth, as if enchanted. If one were to say that the person who understood Yang Guo best in the entire Divine Eagle world was not Xiaolong, but Cheng Ying, it would not be an exaggeration. In the original narrative, Yang Guo had sold her to a brothel, but at that time, he was still young and unaware of the implications. Nevertheless, she had never truly blamed him. After growing up, she had assisted him on numerous occasions, offering solace when he was heartbroken, like a shadow trailing behind him, always ready to step forward whenever he was in need. While Xiaolong was his wife, Cheng Ying was indeed his true confidant. If all men dreamed of marrying someone like Shuang and Apos, or from the deer and the cauldron, then Cheng Ying was the deepest yearning in the hearts of all men. As they strolled through the market, Yang Guo and He Yuan-chun observed their surroundings with keen interest. Although his soul was that of an adult, he remained curious about these unfamiliar sights. Any random item here could be an antique worth thousands. Alas, he could only gaze at them wistfully. The journey was not as tranquil as it appeared. A shifty-eyed thief stealthily approached He Yuan-chun, intending to snatch her purse. Yang Guo, unable to intervene directly, took a half-eaten candied hawthorn skewer, snapped off a piece of the stick, and flicked it toward the thief's hand. The instant it struck, the thief screamed in pain, clutching his injured hand and rolling on the ground, blood spilling everywhere. Yang Guo did not hold back. The skewer not only pierced his palm but also shattered a bone in his finger. He Yuanshan was startled, fearing a violent encounter, and quickly pulled Yang Guo and the others close, alert to their surroundings. Yang Guo finished the remaining candied hawthorn in a few bites, discarded the stick to avoid detection. And when He Yuanshan saw that no serious harm had been done, she glanced at the wailing thief and, recognizing him as no good, led Yang Guo and the others away. After the commotion, He Yuanshan felt apprehensive about continuing their outing and hurried them back to the inn. The two little girls seemed unfazed, chattering animatedly with Yang Guo, while Chengying also engaged in playful banter with him, shedding her usual reserve. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Zhanyuan inquired whether anything unusual had occurred on their walk. He Yuanshan recounted the incident with the thief whose hand Yang Guo had pierced. Yang Guo feigned indifference, his expression inscrutable, as if the tale bore no significance to him. Lu Zhanyuan cast a sidelong glance at Yang Guo, speculating whether the thief had ill intentions towards He Yuanshan, which led to his injury at Yang Guo's hands. He found himself pondering whether keeping this boy around was beneficial or detrimental. However, since He Yuanshan was so fond of him, he felt unable to dismiss him, leaving him quite perplexed. With a smile, Lu Zhanyuan remarked to He Yuanshan, "You must be tired from shopping. I've arranged for some fine wine and dishes on the second floor. Let us go." He took her hand and led her upstairs while Yang Guo followed behind, gritting his teeth, thinking, this scoundrel truly has his ways. Meanwhile, Lu Wushuang pouted at Yang Guo and Chengying, muttering, "Father has always treated mother so well. Yet I feel like an outsider." Yang Guo couldn't help but chuckle at her expression, while Chengying looked on, puzzled by Yang Guo's laughter. This was a joke that only modern people would understand. Mom and dad are true love. Children are just a bonus. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he playfully teased Lu Wushuang. "Perhaps your mother picked you up from a garbage bin, which is why your father treats her so well." He laughed at his own joke. To his surprise, Lu Wushuang took it to heart, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Yang Guo quickly waved his hands. No, I was just joking, Shuang and Amp, Oppos, Look how much you resemble Aunt Yuan. There is no way you're not her biological child." Fortunately, Lu Wushuang was still young and easily placated. She quickly stopped her tears and asked softly, "Really, brother Yang Guo? You can't lie to me. Otherwise, I won't talk to you anymore." Yang Guo immediately promised he would never deceive her again. Chengying, realizing why Yang Guo was laughing, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. Lu Wushuang, facing away from her, would have likely cried again otherwise. They ascended to the second floor, and upon opening the door to the private dining room, the aroma of food wafted in, instantly whetting Yang Guo and Oppos' appetite. This was his first proper meal since arriving in this world. Once everyone was seated, Yang Guo wasted no time, picking up his chopsticks and diving into the food. Noticing that there was only wine and dishes, he asked the waiter to bring some rice. Seeing Yang Guo eat so heartily, He Yuanshan felt delighted, constantly serving him more dishes while gently advising, "Guo and Amp, Oppos, eat slowly. If it's not enough, we can always order more. Don't choke." She even poured a cup of tea for him. The two little girls, witnessing Yang Guo's enjoyment, occasionally offered him meat as well. Lu Zhanyuan observed this and felt a rare pang of jealousy, chuckling at himself. How could I be jealous of a child? This meal was the happiest Yang Guo had experienced, with an abundance of delicious food and lovely company. Though the flavors paled compared to some modest eateries in his past life, this meal surpassed any he had tasted in this world. After all, sometimes the enjoyment of a meal lies in the ambience and mood, both of which he had in abundance. After dining, they returned to their respective rooms for a midday rest. Initially, He Yuanshan worried that Yang Guo might feel lonely sleeping alone and considered sharing a room with him. However, Yang Guo was adamant in his refusal. How could he possibly share a bed with a man? He found various excuses to dissuade He Yuanjun, ultimately transforming 2 rooms into 3, one for Lu Zhanyuan, one for Yang Guo, and one for the 2 sisters, He Yuanjun and Chengying. Later, when he overheard He Yuanjun suggesting that he sleep with Yang Guo, he was thoroughly alarmed, but fortunately, Yang Guo declined. To be honest, he felt a bit intimidated by Yang Guo now. Just moments ago, at the dining table, he heard He Yuanjun affectionately calling him Guer. He was about to shift the topic when he called out to Yang Guo, inquiring about his origins. However, upon hearing those 2 words, Yang Guo shot him a fierce glare, causing him to promptly silence himself. Luckily, the 3 of them were drawn away by Lu Zhanyuan's conversation and did not notice the exchange. For Yang Guo, those words were not to be used lightly. Noticing Lu Zhanyuan and Oppos' change in expression, He Yuanjun quickly expressed her concern, asking, Lu Lang, are you all right? Observing young Guo and Appo's gaze, Lu Zhanyuan made an excuse to divert the attention, internally reflecting that such a young individual could intimidate him with mere presence. His internal cultivation must be significant. He Yuanjun was aware that Yang Guo possessed some martial arts skills and was quite formidable, but she merely considered him to be on par with Lu Zhanyuan. Coupled with her maternal instincts, she treated Yang Guo as a child. At their respective doors, the two women waved goodbye to Yang Guo before reluctantly returning to their rooms. After waving back, Yang Guo entered his own quarters. Once inside, he stretched his limbs and sighed. Who knew that pretending to be a child could be so exhausting? Yet, it is evident that Aunt Yuan genuinely cares for me. In that case, I shall save you from your fate. So that my little Shuang and Appo's, and Qingying do not grow up motherless. Yang Guo was deeply moved by He Yuanjun and Appo's kindness. He would remember those who had helped him and treated him well, and he couldn't and Appo's bear the thought of her meeting the tragic end of the original story. Years ago, Master Eating had deceived Li Macho, compelling her to return for revenge a decade later. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Zhanyuan was already afflicted with a terminal illness and had only a decade to live. He passed away before she could seek vengeance, and He Yuanjun followed him in tragic devotion. Yang Guo felt a deep sense of injustice. What was it about Lu Zhanyuan that led two women to sacrifice for him? One in death and the other forever ensnared by love? Alas, it was a complex situation, and he did not know how to prevent He Yuanjun from meeting a similar fate. He resolved to take things one step at a time. Setting aside his thoughts, Yang Guo settled cross-legged on the bed and began to practice the 9-Yang divine skill. Since mastering the skill, he no longer needed to practice only at specific times. He simply needed to circulate the mental formula. He recited, He is strong, let him be strong, as the gentle breeze brushes the mountains. He is arrogant, let him be arrogant, as the bright moon illuminates the river. He may be fierce, he may be wicked, I possess a sufficient breath of true energy. This verse was the essence of the mental formula, and Yang Guo did not need to ponder it as Zhang Wuji did, having read the original story. He grasped its meaning almost instantly. In the room, as Yang Guo was engrossed in his practice, a sudden commotion from outside caught his attention. He rose and opened the window, allowing a fresh breeze to invigorate him. He couldn't help but marvel at how refreshing unpolluted air felt. Below, he noticed some martial artists discussing something while walking. He strained to listen. It is said that the figure of the red serpent fairy, Li Macho, has appeared at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. The 3 Taoist priests from the 7 masters of Qiuanjin, Hao Datong, Ma Yu, and Sun Buer, have descended to capture her. And we must hasten to join them. That female fiend, Li Macho, is a merciless killer, wreaking havoc upon the world. Though we may be outmatched, we still wish to contribute our feeble strength to rid the martial world of this menace. A chorus of agreement echoed among the surrounding martial artists. Let us depart together, they exclaimed, swiftly heading in one direction. Intrigued, Yang Guo was about to leap out the window in pursuit when he noticed that the second window on the left was also open. It belonged to Lu Zhanyuan's room. Contemplating this, he paused and returned to his seat. Sure enough, before the incense could burn out, someone knocked on his door. A gently anxious voice called out, Guer. Wake up, come quickly. Aunt Yuan, is that you? Upon recognizing He Yuanjun and Appo's voice, Yang Guo hurried to open the door. She grasped his hand and urged, Guo and Appo's. We must leave quickly. That female fiend, Li Macho, is coming. Yang Guo was speechless. What did her arrival have to do with him? He bore no grudge against her. He had more pressing matters to attend to. No, not matters, but affairs. Naturally, he could not go with her, so he replied, Aunt Yuan, wait. I need to wait for my uncle Guo to come pick me up. I do not know this Li Macho. With that, he withdrew his hand from her grasp. He Yuanjun, flustered with concern, momentarily forgot that Yang Guo had no enmity with Li Macho. Even if he stayed behind, it would not pose a problem. Yet, looking at the young boy, she felt an inexplicable reluctance and asked, Guo and Appo's. This Li Macho has some connections to my family. I do not know why she is here, but we must leave. Would you like to come with us? To be honest, Yang would cherish the time spent with them, but he had many matters to resolve. So he had to decline. He shook his head. Aunt Yuan, I would love to join you. I have had a wonderful time these past 2 days. However, I must wait for my Uncle Guo here, so I cannot accompany you. He reassured her, do not worry, Aunt Yuan. I will definitely visit you at the Lu family manor when I have the chance. Though He Yuanjun felt a deep reluctance. She could not compel him to abandon his family for her. She had to relent. Guo, before you go, please visit Schwanger and Inger. If they do not see you, they will surely be unwilling to leave. Yang Guo also wished to see the two girls before departing. It might be years before they could meet again. Upon arriving at the inn and Apos' entrance, the two little girls were indeed waiting anxiously, their eyes fixed on the door as if they would not leave without him. As he approached, they dashed to his side, each grabbing an arm and exclaiming, "Brother Yang Guo, hurry, come with us. There are bad people coming." Yang Guo could not bear to disappoint them, so he accompanied them to the carriage, helping each of them aboard. Lu Zhanyuan believed Yang Guo intended to travel with them, and this brought her some joy, as his presence would ensure their safety. Yang Guo gestured for them to sit down, and then spoke, "Schwanger, Inger, I cannot accompany you." Upon hearing this affectionate address, the 5-year-old Schwanger remained oblivious, while 7-year-old Cheng Ying blushed slightly, having some understanding of the situation. Schwanger was the first to protest, grasping his hand tightly. No, Brother Yang Guo must come with us." Yang Guo felt a sudden wave of frustration, fearing the little girl might start to cry. He quickly reassured her, "Schwanger, listen well. Yang Guo is letting you go first. I will go buy you and your cousin some treats, and then I will follow right after. You just go ahead." Fortunately, the little girl was naive and indeed believed him, but she still inquired, "What delicious food will you buy for us, Brother Yang Guo? There is a delightful treat called cake that you must have never tasted. It is sweet and fluffy. Absolutely delectable. The next time I come, I shall bring some for you." Yang Guo replied enticingly. The eyes of Schwanger sparkled with excitement at the mere mention of cake. Cheng Ying, however, was not so easily deceived, yet her empathetic nature prevented her from putting Yang Guo in a difficult position. She merely reminded him to take care of himself and to visit them when possible. Yang Guo smiled gently at her and promised he would. After disembarking from the carriage and watching He Yuanjun and her party depart, Yang Guo raised his voice toward the retreating carriage, declaring, "Aunt Yuan, when I grow up, I will surely protect you and ensure no one harms you." Hearing these tender and innocent words, He Yuanjun smiled faintly, her heart swelling with anticipation. Once they had left, Yang Guo returned to the inn, retrieved a package from his bedside, and leaped out the window, pursuing the direction in which the group of martial artists had gone. As the crowd moved, the vendors along the roadside were naturally drawn to the spectacle, frequently glancing in the direction of the throng. Yang Guo, understanding this human tendency, remained oriented despite the time lost. Indeed, it was not long before he spotted the group. Seizing a moment, he purchased a mask and a black robe from a roadside vendor to blend in. Once amidst the crowd, he quietly donned the mask, merging seamlessly into the throng. After nearly half an hour of walking through the forest, Yang Guo found himself grumbling inwardly. "Are you all truly here to help? Why are you moving so slowly? It seems everyone is hoping to reap the rewards without effort." With the surroundings now desolate, he realized that even if he wished to travel alone, it was no longer feasible. Eventually, when his patience was nearly exhausted, a blue-robed Taoist maiden suddenly appeared before him. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with ruby lips and pearly teeth. Her captivating eyes sparkling with life, her Taoist robe exuding a unique charm. "Ah, how enchanting. This place certainly holds its allure. A type I find particularly appealing," Yang Guo remarked, wiping the drool from his mouth. Li Macho, too, was a tragic figure, having lived in a secluded tomb since childhood, yearning for the mundane world. Unfamiliar with societal norms, she inadvertently took a life and was subsequently deceived by Lu Zhanyuan's sweet words, falling for him. Tragically, he later betrayed her. And abandoned by her sect, she underwent a drastic change in temperament, becoming a feared figure in the martial world. This was precisely why Yang Guo harbored disdain for Lu Zhanyuan. Having made a choice, one should either manage the relationship properly or commit entirely. It was utterly contemptible to disregard it altogether. "Allow me, the love expert, to rescue you from this sea of suffering." Silently, Yang Guo began to retreat from the crowd. These foolish birds, the Taoists from the Chuanjian sect, have yet to arrive, yet Li Macho has come ahead. How bewildered they must be. Let us see who dares to call out my name before her. Suddenly, one individual in the front, seemingly under some delusion, pointed his sword at Li Macho and shouted, "Demonis, let us see where you run this time." Yang Guo suppressed the urge to curse and thought, "You dare to undermine me?" He swiftly threw a pebble at the man and Apos' leg, causing him to fall to his knees, creating an intensely awkward scene. Before the fool could rise, the others hurriedly retreated several steps, leaving him alone at the forefront. At this moment, Li Macho slowly approached, her lips parting slightly as her melodious voice rang out. "What is this? Were you not here to seek vengeance on my behalf?" Yang Guo, from behind, could not help but exclaim, "What a voice! It is truly the bane of adult men." I cannot fathom what was going through Lu Zhanyuan's mind. Clearly, he was incapable of managing her and thus fled. How utterly useless. To confront a woman of such stature, one must conquer her. The retreating crowd began to shake their heads, indicating they were merely passing by. The foolish man in front was left bewildered. Before he could plead for mercy, Li Macho struck him with an ice-silver needle to his chest, rendering his body rigid before he collapsed, shattered into pieces, an utterly horrific sight. Goodness, how formidable! Thankfully, my 9 Yang divine skill protects me from poison and ice toxins. Yang Guo felt a surge of relief. This skill was undoubtedly an invincible buff in this new realm. It not only countered toxins and facilitated rapid healing, but also provided a shield. Li Macho, unconvinced by their words, conjured more than a dozen ice-silver needles, shooting them forward. In no time, several unfortunate souls fell victim, meeting a tragic fate. Witnessing this, the remaining onlookers fled in panic. Yang Guo blended into the crowd, eventually finding refuge under a lush tree, where he concealed his presence, unnoticed in an instant. Li Macho continued to unleash her ice-silver needles, swiftly dispatching 5 or 6 more individuals. Just as she prepared to pursue further, 3 figures arrived, 2 men and a woman, all dressed in black Taoist robes, appearing to be around 50 or 60 years old. These must be the legendary 7 pure Yang disciples, Ma Yu, Sun Bu and Appos, and Hao Datong. I shall observe the true martial skills of the pure Yang Palace. Yang Guo, perched in the tree, had a clear view of everything unfolding below. One of the female Taoists sternly admonished, "How dare you, Li Macho, to wantonly take lives in broad daylight? Do you wish to become the enemy of the entire martial world? You hypocritical Taoists, what business is it of yours to meddle here?" Li Macho retorted without hesitation. At this moment, Ma Yu interjected, "You, Li Macho, have stirred up trouble in the martial world, killing indiscriminately, wiping out entire families at a whim. A person of righteousness must be brought to justice." Hao Datong, known for his fiery temper, remained silent, drawing his sword to launch an attack on Li Macho. Li Macho swiftly retreated, sending 3 ice-silver needles flying toward Hao Datong's face. Undeterred, he deflected them with his sword. Li Macho had not expected to eliminate one of the 7 pure Yang disciples so easily. With a flick of her wrist, she swept aside Hao Datong's sword, then unleashed a palm strike aimed directly at his chest. The speed of her movements left Hao Datong no time to react. He barely raised his left palm in defense and was pushed back, suffering significant internal damage. Observing from the tree, Yang Guo thought, Li Macho is indeed formidable. She feigned weakness and retreated, only to gain the upper hand and injure Hao Datong. What a pity. My memory is excellent, but memorizing moves without corresponding mental formulas is of little use. He lamented, feeling like someone with an abundance of magic power but lacking the skills to wield it effectively. Seeing Hao Datong injured, Ma Yu and Sun Bu and Appos, who abandoned their formalities and charged at Li Macho. She could not afford to be careless. While she could handle one opponent, 2 would prove challenging. With a sweep of her dust whisk, she deflected their blades, sending 2 ice-silver needles toward them. Recognizing their potency, the 2 men raised their swords to defend against the lethal projectiles, then executed a graceful sword dance, unleashing the full might of the Chuanjian swordplay. The intricacies of the Chuanjian swordplay were exquisite, their dual strikes formidable. Li Macho found herself unable to withstand the onslaught, and after barely fending off several attacks, she was ultimately struck by Ma Yu and Sun Bu and Appos, forced back several steps, blood trickling from her lips, her appearance becoming even more alluring. Upon observing the scene, Yang Guo, perched on the tree, felt a tinge of surprise. It was widely said that the 7 pure Yang disciples were rather insipid, having gained early fame through the illustrious name of their master, Wang Chongang. This early recognition led them to become somewhat arrogant, frequently engaging in challenges and boasting about their accomplishments within the Chuanjian sect. In the legend of the Condor Heroes, there is a particular episode where the 7 disciples utilized the blind Mei Chaofeng as a target to practice the Tiangang Beidu formation in Niu village. Upon discovering this, Huang Yaoshe approached and delivered a resounding slap to each of them, leaving them dumbfounded. Ouyang Feng mockingly remarked that Wang Chongang had indeed taken in a rather mediocre group of disciples. Surprisingly, instead of reflecting on their actions, they accused Huang Yaoshe of bullying the weak. Such folly was truly laughable. Indeed, the Chuanjian swordplay, being a legacy of Wang Chongang, was exceptional. Moreover, as a married couple, the duo wielded their dual swords with even greater efficacy. Thus, Mei Chaofeng and Appos, defeat was hardly surprising. After pondering this, Yang Guo could not help but express his thoughts aloud. Meanwhile, Mei Xiaofeng wiped the blood from her lips, her crimson mouth appearing even more alluring. Wang Chongyang and Amp, Apos, Chuanjin swordplay is indeed renowned, yet his disciples are utterly inept. 3 of them ganging up on a defenseless woman is hardly the hallmark of righteousness. Upon hearing Mei Xiaofeng's scorn, the irritable Hao Datong spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, brandishing his sword at her, trembling with rage. You, Ma Yu and Sun Bu and Apos, were equally incensed, their expressions darkening. They knew that if it came to a fair duel, only Ma Yu could hold his ground against Mei Xiaofeng. The others were unfortunately outmatched. Thus, they could only muster the resolve to declare, You needn't provoke us with your taunts. Do you think we must adhere to such chivalric principles when confronting a female demon like you? Seeing their lack of reaction to her taunts, Mei Xiaofeng inwardly cursed their utter shamelessness. Yet, observing how Datong and Amp, Apos, distress, she felt somewhat gratified. Oh, the numbers game is truly an unfair advantage. You can only bully me, a mere woman. If Wang Yaoshe were here, you would surely receive a few slaps as well. She jeered. At that moment, even Ma Yu and Sun Bu were rendered speechless with rage. Mei Xiaofeng, prepare to meet your end, they shouted, realizing her tactic was merely a stalling maneuver as she likely focused on healing her injuries. Thus, they wasted no words and charged at her, fueled by their indignation. Their swordplay lacked the finesse they had previously displayed. They exchanged blows, but ultimately, Mei Xiaofeng found herself at a disadvantage. Her defeat was merely a matter of time. Yang Guo, observing from the tree, silently berated their shamelessness. How brazen to claim righteousness while employing such cowardly tactics, even if it is a provocation. To fight 2 against 1 is indeed disgraceful. Initially hesitant to intervene, he decided that they had crossed a line and that he would not hold back any longer. At that moment, Ma Yu and Sun Bu and Apos managed to regain some composure, for Taoist practices emphasize tranquility and restraint. As they pressed their advantage, Mei Xiaofeng struggled to defend herself, her body leaning back as she retreated, with their swords aimed at her heart and throat, less than an inch away. Even if Mei Xiaofeng possessed remarkable skills, she was powerless to counter such close-range attacks. Yang Guo sensed the impending danger and quickly plucked 2 leaves from the tree, channeling his inner energy into them and sending them flying towards Ma Yu and Sun Bu and Amp, Apos, backs. His intention was not to harm them, but to create an opportunity for Mei Xiaofeng to escape, knowing they would instinctively defend against the incoming projectiles. As expected, upon sensing the swift approach of the leaves, Ma Yu and Sun Bu reacted without hesitation, raising their swords to counter the threat. The sound of metal clashing filled the air, and upon inspecting the projectiles, they were astonished to find them to be mere leaves. Realizing the depth of the young man's internal strength. Who are you, and why did you save this female demon? They wondered. Suspecting he had used the term and amp, Apos, demon and amp, Apos, to underscore the righteousness of his actions. Yang Guo, aware of their thoughts, could only scoff inwardly. Harnessing his internal energy, he subtly adjusted his throat to deepen his voice, proclaiming, How can you claim to eradicate evil when you engage in such cowardice as 2 against 1? Would this not invite ridicule should it become known? Ma Yu and Apos' face flushed with embarrassment, at a loss for words. The deep voice resonated as if it came from nowhere, momentarily disorienting Sun Bu and Apos, and Hao Datong. Ma Yu and Mei Xiaofeng, being more adept, managed to withstand the shock. To gang up on one is not only disgraceful to the righteous but even to the so-called evildoers. Yang Guo exclaimed forcefully, channeling all his strength into the word roll. The impact was such that Ma Yu could not resist, blood pouring from his nose and ears, compelling him to flee with his companions. Exhaling deeply, Yang Guo felt the drain on his internal energy. Fortunately, the continuous flow of his Jiuyang divine skill allowed him to recover swiftly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he commenced his cultivation, feeling uneasy about confronting Mei Xiaofeng in his current state. Mei Xiaofeng stood still, momentarily bewildered by the identity of her mysterious benefactor. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and bowed respectfully, expressing, I do not know who you are, esteemed elder, but I am grateful for your assistance. I shall repay you in the future. After a while, when no response came, she assumed the elder had departed, feeling foolish for standing there for so long. Just as she turned to leave, the earlier voice resonated once more. Miss Li, you just spoke of gratitude, yet now you would leave without a word of thanks? Yang Guo, having regained his internal strength, called out to her as he noticed her about to depart. At last, Mei Xiaofeng turned towards the source of the voice. There stood young Guo, cloaked in a long black robe, his face obscured by a mask, exuding an air of mystery. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder," she reiterated, bowing deeply. Yang Guo, witnessing her earnestness, suddenly felt an amusing idea take root in his mind. "There is no need for such formality, Miss Li," he replied, using his own voice this time. Her head jerked up in disbelief, staring at him in astonishment. Only then did she realize he appeared rather diminutive. "Are you a child?" she exclaimed. Caught off guard, Yang Guo nearly stumbled but remained silent, removing his mask to reveal a notably handsome face. Now it dawned on Mei Xiaofeng that the youthful voice and the boyish visage clearly indicated he was indeed just a child. Infuriated, she shouted, "You little brat! How dare you toy with me? Wait, sisterly, do not be angry. The person you encountered earlier was indeed me," Yang Guo hastily clarified, fearing she might not believe him. To demonstrate, he picked up a fallen leaf and channeled his energy into it, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, embedding itself in a nearby tree. This revelation astonished Mei Xiaofeng. She could not help but believe him. The boy and Appo's internal strength clearly surpassed her own, leaving her to ponder whether it was innate talent or the result of extraordinary training. Yang Guo smiled at her, his expression radiating an innocence and purity that was remarkably comforting. Li Macho found herself at a loss, unsure of how to address the youth who had saved her. After a moment of silence, she finally inquired, "What is your name?" "You can call me Yang Guo," he replied, seemingly delighted, his laughter infectious. Observing his joy, Li Macho softened her demeanor and gratefully responded, "Thank you, Yang Guo." Yang Guo was momentarily entranced. Her smile resembled the vibrant bloom of a stunning flower, breathtaking in its beauty. Aware of his captivated gaze, Li Macho, though still a youth, felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks, overwhelmed by an unexpected shyness. With a gentle breeze sending tendrils of her dress swirling, Yang Guo couldn't help but express his admiration. Upon hearing his poetic words, Li Macho's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was the first time someone had composed poetry for her. Although the depiction differed from her usual aloof demeanor, it fittingly captured the scene. And she found herself quite taken with it, yet felt it lacked something. "Yang Guo, did you compose this poem?" she asked. "No. It should be said that this poem was crafted by you, dear sisterly. As the saying goes, true art is born of nature. And how could mere mortals like us aspire to depict it?" he replied earnestly. His words made Li Macho feel both flattered and indignant. Flattered that he would liken her to a masterpiece, yet indignant that she, now a woman of 25, could be so easily flustered by a mere boy. As Yang Guo observed the turbulent emotions within her, he was reminded of Li Bai and Appo's poem Grievous Love, with slight modifications. He sighed inwardly. The beautiful maiden brushes away the dust, sitting pensively with furrowed brows. Only the traces of tears remain. Unknown is her heart's resentment. Once a carefree girl, she had become a feared figure, despised by many, especially when she had met her amidst a sea of flowers, pointing at Huang Rong and others, proclaiming, "You wish to kill me? Ha! He also wishes to kill me. You all wish to kill me. None of you are worthy. No one in this world has the right to take my life." Her laughter echoed with madness, a testament to love turned to hatred. Yang Guo's gaze on Li Macho deepened with unspoken thoughts, culminating in a heavy sigh. "What troubles you, Yang Guo?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Ah, I was merely reflecting," he admitted, momentarily forgetting her presence. "Sisterly, I would like to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Li Macho chuckled. "You, a mere child, still wetting your bed, wish to take on a disciple? Perhaps you should wait a few more years." Yang Guo shook his head and replied earnestly, "As the saying goes, the worthy are ahead. You know well that my skills surpass yours. Should you become my disciple, I have numerous ways to enhance your abilities, far exceeding the teachings of the ancient tomb school. Ascending to the pinnacle of the martial world is not beyond reach. Would you still refuse?" Taken aback by his audacity and his knowledge of the ancient tomb school and Appo's teachings, she retorted, "Do you know that the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was created by the founder of the ancient tomb school? Few can rival it in the world. Indeed, I possess a skill that matches the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and in certain aspects surpasses it," Yang Guo declared confidently. "Think carefully. Do not underestimate me due to my age. I possess knowledge beyond your imagination. If you follow me, you will receive what you desire. And no one shall bully you again. I will stand behind you." Li Macho hesitated. Although her current skills were commendable, they barely surpassed those of renowned martial artists. Faced with legendary figures, she stood little chance. Yang Guo and Appo's final words struck a chord deep within her, evoking a sense of vulnerability that stirred her emotions. Resolute, she made a decision that seemed absurd even to herself. Disciple greets the master, she declared, kneeling before Yang Guo. Yang Guo welcomed her gesture. Knowing that training a disciple was a gradual process, he hastened to assist her, marveling at her resilience even through the layers of her attire, secretly impressed by her form. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Guo remarked, "Macho, we should change that robe when we visit the market. It's unseemly for a young lady to dress so." Seeing her new master's sudden airs, Li Macho felt incredulous, questioning her own sanity for believing the words of a child. Yet, accepting her fate, she replied, "Very well." Thus, the two set off towards the town, Yang Guo in high spirits, regaling Li Macho with tales and anecdotes, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon arriving at the marketplace, Li Macho's perception of Yang Guo shifted. Despite his youth, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, answering her every query, easing her initial discomfort. They soon arrived at the tailor shop, where the astute shopkeeper immediately recognized Yang Guo as a valued customer from earlier that day. "Welcome back, young master. Please, come this way. And you, this enchanting lady," he stammered, captivated by Li Macho's beauty. "Do not be formal. Do you have any exquisite women's garments?" "Cost is no concern," Yang Guo replied, maintaining a casual demeanor despite his disdain for the shopkeeper's obsequiousness. "Miss Macho has her own savings. There's no need for you to spend on her," she interjected. "Not at all. Consider it a small gift from me, with more to come." Yang Guo waved dismissively. Unperturbed, having received a generous sum from He Yuanjun, he had ample funds, and it was unthinkable for a disciple to pay for herself. Li Macho felt a swell of gratitude towards Yang Guo, recalling the kindness absent since her heart had been shattered. Her admiration for him grew ever stronger. After a careful selection, Yang Guo found himself dazzled by the array of garments. The shopkeeper indeed possessed an admirable eye for quality, showcasing fabrics and styles that were truly exceptional. Although Li Macho had claimed to have renounced the world, her impulsive words betrayed her inner turmoil. Otherwise, she would not have repeatedly granted Lu Zhanyuan opportunities during their confrontation. As she gazed at the multitude of exquisite attire, her youthful heart fluttered with excitement. Eager to buy them all, Yang Guo watched her with a smile, shaking his head at the whims of women. His gaze drifted momentarily to the shopkeeper, who was not ogling Li Macho but rather maintaining a proper demeanor as he accompanied her. Yang Guo couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Confident in Li Macho's allure, "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" he asked, casually observing Li Macho still immersed in her selection. "Ah, in response to your inquiry. My surname is Tong, and my given name is Sambao," the shopkeeper, somewhat bashful, confessed. The name felt awkward for a middle-aged man like him. "How amusing, Master Tong." Yang Guo chuckled. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of curious little eyes peering at them from behind. With a light-hearted laugh, he remarked, "Truly, one's name reflects one's character. You are indeed a treasure in your own right." "What do you mean by that?" the shopkeeper asked, puzzled. "Your intellect is sharp, and your talent in business is apparent. Given time, you shall amass great wealth. Thus one treasure, you possess a discerning heart, recognizing the worth in others and conducting yourself with propriety, thereby another treasure," Yang Guo replied, smiling warmly at him. Despite the shopkeeper being merely a child of 8 or 9, his gaze demanded earnestness. The child misinterpreted Yang Guo and Appo's demeanor, believing he was reproaching him for his earlier condescension, and bowed apologetically. "I beg your pardon for my earlier behavior. Please do not take offense." Yang Guo had intended to let the incident slide. He understood that, as a shopkeeper, one might not extend kindness to a beggar. Such was the harsh reality of life. He merely wished to coax the hidden figure to emerge. Upon hearing the apology, the concealed figure emerged angrily, for Yang Guo's voice had been intended for her ears. A small girl, beautifully crafted like a delicate jade figure, approached him with her hands on her hips and cheeks puffed up, accusing, "Why do you bully my father? I thought you were a good person because you looked so handsome, but it turns out you were just a bully." Her face flushed as she attempted to scold him but could only muster a pout. Yang Guo was not angered. Instead, he found her adorably charming and could not suppress his laughter. Mistaking his mirth for mockery, the little girl's face reddened further, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Tong Sambao placed a hand gently on her head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Quickly apologized to the young master. But he just. The girl seemed defiant, perplexed as to why her father would scold her. Seeing some customers glance their way, Tong Sambao lowered his voice and whispered something in the child's ear. Her face turned even redder, like someone who had consumed too much wine. and she bowed her head in silence. Realizing the commotion had become somewhat embarrassing, Tong Sanbao explained, "Young master, this is my daughter. Her mother passed away early, and fearing she would be mistreated, I have not remarried. I have been taking her along as I navigate through life." Yang Guo smiled, finding the situation amusing. After all, he was an adult at heart and had no desire to quarrel with a child. The little girl seemed eager to speak, constantly glancing at Yang Guo. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish," Yang Guo encouraged her with a gentle smile, causing her face to redden once more. "What was that you said about my father having 3 treasures? You've only named 2. What is the third?" she asked, gathering her courage to confront Yang Guo. Yang Guo chuckled and turned to Tong Sanbao, saying, "Isn't the third treasure right before our eyes?" The little girl still seemed puzzled, but Tong Sanbao immediately grasped the implication and bowed to Yang Guo, exclaiming, "You are indeed remarkable, young master. My daughter's talent in business far surpasses mine. At just 8 years old, she can adeptly handle an abacus. The arrangement of these garments was done according to her preferences. I had merely intended it as a playful endeavor, unaware it would turn out so well. Such prodigious talent at such a tender age, truly extraordinary," Yang Guo remarked, having only glimpsed her initially but now realizing her capabilities were far greater than he had assumed. The little girl, appearing only 5 or 6 years old, was actually 8. Understanding that Yang Guo had been referring to her, the girl felt a surge of joy. Although small, she was astute, and her mind conjured various scenarios, turning her face a vibrant shade of crimson. With her hair cascading down her back, she resembled a living embodiment of a charming fairy tale. Yang Guo, utterly enchanted, could not help but inquire, "What is your name, little one?" With a defiant lift of her chin, she retorted, "Humph! Who are you calling little? You are a child as well." I am Tong Xiangyu." "Excuse me?" Yang Guo was taken aback. Was this not the renowned Tong Sanbao? Perhaps it was just a coincidence of names. Cough, what a splendid name indeed, Yang Guo sincerely praised, recalling that the Tong Sanbao from his earlier life was a mature and wise woman, while this Tong Xiangyu was a petite, charming child. Hearing Yang Guo compliment her name, Tong Xiangyu beamed with joy. In ancient times, it was uncommon for a girl to reveal her name to others. However, merchants held a lower social status, which did not adhere to such formalities. "And what is your name, young sir?" she inquired with innocent curiosity, her interest in Yang Guo growing. Tong Sanbao, too, was intrigued. He sensed that this young master was no ordinary person and that befriending him could yield great benefits in the future. Affectionately ruffling Tong Xiangyu's hair, Yang Guo replied with a smile, "I am Yang Guo. Can I call you Brother Yang Guo from now on?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. For reasons unknown, she felt an instant connection with him, perceiving him as someone remarkable. After he had left earlier, she feared she would never see him again. Yet fate had granted her another chance. "Of course, call me whatever you wish." "Well, Brother Yang Guo is amazing. You even know my nickname," she exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Yang Guo thought to himself, a mere basic skill. Of course, it was calculated with a mere flick of the fingers. He replied playfully. Tong Sanbao, observing how close Yang Guo was getting to his daughter, sought to redirect the conversation. While he was open to forming friendships, he could not risk losing his daughter, who was his true treasure. "Young Master Yang." Before he could finish his sentence, Li Macho had completed her selection and approached with several garments in hand. "What are you two discussing?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just a casual chat." "Have you made your choice?" "Hurry and try it on. I and Appos am quite eager to see," Yang Guo replied in a perfunctory manner. Noticing the little girl beside him, Li Macho seemed to grasp something and shot a fierce glare at Yang Guo. Ignoring everyone else, she confidently walked to the fitting room. Yang Guo could only manage an awkward smile, akin to a cat caught in an act of infidelity. The young girl, seeing another woman by Yang Guo's side, felt an inexplicable surge of anger and let out a disgruntled snort. This made Yang Guo even more uncomfortable, caught in an unfavorable situation on both sides. After a brief wait, fortunately, Li Macho emerged from the fitting room. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, she resembled a graceful spirit, her hair cascading down her back, reaching her waist. Despite not having meticulously styled her hair, the natural beauty of her alluring and exquisite face truly embodied a fusion of angelic and devilish charm. Her slender waist and prominent curves made her an undeniable vision of beauty. As Li Macho stepped out, the entire boutique fell silent, captivated by her stunning presence. Men gazed at her with infatuation, unable to tear their eyes away, while women seethed with jealousy, a palpable bitterness filling the air. Some men, incensed, dragged their companions away, while those without partners lost interest in shopping and stomped out in frustration. Meanwhile, the unattached men could not help but entertain their own thoughts, straightening their attire and heading towards Limacho. Humph! A deep grunt, infused with internal energy, reverberated like a great bell striking their hearts. Those with ulterior motives were sent flying, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. This was, of course, young Guo's doing. Although Limacho was his disciple, it was impossible for him to have no feelings about the matter. He could not allow these individuals to spoil the atmosphere. Yang Guo approached Limacho, earnestly exclaiming, "Wow, Macho, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. If I weren't so composed, I might have drooled." Although Limacho recognized his exaggeration, it brought her immense joy and an unexpected sweetness that she did not fully comprehend. She giggled in response, "Hee hee. You flatter me, young master. As long as you like it, that and amp, oppos, s enough." With a teasing glance at Tong Xiangyu, she added to her provocation. This made the little girl fume even more, stomping her feet in indignation and muttering, "Humph. Fox spirit. When I grow up, I'll definitely be more beautiful than you." Limacho and amp, oppos, s smile was so enchanting that even young Guo, who had previously been immune to the charms of internet celebrities from his past life, found himself entranced. Good heavens. In my previous life, you would undoubtedly be a global goddess. Seeing Yang Guo's expression, Limacho's delight only intensified. "Macho, choose the right size. We want and oppos, try them on now. We and oppos, LL take our time at home," Yang Guo said with a mischievous grin. If any other man had spoken to her in such a manner, even if they were incapable of defeating her, they would have fought for their pride. However, Yang Guo was still a young lad, and she felt no concern. Eventually, Yang Guo allowed her to select a few more garments, for it was essential not to deprive his eyes of beauty. As Yang Guo prepared to pay, Tong Sanbao, the shopkeeper, unexpectedly declined. "Young master, there's no need for such formality. Our meeting is a stroke of fate. Consider this a gift from me. I hope to serve you again in the future." Although Yang Guo understood Tong Sanbao's intentions to establish a good rapport, he did not refuse. This man was astute and would surely be of great use in the future. He nodded respectfully. "Then I gratefully accept your kindness, Master Tong. I shall undoubtedly return to trouble you again." "Not at all. Not at all." Tong Sanbao hastily waved his hand. The little girl stood behind him, her eyes filled with reluctance as she gazed at Yang Guo and said, "Brother Yang Guo, can you not leave? My family is quite wealthy. Why not stay at my house? I can have my father support you." Yang Guo internally scoffed. "Such a young age and already thinking of supporting me. TSK. She'll surely become a little heiress." "Haha, that's a great idea. Once little you expands her business and starts earning, Brother Yang Guo will come looking for you, and I promise to take you everywhere with me, okay?" Yang Guo said, half jokingly and half seductively. Tong Sanbao, though aware of Yang Guo's intentions, saw no harm in it. After all, if the business flourished, his family would also prosper. Tong Xiangyu innocently inquired, "Brother Yang Guo, how big does it need to be?" Fearing his demands might be too low, Yang Guo set an ambitious benchmark. Within the borders of Song, let it be known by all. Though naive, Tong Xiangyu was not foolish. She recognized the enormity of the task ahead, but she was undeterred, her eyes ablaze with determination. "Don't worry, Brother Yang Guo. I will make it happen." Tong Sanbao was taken aback by Yang Guo's high hopes for his daughter. Those 12 words expanded his perspective. He had previously thought his current situation was sufficient, but had not envisioned striving for greater heights. The magnitude of his future endeavors would undoubtedly influence his daughter's aspirations. And Yang Guo and Apos, S words struck a chord. He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your guidance." "Ah, Master Tong, you are too modest. This world is vast. Do not be confined to immediate gains. I have one more piece of advice for you," Yang Guo continued. "Please, young master, enlighten me." Tong Sanbao maintained a humble demeanor. "The people depend on food, and officials depend on the people," Yang Guo said cryptically. He believed Tong Sanbao was wise enough to comprehend. Indeed, upon hearing this, Tong Sanbao and Amp, Apos, S eyes lit up with understanding, and he bowed deeply to Yang Guo. "Thank you, young master. Regardless of my future achievements, all that I possess will one day belong to you." Yang Guo could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Very well. If you have matters to attend to in the future, seek out the Red Lotus Fairy, Limacho, at the Qishan Mountain Villa in Chuzhou. She will assist you." Yang Guo did not take advantage of him and offered reassurance in return. Limacho? Could it be the renowned Red Lotus Fairy of the martial world? Tong Sambao hesitated. That name was indeed fearsome in the realm of martial arts. Ah, Master Tong, there is no need for such trepidation. Those are merely tales from the martial world, not to be believed too readily. With that, Yang Guo glanced at Li Macho and smiled. Beside him, Li Macho pouted, "Humph. Am I really that terrifying? If my master were not here, I would certainly teach you all a lesson. Master Tong, I bid you farewell. Little you, keep striving. I have great faith in you," Yang Guo concluded, not forgetting to encourage Tong Xiangyu. Tong Sambao bowed to Yang Guo and Li Macho. "I wish the young master and this young lady safe travels and good fortune. Take care." With Tong Xiangyu's reluctant gaze following them, Yang Guo and Li Macho departed together. After a series of events, the day had grown late, and Yang Guo was in no rush to travel. He and Li Macho began to stroll through the town, reminiscing about the past. Along the way, Li Macho could not help but inquire, "Young master, may I ask the meaning behind your earlier words? Why was that shopkeeper so grateful to you?" "Ah, Macho, as the saying goes, and amp, oppos, every inch has its advantages, and every foot has its shortcomings, and amp, oppos, you possess exceptional martial talent, yet you are quite oblivious to the ways of commerce. As the saying goes, and amp, oppos, food is the foundation of the people, and amp, oppos, so I ask you, what is it that one cannot escape throughout their life, regardless of what they do? Food. Indeed. As I previously stated, food is of paramount importance to the populace. If one were to gain control over grain supplies, would they not possess the lifeblood of the majority?" Li Macho, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "Ah, I see. You intend for him to procure grain and stockpile it, so that in the future, whether selling or bartering, he could reap unforeseen rewards?" "Yes, but not entirely. Grain, after all, is inanimate. Hoarding it in vast quantities is ultimately not a sustainable strategy, for it may simply rot away in one's hands, which is hardly prudent. Wealth and talent are the most valuable assets, currently, amidst the chaos of war. With fires of conflict raging in every corner, countless citizens are displaced and many perish from starvation. If you possess grain and distribute it among these refugees, over time, even if you aspire to become an emperor, a multitude will rally to your side. Such is the nature of human sentiment." Li Macho listened, grasping only fragments of understanding. Yang Guo recognized her lack of ambition in this regard, yet he felt a tumult of emotions within him. Such audacious thoughts could only be shared in her presence. He continued, "The government is founded upon the people, and those engaged in commerce are often looked down upon by officials. In this current era of the Great Song, corruption and malfeasance prevail. It is nearly impossible for one to dominate singularly. Once you accumulate wealth, certain officials will undoubtedly create obstacles for personal gain. However, if you have the support of the populace, even those in power would hesitate to act against you. In times of peace, such actions would surely arouse the court and oppos as suspicion. Yet in this tumultuous period, not only can this strategy safeguard your interests, but once order is restored, a slight maneuvering in your favor might even elevate your status, ensuring your safety at the very least." Although Li Macho struggled to fully comprehend, she could perceive Yang Guo and Amp, Oppos, S lofty aspirations and grand ambitions. Perhaps she had indeed placed her bet wisely this time. In truth, Yang Guo harbored additional thoughts unspoken. Rules and laws serve to constrain those who uphold them. In this martial world, there exists no shortage of desperate individuals who defy morality and incite chaos. Thus, Yang Guo encouraged him to seek out Li Macho at Qixia Mountain Villa, ensuring at least the safety of his family. He trusted that the man would grasp his intent. As he reflected on this, a surge of fervor welled up within Yang Guo. "Tong Sambao, you must not betray my trust. From this moment forth, you are the most crucial element of my plan. Do not falter." As they journeyed, Li Macho captivated the attention of numerous men, while Yang Guo remained largely overlooked. This situation left Yang Guo feeling somewhat disgruntled. His diminutive stature rendered him invisible in the company of such beauty. He yearned to confront those lecherous gazes, to send them flying with a single strike, and to proclaim, "This is my woman. Let anyone who dares to look again face my wrath." Yet, the current Yang Guo understood the futility of such bravado. Although he could indeed act as he wished, he refrained from making such declarations, aware that not all matters could be resolved through force. Upon their arrival at the inn, they discovered only one room remained available. Reluctantly, they decided to share it for the night. Despite Yang Guo's youth, Li Macho felt an unease. She recognized that beneath his childlike exterior lay a mind far beyond that of an ordinary boy, which made their situation rather awkward. As they entered the room, the innkeeper regarded them with an envious gaze. Yang Guo requested some food and wine, specifically a roast chicken, as the other dishes offered little appeal to his palate. He had always enjoyed chicken, a preference that persisted since his days hunting in the wild. Once the innkeeper departed, silence enveloped the room, thickening the atmosphere with an unspoken tension. Having lived 2 lives, Yang Guo understood the importance of a thick skin, though he could not indulge in the beauty before him. He found himself captivated by her allure. Li Macho, under his gaze, felt a blush creep upon her cheeks, her demeanor becoming shy and flustered. "Do you know of the Nining manual?" Yang Guo inquired, recognizing that he had lingered too long in silence. He was aware that pressing further might lead to Li Macho and Apos' discomfort, especially since Lu Zhanyuan remained a painful memory for her. "Master, do you possess the Apos, Nining manual and Apos?" she asked eagerly, her excitement palpable. This legendary text was the pinnacle of martial arts, the foundation upon which many renowned heroes built their prowess. "Not at present, but I know where to find it. Since we are close to the foot of Mount Zhongnan, I can accompany you back to the ancient tomb," Yang Guo replied calmly. To his surprise, Li Macho shook her head. "Master, you know I was once a disciple of the ancient tomb, but I have since been expelled. Gaining entry is exceedingly difficult, as the tomb, built by Wang Chongyang, is laden with traps. Without my former master and Apos' permission, we cannot enter. Do not fret. I have other means to access the tomb." Yang Guo said, a hint of pride in his voice. "How can that be possible?" Li Macho questioned. Skepticism etched across her features. "Tomorrow, I shall demonstrate my skills. I am well versed in the ways of the martial world," he teased, winking at her. Moments later, their meal arrived. Yang Guo eagerly devoured the roast chicken, prompting Li Macho to express her concern. "Aren't you worried that the food might be poisoned?" "Not at all. Most poisons have little effect on me," he replied, his mouth smeared with grease. Intrigued, Li Macho considered the implications of his extraordinary abilities. She contemplated whether her own and Apos, 5 poisons palm and Apos, and the icy silver needles would affect him. Noting her uncertainty, Yang Guo suggested, "If you doubt me, try your icy silver needles after we and Apos finished eating." Having not eaten all day, Li Macho was drawn in by Yang Guo and Apos' appetite. After testing the food for poison with her silver needles, she too began to eat, her demeanor markedly more graceful than his. After their meal, despite its lackluster flavor, they found it satisfactory. Wiping his mouth, Yang Guo poured tea for both of them. After a brief respite, he placed the leftover food outside the door, notifying the innkeeper to collect it, before securing all windows and doors. "Come now," he said with utmost seriousness. Li Macho's face flushed. "What do you mean? Your mind seems to wander." "I was referring to your icy silver needles. I wish to test whether my skills can withstand their poison, as well as that of your 5 poisons palm." "What? You know of my 5 poisons palm?" she replied, bewildered. She had only recently begun practicing it from the 5 poisons manual. "Rest assured, I have nothing to hide. We are allies here. I practice the Apos, 9 Yang divine skill, and Apos, a technique that counters all forms of cold poison. You may unleash your techniques without fear," Yang Guo declared, trusting in her integrity. Feeling his confidence in her, Li Macho hesitated no longer. She conjured an icy silver needle and shot it towards Yang Guo. He activated the protective effects of his Apos, 9 Yang divine skill and Apos, and allowed the needle to pierce his hand. Instantly, a dark hue spread across his skin, accompanied by a sharp, biting pain. Yang Guo swiftly channeled his inner energy to dispel the cold poison, which dissipated like ice in the sun. The wound healed almost immediately before Li Macho's astonished gaze. The icy silver needle, capable of eluding even the most seasoned masters, had been effortlessly neutralized by him. Impressive. "Now, try your Apos, 5 poisons palm and Apos," Yang Guo encouraged, maintaining his composure as if the poison had not affected him. Li Macho, growing accustomed to his casual manner, focused her energy and struck him with her palm. A dark purple toxin surged from her hand, spreading rapidly to engulf his arm. Yang Guo, aware of the danger, summoned his Apos, 9 Yang True Qi and Apos, to counter the poison. This time, the poison resisted longer, taking a brief moment to overcome its effects. "Your Apos, 5 poisons palm and Apos, is extraordinary. Once mastered, very few would withstand its might," Yang Guo praised, unable to contain his admiration. Li Macho rolled her eyes in exasperation. After their experiment, Yang Guo felt more confident in the resilience of his Apos, 9 Yang divine skill, and Apos. He leapt from the bed and stepped outside, leaving Li Macho puzzled and unable to inquire further. Before long, Yang returned, carrying a blanket. Macho, it seems I have erred by lingering outside, leaving us with but one room. You shall rest on the bed tonight. I shall take the floor. That cannot be. You are still young, master. As your disciple, I am obliged to serve you and cannot allow you to suffer on my behalf, Li Macho insisted sincerely. She was taken aback by Yang Guo and Apos' respectful demeanor despite his youth. Your concern is appreciated, but I insist, you take the bed. Without waiting for her reply, Yang Guo spread the blanket on the floor and lay down. Master, you. Li Macho was about to say something when Yang Guo interrupted him directly. Enough, enough. I understand that you people in the Jianghu value your teachers greatly. There is no need to be so formal with me. As long as you do not stray from the path or bring harm to the world, there are no rigid constraints here. Just listen to what I say and follow it. The last two sentences of Yang Guo were spoken with a hint of seriousness. If a disciple does not listen, then why take them on as a disciple? Seeing Yang Guo like this, Li Macho felt a bit moved, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. And she ceased to be pretentious. After lying down, she released a surge of energy that extinguished the candle on the table, plunging the room into darkness. Yang Guo pretended to be asleep in bed, but he soon heard a series of rustling sounds coming from the bed. He could not help but chuckle inwardly. What a futile act, extinguishing the light and changing clothes in front of a child. It's a pity my good intentions have gone to waste, making me feel like a cat scratching at my heart. After a while, the sound ceased. And Yang Guo too stopped his daydreaming. Throughout the night, the two exchanged no words, yet neither could sleep. Yang Guo, of course, had a guilty conscience and could not find peace. For Li Macho, it was the first time she spent the night in the same room with a man. No. To be precise, a boy. In her past relationship with Lu Zhanyuan, they respected each other, never crossing any boundaries. Yet now, with Yang Guo, her heart was in turmoil, making it difficult for her to sleep. As midnight approached, the air turned cooler, and a chill crept from the floor into Yang Guo's bedding, making him shiver uncontrollably. Due to his restraint, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Li Macho, already unable to sleep, could not miss the small commotion. Slowly turning over to face Yang Guo, the moonlight filtered through the gaps in the window, casting a subtle glow on the floor, allowing her to faintly see Yang Guo and Apos' bedding trembling. In that moment, her heart was a tangled mess. Yang Guo treated her this way, willing to endure the cold rather than let her suffer. This showed his genuine feelings for her. How could she cling to such trivialities? Moreover, he was merely a child. Perhaps it was she who was overthinking, losing herself in her thoughts. With that thought, her delicate lips parted slightly. Master? Master? Yang Guo's lips curled into a smile, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, it's happening. Disciple, do not blame me for being cunning. To help you forget someone, I must allow another to take their place in your heart. I am saving you from peril, Yang Guo shamelessly thought. But what came out of his mouth was a muddled mumble. Unfortunately, Li Macho lifted the bedding and quietly descended from the bed. Yang Guo, taken aback, thought, what? No way. Is she planning to kill her master? Have I been discovered? Surely not. Just as Yang Guo was feeling guilty, Li Macho approached him from behind and did something that nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. She gently lifted Yang Guo into her arms, carrying him back to the bed. Yes, it was indeed a princess carry. Yang Guo felt his face flush with embarrassment. A man was being held in such a manner by a woman. What a disgrace. However, this disciple smelled incredibly fragrant, akin to the enchanting fragrance of white peonies and the gentle freshness of roses, evoking endless reminiscence. Unconsciously, Yang Guo found himself nestling closer to her. Li Macho and Apos' fair face flushed, and she nearly gasped, her heart racing. Master is so restless in his sleep. He touched there. She chided herself. What am I thinking? It has been too long since I left that heartless man. How could I respond to a child? Slowly, she laid Yang Guo back onto the bed, tenderly covering him with the blanket before turning to leave. Just as she was about to turn away, Yang Guo pretended to casually grasp her delicate little finger. Li Macho felt a slight tremor in her heart. When she turned back to look, she saw Yang Guo breathing steadily, still asleep. She contemplated withdrawing her hand, but for some reason, she did not wish to let go. Sitting at the foot of the bed, she gazed at Yang Guo's face in the moonlight, momentarily lost in thought. The images of Lu Zhanyuan and Yang Guo seemed to overlap in her mind, and a tear of sorrow traced down her exquisite cheek. There she was, grasping Yang Guo's hand outside the blanket, her eyes gradually closing as she drifted into a peaceful slumber. After she fell asleep, Yang Guo opened his eyes and looked at the tear stain at the corner of her eye, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion. The playful spirit he once had vanished. And after some thought, he leaned in to kiss Li Macho's tear-streaked eye. Yang was silently vowed, "In this life, no one shall bully you." What was supposed to be a sleepless night saw the two of them drifting off to sleep, each harboring different thoughts, sharing the same bed, but dreaming different dreams. Nothing more than that. The following morning, as the sun rose, Li Macho slowly awoke, her eyes still hazy, sensing something unusual. Upon opening her eyes and looking down, she was momentarily stunned, her mind going blank, a flush spreading across her body, and a strange feeling began to blossom within her heart, unbeknownst to her. To her surprise, young Guo had wrapped himself around her waist like a koala, his head nestled between her bosom, whether intentional or not. After a brief moment of daze, Li Macho quickly sat up, pulling her clothing tight around her, her face flushed with embarrassment. Young Guo, startled by her sudden movement, woke up, rubbing his eyes and asking, "What's wrong? Is the sun shining on your behind?" Upon hearing this, Li Macho's eyes sparkled mischievously, her face a picture of shame and indignation as she pointed at Yang Guo. "Master, you." Yang Guo, caught off guard by her outburst, had fallen back onto the bed, completely unaware of the situation. He quickly sat up, throwing off the blanket, relieved to see no wetness underneath. "You scared me. I thought I wet the bed." Li Macho. In a moment of uncertainty, Li Macho found herself at a loss for words. How could she express such sentiments to Yang Guo? Given the events of the previous night, Yang Guo too felt reluctant to tease her further, aware of the underlying circumstances. He awkwardly donned his clothes and hastily exited the room, leaving Li Macho alone amidst the remnants of their shared experience. Observing his retreat, Li Macho's irritation began to wane. She quickly dressed and tidied herself before taking a seat at the tea table, her beauty still striking despite the circumstances. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she attempted to calm her racing heart, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil, unnoticed by anyone. Half an hour later, Yang Guo returned with a breakfast tray featuring steamed buns, fried dough sticks, congee, and pickled vegetables. "Come, Macho, savor the culinary skills of your master. If only I had the proper tools, I would prepare you some soy milk," he exclaimed jovially, completely disregarding their earlier awkwardness. Li Macho felt too shy to respond, allowing Yang Guo to divert her attention. The breakfast, while simple, did not seem lacking, and she found no reason to fuss over preparing her own meal. Curiously, she took a bite of the fried dough stick, which was crisp on the outside and coated with a layer of sugar, its texture reminiscent of a cream puff. Having never tasted such a delight, she found herself enamored. Watching her devour the treat, a bit of grease adorning her lips, she resembled a mischievous kitten caught in the act of stealing. Seeing her enjoyment, Yang Guo placed a bun into her bowl, which she accepted without hesitation. As she bit into the bun, a burst of savory broth filled her mouth, an exquisite flavor she had never encountered. The warmth of the broth surprised her, and she looked at Yang Guo with wide eyes, a mix of astonishment and inquiry. With a smile, Yang Guo explained, "Delicious, isn't it? This is A3 fresh bun, made with pork, egg, and Chinese watercress. I have many more culinary delights to share with you in the future." Li Macho nodded vigorously, realizing why Yang Guo often criticized the cooking of others. He was, in fact, a master chef himself. She wondered where he had acquired such skills at such a young age, wishing she could indulge in his cooking daily. The congee and pickles were ordinary, but even the simplest fare felt special in this moment. Having enjoyed their breakfast, Li Macho completely dismissed the morning and Apos' earlier unpleasantness, her gaze towards Yang Guo growing more affectionate. After tidying up their belongings, they set off toward Mount Zhongnan. Upon leaving the market, Yang Guo donned his black robe and mask, wary of encountering the Taoists of the Chuanjin sect, as he would eventually need to seek their tutelage alongside Guo Jing. Maintaining a low profile seemed prudent, for there was knowledge he must acquire from them. As they journeyed, laughter and jest flowed freely from Yang Guo, bringing forth delightful peals of laughter from Li Macho. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to her. "Macho, when is your birthday?" "In truth, I was raised by my master in the ancient tomb, where day and night blended into one. I have no knowledge of my birth date," she replied with a hint of melancholy. Yang Guo, feeling a surge of sympathy, suggested, "What if we consider our meeting on July 7th as your birthday?" "That would be acceptable, if you deem it so," she responded, her understanding of such matters being quite vague. Years had passed without significance, and whether or not she had a birthday mattered little to her. Observing her indifference, Yang Guo sighed and promised, "From this your fourth, every year on your birthday, I shall prepare grand gifts to celebrate our bond as master and disciple." Li Macho felt a swell of emotion. Since her conscious memory began, her master had never treated her as kindly as he did his own disciple. Life after leaving the tomb had been fraught with betrayal and hostility. No one had ever celebrated her existence. Sometimes, she questioned the meaning of her life, wondering why no one had ever shown her genuine affection. To hear such words from Yang Guo today was a revelation. "Will you truly celebrate my birthday every year?" she asked, her eyes glistening with uncertainty. "Absolutely. I am a man of my word," he affirmed with resolute conviction. "Thank you, master." Li Macho knelt before him, bowing her head in gratitude. Yang Guo hurriedly helped her up. "No need for such formalities in the future. I find it rather uncomfortable." Caught off guard by his unconventional nature, Li Macho pondered how to respond. Yang Guo, deeply regarding her, contemplated that if not for her emotional scars, he might not have gained her trust so swiftly, even if he were not in this youthful form. The day, though brief, had been rich with emotional twists, forging an unexpected bond between them. She was merely a wounded woman, not yet consumed by despair, and though his intentions were layered, his sincerity resonated with her, leading to an unforeseen trust. After more than an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the foot of Mount Zhangnan. As they navigated past the disciples guarding the Chuanjin sect, they followed a narrow path towards the ancient tomb. Unbeknownst to them, a disheveled old man with wild white hair trailed behind, muttering to himself. After another half hour, they reached an overgrown clearing, where an imposing stone door loomed ahead, flanked by two towering stone pillars. What an extraordinary ancient tomb. I wonder how Wang Chongang constructed such a marvel, filled with intricate mechanisms, truly a work of divine craftsmanship. Yang Guo marveled, wishing to meet such a remarkable figure. Li Macho inquired, "Master, how do we enter? Should we storm through the front? We shall take a different route and explore the surroundings for any caves. If you discover anything, let me know, and we'll split up." Yang Guo replied before they separated to search for alternate entrances. Once they departed, the eccentric old man appeared, his hair unkempt and garments tattered. "Where have those two little ones gone? That short fellow possesses quite the impressive internal skill. I wanted to ask him where he learned it," he ranted, his frustration palpable. Suddenly, he noticed the grand door. "Ah, a door. It must be where the short one and the girl went. Just wait until I catch you." With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt towards the tomb and Appo's entrance, frantically probing the door. What a troublesome door. It won't budge. "I'll smash it to pieces." He struck the stone door with all his might, causing it to tremble as dust cascaded down. However, to his astonishment, his blow did not leave a mark. "What is this? So sturdy. Zhao Qin suddenly Zhou Wu Zheng Wang, will not be bested." Just as he prepared to strike again, the ancient door swung open unexpectedly, startling him into retreat. "Who dares to intrude upon my ancient tomb sect?" From within emerged a graceful Taoist nun, casting a fierce glare at the mad old man. "Humph! Who is this old nun, glaring at me? Quickly summon that short fellow, or I shall shatter this decrepit door." The mad old man shouted in fury, unleashing his full aura, causing his white hair to billow and his robes to rustle. The Taoist nun was taken aback. Such profound internal power. "I cannot contend with him. Pray, who might you be?" He. "If I reveal my name, it may frighten you to death. I am known as Zhou Wu Zheng Wang Zhao Qian Sunli. What do you think? Are you afraid now?" The mad old man laughed heartily. "Humph. So you are but a madman. The person you seek is not here. Depart at once, or I shall not be polite." The nun, unwilling to engage further, attempted to drive him away. "Oh, I saw that short fellow enter, and you think you can deceive me? Do you take me for a fool? If you refuse me entry, I shall enter by force." Without waiting for her reply, the mad old man leaped forward, striking at the nun. "Humph! Utterly unreasonable!" the nun exclaimed, channeling her internal energy to counter his attack, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Your martial arts are commendable, but still insufficient. I am the greatest under heaven." With that, the mad old man surged his internal power into his palm. The nun, unable to withstand his might, staggered back 2 steps, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. "Who is this person? I should not have suffered such grievous injury. My anger swells. What an old nun. This is a Taoist robe. And I have hair. Thank you very much." Of course, she dared not voice these thoughts. "Senior, your martial skills are formidable. But my sect has been withdrawn from the world for many years. The person you seek is not here. Please take your leave." "Humph. I won't heed the nonsense of an old nun. I must see for myself. Step aside, or I shall strike you down." With that, he pressed onward into the tomb. Suddenly, a fierce energy surged toward him, and he hastily retreated, only to see a young girl who had just been with the short fellow. He clapped his hands in delight. Who is this old thief, daring to intrude upon the ancient tomb and injure my master? It was indeed Li Macho returning. She rushed to the nun's side, helping her up. Master, are you unhurt? Macho, what brings you here? The nun asked, perplexed. I came to visit you, master. Please forgive me. Li Macho replied earnestly. Alas, foolish child, we are no longer master and disciple. The affairs of the tomb concern you no more. Depart quickly. You are no match for this person. Do not throw away your life. The nun was indeed the master of Li Macho and Xiaolong, yet her name remained unknown. Just as Li Macho was about to speak further, the mad old man interjected. Hey, little girl, summon that short fellow for me. I wish to fight him. Li Macho instantly recognized whom he meant and, fearing he would say too much, scolded him. Who is this old lunatic, spouting nonsense? Depart quickly, or I shall not be polite. Ah, fiery temper, just like your master. If you do not summon him, I shall seek him myself. With that, he swaggered up the steps. Macho, let us go. This man cannot be stopped. Quickly, into the tomb. Without hesitation, Li Macho led the nun back into the tomb, activating the mechanism to close the great door. Seeing them attempt to flee, the mad old man swiftly employed his lightness skill to pursue them, slipping inside just as the tomb door was about to close. Oh no, retreat. The nun triggered several switches on the stone wall and rapidly withdrew. Ah, this place is amusing, all stone. That little short fellow must be here. How delightful. He then strode into the tomb chamber. Crack. It seemed he had triggered some mechanism, and a rain of arrows flew toward him. With a backward somersault, he narrowly evaded them, then leapt onto the stone wall, preparing to dodge the second wave of arrows. Crack! What is this? Why are there traps everywhere? Suddenly, numerous holes appeared in the stone wall, spewing flames toward him. Terrified, he leapt to the top of the wall, executing a serpentine maneuver to evade the flames. Li Macho and the nun watched in astonishment. What kind of skill is this? Noticing that the mad old man had no foothold in the air, the nun shot a golden needle toward his vital points. However, the mad old man, possessing considerable martial prowess, narrowly avoided the fatal strike, though he was still injured by the golden needle. Seizing the moment, the nun utilized her extraordinary footwork to swiftly reach the mad old man, striking his immobilization point. Taking a deep breath, she called out to Li Macho, Macho, come here. A small figure emerged from behind the stone door, clad in white like snow, revealing only half her face. At first glance, she appeared ethereal, like a spirit descended from heaven, a celestial being at such a young age. Li Macho hurried to the nun and Appo's side. Master, do you have a connection with him? Did he come specifically to find you? The nun, furious, thought that Li Macho had encountered an enemy and sought refuge in the tomb, perhaps coveting the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and plotting to harm her. No, master, I truly do not know who she is. A day as my disciple is a lifetime as my father. How could I bring an enemy here to harm you? Li Macho protested, feeling wronged. Even if she were capable of killing without hesitation, she could never commit such a heinous act. If this person truly was drawn here by me, with my skills, I would never have made it here. Please see clearly, master. Li Macho felt immense grievance and indignation. If Yang were here, how would he view me? She pondered within. The nun considered this and realized she had wronged Li Macho, unsure how to converse with her. Pressing a stone on the wall, she opened the door mechanism, acknowledging that their bond had come to an end. Alas, if that is the case, you may leave. No outsiders are permitted within the tomb. Depart swiftly. Li Macho, with reddened eyes, knelt and bowed thrice. From this day forth, I cannot remain by your side. Master, please take care of yourself. With that, she rose and exited the tomb. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mad old man somehow released his own pressure points and unleashed a powerful palm strike toward the nun. Caught off guard, she was struck directly in the abdomen by his full force, sending her flying. Seeing his attack succeed, the mad old man cackled and dashed toward the tomb and Appo's exit. Hey, this isn't fun anymore. Tell that little fellow I'll be back next time to teach him a lesson. The nun, gravely injured, pointed an accusing finger at Li Macho in fury. Li Macho, you. No, it wasn't me. Master, I did not release his pressure points. Li Macho exclaimed in horror, rushing to assist her, only to hear the nun bellow, get away. In the distance, a celestial-like little girl and an old woman rushed over to support the nun. Master, what has happened to you? The little girl's soft voice was clear and lively, yet devoid of tears, for her master had taught them that disciples of the ancient tomb must maintain a serene heart, free from excessive emotions. The old woman, with red eyes, angrily scolded Li Macho. You treacherous girl, bringing a villain to ambush your own master. Depart at once. Seeing that Granny's son also misunderstood her, tears streamed down Li Macho's face, splashing onto the stone floor, each drop echoing her sorrow. Knowing she could not clarify the situation, Li Macho bowed deeply toward the nun and, weeping, fled from the tomb, carrying away all her grievances and misunderstandings. Upon exiting the tomb's entrance, Li Macho wept under a nearby tree, her hoarse sobs reverberating through the mountains, evoking deep sympathy. A figure gradually approached from behind Li Macho, removing his hood and mask to reveal a strikingly handsome face. Yet at that moment, it bore only an expression of profound sorrow. As he settled before her, Yang was sat on the ground, silently accompanying her, occasionally using his hand to wipe away her tears, remaining wordlessly by her side. The sun had set behind the hills, and a brisk wind swept through, bringing a chill. Yang draped his black cloak over Li Macho's shoulders, prompting her to lift her head. Her exquisite face was already streaked with tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom, which pained Guo and Apos' heart. However, he could not take revenge. He knew who had caused her suffering and could not bring himself to confront them. Cry if you must. I shall remain by your side. And if you do not mind, you may lean on my shoulder, he said, sitting beside her against a tree, wrapping an arm around her delicate shoulders, gently forcing her to rest against him. Li Macho, infuriated to the point of tears, pouted and retorted, I never said I wanted to. Who forces another to borrow a shoulder? Yang chuckled as he gently wiped the remnants of tears from her long eyelashes. Since time immemorial, who has escaped death? It is merely fate and destiny, and this matter does not concern you. Why must you be so distressed? His words drifted softly to her ears. She was, after all, his master, who had nurtured him, and he could not bear to witness her grievous state. Li Macho's eyes were filled with desolation, and her heart brimmed with unexpressed grievances. Yang Guo recalled the mad old man fleeing from the ancient tomb and remembered an inconspicuous story from within that tomb, which also led to the demise of his master. The little dragon girl, piecing together the current situation surrounding Li Macho. There must be numerous grievances at play, Yang Guo sighed. Li Macho glanced up at him for a moment before lying back down, her voice tinged with sorrow. My master and the others do not believe me. Not even Granny's son, who raised me. Why do they all doubt me? I did not do it. Before she could finish, she burst into tears again. Yang Guo felt an urge to slap himself for uttering a word. For a moment, he was at a loss for how to comfort her, allowing her tears to soak his clothes, while he gently caressed her delicate back in a gesture of solace. The biting cold wind caused the black cloak draped over Li Macho to rustle, prompting Yang Guo to abandon any pretense of bravery. He quickly summoned his internal energy to dispel the chill, fearing that Li Macho might succumb to the cold, continuously channeling warmth into her with his energy. Exhausted from crying, Li Macho eventually dozed off on Yang Guo and Apos' shoulder. As the warmth from his energy enveloped her, she found comfort in her slumber. Her gentle breaths brushed against his neck, igniting a ticklish sensation, and her murmurs stirred emotions within him, leaving him in a bittersweet state of discomfort and happiness. Gradually, as 2 hours passed, the night deepened. Yet the sky remained clear, devoid of the heavy rains often depicted in tales when significant characters meet their demise. A soft voice broke the silence, and Yang would turn to her. Sister, you have finally awakened. My ears can endure, but my shoulder cannot bear it any longer. Li Macho opened her eyes to see the night had fallen. The grass ahead rustled in the wind, yet she felt a pleasant warmth enveloping her, oblivious to the cold. Glancing at Yang Guo and Apos' face nearby, she quickly sat up, a blush rising to her cheeks as she felt flushed, mistakenly attributing it to embarrassment from their proximity. Unaware it was due to Yang Guo and Apos' nurturing energy, Yang Guo remained silent, observing her with a gentle smile. Master, I, Li Macho stammered. Yang Guo interrupted her. All right. Have you rested well? If so, we must attend to our urgent matters. Li Macho promptly replied. Yes. She looked at Yang Guo and Apos' slender figure, and then at the black cloak draped over her, feeling moved. She quickly returned the cloak to him. Yang Guo seized the opportunity to blow softly near her ear, causing her face to flush deeply, prompting her to stomp her foot in irritation. That night, the stars shone brightly, illuminating the entire Zhongnan mountain as if a natural lantern hung in the sky. Yang Guo guided Li Macho through winding paths to a cave that faced away from the ancient tomb and Apos' entrance. This was the only cave he could find, and within it lay a pool of water, which, if traversed, would lead straight to the depths of the tomb. As night deepened, Yang Guo chose not to enter the tomb immediately through the pool, but instead decided to light a fire and rest for the night before proceeding. Master, does this truly lead directly to the tomb? Li Macho asked hesitantly, for she could not swim and was apprehensive about plunging into the unknown depths. Certainly. Aside from Wang Chongyang and Lin Chaoying, no one else should know of this place, Yang Guo assured her confidently. They sat by the fire, conversing, when suddenly, a rumble from Yang Guo's stomach shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Li Macho couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes twinkling with mirth as she looked at him. Yang Guo's face flushed. You laugh at me, yet you ate the most this morning. I am still growing. Of course, I need to eat more. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Macho stood up. Master, I will go find some game for you. Stay here, I will go instead. I have the 9 Yang divine art to protect me. There are dangerous creatures lurking in the mountains at night, and I cannot bear to worry about you while you venture out. I shall go, Yang Guo insisted, waving his hand. Seeing him leave, Li Macho remained in the cave, watching the crackling fire. Her thoughts drifting far from Yang Guo. If only he were 7 or 8 years older, and I had met him sooner, how wonderful it would be. With a sigh, she felt a pang of loneliness in Yang Guo and Amp Appo's absence. With her master gone, Granny's son misunderstanding her, and her own disciple even more so, her heart wandered, unable to hold on to him physically or emotionally. It was amusing, really, for although she was the disciple, she had always been cared for by her master. She couldn't and Appos help but laugh at the thought, quickly covering her mouth to stifle the sound, relieved that no one was around to witness it. In just a short while, Yang Guo returned, holding a large leaf wrapped around 7 or 8 peaches. He could not bring himself to eat the snakes and rodents that roamed at night, so he had only picked some peaches. Yang Guo approached the pool, washed the peaches, and placed them before Li Macho. Observing her deep in thought, he mischievously pinched her cheek, finding it pleasantly plump. What are you pondering? Li Macho startled, nearly crying out, but upon realizing it was Yang Guo, she calmed down, patting her chest to ease her nerves. Haha, come. Here, Yang Guo laughed, handing her a peach while he began to eat one himself. The peaches from Zhongnan Mountain were exceptionally sweet and juicy. Yang Guo, feeling famished, quickly devoured half of his peach, not quite filling. But I suppose it will have to do. Master, you should eat these. Imocho was not particularly hungry. She pushed the remaining 2 peaches toward Yang Guo. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted without reservation and devoured them. Following that, he washed his hands by the pond and settled down beside Imocho, positioning himself quite close to her. For reasons unknown, the moment Imocho made contact with Yang Guo, her body felt weak, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, though the flickering firelight obscured it. Master, you, she stammered, her demeanor awkward. I am merely concerned that you might feel frightened alone at night. It is only natural for me to stay by your side to protect you, Yang Guo shamelessly replied. Imocho found herself at a loss for words. Her master had many admirable qualities, yet he was exceedingly frivolous. In truth, they had shared a sleeping space the previous night, and while she did not mind him leaning closer to her, she remained uncertain about her own feelings. Thus, she acquiesced to him, though her thoughts were a labyrinth even to herself. Thus, Yang Guo reclined beside Imocho, feigning sleep while secretly practicing the 9 Yang divine skill. After a night of rest, he could not afford to be idle today. His internal cultivation must not falter. Besides the martial arts taught by Mu Nianzi, he had no other skills to rely on, and thus he devoted himself to refining his inner strength. The night passed in silence, save for the crackling of the burning firewood, which punctuated the otherwise tranquil atmosphere. On the summit of Zhongnan Mountain, a ray of sunlight broke over the peaks, illuminating the world as if the very heavens had been unfurled. Yang Guo awoke slowly, tiptoeing away from the still-resting Imocho and stepping outside the cave. The air here is remarkably fresh. Breathing deeply could easily add a century or 2 to one's life. Basking in the morning sun, Yang Guo performed a series of calisthenics, diligently engaging in movements he had not practiced in ages. Before long, sweat poured from him, yet he felt invigorated and continued with several more sets. Inside the cave, Imocho seemed startled from her dreams, bolting upright. Glancing around, she noticed Yang Guo was no longer beside her. She quickly dashed outside, only to find Yang Guo and Amp Appos, a small frame engaged in a series of peculiar movements. His voice chanting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 3, 4. 8, 2, 3, 4. Let an Oppos. S do it again. What is my master doing? Is he practicing some sort of divine skill? But his movements are so strange. Imo-cho mused to herself as she stood behind him. After completing another set of calisthenics, Yang turned to Imo-cho. What is it, my dear disciple? Imo-cho hesitated before asking, Master, what is this? This is called calisthenics. A few sets every morning can strengthen the body for men and enhance beauty and delay aging for women. What? This technique truly possesses such miraculous effects? Imo-cho's eyes sparkled with interest. This was incredibly alluring for women. Yang silently scoffed. I practiced this daily during my childhood. I don an amp. Oppos. Know about the other benefits, but it certainly strengthens the body. This is a compilation of exercises developed by experts from later generations. So its efficacy is certainly exceptional. Once we finish our business here, I shall teach you, Yang said, finding the prospect amusing. He wondered what it would be like to promote calisthenics throughout the martial world. Disciple thanks master. Imo-cho exclaimed joyfully, immediately kneeling to express her gratitude. Yang merely smiled nonchalantly, using the 9-yang divine skill to evaporate the sweat from his body before returning to the cave with Imo-cho. Imo-cho, how well do you swim? Master, I cannot swim, but I can hold my breath for a short while. Very well, just stay close to me. With that, Yang took Imo-cho and Oppos' hand and led her toward the pond. Imo-cho felt a shiver coursing through her, uncertain whether it was fear of the water or merely the sensation of being led by Yang. Nevertheless, she felt no resistance in her heart. As they ventured deeper, Yang had already submerged himself. Bubbles emerged beside Imo-cho, and moments later, Yang burst from the water, exclaiming, Dive down already. I'm about to run out of air. At just 9 years old, Yang's height barely reached Imo-cho's ribs, making it challenging for him to keep above water. He had been struggling to hold his breath. Seeing that the water was not very deep, Imo-cho continued walking, forgetting that Yang was already submerged. Realizing she nearly caused him to inhale water, she quickly apologized. I and Oppos. I'm sorry, master. Quickly take a breath. Then I will swim with you. Yang was exasperated. So that and amp. Oppos. I couldn't and amp. Oppos. T pull you along. You didn't and amp. Oppos. T go under. Yes, master. Imo-cho took a deep breath and submerged with Yang. As they descended, she gradually opened her eyes, noticing fish darting past her. The water grew deeper, and a sense of fear and helplessness enveloped her heart, causing her grip on Yang's hand to tighten. Yang glanced back at her, squeezing her hand reassuringly, urging her to relax. Imo-cho nodded in response. Before long, they spotted light ahead. Yang quickly focused his internal energy into his legs and kicked upward with all his might. Finally, he found a foothold, propelling himself and Imo-cho toward the surface. Splash! Yang and Imo-cho emerged from the water. He took a moment to catch his breath. While Imo-cho gasped for air, her legs weak and unsteady. Thankfully, Yang was there to steady her. Otherwise, she would have swallowed several mouthfuls of pond water. Imo-cho leaned against Yang, her clothes clinging to her skin from being soaked. The sensation of softness overwhelmed him, and he felt as though he were holding a precious gem, smooth and flawless, stirring his imagination. Although Imo-cho was aware of their close proximity, her heart raced with embarrassment. Her face, however, was pale. For a woman unaccustomed to water, the prolonged struggle had drained her strength entirely. Yang assisted her to the shore, removing his black robe and laying it on a flat spot for her to sit. He sat beside her, continuously channeling his vital energy into her to help restore her strength. After a short while, Imo-cho regained some energy and was able to sit upright. Yang positioned himself behind her, enveloping her body with his 9-yang energy. Soon, the drenched fabric evaporated, leaving her dry. As Imo-cho recuperated, Yang began to explore the cave. Sure enough, he discovered a substantial segment of scripture inscribed on the stone wall. Ah, indeed there is the 9-in manual. Although it is merely a fragment, it shall suffice for now. Yang examined it closely. He realized this was the upper volume of the 9-in manual, along with sections on bone tempering, healing, soul transfer, acupoint striking, and the snake-shaped leap technique. However, he lacked the 9-in bone claw and similar martial arts techniques. Alas, after all this time, I am still left with only the 3 moves of the carefree fist taught by Muniansi. Against more proficient martial artists, aside from relying on internal strength, I fear I would stand little chance. Yang lamented. With the 9-yang energy within him and Imo-cho and Amp, Oppos, lethal and feminine martial arts being beyond his grasp. He considered the possibility of practicing the greater demon-slaying palm and heart-crushing palm from the 9 manual, bolstered by his 9 yang energy for even greater power. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, he saw Imo-cho leaning against the wall, slowly making her way toward him. A faint blush gracing her cheeks, clearly still not fully recovered. Yang Guo hurriedly went to support her, placing his fingers on her wrist, channeling his 9 yang energy into her to circulate throughout her body. Limacho immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping her, bringing her considerable comfort and alleviating the weakness that had plagued her. A gentle smile graced her lips as she delicately spoke. "I must trouble you again, master. Were you not supposed to meditate and recover? Why have you come out?" Yang Guo feigned anger as he replied, You. For a moment, she struggled to find the right words. It would be rather embarrassing to confess that she had sought him out because his absence left her feeling unsettled. Given Yang Guo's playful nature, he would surely tease her about it. You. Do you perhaps miss your master?" Yang Guo seemed to have discerned her thoughts and jested with her. Limacho and Appo's cheeks flushed a deep red. "That is not the case. Master, do not overthink it." Upon seeing her spirits lift, Yang Guo took her hand and led her to sit beneath the stone wall inscribed with the 9 scriptures. Limacho made no objection, allowing Yang Guo to guide her, her demeanor radiating a charming femininity. Once seated, Yang Guo pointed to the inscriptions on the stone wall, saying, "Macho. This is the treasure of the martial world, the fragmented 9 scriptures. Though incomplete, it is sufficient to elevate your current strength significantly. Practice diligently, and I shall procure the remaining portions for you within 5 years." Is this truly the 9 scriptures? How fortunate that it is found within this ancient tomb. Master, how did you come to know of it? Limacho exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. For now, this portion is enough for your training. Yang Guo replied enigmatically with a smile. Thank you, master. Limacho beamed with joy, mischievously winking at him. Yang Guo quickly turned away, his face flushing. Her previous demeanor had been irresistibly captivating, and he felt his cheeks warm. He gently tapped her forehead with his fingers. Enough of your teasing. Focus on your training. With that, Yang Guo dared not look at her again and began his own practice. Having memorized everything he had glimpsed earlier, such was the prowess of his remarkable memory. Observing Yang Guo's feigned calmness, Limacho playfully stuck out her tongue at him before also commencing her training with the 9 scriptures inscribed on the stone wall. Fortunately, the 9 yang divine skill could be practiced alongside other martial arts, especially since it complemented the 9 scriptures so well. Originally created by the drunken monk based on the 9 scriptures, the two techniques, one embodying gentleness and the other embodying unyielding strength, were perfectly harmonious. With the profound, flowing energy of the 9 yang divine skill combined with the rapid enhancement of internal power from the 9 scriptures, she mused that given 10 or 8 years, she would surely rival anyone in terms of internal strength. Thus, Yang Guo and Limacho settled into their new routine. Occasionally, Yang Guo would venture out to gather fruits, and when hunger struck, he would dive into the water to catch fish or hunt. Their lives were vibrant and fulfilling. Watching Yang Guo toil daily for sustenance, Limacho felt a pang of empathy. Unable to swim herself, she could not assist him. On the 5th day of their stay, the weather outside was pleasant, with the sun shining down through the opening above the pond, warming the water that was no longer as cold as it had been in the evening. Limacho approached Yang Guo, who was in the midst of his training, calling out, "Master?" Yang Guo slowly opened his eyes. "What is it, Macho?" Could you teach me how to swim?" Limacho asked, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Yang Guo and Appo's eyes lit up with excitement as thoughts raced through his mind. What about a swimsuit? Alas, there are none in this world. Clearing his throat, he replied. Of course. However, dear disciple, you mustn't wear any clothing while learning to swim. Otherwise, you may struggle, and your legs could cramp. Limacho, touching her chin with a sly smile, replied, but. Her ears flushed crimson as she grasped the implications of Yang Guo's words. Was he suggesting she strip entirely? How could she, despite his youth, entertain such thoughts? If he were to see her unclothed, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Perhaps it is best to forget it, she concluded, unable to overcome her inner turmoil. Yang Guo, oblivious to her thoughts, assumed he had gone too far in his teasing and quickly clarified. You don't have to remove everything. Just one piece is fine. With me here, you have nothing to fear. Do you not trust me? Limacho found his reassurance somewhat comforting, though her blush remained. She gently nodded. All right then. Yang's heart swelled with delight, even without a swimsuit. He could enjoy a close encounter with her. He resolved to have some bikinis made upon his return home that would surely come in handy. Master, please turn away and do not look back. Li Macho and Apos' voice was barely audible, but Yang Guo, with his keen ears, caught her words. He turned away without haste. Bemused by the situation, after all, changing attire was not like a costume change. What difference did it make whether he looked or not? Women were truly perplexing. As faint sounds reached his ears, Yang Guo felt an itch of impatience, almost succumbing to the urge to peek. Shortly after, Li Macho's voice rang out. All right. I'm ready, master. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yang Guo glanced back. In an instant, blood gushed from his nose. For the sight before him was nothing short of mesmerizing. Li Macho, her robe partially undone, adorned only in undergarments, her bare feet exposed. Shoulders and delicate legs revealed to his eyes. Her skin was like porcelain, and her bashful demeanor rendered her even more enchanting. A vision of beauty akin to a precious ruby. With hair cascading like green silk and a visage blooming like a flower, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her fingers resembled tender spring shoots. Truly, she was breathtaking. Once he regained his composure, Yang Guo could not help but compliment her. You are stunning. Hearing his praise, Li Macho felt a thrill of joy within, though she chided playfully. Master, you should hurry up. All right. Yang Guo hastily began to change, unfazed by the possibility of being seen. In no time, he had shed his clothing completely. Just as he turned to face Li Macho, he noticed she had already submerged herself in the water, leaving only her head above the surface, adorably blowing bubbles. Unfazed, Yang Guo leapt onto a rock and dove into the water, exclaiming, Here I come. A cascade of splashes erupted around him, though his body had shrunk. His experience swimming in ponds with friends in his past life remained intact, and now, his lighter form made swimming even more effortless. Li Macho was caught off guard as Yang Guo and Apos' splashes hit her face, causing her to choke on water while she was blowing bubbles. Frantically, she searched for him. Underwater, Yang Guo swam gracefully, marveling at her long legs, befitting her height of over 1.7 meters, and thought, surely, a touch would not be considered a crime. He reached out to grasp her thigh, startling her so much that she slipped and fell into the water. Yang Guo quickly caught her by the back, pulling her up. Li Macho gasped, feeling his hand support her back, and instinctively turned to embrace Yang Guo, her legs thrashing as she desperately sought fresh air. Yang Guo, overwhelmed by a rush of happiness, found his face pressed against her soft bosom, relishing the moment, until he felt a warmth spread across his nose, turning the water a rosy hue. Finally finding her footing, Li Macho ceased her erratic movements and regained a semblance of calm. Only then realizing she was in Yang Guo and Apos' embrace. A tingling sensation coursed through her body, rendering her weak and unsteady. She promptly pushed Yang Guo away, her face flushed and her alluring eyes downcast, choosing silence. Well then, shall we begin? Yang Guo said, his nose slightly red, feeling a bit lightheaded. After all, he had lost quite a bit of blood today. He was still a child at heart, resisting the wicked thoughts that bubbled within him. Yang Guo guided Li Macho in her practice, constantly correcting her stances and movements. It was inevitable that he would indulge in some playful teasing, satisfying his mischievous inclinations. During this period, Yang Guo felt immense satisfaction, marveling at how, despite being 25, Li Macho and Apos' skin remained as tender as that of a young girl. She was exceptionally sensitive. Even the slightest touch would render her exceedingly delicate, as if she might dissolve. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, they had spent a month together. Li Macho had paid her respects at the ancient tomb during the 7th day of her master's passing, but alas, she was unable to enter, forced to content herself with a few bows outside. Over the past month, both Yang Guo and Li Macho had fully mastered the 9 manual. Yang Guo, with his exceptional memory, grasped it in a single reading, while Li Macho took considerably longer, often seeking Yang Guo's counsel. Initially, he thought her dull, only to realize he was simply more perceptive, explaining why he had progressed rapidly with the 9 Yang divine art. For Yang Guo, the most significant gain from the 9 manual was the enhancement of his internal energy and the techniques for acupoint striking. Already well-versed in acupoint techniques, the additional knowledge propelled him to a level few in the martial world could rival. He mastered the remaining content in less than 7 days, dedicating the following 20 days to the practice of the I Ching Bone Refinement chapter. This chapter served as the foundational mental method of the 9 manual, leading to rapid advancements in his capabilities. With both meditative and dynamic exercises, Even without sitting in meditation, Yang Guo could cultivate his internal energy. Coupled with the inclusiveness of the 9 Yang energy, his power, both in quality and quantity, far surpassed that of his peers. In the martial realm, there was no clear hierarchy among experts. They were generally classified into tiers: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, top-tier, and the likes of the 5 absolutes. Speaking of Li Macho's talent, it was indeed remarkable. Leaving the ancient tomb at the tender age of 17 or 18, she was not invincible but had few rivals, likely falling into the second-rate category. Over the years, she earned the title of the Red Lotus Fairy, and now, even first-rate experts like the 7 sons of Qiuanjin could barely match her. By this reckoning, at just over 20, she had already ascended to the ranks of first-rate masters, showcasing her extraordinary talent. Her early obsession with love likely hindered her martial progress. Yet she still attained first-rate status, suggesting her innate gifts were beyond mere description. Had she possessed a divine manual, her achievements would surely have been extraordinary. Which explains her later yearning for the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Without a proper technique, no amount of talent could rival true masters. Returning to the present, Yang Guo and Li Macho were locked in a fierce exchange of techniques, their movements fluid and powerful. The sound of their strikes resonated deeply, sending echoes through the air. After several exchanges, the balance began to shift, and Yang Guo, with his shorter limbs, struggled against Li Macho's prowess. During a few evasive maneuvers, he received a few playful slaps on the backside, causing him to yelp in indignation, much to Li Macho and Appo's delight, which only spurred her on to strike faster. With a sudden movement, Li Macho thrust her palm toward Yang Guo and Appo's chest. Unfazed, he clasped his hands together to catch her strike and cheekily remarked, "Your hands are quite tender, little beauty." Having spent a month with Yang Guo, Li Macho was no longer as easily flustered by his teasing. "You better be quick, young master." She giggled, and with a surge of internal energy, she pushed his hands away and aimed a strike at his unguarded side, sending him flying. Whoa! Yang was sailed through the air, tracing a graceful arc. After days of training, Li Macho had learned of Yang Gui's ability to automatically harness his internal energy for protection. During their first meeting at the inn, he had pretended to be freezing, deceiving her for quite some time, while he had taken advantage of the situation. "Ouch! That hurt. Can't you go easy on me? Don't think your master can't deal with you." Yang Guo groaned as he got back to his feet, discreetly concealing something in his right hand that Li Macho did not notice. "Humph. Let us see what you can do. My skills have greatly improved. And I'm no worse than my master," Li Macho said, her tone filled with pride. With a sly grin, Yang Guo flicked a small pebble from his fingers, sending it hurtling through the air to strike Li Macho's acupoint. Even with her agility, she could not evade it. His acupoint striking technique was honed to perfection, almost instantaneous. Li Macho thought to herself, "This is bad." Yang Guo leisurely approached her, a smirk gracing his lips. His laughter reminiscent of a mischievous rogue teasing a neighbor's little sister, as if to taunt, "Go on, scream. Scream as loud as you like. No one will come to your rescue." He circled around to her back, captivated by her mature and alluring figure, and impulsively slapped her rear. A tingling sensation surged through Li Macho, almost like an electric shock. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Master, please. I was wrong," she pleaded, hastily seeking forgiveness. Hearing her soft gasp nearly overwhelmed Yang Guo, but being still a child, he restrained himself, quickly tapping her acupoint to release her from the immobilization. An awkward silence enveloped them, Yang Guo's face turning red as he forced himself to speak. "Macho, you have memorized the remnants of the 9 manual. It is time for us to depart." "Yes, master," Li Macho replied, bowing respectfully. "Let us go." Yang Guo leaped into the pond first. After a month of training, Li Macho had also learned to swim, and this pond posed no challenge for her. She followed suit without hesitation, and as she entered the water, a hand grasped her delicate wrist. Yang Guo's intentions were not merely to take advantage. He infused her with his 9 Yang energy. Recognizing Yang Guo, Li Macho offered no resistance. As his internal energy flowed into her, the chill that had enveloped her body dissipated, making the water feel less frigid. A smile graced her lips. This boy was becoming increasingly considerate. At the foot of Mount Jiangnan, Yang Guo and Li Macho, clad in blue, exited the gates of the Qiuanjin sect unnoticed. "Master, where are we headed now?" Li Macho inquired. "I have been wandering for a year and a half. It is time to find a place to rest. First, let us return to Jiaxing, and then we shall go to your Qixia villa," Yang Guo replied thoughtfully. He felt a bit weary and longed for a place to recuperate, and since he had no other destination, he would accompany Li Macho to her villa. Upon hearing that Yang Guo intended to visit her residence, she was filled with immense joy. The moments spent with Yang Guo during this time had been the happiest of her past 6 years, and naturally, she had no desire to part ways with him. Yes, master. As they journeyed along, both practiced their lightness skills, arriving at the original marketplace in just over half an hour. Yang Guo had already arranged for the garments he purchased for Li Imo-cho to be sent back to Qixia Villa. He returned to the inn where he had stored his old clothes and retrieved them. For they were a keepsake from his mother, and he could not afford to lose them. At the roadside, Yang Guo discovered a bustling bun shop, where he and Li Imo-cho indulged in a delightful meal. Your master and Appo's cooking is far superior, Li Imo-cho remarked as she bit into a bun, feigning disdain. Fear not. Upon our return to Qixia Villa, I shall prepare meals for you every day. Yang Guo, well aware of her intentions, assured her. Hee, I thank you, master. Li Imo-cho and Appo's spirits lifted instantly, even making the bun in her hand seem more delectable. Yang Guo looked at her with a mix of helplessness and amusement before savoring his bun, which, while not extraordinary, was satisfactory. After their replenishment, the pair set off towards Zhaoxing and Jiangsu and Zhejiang. They were in no rush, taking their time to appreciate the scenic beauty along the way, thoroughly enjoying their journey. A month later, Yang Guo and Li Imo-cho arrived outside the Iron Spear Temple in Zhaoxing. Yang Guo approached the gravestone, took out the yellow paper he had bought at the market, and knelt, bowing 3 times with utmost reverence. Li Imo-cho gazed at the stone tablet. Grave of kind Mother Mu Nianzi. Was this his master's mother? Such a beautiful name. Surely she must have been a stunning beauty, otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a handsome son as Yang Guo? Yang Guo pinched the yellow paper and set it ablaze. Mother, Guo and Appo's has come to see you. After a year, I have gained the strength to protect myself in this world of rivers and lakes. I did not heed your advice to seek out Uncle Guo, for I cannot bear to live under someone else and Appo's roof. Do not worry, mother. In your lifetime, I was inadequate and could not care for you properly. Now that you have passed, I can only burn this paper for you, hoping that you may find peace. His face was etched with sorrow as he fought back tears. For although he may not possess the stature of a grown man, his spirit was that of one, and he could not shed tears in front of a woman. After speaking to Mu Nianzi's gravestone, Yang Guo rose, unwrapped his bundle, and took out a tattered garment, digging a small hole beside the grave to bury it. Li Imo-cho watched in astonishment. Master, are you establishing a tomb for yourself? Nonsense. I am not erecting a monument. I merely wish to place this garment beside my mother's gravestone to keep her company. It is my way of showing filial piety. After all, the road ahead is long, and I may not have the time to visit often. Yang Guo initially reacted with anger, but soon his mood shifted to melancholy. Although she was not his biological mother, their souls had intertwined, and he could not let go of this bond. Every memory from his childhood was vivid in his mind. Oh, master, forgive me. Li Imo-cho teased, sticking out her tongue and bowing to him. Yang Guo noticed how, as they grew closer, Li Imo-cho had softened. No longer the cold and ruthless figure she once was. This was indeed a good omen. After bowing 3 more times to the gravestone, he turned toward the Iron Spear Temple, pausing in silence for 3 seconds before addressing Li Imo-cho. It is time to go, Imo-cho. Yes, master. Ultimately, Yang Guo did not enter to pay respects to Yang Kong. Had Yang Kong shown remorse in the end, Yang Guo might have acknowledged him. But it was a pity he could not relinquish his desire for wealth and honor, even to the extent that Yang Taixian could be said to have died by his hand. Yang Guo could not forgive the deceased, even if the person in question was his father. Without employing his lightness skills, Yang Guo strolled through the forest when he suddenly spoke. Imo-cho. Would you like to see? What? Li Imo-cho was baffled by his question, unsure of what he meant. I am fully aware of your circumstances. You and he are simply not suited for one another. Why force yourself into such a predicament? Yang Guo said leisurely. Realization dawned on Li Imo-cho, and the memories she had buried during this time resurfaced in her mind. In an instant, her aura surged, her flowing hair dancing in the wind, and she seemed to revert to her former self, the feared sorceress. Seeing her like this, Yang Guo quickly grasped her delicate hand. Unsure of how to proceed, had he been too hasty? Thankfully, it was not long before Li Imo-cho and Appo's intensity began to wane, her gaze regaining clarity. Master, do not be a foolish child. If the path has been mislaid, why tread it again? Yang Guo gently counseled her, as though struck by a thought. He continued, allow me to share a parable with you. Once, a scholar traveling to the capital for examinations fell in love with the daughter of a wealthy family. They secretly pledged their lives to one another, but when the scholar returned, having achieved the highest honor, he found that the woman had married another. Heartbroken, he fell ill. And just as he was about to depart this world, a monk visited him, presenting a mirror. Within it, he saw a woman, lifeless by the riverbank. A passerby glanced at her and shook his head before leaving. Then another came, who, unable to bear the sight, covered her with his own clothing and departed. The scholar was astonished to see that this man looked exactly like him. The monk gestured for him to continue watching. A third man appeared, who did not leave but instead dug a grave to bury her. The monk then spoke, and Apos, that woman was this young lady in her former life. In this life, she loves you merely to repay a debt of affection. It is the last man who buried her who is destined to be with her for eternity. At this, Yang fixed his gaze intently on Li Cho. Initially, upon hearing of the woman and imp, Apos' disloyalty and subsequent marriage, Li Cho felt a surge of anger, for it mirrored her own experiences. But as the monk and Apos' words sank in, she fell silent. Yang remained patient by her side. This emotional turmoil had spanned 6 or 7 years and was not easily resolved. After a stick of incense had burned down, Li Cho remained in her stance, unmoving. Suddenly, Yang noticed her raven hair turning white, and his heart raced as he channeled his Yang energy into her. Li Cho shivered, her vacant expression gradually returning to clarity. Feeling the warmth in his grasp, she turned her head slightly to meet his gaze, where she saw deep concern, mingled with an affection that seemed uncharacteristic for his age. 2 tears of sorrow fell from her eyes, and a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Remarkably, her hair, which had turned white, began to regain its color. Yang exhaled softly, relieved. In truth, it was not solely his Yang energy that had worked wonders. Li Cho had been lost in confusion, wrestling with whether Lu Zhanyuan had been unfaithful or if their connection was simply too shallow. Though her emotional knot had loosened, it had transformed into a deadlock. A heart's despair is the most profound sorrow. In that moment, she nearly turned completely gray. But Yang and Apos' timely intervention brought her back to reality. Feeling the warmth of his hand, the shadows in her heart began to dissipate, replaced by the light of cherished memories shared with Yang. With this realization, 2 more tears fell, but clarity returned to her eyes. And the burdens of the past faded with those tears. Li Cho tightened her grip on Yang's hand, and he sensed her return to herself, breathing a sigh of relief. Then let us go see. Li Cho smiled at Yang, her expression now one of liberation, no longer filled with the bitterness of before. Let us go. Yang smiled back at her. Outside Lu family manor, Yang and Li Cho stood at the entrance, not in a hurry to enter. Macho, there is something I need to discuss with you, Yang said as he donned a black cloak and mask. Master, please speak, Li Cho replied calmly. Do you know why Master Eating made a 10-year pact with you back then? Wazn and Apos. Tia to make me forget Lu Zhanyuan? Yang scoffed. Lu Zhanyuan is gravely ill, with less than 10 years to live. Master Eating intended for his death to resolve this complicated fate. Li Cho fell silent. Yang glanced at her and said, let us go. Consider it a farewell to him. She said nothing and followed him. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the door opened, and a servant approached Yang, asking, May I ask who you are, and what brings you to Lu family manor? Tell Lu Zhanyuan that Li Cho has come to visit. Li Cho? The servant was taken aback and collapsed on the ground. Yang frowned. Why are you still standing there? Go. His voice had changed, resembling how it sounded when he saved Li Cho. Yes, yes. The servant hurriedly crawled away. In the Lu family hall, Lu Lang, why has Li Cho come after just 6 years? He Yuan Jun exclaimed in distress upon hearing the servant's report. Humph. That madwoman is not one to keep her word. Have Shuang and Apos, and Ing and Apos, been hidden well? Lu Zhanyuan and Apos' expression darkened, hints of unrecognizable fear lurking in his eyes. They have been hidden, but why not let the servants lead her through the back door? He Yuanjun questioned. Li Cho claims she is here for a visit. If she truly intended to harm us, she wouldn't have sent word. We should go take a look. Lu Zhanyuan, uncertain of Li Cho's intentions, led He Yuanjun to investigate. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld Li Cho standing there, adorned in a blue gown with a flowing skirt, her hair tied back, revealing her exquisite face, untouched by makeup, yet radiating an ethereal beauty. Even Lu Zhanyuan was momentarily captivated. With her cultivation improved and her heart unburdened, Li Cho no longer exuded the coldness and disdain for the world that once characterized her. Instead, she appeared serene, like an otherworldly fairy, enchanting yet not seductive. As for Lu Zhanyuan, any feelings of love or hatred she once harbored had vanished, leaving only tranquility, as though she were gazing upon a stranger. At that moment, Yang spoke, "Let us go inside." Only then did Lu Zhanyuan and the others notice the figure beside Li Macho, clad in a black cloak and mask. Yang Guo, though of slight stature, possessed a voice that resonated with the authority of an adult man, evoking the impression of a dwarf. Li Macho silently followed him inside. Noticing their hesitation, Yang Guo prompted, "Lu Manor Master, a distinguished guest has arrived. Shall you not show the way?" Suppressing his unease, Lu Zhanyuan quickly approached Yang Guo to guide them. He Yuanjun furrowed her brows slightly but said nothing as she followed. Once inside the hall, Yang Guo took a seat in the guest area, lapsing into silence. Li Macho glanced at Lu Zhanyuan before saying, "Let us go to the backyard. You need not follow." The first part was directed at Lu Zhanyuan, while the latter was for He Yuanjun. Lu Lang. He Yuanjun expressed her concern to Lu Zhanyuan. He Zhanyuan waved his hand at her, signaling her to remain silent. "I will accompany you." With that, he followed Li Macho to the backyard, leaving Yang Guo unconcerned about their conversation. At this moment, only He Yuanjun and Yang Guo remained in the hall. He Yuanjun watched the cloaked figure across from her warily. Though he appeared ominous, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. Yang Guo sat there under her gaze, feeling uneasy. With the mask on, he could not drink to ease the awkwardness, and the perspiration began to bead on his palms. "Guaya?" He Yuanjun tentatively addressed him. "Does Madame Lu have something to say?" Yang Guo feigned calmness, though internally he was alarmed. Goodness, how perceptive women can be. "Ahem, may I ask how to address you?" "Esteemed elder?" He Yuanjun, perhaps realizing her excessive concern for Yang Guo, shifted the conversation. "My name is scarcely known in this world. I was once referred to as the Wandering One, Tian Bagwan," Yang Guo teased, concluding with a mischievous grin. He Yuanjun was taken aback, too stunned to respond or continue staring at him. Yang Guo thought, "You see, you are not beyond my reach." As her gaze averted, he closed his eyes to practice the 9 Yang divine art. Approximately 15 minutes later, Li Macho and Lu Zhanyuan returned to the hall. Li Macho appeared calm, while Lu Zhanyuan exhibited a mix of joy and concern, his emotions indecipherable. Yang Guo glanced at Li Macho with a hint of inquiry, and she nodded slightly in response. The hidden smile beneath Yang Guo and Appo's mask emerged as he addressed Lu Zhanyuan. "Now that grievances have been resolved, I hope there will be no further entanglements. You shall follow your path, and she shall tread hers." Without waiting for a reply, he turned to Li Macho and said, "Macho, let us depart." With that, the two left the hall, vanishing from sight. "Lu Lang, what did she say to you?" He Yuanjun couldn't and Appo's to help but inquire after their departure. "From now on, all grievances have been wiped clean. She will no longer trouble us." Lu Zhanyuan smiled gently at He Yuanjun, yet his thoughts remained concealed. Overjoyed, He Yuanjun exclaimed, "Wonderful! We shall no longer live in fear." With that, she embraced Lu Zhanyuan, tears of joy streaming down her face as he tenderly caressed her back, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. Outside Jiaxing town, Yang Guo and Li Macho walked side by side when he suddenly asked, "How do you feel now?" No longer I see toward Yang Guo, Li Macho smiled at him. "Looking at things from a different perspective, I realize how foolish and naive I was before, and that Lu Zhanyuan is not a good man." "Oh." Yang Guo noted the deeper meaning in her words. "When I declared that they were to have no further ties, he actually attempted to lay hands on me. It's unfortunate that he was weak before and is even more so now. He couldn't possibly approach me. As a father and husband, how shameless he is. I truly regret my blindness back then." Li Macho's anger intensified, her lovely countenance growing cold. Indeed, what is unattainable is often deemed the best. His ability to abandon you in the first place speaks volumes about his character. Realizing this is a blessing, Yang Guo remarked. Yet beneath his calm exterior, he seethed with rage. How audacious Lu Zhanyuan was to attempt to maintain a connection after Yang Guo had painstakingly helped Li Macho relinquish her obsession. Had it not been for Yuan I's sake and knowing Lu Zhanyuan had only 4 years left, he would have sought vengeance. Let us also express gratitude to Master for his guidance. From now on, Macho shall be an unwanted woman. Master, please treat her kindly, she added, casting a flirtatious glance at Yang Guo. Yang Guo, momentarily stunned, took her hand and said, "Then I shall reluctantly accept you." "Let go." Li Macho feigned anger, turning her face away. "Ha ha." Yang Guo laughed heartily, realizing that Li Macho had genuinely resolved her inner turmoil and was now capable of jesting with him. As Yang was seized a moment of distraction, he leapt up and planted a kiss on her cheek, then gracefully took flight, soaring into the distance. Li Macho's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart filled with vexation. It was merely a kiss. Why flee? She stood rooted for a moment before hastily pursuing the retreating figure of Yang Guo. After more than a month, they finally arrived at the Qixia villa in Chuzhou. It seemed Li Macho had already sent word ahead, for upon their arrival, there were individuals waiting outside the villa. Flanking the entrance stood about 20 young and beautiful maidens, presumably the servants of the estate. At the forefront was a girl of around 13 or 14, adorned in a flamboyant manner. While not as exquisite as Li Macho, she was still strikingly beautiful, though her appearance was somewhat disjointed with heavy blush, pronounced eyeliner, and vividly painted lips. Yang Guo turned to Li Macho and couldn't help but chuckle. Li Macho's expression darkened as she scolded the girl. "Lingbo, what are you doing? Hurry and remove that." "Oh, master, it's been so long since I last saw you. I merely wanted to look pretty to welcome you." The girl stammered, searching for excuses. "You. Go and wash it off." Following the incident with Lu Zhangyuan, her disdain for women dressing ostentatiously to please men had intensified, and her own disciple was no exception. "All right, master," Hong Lingbo replied meekly, though she felt puzzled. In the past, her master would have dealt with her more harshly. Finding her amusing, Yang Guo laughed again. Upon hearing his laughter, Hong Lingbo turned to him, questioning how there could be a man present. "ISN and AMP, Oppos, T-Master averse to men? He is rather handsome. Could he be your new disciple? Impudent. This is your grandmaster. Hurry and pay your respects." Li Macho's irritation grew with each exchange, and had Yang Guo not been present, she might have lost her temper entirely. No way. So young? Master, you wouldn't be mistaken, would you?" Just as Hong Lingbo was about to say more, Li Macho glared at her, prompting her to quickly amend her words. "Disciple Hong Lingbo pays respects to the grandmaster." She knelt on the ground. "Rise. You are quite beautiful as you are. There is no need to embellish further." Yang Guo smiled at her. In the original tale, Hong Lingbo was indeed a tragic figure, following Li Macho further down a misguided path, ultimately falling victim to her master and Oppos' ruthless nature. However, given her innate goodness and her previous defense of Lu Wushuang, he resolved to alter her grim fate in this lifetime, granting her the choice to stay or leave, free from Li Macho and AMP, Oppos, as constraints. "Imocho, let us proceed inside." Yang Guo followed Li Macho into the Qixia villa, with Hong Lingbo carefully trailing behind them. As they explored the villa, Li Macho took the opportunity to show Yang Guo around, revealing its ample grounds and various establishments, including numerous fabric shops and financial institutions, ensuring the villa was well provided for. Upon reaching the rear courtyard, Yang Guo noticed only a scattering of stones ahead, devoid of any buildings. Suddenly recalling something, he whispered to Li Macho, who blushed slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Hong Lingbo, intrigued yet hesitant to inquire, could only brood silently behind them. After a leisurely stroll, they arrived at the kitchen. It was already nearing the hour of Shin, and with the sun setting, Yang Guo understood the glimmer of anticipation in Li Macho's eyes, prompting him to showcase his culinary skills. "Master, why are we in the kitchen? You never enter the kitchen," Hong Lingbo interjected, her timing entirely misplaced. In a surprisingly good mood, Li Macho replied, "I'm here to learn. Consider yourself fortunate, for today you will enjoy a feast." Yang Guo, of course, could not cook every day, so he called upon Li Macho and the villa and AMP, Oppos, as female chef to observe and learn. He prepared marinated chicken legs, boiling them with ginger and scallions, then diced a piece of pork belly, sautéing it with aromatics before adding rock sugar for color, and finally stewing it in a clay pot. An hour later, Yang Guo presented an array of dishes, having prepared 7 portions of each, one for himself, Li Macho, and Hong Lingbo, while the rest were offered to the maidens. Yang Guo harbored no feudal notions. They were all family, deserving of equal treatment. As they gazed upon the table laden with delectable dishes, Hong Lingbo could hardly contain her eagerness, her mouth watering. Yet she dared not touch the food until Li Macho did. After washing his hands, Yang Guo took his seat and saw them waiting expectantly. "All right, dig in. Otherwise, I fear I might devour it all myself." With a playful laugh, Li Macho picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. The moment she tasted the mouth-watering chicken, the tangy and spicy flavors awakened her appetite, causing her to forget any praise for Yang Guo as she devoured the meal. The evening meal concluded amidst the soft murmurs of the master and apprentice. The moon hung gracefully in the night sky, and Yang strolled through the Qixia villa with the two women, leisurely digesting their meal. While he was quite comfortable, his companions had indulged a bit too much. Along the way, Hong Lingbo chattered incessantly with questions for Yang Guo, who patiently answered each one, while Li Macho remained sulky, her lips pursed throughout. After half an hour, Yang suggested that Hong Lingbo return to rest. He accompanied Li Macho to the entrance of her chamber, having expressly requested that his quarters be adjacent to hers, ensuring their daily companionship. After watching Li Macho enter her room, Yang Guo returned to his own. The surroundings were splendid, with fine furniture crafted from exquisite mahogany. Incense wafted gently from the table, filling the room with an alluring fragrance that soothed both ears and heart. Lying on the bed, the bedding was remarkably soft, providing him with the most comfortable sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. Macho truly cares, he mused. I have not treated her in vain. He chuckled softly. He then sat up, removed his shoes, and crossed his legs to commence his meditation. The following day, Yang Guo awoke early and made his way to the eastern kitchen to prepare breakfast. Suddenly, he spotted two female cooks approaching, ready to prepare the morning meal. He called them over for assistance, as it was impossible for him to cook for over 20 people alone. Yang Guo combined chicken and pork to make numerous dumplings, adding a touch of oil to the pot before neatly arranging the dumplings inside. After a brief frying, he poured in some cold water and covered the pot. Curious, one of the maids inquired, Master, what are you doing? Yang Guo smiled. This is a method called shangjian, a cooking technique and the name of this breakfast dish. The water helps steam the dumplings as it evaporates. Once the water dries and the bottoms turn golden brown, they are ready to serve. A sprinkle of sesame on top adds an exquisite aroma. Hurry, let us get packing, don't dawdle. Yes, yes, master. The maids, having spent time with him the previous evening, understood that this new young master was approachable and unpretentious, especially with Li Macho absent, allowing them to feel more at ease. Before long, the dumplings were ready. No, they were shangjian. Yang Guo placed them on a prepared plate, garnishing them with sesame seeds, making them irresistibly appetizing. Come, you two, come and taste. He beckoned eagerly. As they beheld the dumplings, resembling Xiaolong Bao, with their delightful aroma and sesame topping, they could not resist taking a bite. The dumpling was both soft and crispy, releasing a burst of flavor that lingered in their mouths, bringing them great satisfaction. Delicious. The two cooks exclaimed excitedly. Hee, if you want more, make sure to pack plenty. Watch closely and learn. After all, I can't be the only one cooking every day. Yang Guo then proceeded to prepare the youtiao he had made for Li Macho previously, while simultaneously cooking a pot of 8 treasure porridge with longan, peanuts, and other ingredients. After Yang Guo had been busy for half an hour, Hong Lingbo rose and began practicing her swordplay in the courtyard. At her young age, her ability to hold her own against Wu Sanyang was no accident. It was due to Li Macho's insistence on daily practice. Although she initially hesitated, she gradually became accustomed to it. Another half hour passed before Li Macho emerged from her meditation, feeling as though something was amiss. After some time, she managed to settle her thoughts and rose to tidy her attire before heading to the courtyard where Hong Lingbo was practicing. Nodding in approval, she left again in a flash, appearing in the eastern kitchen, where she found Yang Guo hard at work. Yang Guo noticed her arrival and called out, almost done. Let us invite Lingbo to join us for breakfast. Wonderful. Li Macho responded, her previously stern expression softening into a radiant smile upon seeing Yang Guo. After giving the maid some instructions, Yang Guo followed Li Macho out. Upon reaching the dining table in the side hall, Hong Lingbo soon joined them. As they settled in, a maid entered with a tray, presenting a delightful array of breakfast items that, while not extravagant, were fragrant and enticing. Let us eat. Yang Guo knew that unless he spoke, they would not touch the food. Li Macho eagerly picked up a youtiao, having long anticipated it, while Hong Lingbo wasted no time, indulging in everything, knowing that whatever master produced would be of the highest quality. After the meal, Yang Guo gathered all the maids of Qixia Villa in the front courtyard. Indeed, he intended to teach them a set of calisthenics. Surprisingly, he discovered that this exercise had a remarkable effect on enhancing one's meridians, gradually expanding them, an invaluable boon for practitioners of martial arts, akin to enhancing their innate qualities. This realization had dawned on him recently. He initially believed that his meridians were naturally expanding due to daily growth and training. However, after careful observation, he recognized that while the effects of the calisthenics were subtle, their significance became apparent over time. He wished for everyone in Qixia Villa to learn this routine, thereby indirectly enhancing their abilities, which would serve them well once Li Macho imparted her martial skills. Before long, everyone had gathered. Yang Guo addressed them. From today onward, after breakfast and a brief rest, you shall assemble in the front courtyard. You must perform 2 sets of calisthenics every morning. If it rains, we will do so in the main hall. This will be a daily requirement. Afterward, I shall have Macho teach you martial arts, and you will become the disciples of Qixia Villa. What you learn and do must not be divulged to outsiders, as I shall personally enforce discipline should any breaches occur. With that, he struck a palm against the ground, instantly reducing the stone bricks beneath him to dust. The maids were taken aback, initially dismissing the young master as merely a child. They now realized he was no ordinary person. Collectively, they knelt before Yang Guo, proclaiming, "We shall heed the master's teachings and dedicate ourselves to learning." Transitioning from servants to disciples was a significant elevation in their status. Once you have achieved mastery, I will reassign the servants. Should any of you lag behind, you will return to being mere laborers, Yang Guo stated coldly. He had no intention of nurturing incompetence. In the courtyard of Qixia Villa, Yang Guo demonstrated the calisthenics in slow motion, presenting a refreshing spectacle in this martial world. The movements appeared quite peculiar to the onlookers. The maids in Hong Lingbo found some of the postures somewhat embarrassing, but assumed it was merely a unique aspect of some extraordinary martial art. After completing a set of calisthenics, Yang Guo cautioned, "This is a body-tempering technique. Practicing daily not only strengthens the body and preserves youth, but, most importantly, expands the meridians to enhance your innate qualities. Therefore, this technique must not be disclosed. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." While delivering these words, Yang Guo employed the soul-shifting technique from the Nining manual. Except for Li Macho, none could resist the influence of his words, feeling no inclination to rebel. They regarded his instructions with utmost reverence. "We shall obey the master's command." All knelt before Yang Guo, proclaiming loudly, save for Li Macho. Li Macho was aware that Yang Guo had employed the soul-transferring technique, yet she remained indifferent. For it mattered little to her whether these individuals pledged their loyalty to Yang Guo or to her. "Very well, let us commence our practice." The maidservants were all gathered and nurtured by Li Macho from various regions. Their talents and beauty were quite commendable. Otherwise, Yang Guo would not have invested such effort in their cultivation. After personally instructing them a few times, they had nearly grasped the essence of it. Yang Guo summoned Li Macho, and they departed, leaving the maidservants to practice on their own. Upon entering the main hall, Li Macho and Yang Guo took their seats at the head of the table. She poured a cup of tea for him and inquired, "Master, what is the reason you summoned your disciple?" Presently, within the entire Qixia Manor, aside from you and Lingbo, there are no other formidable forces. In this chaotic era, we possess no means of self-defense. As the saying goes, under the fallen nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Fortunately, there is still some time before the coming of the tumultuous times, allowing us to prepare accordingly. Macho, in due time, you shall seek out individuals of exceptional talent to take under your wing for their training. In the future, while we do not aspire to dominate the martial world, we must at least ensure we possess the means to safeguard ourselves when the storm descends. Yang Guo was acutely aware of the profound impact that the shifting tides of the imperial court would have on regional powers like theirs. It was a calamity of monumental proportions. Even if one could fend off thousands, what of tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Such numbers could not be resisted by the strength of a single individual. Although she was uncertain of the specifics of the chaotic times Yang Guo spoke of, she believed in his words without question, to the point of near-blind trust. For now, you need not take action yourself. You may instruct your subordinates to investigate. Just remember not to engage in any abduction. It is preferable to seek out orphans or similar individuals. As for the methods of implementation, I need not elaborate further. Macho acknowledged, "I shall attend to it immediately." Without hesitation, she exited. Yang Guo, seated at the head of the table, sipped his tea and began to ponder. According to the timeline, he encountered Guo Yang at 13, arrived at Chonian Mountain at 14, and spent over 2 years in the ancient tomb, nearing 17. Roughly coinciding with the first Mongol invasion of Shenyang. It would be 16 years after meeting Zilongnu, placing him at around 35 years of age. His existence was certain to alter many events. His fate with Zilongnu might not adhere to the original 16-year pact. And the timing of the Mongolian incursions was uncertain as well. While he could manage many things in the early stages, the further events progressed. The more they slipped from his grasp, preparation was essential. The cultivation of power could not be delayed, and he would not be the same Yang Guo of old, merely wandering the world with Xiaolong. As the saying goes, a youth who does not indulge in romance is a youth wasted. In this new world, he ought to gather all these enchanting women under his banner, lest he traverse this realm in vain. Subsequently, Yang Guo made his way to the library of Qixiao Manor, where the shelves were lined not with moral texts or classics, but with martial arts manuals collected by Li Macho over the years. Though they were of mediocre quality, they served as useful references for him, especially since he possessed an extraordinary memory and would not waste much time. Approaching the desk, he casually selected a volume to peruse, Snake Winding Palm, characterized by its nimbleness and unpredictability. When mastered, it could store potent venom in the palm, allowing one to instantly dispatch an enemy with a single strike. This technique emphasized finesse over brute force. What nonsense! An insidious skill, not worth learning. However, the method of concealing poison in the palm was intriguing. It would be difficult for an adversary to detect. If he could condense the Jiuyang True Qi within his palm and compress it to its utmost limit, unsuspecting enemies would be vulnerable when clashing with him, leading to their immediate injury. Not bad, not bad. It has its merits. With that thought, he resumed his examination of the snake winding palm. The entire day passed as Yang Guo remained engrossed in the library, emerging only in the evening after having thoroughly reviewed the martial arts manuals. Although each volume was notably thick, the limited number of texts meant he could complete his reading in a single day. In the following period, he merely needed to digest the knowledge acquired, assimilating the strengths of various schools until he could become a veritable compendium of martial arts. Why do I suddenly feel somewhat akin to Morong Fu? Noticing the food on the tea table, presumably brought by Li Macho, Yang Guo chose not to partake but instead settled into a meditative position on the ground to practice Jiuyang divine skill, simultaneously digesting the martial arts content he had absorbed that day. The following morning, Yang Guo emerged from his meditative state, his eyes wide open and sparkling with clarity, a faint smile gracing his lips, indicative of a fruitful night. After mentally reorganizing the information, he found that each strike, kick, and palm contained elements of the martial arts he had studied, now possessing the level of a competent second-tier technique. With further observation and practice of martial skills, he was confident he could develop top-tier techniques. If only the Murong family from the Tianlong Babu were here, I could storm their stronghold and peruse their martial arts treasury. What a delight that would be. Of course, such fantasies were but idle dreams, as the Suzhou Murong family had long been extinguished since the Northern Song dynasty. Setting aside those impractical imaginings, Yang Guo rose and exited the library, heading towards the eastern kitchen. Upon entering, he found the two young female chefs from the day before awaiting him. Though they were referred to as young maids, they were already 16 or 17, considerably older than Yang Guo. Seeing Yang Guo and Apos as arrival, they quickly stood and exclaimed in delight, "Master, you've come." "Ah, up so early today?" Yang Guo teased them. The two girls' cheeks flushed. They had indeed risen later than the master the previous day, and felt somewhat embarrassed that he had prepared breakfast for them. One of the more playful chefs remarked, "We've come to learn from the master, so of course we must rise early. We wouldn't want our master to wait for us." Such a clever tongue. "What are your names?" Yang Guo inquired with curiosity. "I am called Xiao Tao, and this is my sister, Xiao Zhu," she giggled. Yang Guo noted that Xiao Zhu was shy and reserved, prompting Xiao Tao to introduce her. "Very well, I shall remember your names. Work hard, and I have great faith in you." Yang Guo smiled at them. "Yes, yes." The two girls beamed as if receiving immense encouragement, nodding eagerly at Yang Guo. In the front yard of Qixiao Manor, after completing their morning exercises, the group dispersed to attend to their tasks. Yang Guo instructed Li Macho to teach them martial arts every afternoon, allowing them time to digest what they had learned, as there were not many chores to attend to each day. Once finished, Yang Guo called for Li Macho and Hong Lingbo to join him in the courtyard. "Macho, I spent the entire day in the library yesterday. Today, let us practice our techniques again, and Lingbo, feel free to observe and learn," he stated. "Of course, master. I will be gentle with you." Li Macho recalled the moment she had sent Yang Guo flying in the ancient tomb, finding it amusing, and playfully teased him. "Indeed. Let and amp, Apos, see if I can redeem myself this time." Hong Lingbo chimed in. Yang Guo and amp, Apos, expression darkened. "Watch me as I avenge my previous humiliation. Come." Before Li Macho could respond, Yang Guo lunged forward, delivering a direct palm strike aimed at her abdomen. Li Macho remained unperturbed, casually deflecting his strike to the left with her left hand as if it were nothing. Internally, she mused, "How surprisingly effortless." This palm strike lacks even half the strength of before. Seizing the momentum, Yang Guo pivoted on his left foot, altering his trajectory to target Li Macho's waist. Li Macho realized she was too late to block with her right hand and could only retreat, teasingly remarking, "Not bad. You recognized my feint. But you're still a bit lacking. Hee, just watch closely." Yang Guo, undeterred, spread his palms apart and then swiftly brought them together. Charging towards Li Macho with a thunderous shout, Brahma and Apos, suppression palm. Instantly, numerous golden palm prints manifested around Yang Guo, striking towards Li Macho. Caught off guard, she found it difficult to defend herself, and in the ensuing chaos, several areas of her body were struck. Fortunately, despite the apparent might of this technique, its actual power was feeble, sufficient only to affect ordinary individuals. For a martial arts expert like herself, merely channeling internal energy to cover her vital points could mitigate most of the damage. Yang Guo had merely taken her by surprise, gaining a significant advantage in the process. Li Macho's face flushed with indignation, a mix of shame and anger, as she realized that despite the lack of real harm, the sensations brought forth a peculiar feeling within her. How about that? My newly developed palm technique is quite impressive. Isn't it? Yang Guo boasted. Having ingeniously combined the mediocre Brahma palm with the inferior shadowless palm to create this new technique, brazenly bestowing it with a grand name. What a shameless title. Suppression palm? It should be called the rogue palm. Li Macho retorted, preparing to unleash her 5 poisons divine palm upon Yang Guo. However, her palm was devoid of lethal toxins. She merely executed the technique, which was indeed quite profound. With its augmented power, it was nearly on par with top-tier palm techniques. Bring it on. Yang Guo and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. He resolved to borrow her 5 poisons secret transmission for study, and also the Crimson Serpent palm. He charged at her, employing all forms of strikes, but ultimately it was his agility that allowed him to endure for a mere handful of exchanges. With a single strike, Li Macho sent Yang Guo flying. As he landed, he noticed Hong Lingbo's puzzled expression, causing his face to redden. Upon hitting the ground, he swiftly rolled back to his feet. Concealing his right hand behind him, Yang Guo summoned his internal energy and propelled a small stone towards Li Macho, hitting her precise acupuncture point. Using the same tactic, Li Macho was once again caught off guard. "Master, you," she stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, as the stone had been too swift to evade. Feigning nonchalance, Yang Guo turned to Hong Lingbo and exclaimed, "What do you think, Lingbo? Am I impressive? Wow, that is amazing." Master was sent flying so far, yet those stones hit him perfectly. Hong Lingbo, still a child, failed to grasp the intricacies. "Indeed, your keen eye is commendable," Yang Guo praised, patting her head, deliberately overlooking her previous remark. He then turned to Li Macho with a teasing grin. "So, my dear disciple, how do you find this technique of mine? Humph. Resorting to such underhanded tactics when you can Apos, defeat me. I refuse to accept this," Li Macho protested, her face a mask of indignation, questioning why she had not managed to evade despite her prior precautions. "Still defiant, are we?" Yang Guo leaned closer, whispering in her ear. "Don and Apos, tell me that every time you send me flying, Apos, that's not intentional? Humph. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With that, he playfully slapped her rear. "Ah, no, I was wrong, master," Li Macho pleaded, hastily begging for mercy. This time, Yang Guo, emboldened, did not relent easily, delivering several playful smacks to her backside. The sensation was undeniably delightful, stirring a mischievous thrill within him. After a dozen playful swats, he finally released her acupuncture point. Li Macho's face burned with shame, resembling a ripe peach, as she felt utterly humiliated in front of her disciple. Once freed, she swiftly employed her lightness skill to escape. Yang Guo's satisfied laughter echoed behind her, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Noticing Hong Lingbo still dazed, he quickly changed the subject. "Why aren't you practicing? What are you staring at, little girl?" Hong Lingbo's face flushed, and she turned away to commence her sword practice. As Yang Guo departed, she murmured to herself, "What is that about? Master is just a child, and younger than me." Knowing that Li Macho would feel shy in Hong Lingbo and Apos as presents, Yang Guo was eager to borrow her 5 poison secret transmission and Crimson Serpent palm techniques for his own training. Why did she have to run away? Furthermore, he was also curious about the cultivation method for the Ice Soul Silver Needles. Although he could not directly condense the Ice Soul Silver Needles due to his internal energy being the 9 Yang True Qi, he could adapt it. and the resultant techniques should still be formidable enough to pierce through a person and Apos' body. With swift movements, Yang soon found himself outside Li Macho and Apos' chamber. Noticing a blooming peony in a nearby pot, he plucked the most vibrant flower and concealed it behind his back. Knock, knock, knock. Humph. Who is it? Li Macho sensed someone and Apos' arrival. Knowing it was only young Guo, she feigned ignorance and inquired. Oh dear. Sister Macho, it and Apos' me. Please open the door. Young Guo, seeking her favor, adopted a tone of utmost flattery, even calling her sister. Hearing him address her as sister softened her heart, yet she maintained her facade of toughness, retorting. Humph. You just struck me, and now you come seeking me? Of course, I come bearing gifts to apologize to Sister Macho. Upon hearing this, Li Macho's interest was piqued. With light steps, she approached the door, switching her expression, suppressing her fluttering heart, and opened it. As the footsteps drew nearer, Yang Guo felt reassured. She truly relished these surprises and gifts. Indeed, mentioning gifts could resolve almost anything. Seeing the door ajar, Yang Guo quickly sidled in. Ensuring Li Macho did not catch sight of the flower he held. Seeing Yang Guo enter so hastily, Li Macho felt exasperated. The door is open. Why the rush? It's as if you're sneaking in. After a moment's thought, she ultimately closed the door behind him. Turning around, she found Yang Guo grinning at her, which ignited her irritation further. Pouting, she confronted him. What brings Master back to seek his disciple this time? Close your eyes first. Huh? Is Master going to? No, that's inappropriate. He is still a child. I have a gift for you. Yang Guo noticed her changing expressions and understood her misinterpretation, thus clarifying. Then, all right. Li Macho closed her eyes, her exterior calm, but her heart raced in anticipation. Observing the flower in his hand and then glancing at the eager Li Macho, Yang Guo felt a twinge of inadequacy and resolutely vowed, in the future, I shall grant you half of my kingdom. I shall not let you down. He then gently brought the peony closer to Li Macho's delicate nose. She seemed to sense something, inhaling deeply as a wave of fragrance enveloped her. Upon opening her eyes, she realized it was merely a flower from the courtyard. Although somewhat disappointed, she still accepted it with a smile. Humph. Master truly knows how to borrow flowers to present to the Buddha. She snatched the flower from his hand, silently acknowledging the sentiment. What is it that Master seeks from me? Li Macho asked, carrying the flower over to a nearby vase. While clearing out the old flowers and placing Yang Guo's bloom within. I spent the entire day yesterday in the library, and the techniques I found were far too rudimentary. While I possess a photographic memory, these martial arts are of little use to me. As you witnessed today, I require your 2 divine techniques for further study. Yang Guo rubbed his hands together, looking somewhat sheepish as he addressed Li Macho. Humph. I knew you had no good intentions in coming to see me. With that, Li Macho tossed 2 books at Yang Guo. Yang Guo opened the book and saw the titles, Secrets of the 5 Poisons and Ice Soul Silver Needle. Though unspoken, he felt a surge of emotion within him. The Secrets of the 5 Poisons was the martial art that Li Macho relied upon for her very survival. If it fell into the hands of the unscrupulous, it would render her skills obsolete, akin to a tiger stripped of its fangs. The fact that she so readily bestowed it upon him touched him deeply. Observing her feigned indifference and mock anger over the gift, he rushed forward and embraced her from behind, whispering a soft thank you before darting away. At this moment, he was still a child, promises meant little, and he could only silently vow that all would improve in the future. As he watched his departing figure, her face radiated with joy. Returning to his chamber, Yang Guo eagerly perused the Ice Soul Silver Needle technique. After half an hour, he closed the book, his eyes shut as he contemplated its essence. With a gentle exhale, he grasped the principle behind the technique. Initially, he believed it involved manipulating unique internal energy to form ice needles, which were then imbued with deadly poison before being launched. However, he discovered he was only partially correct. Although Li Macho possessed poison skills, she could not master 2 forms of deadly venom simultaneously. The Ice Soul Silver Needle utilized specially crafted poison needles, with her internal energy activating a cold toxin that enveloped them. The potency of this dual poison surpassed even that of the Scarlet Serpent Palm. Once the poison needles were exhausted, she could still conjure ice needles to strike, albeit with diminished toxicity. What a deadly technique, he mused. Yet, the notion of creating needles from pure yang energy seemed implausible. Although he could generate yang poison through internal energy manipulation, did he really want to carry needles around like some Eastern invincible figure? This seemed futile. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could I not project this yang poison like a bullet? He pondered. Recalling the techniques of Duan Yu's 6 meridian sword and the 1 yang finger of Yidang, why couldn't he launch this yang poison outward? Stepping outside his bedroom, he positioned his finger like a gun, aiming at a nearby rockery. With a focused intent, he released the yang poison, which barely traveled a meter before plummeting to the ground. What is this? It and amp, Oppos. That's not even far enough to slap me, he exclaimed, bewildered. Surely, I must have made an error, he reasoned, trying again. Yet, after several attempts, the result remained the same, a meager range of 1 meter, incapable of causing harm. Pondering the misstep, he sat in contemplation. The method of projection was akin to the 6 meridian sword, which was notoriously difficult to learn. And no one in the present day could master it. Perhaps he could seek Yidang's guidance. As the 1 yang finger was a simplified version of the 6 meridian sword, sharing some fundamental similarities. For now, it appeared he would need a medium to facilitate his technique. He then turned his attention to the secrets of the 5 poisons. This tome was somewhat thicker, and he spent an hour and a half poring over its contents. To his surprise, the secrets of the 5 poisons primarily detailed methods of using and antidoting poisons. He had expected it to contain a complete set of palm techniques. The palm technique that Li Macho employed must have originated from the ancient Tomb sect, with the Scarlet Serpent palm being merely a poison-based variant. Yang Guo felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed that neither of these martial arts held significant utility for him. The method of the Ice Soul Silver Needle was somewhat beneficial, though it felt like a mere trifle for the time being. No matter, he thought. My current acupoint techniques suffice for now. There will be ample opportunities for me to acquire new skills in the future. Time passed swiftly in the comfort of life. And before he knew it, it was July 6th of the following year, marking over 9 months since Yang Guo had arrived at the Qixia villa. He opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, greeting numerous maidservants along the way. Over these 9 months, he had grown familiar with them. Among the original 20 maidservants, all possessing remarkable beauty, 9 stood out. They were orphans taken in by Li Macho, and only a few had names. Yang Guo personally bestowed surnames and names upon them, choosing poetic titles like Wind, Flower, Snow, Moon, and the 4 gentlemen, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. Coincidentally, the 2 girls who had been learning to cook with him every morning were among them. Where have you seen Xiaolon? He inquired, spotting a young girl in a flowing white dress approaching with a medicine jar. Master, Xiaolon is at the clothing pavilion. But recently she has been complaining to us about the tasks you've assigned her. What exactly have you asked her to do? The curious girl probed. You'll find out tomorrow, Yang Guo remarked with a mischievous grin, his gaze appraising her. Feeling somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, Yue took a few steps back, saying, Master, I'll take my leave now. Watching her flee, Yang Guo sighed, this cursed body of mine, it utterly hinders my flirtations. He quietly made his way toward the clothing pavilion. After these 9 months, Yang Guo had transformed the entire Qixia villa. Aside from the lack of a food production base, they were self-sufficient in every other aspect. Upon entering the clothing pavilion, he immediately noted the sandalwood-carved mannequins adorning the space, each draped in various European-style garments, Qing dynasty kipayos, and even wedding dresses with butterfly tails. These designs were all his creations, brought to life by Yu and Oppos, her, who possessed a remarkable talent for sewing. As long as he could conceive it, she could craft it, which greatly delighted him, as many of his ideas could finally materialize. Lon and Oppos, where are you? Your master is here to find you, he called out. The intricate designs of the villa were the work of another of his maidservants, Huar. Yang Guo had yet to fully understand the many secret doors and passages within. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed from inside. Master, come in. Just walk straight ahead. All right, he replied, stepping forward. Before him stood a wooden wall, which he ignored. With a click, the wall parted, revealing a passage. Yang Guo, accustomed to such occurrences, strode confidently inside. Upon entering, he beheld a girl of exquisite beauty, resembling a porcelain doll, clad in a white short-sleeved blouse and a short skirt cinched at her waist. Her long ponytails gave her an air reminiscent of a two-dimensional goddess from his past life. Since many of her garments were self-made and the villa was exclusively inhabited by women aside from Yang Guo, there was little modesty to observe. She often roamed in short skirts, much to his delight. She did not spare him a glance, seemingly harboring some grievances, while the other maidservants retreated, wary of collaterally suffering from any fallout. Yang Guo, unfazed, approached her with a playful grin. Lana, you don't even welcome me? That's quite dismissive, he said, arms crossed, his eyes appraising her figure with unabashed admiration. It and Appos. S all the master and Appos. S fault for making me such embarrassing clothes. Only to have us wear them later. Do you intend to wear them yourself? Xiaolan shot back, her jade finger pointing accusingly at a revealing bikini hanging nearby. Cough. Cough. Don and Amp. Appos. Do you think they look lovely? Xiaolan. You are indeed the individual whose taste aligns most closely with mine. Please do not undermine my efforts. Yanghua gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. Well, it is indeed beautiful, but is it not a tad too revealing? Xiaolan replied. Her cheeks flushed. Oh dear, there is no one else here. And besides, tomorrow marks the birthday of your sister Imo. I am preparing a small celebration for her. Naturally, one must dress beautifully. You shall understand the specifics tomorrow. Yanghua was aware that she found it appealing as well, in matters of fashion. He felt a strong affinity with Xiaolan, to the extent that he sometimes fancied she had traversed through time as well. In the brief span of less than a year, the 9 of them had showcased extraordinary talents in various realms. And the Qixia Mountain Villa was now impeccably maintained under their care. Li Mo was exceedingly pleased and had taken them as sworn sisters, and they all referred to each other as such. The remaining 11, though not as exceptional as the other 9, possessed commendable martial arts aptitude from their formative years. They were designated as the 11 Sword Attendants, surnamed from 1 to 11, named after hairpins, and were responsible for the security of the Qixia Mountain Villa. All had practiced the first part of the 9 manual, attaining the strength of third-rate masters. And it would not be long before they stepped into the realm of second-rate masters. Yanghua and Amp, Appos, S9 personal maids had already reached second-rate mastery, selected not only for their unique talents but also for their solid martial arts training. Upon examining the bikini ensemble crafted by Xiaolan, he noted that aside from some differences in fabric from his previous life, the style was quite commendable. Thanks to Xiaolan's deft hands, the design exuded an ancient charm, surpassing many contemporary fashionable pieces. After engaging in further conversation with her, Yanghua departed with a buoyant spirit. Rather than returning home, he headed to the East Kitchen, for he had promised Li Imo a celebration for her birthday and required additional preparations. The East Kitchen had been meticulously arranged, with distinct areas designated for frying, boiling, and roasting to prevent cross-flavor contamination during food preparation. Though not as intricate as the garment pavilion, it was notably cleaner and more convenient. Surrounding the area were sources of clean water diverted from nearby streams, eliminating the need to haul water in buckets. Yanghua admired Hua the most among the 9. Her remarkable transformations were accomplished through borrowing books and her own designs. Had she lived in the modern era, she would undoubtedly be a prominent architect and a leader in the design industry. Upon entering, he spotted Xiaozhu and Xiaotao busily engaged in their tasks. Over the past 9 months, Yanghua had imparted all the culinary skills he had mastered or heard of, and they had long since graduated, allowing him to relinquish the burden of labor. While excessive kitchen work could severely damage a girl's skin, both remained radiant and unchanged, thanks in part to the ventilation system Hua had designed, a suggestion Yanghua had previously made due to his own discomfort. Moreover, they frequently visited the little healer Yu at the Qixia Mountain Villa, receiving skincare ointments that mitigated the effects of smoke and oil. Xiaozhu Xiaotao, come over here, Yanghua called out to the 2 who were sneaking bites from the stove. Startled, they turned, and upon realizing it was Yanghua, they playfully stuck out their tongues before sauntering over. Observing their gluttonous expressions with remnants of snacks at the corners of their mouths, Yanghua could only chuckle. He gently tapped his finger on their foreheads, teasing, fortunately, you 2 belong to the type that doesn't and Appos, gain weight. Otherwise, with such eating habits, you would have ballooned into a few 100 pounds by now. The Lord of the Manor exaggerates, Xiaotao protested from the side. We were merely sampling new snacks. It's a daunting task. Xiaozhu nodded vigorously in agreement. You 2 are now the jewels of the Qixia Mountain Villa. I dare not provoke you. Prepare to start early tomorrow morning for the dish I taught you last month. This is your sister Imo and Appos' first birthday celebration. Do not mess it up. Yanghua emphasized, hoping fervently for no mishaps. Perhaps I should personally oversee the preparations. Hola. Xiaotao mimicked Yanghua and Appos' usual manner of speaking, giving him an and Appos, okay, and Appos, gesture. You little imp, I will handle it myself with Xiaozhu tomorrow. I do not trust you, he replied, ruffling Xiaozhu's hair, a stark contrast that was quite endearing. Apart from Li Imo and Yanghua, the tallest in the villa was Feng Er, who had just turned 17, while the youngest, Hong Lingbo, was merely 14. Xiao Zhu was 16, and Yang Guo only reached her shoulder height, necessitating him to stand on tiptoe to ruffle her hair, which was rather comical. He paid no heed to Xiao Tao and Apos, as forlorn gaze as he departed. Leisurely, Yang Guo strolled to the west courtyard, where he beheld a slightly larger 3-story pavilion, bustling with people coming and going. The sign above read office building, a playful jest of Yang Guo's in his past life. He had applied for a job at an office upon graduation but had not succeeded, hence he established this place. This was the domain managed by Xiao Zhu. Upon his first sight of her, he felt an uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. It was not merely her appearance, but her demeanor, akin to that of Tong Xiangyu, a shrewd merchant. Eventually, Yang Guo entrusted her with the management of the Qixia Mountain Villa and Apos' fabric and money shops. Within a week, she had grasped all pertinent information regarding them and was able to analyze more rational development directions. With Yang Guo and Apos' modern insights, she transformed the operations of the Qixia Mountain Villa, overseeing various aspects of sustenance and housing renovations. In just 6 months, she quintupled the villa's revenues. Otherwise, the previous income would not suffice to nurture the talents of the other 8. Upon entering the pavilion, the women present greeted Yang Guo with bows. Although there were no other men within the villa, male servants resided in a separate estate outside, not inferior to that of affluent households. They managed all external affairs, but were prohibited from entering the villa. Yang Guo ascended to the 3rd floor, where he found a young girl clad in a chrysanthemum-colored short-sleeve shirt and shorts, reclining casually on a mahogany chair. She was leisurely cracking sunflower seeds with her delicate feet resting on the table, fanning herself contentedly. Ahem. What brings you here, young master? Please, take a seat. Upon noticing Yang Guo, Xiao Zhu quickly rose to pour him a cup of tea. You certainly know how to enjoy life. I have finally grasped the essence of true intelligence. It lies in having others earn money for you while you simply count the profits. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Xiao Zhu, Yang Guo Kuden and Apos, tea helped but tease. Those who claim to be busy managing grand enterprises are but fools. Look at you. Just a few words from you can keep the others occupied for days, while you only need to assess the outcomes. Xiao Zhu, have you procured everything I requested last month? Yang Guo reclined languidly in the mahogany chair, picking up sunflower seeds to crack open. Rest assured, everything is ready. However, the candles are not as slender as desired. I have arranged for custom orders, which will be ready by this afternoon. No issues there. Xiao Zhu responded while gently kneading Yang Guo's shoulders. Ah, delightful. I trust you implicitly with your tasks, Xiao Zhu. Yang Guo relaxed completely, allowing her to massage him, and he had to admit her technique was quite impressive. Might I ask for your guidance, young master? Although the fabric and money shops are quite profitable, there are limits to their earnings. They cannot be deemed exorbitant. As you know, I have a penchant for both you and those yellow and white treasures. I kindly seek your wisdom. He is indeed a businessman, speaking with a blend of truth and falsehood. Yang Guo, however, is not swayed by her words. I wonder whether you love me more or that yellow-white object. The gentleman, feigning ignorance, responds, Of course, I favor you more. Oh, then kiss me, and I shall tell you. Yang Guo thought to himself that one must seize the opportunity when it presents itself, so he decided to play along. You are truly insufferable. Do you not know my feelings, little chrysanthemum? After saying this, she actually leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Delightful, Yang Guo remarked, savoring the moment. Now can you tell me? In this world, one cannot separate from the essentials of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. We have clothing sorted. For food, you should send someone to the market in the Qinling region of Shaanxi to seek a man named Tong Sanbao. Collaborating with him would be beneficial. Just mention my name in Qixia Mountain Villa. Once we have sufficient funds, we can open inns across various locales, not primarily for profit but rather to gather intelligence, which is our current weakness and must be addressed promptly. As for transportation, there is no need to consider it for now. Mastering these aspects can certainly yield profits. But the primary intention is not to earn money. The most lucrative method, after all, is deception. Deception? She inquired. Indeed, it must be done covertly. What profit is there in the money of the poor? Naturally, one seeks to enrich oneself from the wealthy. Their money serves no purpose in their hands and is destined for enjoyment. Gambling establishments are one avenue, and brothels another. As the saying goes, and Apos, 9 out of 10 gamblers are deceived, and Apos, once one participates in gambling, there is no such thing as truly winning. You may experiment with this idea, and I trust you will figure out the practicalities. However, we shall not engage in the business of brothels. I have never subscribed to the notion of male superiority over females. Women deserve respect. Yet, we can arrange for performances by singers and dancers, allowing those wealthy gentlemen with excess funds to provide their own rewards. We shall also prepare complimentary beverages and snacks for them, and if any mutual attraction arises, we can facilitate their redemption and marriage. You truly have a splendid idea, exclaimed little Chrysanthemum. What appears to be a profitable venture is not merely about wealth. You must have ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, little Chrysanthemum understood the implications clearly, fully aware of Yang Guo's intentions. But this does not suffice. You must divulge another profitable scheme, or I shall not let you leave. Little Chrysanthemum was displeased, listing numerous ventures that lacked profitability. None of these truly count. The most lucrative business will be revealed when you meet Tong Sambao. Would I deceive you? Yang Guo replied, somewhat exasperated. The real money lies in salt and iron mines. But those are currently under the control of the officials and cannot be touched. Is that true? You must not be deceiving me. Little Chrysanthemum scrutinized Yang Guo, seemingly attempting to discern the truth from his eyes. Very well, I shall let you go today. Be on your way. With that, little Chrysanthemum returned to her rosewood chair, fanning herself while feigning sleep. Humph. The face of a merchant changes swiftly, Yang Guo muttered as he exited. Upon arriving at the northern courtyard, a melodious voice wafted from the 8 Sounds Pavilion. Main Yang's singing had grown increasingly enchanting, blending charm with grace. Her voice reminiscent of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, bright and crisp yet soft and melodious, a truly exquisite experience. As he stepped through the pavilion door, the sound of a guqin filled the air, akin to the gentle flow of water beneath a bridge, harmonizing perfectly with the singing, prompting him to exclaim, "What a marvelous melody!" Suddenly, a surge of sword energy sliced toward Yang Guo, prompting him to swiftly evade and, in a few steps, position himself behind the girl, playfully slapping her backside. "How dare you ambush me?" he chided. The girl pouted him. "You praised both my sister and the others, but neglected to commend me, which naturally displeases me." "Ah, but I have yet to commend you," Yang Guo replied, surprised that she could hear his distant praises. "Then praise me," the girl urged, her face alight with anticipation. Yang Guo glanced at the hand that had just playfully smacked her and said, "Your figure is becoming ever more alluring. Oh dear, I can't speak to you any longer." The girl blushed and dashed away to join the other two. The other two giggled at the scene. Yang Guo then turned his gaze to the standing figure, clad in a flowing red robe, her delicate feet gracing the blue bricks, adorned with jingling golden bells at her ankles. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her features bore a resemblance to Li Macho. With enchanting phoenix eyes and willow leaf brows, her skin as fair as congealed fat, a beauty mark gracing her left eye, radiating allure. The other girl was seated at a table, dressed in a green robe, a guqin resting before her, her jade-like hands gently pressed against the strings. Exuding an air of scholarly elegance, her beauty serene and reminiscent of classic Jiangnan femininity. The girl in red, known as Xiao Mei or Main Yang, sang beautifully, dancing gracefully as she performed, her movements akin to a peacock displaying its feathers or a lotus blooming, as if a celestial being had descended to dance. The one playing the guqin was Feng Er, the eldest among the 9 maidens, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, possessing a tranquil and graceful demeanor, making her the most dependable of the sisters. As for the girl who had just attempted to strike Yang Guo, she was Shui Er, whose lively spirit and sword skills rivaled even those of Li Macho, having nearly mastered Yang Guo's own acupoint striking technique. "Feng Er, I can understand your presence with Main Yang, but why is Shui Er here?" Yang Guo inquired as he settled beside Feng Er, drawn in by the calming fragrance that enveloped her, leaving him feeling inexplicably at ease. "Main Yang and I were just preparing for Sister Macho's birthday tomorrow." Unexpectedly, Shui Er rushed over, eager to perform a sword dance for the celebration, and requested that I play a tune for her. Main Yang, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, chimed in. Who would have thought that Shui Er, with her fierce swordplay, would inadvertently chop down quite a few branches of the osmanthus tree in the 8 Sounds Pavilion? Haha, that does seem like her style. Thankfully it was you, Feng Er. Had it been anyone else, they would have chased her down. Yang Guo found the situation amusing and laughed heartily. "You jest. But I had her tidy up the fallen branches and leaves, and for the ones she destroyed, she will have to buy new ones with her monthly allowance." Feng Er teased with a playful squint at Yang Guo. Ha, ha, ha. Yang Guo suddenly fell silent, but this arrangement did ease his burdens. It also meant the 8 sisters were becoming increasingly troublesome for her. "I merely came to see you. I shall take my leave now to avoid being a nuisance. Yang Guo quickly rose to exit. Are you not going to stay a moment longer? Main Yang has yet to perform a piece for you. Main Yang teased as she watched Yang Guo leave. He did not respond but continued toward the door, mentally noting, "Oh, you clever Main Yang. I shall feast upon you once you are sufficiently plump." After a brief interlude, Yang Guo returned to his room but did not enter. Instead, he made his way to Li Macho's chamber. Outside, he called out in a playful tone, "Macho, your master has come to visit." Li Macho, having emerged from her meditative state, opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "How shameless," she retorted. However, she still rose to open the door for him. "What brings you, master?" "Nothing of great importance. I merely wish to invite Miss Macho to the warm pool in the northern courtyard tomorrow at noon. Let us not miss our meeting." Yang Guo gazed at Li Macho's enchanting and mature visage, suppressing the stirrings within his heart. Li Macho felt a surge of joy. He had not forgotten her after all. Imocho will certainly arrive punctually. Li Imocho feigned indifference, yet her heart brimmed with joy. "Then I shall take my leave. But do not stay up agitated tonight." Yang Guo teased her. "I certainly won't," Li Imocho replied, playfully pouting. "Ha." Yang Guo turned to depart, equally delighted. As he turned, he noticed a withered flower in the vase by the window, merely a stem remaining. It was unmistakably the flower he had gifted her the previous year. He was touched to see that Li Imocho had not yet discarded it. This stirred new thoughts regarding the matters of tomorrow. Once Yang Guo had walked far enough away, Li Imocho gently closed the door, her small fist clenched tightly, trembling with excitement. Soon, a peal of melodious laughter echoed from her chamber. As dawn broke, the entire Qixia Mountain Manor was already bustling. Yang Guo had long since arrived at the eastern kitchen, where Xiaozhu and Xiao Tao waited him. "Young master, you are rising later and later," Xiao Tao remarked as she saw Yang Guo. Yang Guo playfully tapped her on the head. "You talk too much. Can you not learn from Xiaozhu? La. I one and amp. Oppos. T listen, tortoise reciting scriptures." Yang Guo and amp. Oppos. S expression darkened. Whenever he cooked, this little girl would incessantly ask questions, and he would retort with her own phrase. "Have the icy drinks I asked you to prepare yesterday been completed?" Yes. They are all stored in the ice cellar." "I am confident that the sisters will surely adore them," Xiao Tao replied proudly. "Then let us begin making the cake. Separate the egg whites from the yolks and follow the steps I taught you." Since Xiao Tao was so lively and chatty, she could assist me in whisking the egg whites. "The cake will be up to you, Xiaozhu." "Certainly, young master." Xiaozhu smiled sweetly at Yang Guo. "I recall the last time I whisked egg whites, my hands ached for days. I truly do not wish to do it again." "Why not summon a servant to whisk?" Xiao Tao exclaimed, seemingly struck by a brilliant idea. "If it is not made by hand, it will lack significance." "Are you certain?" "Very well, I shall do it myself." Xiaozhu covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking to herself, "Every time I cook with the young master, it is always lively and joyous. I truly wish for such moments to last forever." Without further ado, they rolled up their sleeves, tying back their long hair, donning white headscarves and aprons, and began their tasks. Strangely enough, in such attire, they exuded the aura of professional chefs, and their movements appeared remarkably adept. Yang Guo could not help but exclaim professional. Soon after, he found an apron and headscarf for himself. Were they not martial artists with inner strength? They might not have been able to whip the egg whites into cream. After half an hour, they had whipped only 8 bowls of cream, which would be insufficient for the over 20 guests, necessitating further effort. Meanwhile, Xiaozhu had already baked 2 layers of cake, moving at a faster pace than the others. In the southern courtyard and Oppos' medicinal chamber, Yu Er entered through a hidden door. Gently tapping a protrusion on the wall, a secret compartment opened, revealing a square brocade box, which Yu Er carefully retrieved. "Alas, this was meant for myself, but today is my sister's birthday, so I shall have to use it as a gift. I cannot let the other sisters outshine me," she murmured while caressing the box as if it were a treasured possession. In the garment chamber, Xiaolan filled a cotton and linen tote with bikinis. "I have labored all week. Surely, no one has a gift as thoughtful as mine." She chuckled. Glancing at her long dress, she mused, "Well, I will be changing soon anyway, so I shall not bother. Off I go." In the flower workshop, Hua Er arranged flowers in a blue and white porcelain vase. Besides excelling in designing secret compartments, she had a passion for gardening and was quite knowledgeable about floral arrangement, a skill she had learned from Yang Guo, with her own research further enhancing her capabilities. After half an hour of meticulous trimming, she had artfully placed various bouquets in the vase. creating a beautiful and vibrant display harmoniously balanced in color. Splendid. This should suffice. I believe my sister will surely love it. On the third floor of the Western office, Xiao Ju leaned against a mahogany chair, swinging her feet on the desk as she pondered, what should I gift my sister? My head is spinning. I cannot compose poetry like the eldest sister, nor can I sing and dance like Mei Yang. And I certainly do not possess the precious elixirs like Yu Jie. What should I present to her? Sighing, she thought, I cannot possibly gift her silver notes. As she fidgeted, a jade pendant slipped from her chest. Though made of jade, it was rather unappealing. More accurately, it was ill-suited for such a delicate beauty. Being a square shape, 1 finger long and half a finger wide, with a crude character inscribed on it, appearing quite vulgar. Is this fate urging me to give it away? It is my most cherished treasure. Xiao Ju lamented, stroking the pendant, a custom piece she had commissioned. Reluctant to part with it. Very well, I shall give it to my sister. I will buy a better one to redeem it later. Although I doubt anything could surpass this, she concluded, kissing the pendant tenderly. In the northern courtyard's 8 Sounds Pavilion, Feng Er and Mei Yang each played an instrument, one strumming while the other danced gracefully, creating a breathtaking scene. Even the morning birds paused their chirping, swaying to the melody with closed eyes, appearing utterly absorbed. Beside them, Shui Er rested her chin on her hands, her mind racing as she struggled to think of a gift. I can fight, but I would only injure others with my swordplay. I have no other talents. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing her to wrinkle her nose and sniff. Is that something delicious coming from the eastern kitchen? Inspiration struck. Eldest sister. Mei Yang, I must depart, she exclaimed, dashing towards the eastern kitchen. Feng Er glanced at Mei Yang and chuckled. It seems Xiao Zhu and Xiao Tao have prepared something again. We are in for a treat today. Indeed, I truly care for those 2 girls. We must ensure they cook for us more often, Mei Yang chimed in. Do not bully those 2, they are still young. And remember to bring me a portion as well. Yes, how could Mei Yang forget her eldest sister loves to hoard? They all laughed together. In the eastern kitchen, Yang Guo and the others were busy when suddenly a voice echoed from hundreds of meters away. Xiao Zhu, Xiao Tao, Shui Jie is here. Shui Er, dressed in a white outfit with snow patterns, rushed in with her sword drawn. Yang Guo, seeing her reckless approach, called out, slow down. Are you trying to hurt someone? Oh, young master, you are here too. Shui Er waved at Yang Guo upon noticing him. Xiao Tao, eager to engage, asked Shui Er. What brings you here? Well, I have no talents and cannot think of what to gift my sister. I caught a whiff of something delicious. So I came to help and create a gift, Shui Er replied, her fair cheeks flushed with a rare blush. Although the hour was said to be in the afternoon, it was actually midday when Yang Guo, along with 9 maidens and the 11 beauties, arrived at the warm pool in the northern courtyard. Oh, and let us not forget the silly little Hong Lingbo, who was called over, blissfully unaware of what was happening. This warm pool was essentially the rocky area Yang Guo had encountered during his first visit to the back courtyard. Back then, he had expressed to Li Macho his desire to level the ground and construct a grand swimming pool, akin to the one inside the ancient tomb. Initially, he envisioned it as a place for summer amusement, but the clever girl, Hua and Appos, had a stroke of genius and proposed installing a warm stove at the bottom of the pool. This way, it would not be a hindrance in summer. And during the cold winter months, they could burn wood and charcoal beneath it, transforming the pool into a hot spring for their use. Upon hearing this, Yang Guo was greatly impressed, for it aligned perfectly with his wishes. Yang Guo and the maiden set up 4 or 5 grilling racks by the pool, custom made by the blacksmith. Now that his circumstances had improved, he felt it was time to indulge in some enjoyment. Soon, the 11 beauties emerged from the ice cellar. Bringing forth the lemon salt water, Yang Guo had instructed Xiao Zhu and Xiao Tao to prepare, a modern twist on iced tea. They also brought an assortment of fruits sourced from distant lands. Everything was in place, and they were merely awaiting the arrival of the guest of honor. As the hour approached, Li Macho appeared, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her hair elegantly styled, giving her the ethereal grace of a celestial being. Her attire fluttered in the breeze, enhancing her otherworldly aura. Yang Guo, upon her arrival, was instantly captivated by her beauty. The maidens quickly set aside their tasks and formed a line to greet Li Macho, bowing in respect. Greetings, elder sister. Li Macho was taken aback by the unexpected number of attendees. She had thought Yang Guo had arranged a private meeting for just the 2 of them. A sense of delight swelled within her at the sight of so many gathered. Sisters, please rise, she smiled warmly at them. Thank you, elder sister, they replied. their laughter resonating in the air. As Li Macho and Apos' heart began to open, guided by Yang Guo, she grew increasingly approachable, especially towards her adopted maidens, who held her in high regard. "It seems Master has shared this with you all?" she inquired. "Indeed, the Qixia Villa has never been so lively. Let us all enjoy ourselves today." Shui and Apos, and Yu and Apos, rushed to Li Macho and Apos' side, each linking an arm with her and cheerfully declaring, "How could it be us? Today is your birthday, sister, and your happiness is our happiness." Both were direct disciples of Li Macho. One had learned swordsmanship, while the other was well-versed in pharmacology and poison techniques. Yu and Apos, particularly, had nearly mastered the secrets of the 5 poisons, thus their bond with Li Macho was exceptionally close. "Yes, sister, we have prepared gifts for you. Come and see," they urged. Observing their joy brought warmth to Li Macho and Apos' heart. In the past, aside from Yang Guo, no one had shared in her happiness or sorrow, but now she could feel the essence of family and companionship. "Ah, let me see what treasures you girls have for me," she chuckled, her heart brimming with affection. Yang Guo, watching Li Macho laugh and converse with the maidens, felt a profound sense of joy. He wished for her to embrace life for herself, surrounded by family and friends, rather than remain closed off due to past grievances. "Hee. Can your gifts compare to mine?" he teased. Although he had assisted with the cake, he felt it inappropriate to blend his gift with theirs. Thus he had prepared something special of his own. Alas, it seems I and Apos reached a point of no return. My former music teacher once advised that my golden voice should only be unleashed in dire situations. Today, however, I must make an exception. He sighed deeply. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tao had crept up from behind. Her curiosity piqued. "Young master, what were you just saying?" Go, you are too inquisitive." Yang Guo gently tapped her head and hastily moved away. "Humph, I'm not interested." She pouted as she heard Xiaolan calling out, Wait. Today, I must first present my gift. Swimwear designed specifically for our sisters by the young master and me." Xiao Tao raised her hand in inquiry. "Sister Xiaolan, what is swimwear?" "Fool. It's clothing for swimming, of course." Shuer playfully ruffled her hair. "Kiki, Sister Shuer is correct. Why was the pool built a month ago yet remained closed? It was all for this moment. Dang. Everyone, look here. This is the finest swimwear, a bikini set." As she spoke, she revealed a pink bikini, causing all but Yang Guo and one other to blush furiously at its audacity. The bikini was indeed quite revealing. Had it not been for Xiaolan's prior creations of short sleeves, skirts, and shorts, they might have found it unbearable. Little Ju was the first to speak up. "Hee. Sister Xiaolan, I wonder if there are sizes for the younger sisters?" In the entire villa, apart from the mastermind Yang Guo, only Little Ju fully supported Xiaolan and Apos' designs, as evidenced by her usual attire. "Of course. Here, this one is yours," she replied, pulling out a light yellow swimsuit adorned with exquisite chrysanthemum patterns and handing it to her. "Sister understands her younger sister's heart. I shall try it on right away," she exclaimed, dashing toward the changing room. Although the attire was quite revealing, both its quality and fabric were exceptional, accentuating their figures. Yet, they were momentarily taken aback, feeling shy to don it. However, since someone was willing to try first, curiosity prevailed. "Wait for me. I will change too," Xiaolan called out, clutching a blue and white ensemble as she chased after Little Ju. Inside the changing room, the two were trying on swimsuits, while the rest buzzed with excitement outside. This must have been the young master's idea. Indeed, who else could come up with such peculiar notions? Ah, the young master is quite the clever one. He will surely grow into a great rogue. Yes, such a young age, yet already so lewd, chimed in Jean Chai, the oldest among the 11 beauties, who had been given new names to avoid sounding awkward. Before long, 2 beautiful figures emerged from the changing room. Xiaolan, slightly taller than average, showcased her long, slender legs, radiating youthful vibrancy, while Little Ju, though petite, exuded an adorable charm that was far from the demeanor of a seasoned professional. Yang Guo watched with a surge of excitement, while the maidens gathered around, their chatter filling the air, eager to try the swimwear themselves. Given their martial training from a young age, the maidens possessed perfect figures, with ample curves and slender frames. "Rest assured, sisters, I know your sizes and have tailored swimsuits for each of you. Go try them on," Xiaolan encouraged, sparking a wave of eager anticipation among the maidens as they exchanged glances, deciding to indulge in this playful moment, with only Yang Guo, a mere child, present. A group of young ladies eagerly took their custom swimwear sets from Xiaolan, Being familiar with one another, the outfits Xiaolan designed were all in styles they cherished. Often, a mere request to Xiaolan would result in them receiving garments that delighted them. Eventually, the group of girls made their way to the changing room. Leaving Li Macho hesitating in place, Yang Guo approached her and inquired, "What troubles you, Macho?" "This feels a bit too embarrassing," Li Macho replied, her age making it more challenging for her to embrace such new experiences compared to the younger girls. Realizing this, Yang Guo playfully teased, "Have you forgotten what we discussed in the ancient tomb? Those were the very garments I suggested for you. They will make swimming much more convenient. The weather is splendid today. Join everyone in the fun." "Well, fine then." She thought to herself that if everyone changed and she remained on the shore, how awkward that would be. Blushing, she hurriedly grabbed the black swimsuit and dashed into the changing room. Yang Guo turned to Xiaolan and Xiaoju, saying, "You two don't know how to swim yet, do you? Allow me to teach you today." "Sure, I'm all yours." Xiaoju giggled, despite her tender age of 16. Having dealt with people frequently, she knew Yang Guo and Appo's current age rendered him harmless, which made her feel at ease, even teasing him at times. "Humph, I want to learn on my own." With that, Xiaolan sprinted towards the warm pool and leaped in, with a splash when no movement was heard. Yang Guo approached to find her cheeks puffed, her limbs flailing in the water. She neither floated nor sank, presenting a rather comical sight. "Ha ha ha. Let the master teach me instead. This sister looks rather silly." Xiaoju Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle from the side. "Ha ha ha." Yang Guo bowed gracefully to Xiaoju, extending his right hand. Xiaoju, accustomed to this gesture, placed her delicate hand on his. "My dear lady, it is my utmost pleasure to serve you," he said, leading Xiaoju into the water. Upon entering, the water felt pleasantly warm from the sun, not cold at all. As they walked, when the water reached their chests, a wave of breathlessness washed over Yang Guo. He felt Xiaoju and Appo's hand tremble slightly and softly reassured her, "Fear not, I and Appo's am right here." Her face turned a rare shade of red as she nodded slightly, indicating she was fine. After some time, Xiaoju managed to swim a short distance after spluttering a few mouthfuls of water. Noticing Xiaolan still floundering in the water without surfacing, Yang Guo exclaimed and swam over to pull her up. As she broke the surface, she splashed water all over Yang Guo. "How's the water? Is it to your taste?" he teased as she regained her composure. "Woo-woo, you scared me. I couldn't and Appo's swim or float. I almost drowned. And you took your sweet time to save me." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Yang Guo refrained from further teasing and gently wiped away her tears, chiding her. "You were so mischievous, insisting on doing it alone. Now you've suffered for it. If you didn't have your inner strength, you would have drowned long ago." Whether it was from the fright or embarrassment, Xiaolan and Appo's face turned from pale to crimson as she turned away. Suddenly, a peal of melodious laughter rang out, drawing the attention of Yang Guo and the two girls towards the sound. A group of young ladies clad in alluring swimwear approached, their beauty eclipsing even the vibrant blooms around them. Yang Guo and Appo's gaze became fixed, utterly captivated by the sight before him, his cheeks warming with a sudden rush of heat. He quickly wiped his brow, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. The girls, noticing Yang Guo's flustered state, erupted into giggles, while he felt a playful itch. Knowing he could only observe without partaking in the revelry, the warm pool had just opened that day, and despite being from the south, the girls had rarely ventured outside the estate, making this experience utterly exhilarating for them. They supported one another as they ventured into the water. Yang Guo felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Living such days felt more rewarding than any royal title. He vowed to transform the Qixia mountain villa into a modern paradise. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations caught his attention. Upon looking, he found Li Macho showcasing her swimming skills. Standing at the pool's edge, her long, slender legs gleamed under the sun, her fair skin glowing radiantly, enhancing her allure. It seemed she was ready. She leaped gracefully into the water, joyfully swimming about, clearly enjoying herself. The other girls watched enviously as Li Macho surfaced, surrounding her with enthusiastic compliments. Yang Guokuden and Appo's let this opportunity slip by. He quickly swam towards them, making a splash as he emerged from the water, seizing the moment to discreetly take advantage of the situation. While the ladies assumed it was merely accidental contact and paid no mind. "Ladies, I can teach you. Macho is my prized pupil." To his surprise, the girls collectively declined. "We want Sister Macho. You should prepare the barbecue for us instead." Yang Guo, unable to accept such a slight, lunged toward the girls, causing them to scatter in a flurry. However, in the water, they were no match for him, and he managed to enjoy many playful encounters before Limacho, finding it amusing, joined in the chase. In an instant, the warm pool was alive with laughter and joy. After frolicking in the water, Yang Guo was unceremoniously expelled from the fun. He found himself on the shore, alongside the mischievous sisters Xiao Lan and Xiao Tao, where he grilled the meticulously marinated skewers. The aroma wafted through the air, making Yang Guo and Apos' mouth water uncontrollably. Not knowing whether it was due to the heavenly scent of grilled meat or the playful girls splashing in the water, Xiao Lan, look, the young master is drooling, teased Xiao Tao, who was by the grill. Is it really that delicious? Even the young master can't resist, she remarked, leaning in to sniff the savory delights. Here, Sister Xiao Lan, try this one first. Xiao Lan wasted no time, grabbing a skewer and taking a bite. The moment the charcoal grilled beef burst with flavor in her mouth, she was utterly satisfied. Delicious, delicious, she exclaimed, promptly preparing more skewers on the grill. As time passed, the girls swimming in the water began to tire, as swimming indeed required stamina. The enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted toward them. Wow, the young master has made something tasty again. Let and Apos' go. Snow Air, with her keen sense of smell, was the first to swim towards the shore. The others quickly followed suit, and Limacho, diving into the water, emerged victoriously on the shore, looking like a radiant lotus flower. Yang Guo swiftly blocked her and the other girls, saying, "Hold it right there. You all bullied me earlier, so if you want to enjoy the feast, you must first kiss me." Instantly, they halted. Without a second thought, Xiao Ju approached and planted a kiss on Yang Guo and Apos' cheek before retreating. It was not her first time, so she was unfazed. Seeing Xiao Ju take the lead, the others exchanged glances before the pair of golden and silver hairpins followed suit, joining in, for they were already fond of Yang Guo and a mere kiss was no big deal. Observing the delightful feast enjoyed by the lovely girls, Xiao Ju and Xiao Lan at Yang Guo and Apos' side, the already weary Feng Er found herself unable to resist the enticing aroma, and thus, she shed her reservations. After all, they were all dear to Yang Guo, and one by one, they approached to plant kisses upon him. Yang Guo's smile nearly reached his ears, for it is said that those who laugh last are the true victors. Only Limacho remained standing. Even Hong Lingbo had come forth to kiss him. Yang Guo leisurely sauntered over to her. "My dear disciple, on the occasion of your birthday, I shall not put you through any trials today." "Really? Thank you, master." Limacho's eyes sparkled as she made her way towards the barbecue stand. Suddenly, Yang Guo leaped forward and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Master, I will not trouble you, but I must also not be troubled myself." Hiki. Flushed with embarrassment, Limacho cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to argue, and continued towards the stand. Yang Guo promptly grasped her hand, accompanying her. Though she was reluctant to be seen by others, after a moment of struggle, Limacho surrendered to his grip, her cheeks blooming with color like a tipsy maiden, captivating those who beheld her. Yang Guo kindly removed the skewers of roasted meat from the grill and placed them on her plate. Limacho smiled gently at him, her eyes reflecting a sense of comfort and joy, having grown accustomed to such gestures. As the group savored their feast, Feng Er and Mei Yang exchanged glances and discreetly made their way to the changing room. The others, well aware of their intentions, paid no mind. While Limacho remained oblivious to their departure, her attention firmly captured by Yang Guo. Before long, the two emerged from the changing room, one adorned in flowing red attire, her sleeves dancing with the wind, and the other in elegant green gauze, exuding an air of serene grace, a long zither slung across her back. Feng Er settled gracefully upon the grass, placing the zither on her lap, her delicate fingers hovering above the strings, producing melodious notes that resonated like dancing notes in the air. Mei Yang bowed to Limacho in greeting. "Sister, we possess no precious treasures, only our humble talents to perform for your birthday. I hope you will not find it lacking." "Do not be modest, Mei Yang. It brings me immense joy to witness you and Feng Er perform together," Limacho replied, her anticipation palpable. With a soft smile, Mei Yang began to dance gracefully to the rhythm of the zither, her delicate features adorned in red, her dark hair flowing elegantly, her flawless visage exuded an enchanting beauty. Her bright eyes sparkled like rippling water, and as she danced with ethereal grace, her wide sleeves fluttered, accentuating her captivating form. Every gaze in the gathering was drawn to her, hearts racing as if she were gazing directly at each observer, particularly the infatuated Yang Guo. The music reached a crescendo, her slender fingers deftly plucking the zither strings, creating a cascade of melodious notes that intertwined with the fragrant breeze, the scent of osmanthus enveloping the air. In that moment, the gauze billowed like a gentle cloud. The spirited notes echoed alongside the whispering pines, resonating endlessly. As they became lost in the melody, Mei Nyang's movements gradually slowed, her red sleeves ceasing their dance, and Feng Er's fingers also stilled. As the final notes faded, the audience awakened, as if the world had lost its harmony with the cessation of the music. Yang Guo, entranced, applauded fervently, prompting the other women to join in, their excitement bubbling over. Determined, Yang Guo mused. Feng Er, having such innate talent in music at such a young age, only Huang Yaoshi from the East could teach her. When she encounters Guo Yang in 13 years, I shall ensure she meets him, potentially securing a bright future for her. And Mei Nyang too. Alas, my own foundation is too shallow. Why must I seek guidance from others for every skill? The two women rose in unison, offering a slight bow to Yang Guo and the others, standing together like a harmonious blend of angel and devil. Not lingering, they returned to the changing room to don their swimsuits, keen to avoid soiling their garments with grease. In a flurry, gifts were presented to Li Macho, who beamed with delight at the precious offerings, her heart swelling with appreciation for her younger sisters. Until Xiaoju revealed her gift, and harmony was momentarily lost. Indeed, Xiaoju unveiled a large jade pendant, inscribed with the character Fa. Li Macho and Appo's face turned crimson with embarrassment. The pendant, though crafted from exquisite jade, was undeniably ostentatious, evoking the image of a nouveau riche. Yang Guo could only stare in disbelief, as Xiaoju, with her impeccable taste, had inexplicably chosen to inscribe Fa on all her jade pieces due to her management of the estate's business, a decision that had left everyone speechless. Seeing the pendant, the others understood its implications. Yang Guo approached her and playfully tapped her on the head, exclaiming, "How many times must I say it? No one appreciates this." Xiaoju rubbed her head, pouting, "But this is my most treasured possession. I deliberated for ages before deciding to gift it to my sister, intending to retrieve it later." Yang Guo was at a loss for words, and so was everyone else. In the end, Li Macho stepped in to mediate. "Xiaoju, why not take back your treasure? Perhaps a generous red envelope at the year and Appo's SN would suffice?" "Really? Thank you, sister. I shall definitely prepare a grand red envelope for you." Xiaoju beamed with joy, nearly bowing in gratitude, as if the jade pendant were a priceless treasure. The others exchanged glances, realizing that asking her for gifts in the future would mean requesting money instead. Who knew if she would present yet another jade pendant inscribed with Fa? After the momentary disruption caused by Xiaoju, the festivities resumed smoothly. Notably, Shui'er had been riding on the coattails of Xiao Tao and her friends, extolling her gifts with grandiose claims, as if her presence were indispensable. As Xiaoju and Xiao Tao and Appo's gifts remained unopened, the attention turned to Yang Guo, who felt Li Macho's gaze upon him, filled with expectation and a smile gracing her lips. Gazing at the darkening sky, Yang Guo realized it was time for him to take the stage. He rose, approaching the stone table with an unprocessed eggplant in hand, striking a cool pose as he began to sing a jubilant birthday song. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear." As Yang Guo exuberantly belted out the song, the crowd was rendered speechless, taken aback by the sheer audacity of his voice. It was no wonder his music teacher had advised against singing. When facing danger, singing could at least provide a moment of joy, and under threat, it might soften the blow for others. The discordant notes were painfully off-key, and even those who did not understand English could discern the dissonance. Shui'er was the first to burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Is he trying to mimic a chicken? How horrendous." Her laughter unleashed a flood of mirth, echoing through the nearby courtyards, as everyone joined in the uproarious laughter. Even Li Macho could not help but burst into laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes as she observed the playful Yang Guo above and the chorus of giggling sisters below. It felt as though her heart was being filled by their joy. Was this the sensation of home that her master had spoken of? As Yang Guo concluded the last line of his song, he spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and tilted his head slightly upward, eagerly awaiting their applause. Instead, he was met with peals of laughter. Yang Guo, somewhat embarrassed, opened his eyes to see them. Fortunately, it was Li Macho who first applauded, setting off a ripple of clapping among the others, though they could hardly mask the amusement on their faces. Shui and Appo's, that mischievous girl, was already rolling on the ground with laughter, clutching her stomach, unable to even manage a clap. Though their applause was delayed, Yang Guo reveled in it. He believed that his voice, once unleashed, could even outshine the most enchanting of singers, the pinnacle of singing, as it were. lies not in astonishing the audience at the first note, but rather in the ability to sing on, blissfully oblivious to one's own awkwardness, much like Yang Guo himself. Clearing his throat, he addressed the ladies. Ladies, do you think this is the entirety of my performance? Please, look up. With that, he placed 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled a resounding note. As they pondered his words, a series of brilliant fireworks erupted across the night sky, bursting into a dazzling display of colors. Though these fireworks were not as extravagant as those he had witnessed in his past life, it was not their beauty that mattered, but rather the company with whom one shared the moment. Slowly, he approached Li Macho, who gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, and he gently took her hand. Despite his youth, those around him did not regard him as merely a child. Li Macho did not voice her thoughts, yet Yang Guo sensed her inner resistance towards him. The constraints of ancient morals were an inescapable reality, but he remained patient. They had ample time to navigate these complexities. However, it pained him to see Li Macho suppressing her feelings, unable to voice them. Had their secret been known beyond their circle, whispers and rumors would have surely tormented her. Reminiscent of the trials faced by Mei Chaofeng and Huang Yaoshi in years past, Li Macho tightened her grip on his small hand, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. To be truthful, she was unsure how to confront Yang Guo and the feelings that stirred within her. Everything must remain buried within, as she had always intended. Yet Yang Guo's relentless advances made it increasingly difficult to resist. She was willing to forsake everything to pursue her desires. For now, all she could do was protect him and await his maturation. In that moment, both were heavy with unspoken thoughts, yet fortunately, their friends remained captivated by the fireworks, oblivious to the tension between them. As the fireworks eventually faded, Xiaozhu wheeled in a handcart adorned with a magnificent 4-tier cake, beautifully embellished with fresh fruits. Schwer dashed over to Li Macho, pointing at the cake with excitement. Sister, look at the fruits on that cake. I carved them. Aren't they beautiful? Indeed, Schwer, you did a marvelous job. Li Macho praised her, knowing how much she relished compliments. As for why she claimed to have carved them, it was simply due to the fact that all the fruits had been skillfully sliced by her sword. She had struggled with whipping the egg whites, and without that, the cake would not rise, so Yang Guo had entrusted her with this task, knowing her prowess with the blade. A banquet reached its crescendo amidst the harmonious melodies and elegant dances of the wind and Mei-Nyang, culminating in a dazzling display of fireworks. Yang Guo and Xiao Zhu shared exquisite slices of cake among the ladies, each delicately arranged on plates with silver forks at their sides. For it is essential to indulge in cake with a fork to imbue the experience with a sense of ritual. The ladies could hardly contain their excitement as they observed Yang Guo and his companions dividing the cake into 23 pieces, just enough for each to have their share. Yang Guo generously offered the slice adorned with the most fruit to Li Macho, and upon seeing the guest of honor with her portion, the others eagerly selected their own pieces from the table. Schwer, unable to wait for her fork, took a hearty bite of the fragrant cake. Her face smeared with cream, as she exclaimed, "This is delicious. So soft and sweet." The others echoed her sentiments, showering praises upon the delightful confection. Li Macho, filled with joy, relished her first encounter with such delectable fare, reluctant to finish her slice too quickly, savoring every morsel as if fearing it might vanish. Yang Guo, amused by her hesitation, offered half of his piece, suggesting that if she desired more, she could simply ask Xiao Zhu or Xiao Tao to prepare it again. With a playful grin, Li Macho accepted his offer, insisting he personally prepare it. Although savoring the cake would inevitably lead to its end, the ladies soon found themselves requesting more from Xiao Zhu and Xiao Tao, who readily agreed, enjoying the opportunity to indulge. The day concluded in a joyful atmosphere, where everything felt blissful except for Yang Guo and Appo's singing. The following morning, after breakfast, Yang Guo instructed someone to summon the 9 maidens and 11 beauties to the courtyard. As they each had their designated areas to oversee, they seldom dined together, having long mastered their morning exercises, which they now performed independently. Soon, the ladies gathered, while Yang Guo and Li Macho observed Hong Lingbo practice her swordplay, sipping fragrant tea in tranquil contentment. Once all were present, Yang Guo addressed them. "We are preparing for a significant undertaking soon. Please make your preparations." Li Macho, intrigued, inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" After a moment's hesitation, Yang Guo divulged his plans, contemplating the necessity of a stable environment to cultivate their power. Among the many locations in this world, he had identified a suitable haven, the Heartless Valley, where Qiu Qianqi had been cast down for 4 years, and Gongsun Ji and Appo's martial prowess had diminished considerably. With their current strength, They could easily seize it as a secret base for their endeavors. Nestled between Tongguan and Guo Yang lies the secluded Heartless Valley, ruled by a clan with the surname Gongsun. Their ancestors had served in the Tang dynasty, but later sought refuge in the valley to escape the chaos of the Ensure Rebellion. Its remote location and the inhabitants' reclusive nature rendered it virtually unknown to the outside world. A place Yang Guo had stumbled upon, with only 3 individuals aware of its existence. Himself, Xiao Qianrun, who had been taken as a disciple by Yi Deng, and perhaps Yi Deng himself. At this moment, Xiaozhu spoke up. "Young master, is it appropriate for us to attack someone with whom we have no enmity?" Wind Air quickly rebuked her. "Xiaozhu, do not question the young master's decision." She understood that although they were different from others, they were ultimately servants to Yang Guo. Fearing that Xiaozhu and Apos' words might incite his ire, Yang Guo shook his head gently, addressing Wind Air. "There is no need for such formality. We are all family here, and I have never considered you outsiders. Speak freely. I do not intend to act without reason, or else why would I have called you together for this discussion?" Hearing Yang Guo's words, the ladies felt a wave of relief, their hearts warmed by the bond they shared with him. Xiaozhu, initially feeling wronged by the reprimand, was moved by Yang Guo and Apos' words, her gaze reflecting a flicker of unspoken emotions. Now, back to the matter at hand, Yang Guo continued. Xiaozhu and Apos' concerns are valid. We are not paragons of virtue, yet we shall not act against the code of the martial world. The master of Heartless Valley, despite his outwardly refined demeanor, is a wretched creature. 10 years ago, he betrayed his pregnant wife with a servant, leading to the servant's demise when discovered. For years prior, he exploited his wife's moment of vulnerability, stripping her of her martial abilities and casting her into the abyss of Heartless Valley, where she perished. Xiaozhu, do you believe such a man is worthy of mercy? Xiaozhu hesitated, yet trusting Yang Guo and Apos' judgment, she nodded. Such treatment of his own wife is utterly unfaithful and unjust. He deserves to be punished. Yang Guo affirmed her words, aware that Gongsun Ji was indeed a villain, and his wife, Xiao Qianren, equally so. I have gathered you to discuss our participants for this mission. Your sister, Mo Cho, has accumulated many enemies over the years, and leaving the house unguarded is unwise. Mo Cho protested. What is the point in discussing this? I have ceased my violent ways. Yang Guo chuckled. Very well. I understand. This time, Jin Chai will accompany me along with your sisters, San Mei, Wu Mei, Qi Mei, Jiao Mei, and Xiao Shi, while Yin Chai will remain at Qixia Villa with the others. Yes, as you command, young master, Jin Chai responded. Yin Chai, displeased, interjected, young master. We have yet to venture outside. Why can you not take us along? Come down. Someone must guard the house. As the second sister, it is your responsibility to look after the others. I assure you, your turn will come next time, Yang Guo explained. Next, it was the turn of the remaining maidens, Xiao Tao, Wind Air, Shui Air, Yu Air, Main Yang, Xiao Lan, and Ling Bo would join him. Hua Air was tasked with managing affairs at home, and Xiao Zhu and Xiao Tao could not both accompany him, lest Yin Chai protest even more. Additionally, Xiao Zhu was reminded of her promise to Mo Cho, so she too would remain behind to manage the business. Yang Guo meticulously organized the arrangements, wishing he could take everyone along. Although Heartless Valley posed no immediate threat, there were still over 100 residents within, and he felt somewhat apprehensive about their capabilities. Noticing that he had delegated roles, Mo Cho inquired, What about me, master? Fear not. I could never forget you, Yang Guo assured her. Knowing her mastery of the Nine manual had brought her close to the pinnacle of martial prowess, more than capable of defeating Gongsun Ji. Then I am content. Mo Cho replied with a sweet smile, her heart elated. The journey was not far, yet given it would be their first outing, they decided to set off in 3 days and Apos' time, allowing everyone to prepare accordingly. The chosen ones were naturally elated, while those left unselected felt a tinge of disappointment. However, Xiaozhu and War were the most composed, concealing their discontent. Subsequently, he instructed Xiaojun to procure the necessary items, urging her to hasten if anything was lacking. Though she displayed clear reluctance, yet had no choice in the matter. By the way, you and Apos can bring along more essentials this time. You may need to stay in the Valley of Heartlessness for a while, Yang Guo remarked as they prepared to depart. Ah, yes, young master, she replied, though puzzled. She complied, assuming he had further instructions. After all the women had left, Li Macho turned to Yang Guo and asked, Why leave where in that Valley of Heartlessness? His decision to venture there had an ulterior motive, to seek the last two antidotes for the heartlessness pills. While he was uncertain how much it would alter his fate, one must always prepare for contingencies. Do you know why a paradise is named the Valley of Heartlessness? I do not, Macho admitted. This valley is filled with a poisonous flower known as the love flower, which blooms vibrantly yet bears many thorns. A mere prick can induce poisoning. Those mildly affected may recover with time if they remain detached, but those severely poisoned must consume the heartlessness pill to survive. Hence, the valley bears this name. I want you and Appos to learn the method of concocting the heartlessness pill. It may prove useful one day, Yang was stated, a hint of apprehension in his heart, pondering whether he should truly entrust his life to that bitter herb. Truth be told, Yang Guo was fortunate. Had the toxin of the love flower been slightly milder than that of the heartbreak grass, it could have been an entirely different narrative. After all, preparation is key. Li Macho expressed her astonishment. Such extraordinary flowers exist in this world. No wonder they are called love flowers. Prepare well. The red lotus fairy shall soon re-emerge. Yang Guo jested. I shall not converse further. With Li Macho preparing to leave, Yang Guo suddenly recalled something and called out, Macho, wait. Prepare more silver needles over these 3 days. The finer, the better. They will be of great use and pertain to our lives and Appos' safety. Seeing his seriousness, Li Macho nodded and set off to prepare. Yang Guo internally sighed with relief, almost forgetting about the fishing net formation of the Valley of Heartlessness, a formation capable of ensnaring even the likes of Huang Rong and Master Eating, thus should not be underestimated. Alas, the fishing net is, after all, a fishing net. Its gaps are quite large, and as long as he could eliminate one enemy with a silver needle, he would not be ensnared by the net from all sides. He calculated that Gong Senji likely had no inkling that he was aware of the fishing net formation in the Valley of Heartlessness. After contemplating numerous details, Yang Guo began to meditate and cultivate. His internal strength had reached the preliminary level of a top-tier expert, akin to Qiu Chuji. Even if he could not defeat them, he could escape. This was not due to Qiu Chuji and Appos' prowess, but rather Yang Guo and Appos' lack of external martial arts. With his profound internal power, he could handle first-rate experts with ease, but would struggle against the more formidable ones. 3 days later, the group of women was fully prepared, each carrying a bundle. Aside from a change of clothes, the rest contained silver coins, and they wielded long swords at their waists, veils covering their faces. Only Xue and Appos had a dagger at her waist. As a master of weaponry, she believed in being thoroughly prepared. Yang Guo donned his black robe and mask. He could not afford to reveal himself to the world, especially considering the considerable commotion they were making. In this martial world where beggars roamed the central plains, it would not take long for news to reach Huang Rong and Appos' ears, a woman he greatly feared due to her exceptional intellect. He must not reveal any hint of his presence. Once he confirmed that everyone was ready, Yang Guo commanded, let us depart. With the worried gazes of War and Xiaozhu upon him, his group headed towards the eastern Tongguan in Shaanxi. A month later, they had not lingered on the road and arrived at the junction of Tongguan and Luoyang in the Yuxi region. Master, we have searched this mountain range for 3 days. Where is this so-called Valley of Heartlessness? Li Macho inquired, feeling fatigued. They had arrived 3 days prior, and Yang Guo had only read about it in novels and television dramas, none of which provided precise locations. Oh, that was my oversight. I should have brought War along. She is adept at mechanisms and secret paths, and could have located it faster than us. Allow me a moment to think, Yang Guo mused, having underestimated the Valley of Heartlessness's elusive nature. After all, if it were easily found, it would not have remained undiscovered for centuries. He perched on a branch, allowing the cool breeze to brush against his face, striving to clear his mind and consider whether he had overlooked anything. If they were to scour the mountains, with their 16 members, it would take an eternity. The valley entrance. While we are still in the south, we are not far from the north. Winter often brings snow, and the trees are unlikely to remain evergreen. If this serves as a natural barrier, it surely would not escape the notice of the imperial hunters who pursued us back then. Macho, you, Phone, and Appos, Ji-Chai. And you and Appos, take 2 people each and divide into 4 teams to scout the surrounding mountains for any large rocks, marking them accordingly. We shall regroup here in 2 hours to conduct a thorough investigation, he instructed. Understood, the women replied in unison, each forming their teams and swiftly departing in different directions. I will examine this mountain alone. With that, he clapped his hands on the branch, and utilizing his lightness skill, soared towards the distance. Ugh, what bad luck. He muttered after searching 2 mountains, finding only one with a rock face, which was solid without any openings. This was the 3rd mountain. If he found nothing, he would have to return and reunite with the others. He deftly evaded a nearby snake attempting to ambush him, condensing yang poison in his hand. He flicked it onto the snake, which writhed for a moment before falling still. Snakes are cold by nature. My yang poison is their nemesis. After spending another quarter of an hour, Yang still had not found any stone formations or walls, so he turned back. Upon returning to the clearing, everyone had already gathered. Yang lightly tapped the tree trunk, instantly appearing before them. Speak. Did you find anything? He asked, his mood not particularly bright. Fearing he might hear more bad news. The women recounted their findings, and after listening, he felt somewhat relieved. They had explored 16 peaks, discovering over 20 locations with rocky walls. Notably, Limacho had found a peculiar area of scattered stones among the most lush trees on one peak. His eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this must be the place. Haha, we have finally found it. It is getting late. We shall rest here for the night and set out for this location in the morning. Yes. The women responded in unison, beginning their preparations. Limacho and Yang swiftly moved to sit on a branch. I thought Master knew everything, she teased. Yang felt quite embarrassed. Did the esteemed Mr. Jean provide a map? I only know this place and not much about what lies within, let alone the entire terrain of the Valley of Heartlessness. If we recklessly charge in, especially with the darkness upon us, we could easily fall prey due to our unfamiliarity with the terrain. Surely not. If you knew so little, would you know who the Valley Master is having an affair with? This small matter cannot possibly pose a problem. Limacho was unsure whether it was intentional. But her voice rose significantly, causing the women below, who were busy arranging things, to frequently turn their heads and glance at the two of them. They could not help but stifle their laughter, their expressions quite peculiar. Yang chose to remain silent. How could he explain such a situation? He was completely unaware of where she lived, yet somehow knew all about her romantic escapades. As the sky gradually darkened, the women below lit a bonfire and gathered various wild fruits, along with some game brought by Shui and Appos, including wild chickens and rabbits. Yang felt embarrassed. While wild chickens were one thing, how could she bring herself to eat such a cute rabbit? Was she truly a sister at heart? In the end, Yang acquiesced to her request and roasted the rabbit for her, watching her enjoy it more than anyone else. Not only Yang, but even the other women were somewhat enchanted. Normally, women seldom indulged in such meat unless absolutely necessary. The others feasted on roasted chicken, and thankfully, with Xiao Tao and Appos as assistants, Yang was spared from exhausting himself entirely. However, things were far better now compared to when he was alone with Limacho, having to care for his disciple all by himself. Now, with the presence of numerous maidens, it was much more convenient. He could simply lie back and wait for them to finish their preparations, embodying what a traveler should be. After finishing their meal of roasted chicken and rabbit, Yang suggested they rest early, taking turns to keep watch during the night. Upon hearing this, the women took out cloth pieces from their bundles, laid them on the soft grass they had piled up, and sat down. Yang couldn't and Appos, helped but shake his head. Girls always had a penchant for beauty and comfort. He leapt onto a sturdy branch nearby, reclining there in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Shui and Appos, took the first watch, as her lively nature made it difficult for her to sleep, but by the latter half of the night, she succumbed to tiredness, proving to be rather unreliable and thus only suitable for the first watch. After a night passed, nothing unexpected occurred. It was quite tranquil. Yang awoke early and advised Limacho, who was still on watch, to rest for a while, lest she become fatigued. As the night drew on, the mental strain increased, making it hard for one to endure. Yang intentionally delayed their departure to allow Limacho more time to regain her energy. With about half an hour until dawn, Yang led the maidens toward the mountains in the northwest. They channeled their inner strength beneath their feet and hastened toward the area of the rocky hills, arriving in just over a quarter of an hour. Indeed, while the place seemed entirely ordinary, the most unremarkable locations often concealed the most abnormal secrets. Surrounded by lush greenery, many scattered rocks stood tall amidst the landscape, providing natural cover in spring and summer, and even in autumn and winter, when the leaves fell, it could still obscure one and Appos' presence, an exquisite concealment. They spread out in search, using their inner strength to gently tap the stones, careful not to damage them, checking for hollow compartments. Swear, don't knock there. Are you foolish? That little stone can and amp. Oppos. Have an opening. Look for the massive stones connected to the mountain wall. Yang Guo nearly spat blood in frustration as Shui and amp. Oppos. Dashed ahead, incessantly tapping on the rocks, some taller than she was. How could they be the entrance? The other women chuckled and dispersed to search after hearing Yang Guo's words. Within the Valley of No Feelings, a figure sat at the head of the hall, while a servant clad in green spoke to him, reporting to the Valley Master. A group of people has been wandering outside for 4 days, seemingly searching for something. They are close to finding our entrance. Gongsun Ji remained silent for a moment before asking, what kind of people are they? A group of young women, numbering at least 13. Oh, and there and amp, Oppos, as also a man in black, rather short in stature. Oh, how do they appear? Upon hearing that the group consisted entirely of women, Gongsun Ji and amp, Oppos' interest was piqued. They are all breathtakingly beautiful. By the end, even the servant could not help but swallow hard. If they truly find the entrance, let them in. Yes. After some searching, Yang Guo and the others finally discovered a seemingly hollow stone wall. He knocked on it. Indeed, this is the place. Just as he was about to strike it with all his might, the stone wall opened like a door. 4 men dressed in green emerged, one of whom bowed to Yang Guo and the others, saying, it is indeed a fate that esteemed guests have found their way here. The Valley Master has instructed us to welcome you. Yang Guo scoffed internally. How timely. If we hadn't discovered this place, would you have opened the door to greet us? He felt a sense of vigilance. This location was remarkably hidden, indicating they had long been aware of their presence, while he had failed to notice any watchers. Then please, lead the way, Yang Guo said, his voice unmasked, sounding like a child. The 4 servants exchanged puzzled glances before lowering their heads and leading the way. As they proceeded, the stone door closed seamlessly behind them, perfectly blending with the stone wall. As they continued, the rocky terrain transformed into a backdrop of vast, dense banyan trees, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. The Water Narcissus Manor, built primarily of stilted structures, stood among them, not only easier to construct than stone houses, but also more harmonious with nature. Such beauty was truly rare in the mundane world. Shui couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this place is so beautiful. Just then, a deep, magnetic voice belonging to an adult man resonated. If the young lady enjoys it, you may stay here for a few days, and I shall extend my hospitality. The group turned toward the source of the voice, where a handsome man in a royal blue satin robe approached, exuding elegance and charm, with a subtle beard adorning his upper lip and chin. The 4 servants quickly knelt in respect. We greet the Valley Master. Rise. In truth, Gongsun Ji had intended to await them in the main hall, but his restless heart compelled him to observe secretly from a distance. To his astonishment, the beauty of the maiden surpassed that of Ro and Oppos, in her youth by a considerable margin. Frankly, he had never encountered such stunning beauties in his life, let alone 13 of them. Unable to contain his excitement, he approached to welcome them, resulting in the current scene, though Shui was still young and boisterous. Upon encountering Gongsun Ji's somewhat predatory gaze, she felt uncomfortable and instinctively moved closer to Yang Guo, quietly murmuring, no, it's all right, thank you. Li Macho stepped forward to shield her, saying, thank you for your kindness, Valley Master, but we have intruded rather abruptly, please forgive us. Internally, she felt a chill, just as her master had warned. He was indeed a hypocrite. Yang Guo remained silent, observing everything as a mere bystander. Gongsun Ji and amp, Oppos' gaze grew more lustful, his heart aflame. If Shui and amp, Oppos' was like a pure and delicate snow lotus ready to bloom, evoking sympathy. Then Li Macho was the undisputed queen of all men, noble and elegant, stunningly beautiful. Upon seeing her, Gongsun Ji was utterly captivated and foolishly inquired, may I ask how this celestial maiden is addressed? Though Yang Guo said nothing, his eyes gleamed with a cold light. I initially considered allowing you to concoct an antidote for the heartless pill, but now it seems it's better for you to perish. I could simply burn the heartless flowers in this valley without a second thought. Gongsun Ji remained oblivious to the fact that the one he had been ignoring was a lurking tiger, keenly observing him with deadly intent. While he continued to engage in casual banter, feigning elegance, Li Macho replied with a hint of indifference, I am but a woman of the mountains, unworthy of such a title. What? You already have a husband? Gongsun Ji exclaimed, horrified, his heart seething with jealousy, nearly unable to contain his fury. At this moment, Yang Guo had already set a deadline for him and was naturally unwilling to engage in further idle chatter. He spoke up, enough, Master Gongsun. Let us proceed inside to discuss matters. It was only then that he noticed Yang Guo beside him and scoffed. Indeed, just a short fellow. Please, everyone, follow me, he said, turning his back on them and striding forward, no longer pretending, his heart brimming with fury. Yang Guo observed his retreating figure with a cold smirk. Cho, having undergone a transformation in her emotional state and the success of her martial arts training, appeared even more stunning. Her ethereal grace rivaling that of the legendary Xiao Longnu and the youthful Huang Rong, known as the most beautiful woman of the Central Plains. Meanwhile, the current Gong Sunji had not yet matured to the depths of character he would possess 8 years hence. He was still easily deceived by Xiao Longnu. The women began to see through Gong Sunji and Apos as true nature, and coupled with Yang Guo and Apos as words, they held him in contempt. Yang Guo quietly approached Li Macho, resting a hand on her delicate wrist, and transmitted his thoughts. When the moment comes, if anyone encircles us, use the ice soul silver needles to eliminate the enemies on the left while I take care of those on the right. Let us aim for a swift and decisive strike. Li Macho nodded slightly in understanding. Yang Guo suddenly remembered another reason for sparing him. Gong Sun Lu, the gentle girl. Truthfully, he did not wish to alter her path by killing Gong Sun Ji, but now he realized that allowing Gong Sun Ji to live was a potential threat, one that might one day turn against them. Therefore, he resolved to deal with him first, or at least ensure they did not take action against him. Knowing that Qiu Qianqi would never allow Gong Sun Lu to suffer any injustice, having come to this conclusion, Yang Guo chose to disregard the rest. Now, all he needed was to quietly eliminate Gong Sunji without attracting attention. He signaled to Li Macho again. Let us observe the situation before taking action. Though unsure of Yang Guo's intentions, she nodded in agreement. He felt somewhat embarrassed, his thoughts were muddled, and as a university student, he recognized his tendency to overlook details. A significant flaw that he resolved to correct in the future, lest it lead to greater problems. Upon entering the grand hall, they found it furnished with soft couches and devoid of tables or chairs, retaining much of the customs of the Tang dynasty. Yang Guo was unfazed, as the tatami of later times resembled this setting. He sat down on the floor, prompting the others to follow suit. They were puzzled at the abundance of low stools and teapots without tables. Gong Sunji, noticing Yang Guo's demeanor, regarded him with newfound respect. Please, everyone, take a seat. Our valley has prepared some refreshments. I hope you will not be shy. Upon this, a group of servants presented platters of unknown flower petals, placing them before the guests. Shui, somewhat displeased, remarked, Are we to eat flowers? Gong Sunshi, reverting to his refined demeanor, was about to explain when Yang Guo interrupted. Do not be foolish. In the Valley of No Emotions, the consumption of meat is forbidden. The fact that the Valley Master has offered these is already a gesture of utmost courtesy. Do try them. They are quite palatable and serve as a delightful change of pace. Surprised that Yang Guo was aware of the Valley and Apos, as customs, Gong Sunji hesitated, unsure of his identity, and softened his attitude. This was precisely what Yang Guo desired. He needed time to devise a plan. With that, Yang Guo removed the hood and mask of his black robe, revealing a youthful, handsome face. Having been a distinguished scholar in his past life, he exuded an air of literary elegance, making others perceive him as a noble scion of a scholarly family at first glance. This young gentleman is rather impressive, possessing such remarkable features at such a young age. May I inquire your name? Gong Sunji thought, bemused by the sight of a child leading a group of women. You flatter me, Master Gong Sun. My surname is Yang, and my given name is Guo, courtesy name Gaiji. These are my sisters. I apologize for the intrusion today. I hope the Valley Master will forgive us, Yang Guo said, performing a respectful gesture. Gong Sunji then recalled the title Yang Guo had used for him. When had he ever mentioned his surname? How did he know? He suddenly felt as if Yang Guo was well acquainted with him, whereas he had only learned the name of his visitor. How does young master know my surname? Gong Sunji asked, his gaze turning cold, hinting at a readiness to act if he felt cornered. Yang Guo remained unperturbed, having prepared a suitable explanation. Master Gong Sun, there is no need for haste. I have come specifically for you. Young Master Yang jesting. Our Valley of No Emotions has not made its presence known for centuries. How could you have learned of it? Might you reveal your source? Gong Sunshi and Apos, S heart raced, fearing that Qiu Qianqi and Apos, S brother might have sent him. Few in the mundane world knew of the Valley of No Emotions. Naturally, it must be from literature. Seeing Yang Guo and Apos, S calm demeanor, Gong Sunshi suppressed his rising anger and asked, I implore you, young Master Yang, to elucidate. No need to worry, Master Gong's son. If I mention a name, you will surely understand. My ancestor, Yang Guozhong. You are a descendant of the former Prime Minister Yang Guozhong? Gongsun realized, recalling that his ancestor had some acquaintance with Yang Guozhong. Though Yang Guozhong had retreated to this secluded place due to him, if anyone knew of this place, it would likely be him. Gongsun Ji and Amp, Appo's heart relaxed, realizing that Yang Guo was merely the descendant of an old friend. Master Gongsun has misunderstood. My ancestor, fearing he might miss out on vital information, did not disclose the exact location of the Valley of No Emotions to his descendants, only providing a general idea and a name. He instructed us to find the descendants of the Gongsun family when the world stabilized, lest they become too reclusive. We are not the first to seek you, merely fortunate enough to arrive here in this era, likely due to the blessings of our ancestors. Yang Guo fabricated a tale, emphasizing how highly the Yang family regarded the Gongsun family, portraying an unbreakable bond between them. Though Gongsun could not ascertain the truth of Yang Guo's words, the sentiment conveyed was deeply heartfelt. He raised his teacup to Yang Guo and said, Brother Yang, allow me to toast you with this tea in place of wine. May our families, the Gongsun and the Yang, maintain amicable relations for generations. Then, Master Gongsun, I shall shamelessly acknowledge you as my elder brother. Let us drink this cup of tea, and I will ensure we share fine wine together on another occasion, Yang Guo replied, exuding camaraderie. Excellent, such spirit. Even though Gongsun could not indulge in alcohol, the atmosphere stirred his emotions. How could he easily concede, especially in front of so many beautiful women? He drained his teacup, and seeing the questioning look from Gongsun, Yang Guo feigned realization and began introducing the women to him. They, uncertain of Yang Guo and Amp, Appo's intentions, did not disrupt the plan, bowing respectfully to Gongsun, which pleased him immensely, causing him to beam with delight. After careful consideration, Yang Guo devised a plan. Regrettably realizing that eliminating Gongsun in one fell swoop would be challenging, the safest approach would be to follow the original narrative and allow Qiu Qianqi to usurp power. As changing masters was a complex affair, he could part with the servants but could not bear to lose Gongsun Lu. After all, he desired to possess both beauty and territory, and it was not mere selfishness. He aimed to fulfill the unfulfilled debts of his past life, thus realizing the dreams of the readers. The pressing task at hand is to locate the entrance to the Valley of Unrequited Love and rescue the trapped Qiu Qianqi. If she behaves, it would be well and good. However, if she does not, Yang Guo would have no choice but to use the soul transfer technique to exert control over her. After a round of pleasantries, without Yang Guo needing to prompt, Gongsun had already suggested that they extend their stay for a few more days to honor the guests in a manner befitting a host. He had certainly intended this, and after feigning reluctance a few times, he ultimately consented. Bring forth accommodations for our esteemed guests. Also, where has the old man gone? Have him come to see me. Gongsun commanded his servants. Yes, Valley Master. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Gongsun. Yang Guo replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is of no consequence. I feel as if I have known you for ages. Please, make yourselves at home here as if it were your own abode. Then I must express my gratitude to Brother Gongsun. Although he addressed him as Amp, Appo's brother, and Amp, Appo's, Yang Guo felt a surge of malice within, thinking to himself that if not for ulterior motives, he would have dismantled this Valley of Unrequited Love outright. After exchanging further pleasantries, Gongsun directed his servants to show them to their quarters. Yang Guo had initially hoped to explore the Valley of Unrequited Love, but he realized he must abandon that notion for now, since they were already here. He would settle in. Fortunately, Gongsun was not overly rude and arranged for Yang Guo and the others to stay in neighboring villas. After the women had briefly inspected their respective bedrooms, they came to Yang Guo and Appo's courtyard. He did not shy away but sat in the courtyard, engaging them in conversation. Gongsun was certainly not foolish enough to be oblivious. He must have had someone watching from outside. Not wanting to incite suspicion, Yang Guo decided to let them overhear the conversation. Aside from the food, which is somewhat lacking, everything else is quite satisfactory here. The environment is even more beautiful than our Qixiao mountain villa. Shuer, after wandering for hours, was quite taken with the scenery. Seeing her delight, Yang Guo teased, shall I offer you to Gongsun so that you may remain here and he might provide you with delicacies? She shook her head vigorously like a rattling drum. No. Home is far better. You mustn't, and Appo's, try to deceive me. Laughter erupted among the women. Yang Guo continued to chat with them, exchanging trivialities devoid of significant information. though Shuer and Xiao Tao, despite their simplicity, could still differentiate between major and minor matters. Of course, these were merely the observations of those who might be eavesdropping. Meanwhile, Yang Guo had privately communicated with each of them, instructing them to take the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the entire terrain the next day, particularly to locate the alchemical chamber within the Valley of Unrequited Love in a place called Ghost Peak. At that point, he and Li Macho would remain behind to conduct further inquiries, leaving everything in Wind's capable hands. After a few more casual exchanges, the women dispersed to their respective rooms. Yang Guo reclined on his bed, closing his eyes to rest, reflecting on past experiences from his reckless journey to Kunlun to acquire the 9 Yang divine art, to his encounter with the extraordinary white ape who had cultivated for over 500 years in the astute Mau Mau. He realized that this world was not quite as he had imagined. Animals could indeed cultivate into spirits, living eternally for 5 centuries, a concept both fantastical and bewildering. As for the character from the stories he had heard, could it be the legendary Thunder Sound Temple in the Western Paradise? No. The monks at the foot of the mountain appeared to be ordinary, lacking any peculiarities. Only the figure atop the mountain seemed noteworthy. He believed the words of the white ape and suspected that this person might be a saintly monk or a living Buddha of this era, though his whereabouts remained a mystery. In the time of the Tang dynasty, if there was a saintly figure, it could only be that one. What sort of world was this? Sighing, he resolved not to dwell on it any longer and to focus on doing his best in the present. In a little over 2 years, history would resume its course, and he needed to plan accordingly. The following day, Yang Guo rose early. Time was of the essence. Fortunately, the area was not large, and the houses were closely packed, allowing him to aim to find the valley and Apos' depths within a day, intending to commence their actions that very night. He did not have to wait long before a servant arrived to inform him and the women that breakfast was ready in the main hall. Yang Guo followed the women and the servant into the dining area, where Gong Sunji occupied the head seat, accompanied by a short, long-bearded elder. This must be Fanny Wang. Yang Guo recognized him instantly. Despite his mediocre martial skills, he was known for his loyalty and could potentially be persuaded to join their cause. Young brother, did you sleep well last night? Gong Sunji inquired, smiling at Yang Guo and his companions, giving the impression that Yang Guo was indeed his own brother. Thanks to brother Gong Sun and Apos' hospitality, I slept quite well, and everything in the valley has been arranged meticulously. Haha, that is splendid, Gong Sunji exclaimed. Allow me to introduce you. This is my eldest disciple, Fanny Wang. Iwang, this is the young brother I mentioned to you yesterday. Fanny Wang promptly bowed to Yang Guo. Iwang greets young Master Yang. You flatter me, Mr. Fan, Yang Guo replied, somewhat perplexed as to how to address him, given that he was old enough to be his grandfather. Ultimately, he opted for a polite form of address. Call him Iwang, brother Yang. Gong Sunji clarified. Fan Iwang nodded repeatedly. Despite Yang Guo's youth, it was not inappropriate for his master to address him as brother, and he cheerfully proclaimed, serve the meal. A group of servants clad in azure attire entered, bearing trays filled with petals, fruits, and tea. Although Yang Guo did not voice it, he had long since lost his appetite. He could only drink tea to stave off hunger. Having spent a considerable amount of time in the restroom the previous night, a testament to the absurdity of the Gongsun family and imp, Apos' seclusion techniques, at last, he could finally eat something, albeit petals, which were better than nothing. He grabbed a handful and began to eat. The women, on the other hand, displayed considerable decorum. As martial artists, they could withstand a day or two without food. Fortunately, there were petals to sustain them. Xiao Tao, however, was particularly curious about the origins of the petals and incessantly probed Gong Sunji for answers. Yang Guo paid little mind. Many flower petals were edible in this world. For instance, the rose petals on the tray were not as fragrant or vividly red as he remembered, being half red and half white. He recognized the taste, having sampled them in a previous life. Gong Sunji, delighted by the inquiry from such a charming young lady, responded with great care. After finishing the petals, Yang Guo still felt empty and resorted to drinking more tea. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and glanced toward the entrance, where he spotted a girl in a tank-style green dress, peering in shyly. Upon noticing Yang Guo and Amp, Apos' gaze, her cheeks flushed rosy as she thought, what a handsome young man. Yang Guo recognized her immediately and smiled gently, raising his teacup in invitation for her to enter. Yet, she shook her head slightly, glanced at Gong Sunji, and dashed away. Yang Guo understood. Gong Sunji had treated her kindly when Qiu Qianqi was present, but after her tragic demise 4 years ago, Gong Sunji and Apos' demeanor had changed drastically, and he no longer showed her the same affection. She was likely somewhat fearful of him. Shaking his head, Yang dismissed the thought, knowing that he would eventually see her. Having eaten sufficiently, Yang nodded at Wind, who acknowledged him in return and then rose to address the gathering. Valley Master. My sisters and I found the scenery of the Valley of Unrequited Love to be exceptionally enchanting yesterday, resembling a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Today, if time permits, we would appreciate it if the Valley Master could arrange for someone familiar to guide us in exploring this valley. Wind and Apos' ethereal voice wafted through the air, leaving all who heard it feeling as if they were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Naturally, Gong Sunji would not miss such an opportunity. He stood up, patting his chest and declaring, "There is no pressing business in the valley. Why require an escort? No one knows the Valley of Unrequited Love better than I. Allow me to lead you, esteemed ladies, in exploring this beautiful valley." The gentle breeze curtsied slightly before him, adorned with a charming smile, expressing a hint of bashfulness. It would indeed be splendid if the Valley Master could accompany us. Ha! The Fairy of the Wind is too polite. Then let us set off at once. The valley is rich with breathtaking sights, and even a short while would be insufficient to appreciate them all. At this moment, Yang and Li Macho stood up to speak. Brother Gong's son, my sister, and I shall not impose any further. She is rather unaccustomed to the mountain environment, so I will remain to care for her and not disturb the enjoyment of everyone else. On the surface, Gong Sunji appeared troubled, yet inwardly he rejoiced. A married woman, though extraordinarily beautiful, ultimately belonged to another, and while Yang was young, he was still a man. Their company would certainly be inconvenient. Now, things had become simpler. I wonder if Miss Li has any discomfort? He feigned concern. Wang, please fetch some tranquil heart pills for Miss Li. Yang thought to himself, what a coincidence. Everything I need comes to me. Li Macho also spoke. Thank you, Valley Master Gong's son. It is nothing serious. That is well. Once Miss Li feels better, I shall take Brother Yang to tour the sights. Aunt Wang, please show Brother Yang and Miss Li to their guest quarters. Yes. Wang Yi, the attendant, respectfully bowed to Gong Sunji before approaching Yang. Young Master Yang, this way please. Thank you for your trouble. Soon, the three departed. Ladies, please follow me this way. Gong Sunji, unable to contain his eagerness, gestured for them to follow. The Fairies of the Wind, aware of Yang's intentions and genuinely curious about the Valley of Unrequited Love, accompanied him without hesitation. Wang Yi escorted Yang and Li Macho to their courtyard. Young Master Yang, I shall fetch the tranquil heart pills for Miss Li. Please wait a moment. Wang Yi bowed to Yang, showing great courtesy. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Yang observed his departing figure with a knowing smile, nodding subtly at Li Macho before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Wang Yi seemed to sense something. Glancing back, but finding nothing amiss, he shook his head and continued toward the alchemy room. In the shadows, Yang nodded slightly. Not bad. Although older, he possesses the strength of a second-rate expert. Finally, Yang saw Wang Yi enter a room and soon re-emerged holding a small jade-green bottle. As he departed, Yang swiftly slipped into the alchemy chamber. Upon entering, Yang found the alchemy room rather unremarkable and quite rudimentary. A far cry from what he had seen in his past life on television. The room was lined with shelves of herbs, and in the center stood an ancient bronze alchemical furnace, towering as high as an adult. Yang approached and touched it. It felt cold to the touch and was covered with a layer of dust, indicating that Gong Sunji had not practiced alchemy for quite some time. Following the instructions etched in his memory, he searched the walls and discovered a mechanism at the center of a pillar. After turning it, a hidden compartment opened in the floor. Hesitating for a moment, Yang decided against descending. Even if he did, he could not retrieve Qiu Qianqi alone. It was wiser to return and seek Li Macho and Apos' assistance. He closed the hidden compartment and hurried back, quickly catching up to Wang Yi and returning first to Li Macho's courtyard. As Li Macho was about to inquire, Yang placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Just then, Wang Yi entered, handing the medicine bottle to Yang. Young Master Yang, this is the tranquil heart pill from the Valley of Unrequited Love. It will alleviate Miss Li and Apos' discomfort. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Yang smiled modestly, his demeanor endearing him to Wang Yi. Young Master Yang is too courteous. Wang Yi and Apos' impression of him significantly improved. But he did not linger long and soon took his leave. Once Wang Yi had departed, Li Macho and Yang entered her bedroom. How is it? She asked eagerly. With my master's intervention, it will be effortless. We can set off tonight. Li Macho hesitated before voicing her concern. Master, are we not planning a direct assault on the Valley of Unrequited Love? Why go through all these convolutions? Yang Guo did not conceal the truth from her, explaining, while we could raise the valley, our unfamiliarity with the terrain could lead to significant delays. It is wiser to allow someone familiar with the area to manage it while we maintain control. In my humble opinion, Gong Sunji is not a compliant individual and will be difficult to control. Fear not, I am not referring to him, but rather to his wife, Qiu Qianqi. Li Macho was taken aback. Was she not killed by Gong Sunji? Not quite. Gong Sunji severed her tendons and cast her into the crocodile pool of the evil ghost peak from the hidden compartment of the alchemy room. However, fate was kind to her. She survived for 4 years clinging to a jujube tree at the bottom of the pool, proving that her life was not imminent just yet. Yang Guo reflected, unable to suppress his thoughts. Indeed, good people do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia. Li Macho nodded. If it is her, that could work. But do not let your guard down. While Qiu Qianqi is indeed pitiable, she brought this upon herself and is a thoroughly wicked woman. Controlling her will be even more challenging than Gong Sunji. Li Macho found Yang Guo and Appo's thoughts somewhat perplexing. Naturally, with his omniscient perspective, he had methods to resolve these issues. He continued, do you recall the soul transference technique we learned in the ancient tomb? Are you suggesting we use the soul transference technique to control Qiu Qianqi? Precisely. I initially intended to descend directly, but realizing I could not retrieve her alone, I returned to summon you. Together, we shall employ the soul transference technique to dominate her. This plan is feasible. Understanding this, Li Macho realized that utilizing Qiu Qianqi to deal with Gong Sunji was indeed a clever strategy. She found herself admiring Yang Guo greatly. In truth, this was hardly a cunning plan. Yang Guo was merely following the plot from his previous life. As time passed, evening fell, and Yang Guo inquired about the lady's experiences. Fortunately, Gong Sunji had behaved himself today, not overstepping boundaries, and they had even glimpsed the legendary love flower. You and Appo's, or had even picked one to study. And Yang Guo observed it from a distance. Indeed, it was extraordinarily beautiful, though its allure was matched by its toxicity. He felt no desire to approach it, recognizing it as a poison he wished to avoid. The other ladies chirped excitedly, sharing their experiences with Li Macho, indicating that they quite enjoyed their time there. As night deepened, the group gradually drifted into slumber, yet Yang Guo and Li Macho stealthily slipped away from the courtyard, heading towards the alchemy room. They had already learned of the location of the evil ghost peak behind a mountain. However, the alchemy room was more conveniently situated, following the route they had taken earlier. Yang Guo and Li Macho successfully reached the alchemy room without detection. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright that night. Yang Guo pushed open a window, illuminating the room clearly, and he quickly located the mechanism. After opening the hidden door, Yang Guo cautioned Li Macho before they both leapt down. They lightly stepped on the stone walls to reduce their fall, landing steadily by the water's edge. Suddenly, a crocodile, sensing their arrival, lay in wait on the water's surface. Upon seeing Yang Guo and Li Macho touch down, it lunged toward them with ferocity. Yang Guo could hardly have failed to notice it. He swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen, while summoning a drop of yang poison in his hand. The crocodile was sent hurtling away, crashing against the stone wall, from which it could only expel a trickle of water. This revealed the remarkable thickness of its scaly hide. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Guo poured the yang poison into its mouth, and in an instant, the creature writhed violently, as if red-hot charcoal had plunged into water. Astonished, Yang Guo wondered whether this poison inflicted such severe harm on cold-blooded creatures. Li Macho, standing nearby, shared his astonishment. Before long, the crocodile lay motionless on the ground. Apart from some scratches inflicted by its own claws during its earlier struggles, it bore no other visible injuries. However, internally, its organs had been corroded beyond repair. It was utterly and irretrievably dead. Yang Guo did not linger to study the crocodile further and led Li Macho toward the cave entrance. As they approached the opening, the surroundings were overgrown with weeds and suffused with dampness, and the temperature in the air dropped dramatically. Yang Guo grasped Li Macho's hand, continuously channeling 9 yang true chi to keep her warm. Though unspoken, Li Macho felt deeply touched by Yang Guo and Appo's thoughtfulness. Upon exiting the cave, they found themselves in an open space, with a pond nearby. Had it not been for the dense vines overhead, Yang Guo might have thought they had circled back to their starting point. Looking up, he spotted a jujube tree growing precariously on the cliffside, confirming their location without doubt. Hearing a rustling sound, Both Yang Guo and Li Macho turned to peer behind a large boulder, where they discerned a disheveled figure propped against the ground. Its malicious gaze fixed on them. It was unmistakably Qiu Qianqi. Her venomous glare was not directed at Yang Guo, but rather at Li Macho, who was now a mere shadow of herself, her beauty ravaged. Even before her disfigurement, she had paled in comparison to the present Li Macho, igniting within her a burning jealousy and resentment towards fate. Yang Guo, fully aware of Qiu Qianqi's character, narrow-minded, envious, and malicious, understood that had she not been of any use, he would have long since allowed her to perish. On the journey to Kunlun, he had long cast aside all notions of innocence. In this world, there were no good people who deserved to die, nor bad people who deserved to live. He could not rid the world of them entirely. He merely had not encountered them yet. Otherwise, he would have gladly embraced the role of a ruthless demon or a savior of mankind. A heavy grunt echoed in Qiu Qianqi's mind as Yang Guo deliberately infused the effects of the soul transference technique to initially unsettle her spirit. Instantly, a look of fear crossed her face as she frantically searched her surroundings. She had not been fixated on Yang Guo, but rather on the nearby figure of a small child, wondering if there was a hidden master lurking in the vicinity. If there is a skilled practitioner present, I implore you to reveal yourself. Her hoarse, piercing voice reverberated throughout the valley. At this moment, Yang Guo spoke again. Qiu Qianqi, do you seek revenge? He did not wish to waste time and went straight to the point. She responded with a sinister laugh. Little brat. Who are you to know my name and find your way here? Li Macho winced at her words, feeling a twinge of sympathy for what had once been a proud woman now reduced to such a state. I am aware of everything concerning you. So let us not dance around the subject. Do you not wish to find Gong Sunji and exact your vengeance? Yang Guo, unfazed by her appearance and voice, maintained a more Buddhist demeanor, viewing her physical form as mere flesh. A pleasing visage merits admiration, while an unappealing one hardly warrants concern. What audacity! The enchanted vixen beside you possesses decent skills, yet she pales in comparison to my former self. Perhaps the true master hiding in the shadows can finally reveal themselves? Qiu Qianqi retorted, completely dismissing Yang Guo. With his mastery of the 9-yang divine skill reaching its pinnacle, Yang Guo and Apos' internal power remained deeply restrained. Unless someone directly probed his internal energy, none could discern his true abilities. As for Li Macho, her proficiency in the upper volume of the 9-yin manual had also reached a comparable level, making it difficult for Qiu Qianqi to gauge their depth. Moreover, she doubted that these two youngsters could possess any significant prowess. Upon hearing her derisive remarks towards Li Macho, Yang Guo and Apos' fury ignited. Silence. It appears this vile woman prefers to drink the bitter wine of punishment rather than the sweet wine of hospitality. Li Macho, sensing Yang Guo's fierce defense of her, felt a surge of joy within, though her face remained impassive. Little brat, do not think that just because I am crippled, I cannot deal with you. With that, she spat a juju pit towards Yang Guo, all the while plotting to eliminate this arrogant youth before striking down the entranced beauty beside him. A mere juju pit. A trivial technique. Yang Guo sidestepped effortlessly, retrieving a silver needle concealed within his wrist. He flicked it toward Qiu Qianqi and Apos' divine court, causing her to feel dizzy and disoriented. She had never anticipated that this young man was a formidable opponent, and in her moment of carelessness, she had fallen into his trap. Sharing a glance with Li Macho, they simultaneously employed the soul transference technique to bewitch Qiu Qianqi. Qiu Qianqi, you have now joined the ranks of my Qixia mountain manor and shall serve me, Yang Guo, as your master. From this moment forth, you must not betray me, or you shall be consumed by your own inner demons and perish on the spot. Each word resonated like a melodic chant, echoing in her ears, gradually embedding themselves into her mind, extinguishing any flicker of rebellion. To his astonishment, Yang Guo realized that this was his first successful application of the soul transference technique. She had now sown the seeds of inner turmoil, rendering her incapable of resistance. Any defiance would lead to her immediate demise. Watching as Qiu Qianqi's eyes glazed over and then regained clarity, he turned to Li Macho, saying, "This technique is truly remarkable, capable of such extraordinary effects." Li Macho was equally astounded. If someone were to employ this technique to harm others, would it not be invincible? Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Yang Guo clarified, "It's not that simple. Generally, even first-rate masters can only confuse ordinary individuals. Top-tier experts, like the 5 absolutes, might deceive second-rate masters, but cannot plant the seeds of inner turmoil like we have done. This success was due to my prior disruption of her mental state, combined with my strong spiritual power and your assistance. Moreover, How many in this world possess the Nine manual? All are righteous practitioners. Why would they employ such techniques to harm others? That is a valid point. Limacho conceded, moving past her initial concerns. Lying on the ground, Qiu Qianqi had regained her clarity and bowed her head to Yang. I pay my respects to my master. Due to my crippled limbs, I am unable to kneel in reverence. I beg for your forgiveness. Do not worry. I shall first heal your wounds. Yang approached her, removing the silver needle from her head and tossing it aside, supporting her against the boulder, channeling 9 Yang True Qi into her sagging hands. He worked for an entire hour, alleviating much of her suffering and even stirring a tingling sensation in her limbs. Observing the changes in her expression, Yang noted her pallor. The prolonged output of 9 Yang True Qi had begun to take its toll on him. Though your tendons and ligaments may heal, the damage remains permanent. I cannot fully restore them. At best, you will function like an ordinary person, but you will no longer be able to practice martial arts. She recognized Yang Guo and Appos' tremendous effort and the strain it had caused him, having already succumbed to the spell of the soul transference technique. She was utterly devoted to him as her master. Overwhelmed with guilt, she expressed, I thank my master for saving my life. My damaged body is of little concern. Please prioritize your own well-being. Well, from now on, serve me diligently, and I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and glory. And your great vengeance shall be fulfilled. As for the situation, I have just briefed you. Simply follow through with it tomorrow. Yang, supported by Limacho, spoke with a somewhat pale complexion. I shall faithfully obey the master and Appos' command, sacrificing my very life if necessary. Qiu Qianqi declared with firm conviction. After Yang and Appos' assistance, her voice no longer bore that harshness. During the time Yang was tending to Qiu Qianqi and Appos' injuries, he had elucidated the entire situation regarding the Heartless Valley and the plans in place. He had intended to ease her animosity towards Guo Yang and Huang Rong, but could not concoct a suitable excuse, so he set that aside for the moment. He then settled on the ground, channeling the Guo Yang divine skill to restore his energy. Limacho remained apprehensive, fearing that Qiu Qianqi might suddenly turn against them, and thus kept vigil by Yang Guo and Appos' side. Seeing this, Qiu Qianqi held no resentment. She was now Yang Guo and Appos' most loyal servant. Furthermore, having just learned of Limacho and Appos' identity from Yang Guo, she spoke, rest assured, Miss Li. My master treats me so well and personally tends to my wounds. I would never harm him. Limacho, still uneasy, shook her head, saying, I do not wish to exhaust you. You should rest well. Tomorrow, there are tasks that require your attention. Qiu Qianqi, sensing her distrust, acquiesced respectfully, understood. Observing the stark contrast in demeanor, Limacho marveled at the power of the soul transference technique and felt astounded by Yang's capabilities. Though she too had learned the technique, she could never match Yang's prowess. After another hour had passed, Yang exhaled a breath of stale air. His internal energy nearly restored. It was time to devise a way out. He rose and retrieved the sword from Limacho and Appos' grasp. Since her emotional turmoil had been resolved, she had exchanged her dust brush for a sword, which she now carried. He channeled his internal energy to his feet, lightly stepping between the rock walls. Slicing through the vines above with his sword, each stroke severing the lengthy tendrils, sufficient for their needs. Although he and Limacho did not require them, Qiu Qianqi needed the vines to aid her ascent. Subsequently, Yang Guo and Limacho bound the vines together, allowing Limacho to ascend first, while he waited below to assist. After a glance at Qiu Qianqi, Limacho nodded slightly, her graceful steps carrying her towards the moonlit heights, her light blue dress exuding an ethereal quality. Moments later, the end of the vine was tugged repeatedly, signaling her preparedness. Yang secured it tightly around Qiu Qianqi, then pulled gently, allowing her to be hoisted upward. Not rushing to follow, Yang stayed below to ensure Qiu Qianqi and Appos' safety, only climbing after her figure had vanished from sight. Standing at the edge of the ghostly peak, Yang found the ascent to be arduous, despite the height not being especially daunting. In his predicament, he could not carry Qiu Qianqi due to his childlike stature, and thus instructed Limacho to carry her back to their dwelling for a cleansing. The night had grown late, and dawn would soon arrive, necessitating preparation. Limacho, unconcerned by Qiu Qianqi and Appos' disheveled state, felt sympathy for her as a fellow woman and, now that they were all allies, bore no disdain. She hoisted Qiu Qianqi onto her back, and together they hastened towards the Heartless Valley. That night, A chilling wind swept towards the servants who were on watch outside, making them shiver involuntarily. What a sudden gust! It's freezing. Upon returning to Li Macho's chamber, Yang Guo offered her a few instructions before departing, knowing that soon there would be servants waiting at the door to assist with water for cleaning. An hour later, the voice of Fan Yuan echoed from outside. Young Master Yang, the master requests everyone to the main hall for breakfast. Thank you, Mr. Fan. We shall be there shortly. Yang Guo responded to the door. Please have the servants escort everyone when the time comes. I shall return to inform the master. With that, he departed first. After leaving, Yang Guo went to Li Macho and Appo's room, where he found her had prepared Qiu Qianqi, though she had not regained her former beauty. She looked considerably better and no longer appeared so ghastly. Yang Guo instructed her to make final preparations and then retrieved a face-covering hat from Shaolon for Qiu Qianqi, which he had requested the day before. The women gathered and accompanied Yang Guo to the main hall, each wielding a sword, prepared for any eventuality. While Qiu Qianqi was carried by Jin Chai, the servant leading the way noticed the additional person but said nothing, guiding them onward. Upon entering the hall, a breeze swept in as a low table and soft couch were set before the entrance, where Gong Sunji sat in the main seat, perplexed but not obstructive. Jin Chai gently lowered Qiu Qianqi onto the couch, allowing her to lean against the table, though her face was obscured by the hat, preventing Gong Sunji from recognizing her. Brother Yang, may I inquire who this is? Despite a sense of familiarity in her figure, he could not discern her identity. Yang Guo smiled but remained silent. Allowing Qiu Qianqi to speak, Gongsun Valley Master, I trust you are well. Gongsun Ji felt an inexplicable tremor at her hoarse voice, but replied, Forgive my ignorance. I do not know who you are. My sister is married to Gongsun Valley Master. How is it that you do not recognize your own brother-in-law? You are Qiu Qianren? Gongsun Ji was taken aback, having heard his wife boast of her elder brother and Appo's capabilities. If the sister was formidable, how powerful must her brother be? I did not expect Gongsun Valley Master to remember me, Qiu Qianren. I wonder where my sister is now? Why has she not come to welcome me? Qiu Qianqi feigned anger, her eyes glaring venomously at Gongsun Ji. Your brother-in-law has arrived too late. Your sister was wrongfully harmed 4 years ago, succumbing to poison. I have avenged her by slaying the scoundrel, but alas, I could not bring her back to life. After saying this, Gongsun Ji displayed a sorrowful countenance. Had the listeners not been aware of the truth, they might have been deceived by his performance. Indeed, the Valley Master is quite the romantic, Qiu Qianqi remarked, trembling slightly as she removed her hat, her hands having regained some mobility after a night of rest. Gongsun Ji was horrified, smashing the table to splinters. Even if she were ash, he would recognize her, and he bellowed, So it is you, wretched woman. I cannot believe you are still alive. And you, Yang Guo. What is the meaning of this? At that moment, Yang Guo spoke slowly. We have come at the behest of Qiu Qianren, the Elder Master, to rescue Qiu Valley Master from the Heartless Valley. Gongsun Ji, I advise you to cease your resistance and surrender immediately. Yang Guo relished the moment, feeling a thrill at delivering such lines. No wonder villains in television enjoyed uttering such phrases. There was a certain satisfaction in it. You are speaking nonsense. There are over 100 people in my Heartless Valley. Do you think you can capture me with just a handful of you? If Qiu Qianren were here, I might be wary, but you are merely a child. It seems you all are tired of living. Gongsun Ji scoffed dismissively. Gongsun Ji, you are heartless and ungrateful. Having poisoned your betrothed, such actions are intolerable. Today, I, Yang Guo, shall eliminate you in the name of the moon. Yang Guo proclaimed with righteous fervor, his spirit buoyed. Unable to resist invoking a reference to a certain magical girl, Gongsun Ji, furious, shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? Someone, bring me my swords. Moments later, a servant presented a serrated golden dagger and a black sword to him, as Yang Guo waited below. There was no need for haste. A certain level of sophistication must be maintained. With his right hand wielding a golden dagger and his left holding a black sword, he charged towards Qiu Qianqi, intending to first eliminate the grotesque old woman before attending to Yang Guo and the others. Before he could reach her, a swift blue figure interposed itself in his path. A surge of immense power struck him, forcing Gongsun Ji to halt his advance and stumble backward a few steps. Squinting, he thought, Is Miss Li attempting to obstruct me as well? A sudden jolt of shock coursed through him. Li Macho was far stronger than she appeared. Mr. Gongsun. You jest. I have come alongside the Valley Master Qiu, naturally to assist her. Why would I impede you? Li Macho replied with a dismissive smile. Let me see if you can withstand my assault. Gong Sunshi understood that further words would be futile and raised his dagger to launch an attack on Li Macho. Undeterred, she matched his aggression, her skill emboldening her as she countered his blows. As his golden dagger swung towards her, she deftly dodged to the right, thrusting her sword towards his heart, forcing him to hastily cross his black sword in defense. To his surprise, upon contact, a tremendous force surged into his chest, causing him to stagger back, pain radiating from his torso. The initial exchange had placed him at a disadvantage. Humph. Gong Sun Ji and Amp. Appo's demeanor shifted dramatically as he unleashed a harmonious blend of sword and dagger techniques, intertwining softness with strength, yin with yang, engaging fiercely with Li Macho. The sounds of clashing blades filled the air as their weapons danced in a chaotic yet elegant display. In the midst of their battle, Gong Sun Ji and Appo's black sword, initially gentle, transformed into a fierce onslaught, while the golden dagger executed agile thrusts and slashes, blurring the lines between sword and dagger. For a moment, Li Macho found herself struggling to keep pace. Suddenly, Yang Guo, inspired by a spark of ingenuity, drew a silver needle from his wrist and aimed it at Gong Sun Ji's acupoint. The needle struck with a sharp sound, ricocheting off harmlessly. It became evident that the technique of sealing acupoints was not so simplistic. It not only blocked meridians but also significantly constricted the pores of the body, rendering him impervious to harm from blades. Furthermore, his abstention from meat and impurities allowed his internal energy to circulate more rapidly, facilitating his fluid transformations in combat, making him an unpredictable opponent. Though seemingly trivial, one could not dismiss the uniqueness of Gong Sun Ji and Appo's mastery. Gong Sun Ji laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. You foolish boy. You think to sneak an attack? My mastery of sealing acupoints renders me impervious to blades. Dream on. Beside him, Qiu Qianqi was about to explain to Yang Guo when he waved his hand and softly said, I am aware, one touch of meat will break his technique. No need for urgency, I merely wish for him to direct his attacks towards Macho. Qiu Qianqi's eyes widened in fear. Such intricate knowledge was likely known only to her and Gong Sun Ji. She was astonished that Yang Guo possessed this understanding. What was his true identity? On high ground, Fan Yiwen was bewildered by the sudden appearance of a combatant who turned out to be the master's wife. As the fight ensued, upon witnessing Yang Guo and Appo's sneak attack on Gong Sun Ji, he felt compelled to intervene. However, just as he moved, Shui Er materialized behind him, swiftly pressing a finger on him and softly uttering, It would be better for you to remain here. The young master has promised to spare your life. Fan Yiwen was taken aback. The girl's speed was astonishing, and he felt no sensation before being immobilized. Such profound techniques. Yang Guo nodded in satisfaction. Apart from Li Macho, Shui Er's martial potential was likely the highest among them. Noticing that Li Macho was beginning to falter, Yang Guo signaled to Qiu Qianqi that the moment had come. She then declared, A false knife is not a knife. A false sword is not a sword. A knife is a knife. A sword is a sword. Upon hearing this, Li Macho ceased to concern herself with whether he was wielding a dagger or a sword, countering each attack with her sword directly, steadfast, and unyielding. Gong Sun Ji, sensing the urgency, found himself unable to confuse her further as she deflected his strikes with ease. With a swift swing, she aimed a sword strike at his head. Gong Sun Ji had no choice but to cross his weapons in defense. Though the force of her strike forced him to lower his body, his hands tinged with numbness. Qiu Qianqi then spoke again. Pierce his brow, strike his rear. Li Macho delivered a powerful kick at the intersection of his weapons, sending Gong Sun Ji flying backward. He scrambled to regain his footing, his face twisted in rage, wishing to tear Qiu Qianqi apart. Before he could react, Li Macho lunged forward, aiming her sword directly at his brow. With a swift motion, Gong Sun Ji slashed with his golden dagger to clear her blade and amp Appo's path. Yet, with a slight smile, Li Macho seized the opportunity. His attack had left his right flank exposed. She pivoted, her left foot firmly planted while her right leg lifted, her body sliding at a 30-degree angle towards Gong Sun Ji's rear, aiming a strike at him. In a panic, Gong Sun Ji clenched his rear, thrusting his lower body forward in a desperate attempt to evade her attack. Li Macho quickly leveled her sword, aiming a blow at his backside. Gong Sun Ji was sent flying like a frog, crashing to the ground. The women nearby stifled their laughter, their hands covering their mouths. The sight was undeniably absurd, his body sprawled in a comical manner. Even Qiu Qianqi managed a chuckle, albeit an unusual one. Fuming, Gong Sun Ji bellowed, This is infuriating. You dare to humiliate me? Bring me assistance. His roar summoned a throng of green-clad guards, bow and arrows in hand, charging towards Yang Guo and the others. Qiu Qianqi and Amp, Appos, S voice rang out fiercely, "Let us see who dares to make a move." Recognizing her authority, the guards hesitated, whispering among themselves, uncertain of how to proceed. "I am the Valley Master. Obey my command and unleash the fishing net formation," Gongsunji shouted, but the moment they met Qiu Qianqi's fierce gaze, they cast down their weapons, falling to their knees. The situation was clear. They had no desire to meet their demise. Of course, a few among them remained undeterred, eager to shoot the fishing nets. However, Yang Guo and Li Macho swiftly launched their silver needles, striking them down before they could even pull the trigger. Despair enveloped Gongsunji. His intricate techniques had become futile, and the fishing net formation lay in ruins, leaving him with only the iron palm technique taught by Qiu Qianqi, which was now useless. Ha ha ha. Gongsunji, did you ever imagine this? The bitterness of betrayal is not so pleasant, is it? Qiu Qianqi taunted. You wretched woman. May you suffer a fate worse than death for this betrayal. I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Gongsunji screamed in rage, realizing escape was impossible. Just as Li Macho was about to advance, a small girl in green rushed forward and stood protectively in front of Gongsunji, her voice trembling as she implored, "Please, do not harm my father." Upon seeing the little girl, Yang Guo couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no." Unfortunately, it was too late. He had initially planned to eliminate Gongsunji without Gongsun L and Amp, Appos, noticing, but now it appeared impossible. The girl glared at everyone with anger, though fear gripped her heart, and her eyes glistened red as she fought back tears. Qiu Qianqi, observing her, quickly inquired, "What do you call him?" The little girl seemed somewhat intimidated by Qiu Qianqi and Appos' current demeanor and stammered, He is my father? What is your name? Do you have a red birthmark on your left shoulder?" Qiu Qianqi asked eagerly, already suspecting the answer. I am Gongsun L and Appos, How do you know about the red mark on my shoulder?" The girl looked at the wicked woman before her, a sense of familiarity stirring within her memories. L and Amp, Appos, I am your mother. Qiu Qianqi cried out, tears streaming down her face as she reached for Gongsun Lu. Suddenly recalling something, Gongsun Lu also began to weep, weakly calling out, "Mother, is that you?" "It is you. Come, let me see you." Qiu Qianqi beckoned to her. Gongsun L and Appos, remembered and, no longer in doubt, rushed into her embrace, sobbing, overwhelmed by the unexpected return of her deceased mother and the longing she had felt. Due to the girl's slender frame, her arms pressed together revealed a significant gap in her clothing, allowing Qiu Qianqi to see the red birthmark on her left shoulder, further confirming her identity. She embraced the girl, weeping uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Gongsunji believed that the attention of the others was diverted and began to slowly retreat, seeking to escape. Yang Guo swiftly took out a silver needle and shot it towards his heel, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. With his daughter present, he felt his life might still be spared. However, attempting to break free could lead to his demise, and he would be unjustly blamed for the excessive force used against him. Seeing that Gongsunji no longer moved, Yang Guo chose to ignore him and closed his eyes to meditate, though he couldn't and Appos help but reflect. No matter how malicious Qiu Qianqi might be, she was exceptionally devoted to her daughter. Perhaps she was not a good person, but she was undoubtedly a good mother, which was why he had chosen to ally with her. Witnessing this scene stirred something within him, as he had grown up without parents. The abandonment by his parents in his past life could be overlooked, but if Munianci had been alive, she would have undoubtedly cherished him. Regrettably, he had arrived too late, unable to save her, let alone meet her. She existed only in his memories. Suppressing the bittersweet ache within, Yang Guo slowly opened his eyes. Qiu Qianqi and her daughter had calmed down, and he heard Gongsun Lu ask, "Why does mother associate with these people to bully father?" Qiu Qianqi's expression turned serious. Her eyes filled with hatred as she said, "Silence. You are never to call him father again. But he is L and Appos, and Appos, as father." The little girl timidly protested in her embrace. "Do you know what he did to your mother? He first severed my tendons." "Enough, Qiu. Do not speak of such things to a child. Let her rest for a moment." Yang Guo interrupted her, then pressed a point on Gongsun L and Appos, and Appos' sleeping acupoint. "Master. L and Amp, Appos, Do not worry, I merely put her into a slumber. She will awaken shortly. She is still so young. Why burden her with this? We should deal with Gongsunji first," Yang Guo said, turning his back on her. "You are right. It was my folly," Qiu Qianqi acknowledged. Recalling that Gong Sun El and Apos, he was still a child and not yet ready to hear such truths, as not everyone was as extraordinary as Yang Guo. Gong Sunji, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback, not by their intent to kill him, but by Qiu Qianqi's reference to Yang Guo's master. You call him master? Wasn't he sent by your second brother? Who exactly are you? Do you not know who I am? I am Yang Guo, he replied playfully, a smirk gracing his lips, exuding a certain charm. I am asking what your identity is. No one in this world can tame that vile woman. Gong Sunji roared. Fully aware of Qiu Qianqi and Apos' proud nature, she would never submit to anyone. Just a commoner. Yang Guo declared, Gong Sunji, it is time for you to meet your end. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Macho lunged forward with her sword. This time, Gong Sunji, already terrified, was subdued by Li Macho in no time. Pinned to the ground. Ha! You cannot break my acupoint sealing technique. Let us see how you kill me. He clung to his last shred of hope, gritting his teeth and glaring at Yang Guo, not daring to meet Qiu Qianqi and Apos' eyes. Yang Guo remained silent, walking over to a nearby servant, gently pricking his hand with a silver needle, squeezing the blood from the wound until a drop appeared. He then returned to Gong Sunji. Vile woman, it is you. You will die a miserable death, Gong Sunji shouted in a final act of defiance. Yang Guo seized his chin and flicked the blood drop into his mouth, causing him to deflate like a punctured balloon. His acupoint sealing technique shattered. Now, fear-filled Gong Sunji's eyes mingled with a desperate desire to live. Qiu, it is your turn. I promised you revenge, and now it is fulfilled, Yang Guo said to Qiu Qianqi, then called to the two servants at the door. Are you not coming to support your new leader? The two rushed over to assist Qiu Qianqi to Gong Sunji and Apos' side. Thank you, master, for avenging me. I shall serve you devotedly henceforth. Qiu Qianqi turned to Yang Guo, speaking with utmost respect. From now on, just call me and Amp, Apos, young master, and Amp, Apos, it feels odd to be called master. Yes, young master. She then turned to Gong Sunji, gritting her teeth as she said, Gong Sunji, did you ever expect this? Ha ha ha, today is your day of reckoning, truly. Heaven has opened its eyes. Gong Sunji, lying on the ground, realized there was no escape, and began to curse, vile woman. I regret not stabbing your heart with a dagger back then, and watching you die. You caused Ro and Apos' death. I could devour your flesh and drink your blood. You were the one who betrayed me first. You know how I treated you. You ungrateful beast, I shall send you on your way now. Qiu Qianqi glared at him, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Gong Sunji ceased his curses, merely grinning. I will be waiting for you below. With that, a juju pit pierced through his skull, killing him instantly. Someone, take his body and throw it off the back mountain at the Ghost Peak. Qiu Qianqi commanded, but Yang Guo halted her. Have you considered your daughter's feelings? The deceased has passed. Find a suitable place to bury him. At the very least, when she grows up, she will have a place to pay her respects, preventing her from harboring too much resentment towards you when she learns the truth. I understand. Qiu Qianqi replied. Go craft a fine coffin and bury him at the Heartbreak Cliff. Upon hearing Heartbreak Cliff, Yang Guo felt a shiver run through him. It was a perilous place from his past life, where he had made a 16-year promise with Xia Long, nearly losing her at the bottom of that cliff. What transpired today must remain confidential. Tell everyone that Gong Sunji has been stripped of his martial arts and expelled from the Valley of Unrequited Love. Anyone who leaks even a hint of this information shall be executed without mercy. Yang Guo and Apos' voice resonated throughout the hall, as if each word was etched into their ears, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Yes, the crowd trembled, bowing in deference to Yang Guo. Young master, how should we deal with Fan Yiwang? Qiu Qianqi glanced at the immobilized Fan Yiwang above. It matters not. Though he has aided the wicked, he is fundamentally a decent person. If he can be persuaded to join us, that would be ideal. If not, let him leave on his own accord. The virtuous Yang Guo naturally possesses the capacity for mercy, while the wicked are devoid of such notions, meting out punishment without hesitation. In this case, Fan Yiwang barely qualifies as one of the good. Yang Guo approached him and released his acupoint. Mr. Fan, you have heard my earlier words. Whether you choose to stay or leave is entirely up to you. I shall not impose my will upon you. However, should you decide to remain, I shall treat you with the utmost respect. Fan Yiwang gazed deeply at him. They had only met 2 or 3 times, yet Yang Guo displayed such magnanimity. Was he not concerned about potential revenge? I appreciate your kindness, young Master Yang. I wish to depart and seek atonement. Noticing the hesitation in his eyes, Yang Guo remained indifferent. Very well. Safe travels, Mr. Fan. We shall meet again in the martial world. Thank you, young Master Yang. Fanny Wing bowed deeply and exited. Just as Qiu Qianqi was about to speak, Yang Guo gestured for her to be silent. Indeed, shortly after, Fanny Wing returned, kneeling before Yang Guo and respectfully stating, Young Master Yang, your great virtue and kindness compel me to remain and serve you. Yang Guo had anticipated his return. If Qiu Qianqi had played the role of a merciless master, he would never have dared to stay. He was all too aware of her ruthless nature. Initially, Fan Yiwang had been prepared to face death, but the unexpected offer of freedom from Yang Guo stirred a mix of doubt and gratitude within him. Upon reaching the valley's entrance without any obstruction, he felt a surge of emotion. Even Gong Sun Ji had not treated him this well. Yang Guo's extraordinary abilities and martial prowess offered a promising path forward. Henceforth, the position of chief administrator of this valley shall belong to Mr. Fan. Although Qiu Qianqi will still be the mistress of this valley, certain matters must be discussed with Mr. Fan. He cast a glance at Qiu Qianqi, seated nearby. Old one shall comply with your instructions, she declared, unwaveringly loyal to Yang Guo. Although she could not fathom his trust in Fanny Wing, she refrained from voicing her objections. Content to embrace her role as a carefree mistress, wishing only to accompany her beloved Aoer, Fanny Wing expressed his gratitude to Yang Guo, his respect deepening upon receiving such authority, one that even Qiu Qianqi could not easily challenge. Now, I have several announcements. From this day forth, the valley shall not abstain from meat. I will instruct others to promptly supply livestock for rearing. Starting tomorrow, all love flowers within the valley will be uprooted and incinerated, ensuring that no love flower remains henceforth. The valley will undergo extensive renovations, and I hope everyone will set aside past grievances and work together. It is said this will be a training ground for the future. Without adequate nourishment, consuming nothing but bland food will only weaken the body. How can we cultivate skilled practitioners? He harbored a deep-seated fear of the love flowers and resolved to eradicate them. Understood, young master. The crowd knelt in reverence. In that moment, Yang Guo felt akin to a corporate leader, a sense of elation swelling within him. The thrill of leadership was exhilarating. Soon after, he dismissed the assembly and returned to his quarters with Li Macho and the others. Now, let me outline our future arrangements. You and Appos will remain in the valley for a while, learning about the medicinal knowledge here. I will entrust the alchemy chamber to you, granting you 6 months to master it. After that, I intend to take you to a place for further study, he said to the quiet and introverted you and Appos, winking at her. Yes, young master, she replied, blushing and feeling flustered. How could you say such things with so many people around? Feng'er and Mainyang shall also stay here, but remember, in September 3 years hence, you are to perform at a flower hall in Jiaxing, Zhujiang for a month. Perhaps fortune will smile upon you there, he continued, addressing the two. Admittedly, his plans felt overly restrictive, but it seemed the best arrangement for now. Feng'er and Mainyang exchanged glances, uncertain about the reasoning behind such plans. Yet they felt no objection. Mainyang teasingly remarked, young master, you must Appos, let me be sold off. Nonsense. How could I ever allow that? Remember, you are both part of my Qixiao mountain manor, my people, Yang Guo replied, feigning anger. Their laughter filled the air, but Li Macho, feeling a pang of jealousy, stomped her foot in frustration at Yang Guo and Appos' apparent infatuation with the two. Yang Guo then spoke again, the others shall remain here for now. Third sister, fifth sister. Yes, young master, they responded in unison. You may need to make a trip to Qixiao Mountain Manor to retrieve Huar. Her input is crucial for the renovations. This was a miscalculation on Yang Guo's part. He should have left Feng'er at home, but now he needed her to return. Understood, young master. They replied without a hint of emotion. Yang Guo furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly, yet he chose not to comment further. Once arrangements were finalized, he provided them with additional silver before they set off, urging them to be discreet and not draw attention to themselves, as this place must not be exposed. After giving his instructions, Yang Guo exited the courtyard and headed toward the hall of the valley. Li Macho, seemingly struck by a thought, stormed off to her room. The remaining Feng'er and the others, sensing the tension, wandered about the valley, apprehensive that the love flowers would soon be destroyed and fearing they might never see them again. After inquiring along his way, Yang Guo found a room and entered. The disciples of the valley, recognizing Yang Guo, readily provided him with information, for he was a figure they dared not defy, the true master of the valley. Upon entering, he saw Qiu Qianqi tenderly watching Gong Sun Lu and Appos by the bedside. Noticing his presence, she was about to reprimand him, but halted upon recognizing Yang Guo, wiping her eyes and respectfully greeting him. Greetings, young master. Yang Guo nodded slightly. Approaching the bed, he observed Gongsun Lui, whose eyes were slightly swollen. Placing a hand on hers, he infused her with a bit of his internal energy. And soon she stirred awake. Qiu Qianxi cast a grateful glance at him before gently taking Gongsun Lu and Apos, S hand and softly asking, Lu and Apos, how are you feeling? The little one rubbed her sleepy eyes, gazing at Qiu Qianxi, and weakly called out, Mother, is it really you? Am I not dreaming? Indeed, it is Mother. I have returned. Upon hearing the child call her mother, Qiu Qianxi tightened her grip, overwhelmed with emotion. The little one's eyes reddened, tears welling up as she asked, Mother, where is father? Where is he? You must no longer call him father. He has departed. He does not want you anymore. Qiu Qianxi's anger flared as she spoke harshly. The child burst into tears, ignoring all attempts to console her, and Qiu Qianxi found herself unable to strike her. Yang Guo, feeling somewhat awkward, sought to offer an explanation. Do you call yourself Louis? I know where your father is gone. Only then did the little one notice Yang Guo beside her, puffing her cheeks in anger at the man who had harmed her father, indignant. You are the bad man who hit my father. I want and Apos, to listen to you. Mother, you must punish him. Yang Guo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lu and Apos, you must not be foolish. This young master has done great kindness for Mother. You must show him respect, or else Mother will truly be angry. Qiu Qianxi admonished. Fearing her daughter might offend Yang Guo, the little one was taken aback by Qiu Qianxi and Apos' authoritative tone, her lips quivering in distress. Yang Guo remained unperturbed. I know where your father is. He has entrusted me with a message for you. The little girl, feeling aggrieved, furrowed her brows and looked at Yang Guo, asking, Is it true? If you tell me, I will forgive you. You said it. Your father mentioned that he regretted being too harsh on you in the past and lamented not protecting your mother well. Therefore, he decided to journey to a faraway land in search of a miraculous elixir that could heal your mother and Apos' legs. As long as you remain obedient and stay home to accompany her, listening to her words, he will return for a reunion. Yang Guo spun a tale, mingling the girl and Apos' dreams of beauty and familial harmony, deceiving this innocent child, who believed every word. A glimmer of hope flickered in the girl and Apos' eyes, and she earnestly assured Qiu Qianxi, Mother, I will be good and listen to you, not be willful or cause trouble, and stay by your side. Then father will surely come back to reunite with us. Tears welled in Qiu Qianxi and Apos' eyes as she thought this was exactly what she wished for. To be in love with Gong Sunshi, yet alas, that old scoundrel never understood her worth. She could only blame herself for not discerning people correctly in the beginning. The little girl, thinking her mother wept because of her father and Apos' departure, climbed off the bed and gently wiped away her tears with her small hands. Her voice tinged with a sob, Mother, don't cry. I will be good and stay with you. Qiu Qianxi, deeply touched, embraced her and softly said, and Apos, My dear and Apos, Mother is not crying. The little girl peeked out from her mother and Apos' embrace and said to Yang Guo, Thank you, big brother. Yang Guo ruffled her hair and smiled. You're welcome. Qiu Qianxi expressed her gratitude as well. Thank you, young sir. You two enjoy your reunion. I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off. Without waiting for Qiu Qianxi to respond, he turned and left. On the winding path, Yang Guo gazed at the vibrant red love flowers scattered around and couldn't help but sigh. These love flowers are indeed beautiful, yet they are also a poison that harms. In this strange world, will I truly become the destined protagonist as in the novels and achieve a happy ending? Or is it merely a fleeting dream? And everything is but a vapor? Just as he pondered, a group including Feng and Apos, who approached. Oh, Apos, as the young sir, Shatao exclaimed, pointing at Yang Guo. Seeing Yang Guo lost in thought, Shuez sighed internally, what a perfect opportunity. She swiftly dashed forward, aiming a palm strike at Yang Guo's chest. The other girls merely watched, accustomed to such antics. Yang Guo had sensed their arrival and stepped back slightly, evading the strike, then delivered a swift chop to her head. As she teetered on the brink of falling, he caught her arm, preventing an intimate encounter with the ground. Rubbing her head, she looked up at Yang Guo with tear-filled eyes and said, Young sir, how cruel you are, without a shred of pity. I became so foolish because of all the times you hit me. Woe is me. You dare say that? If you had struck me into the love flower patch, that would have been a disaster, Yang Guo retorted, rolling his eyes. Fortunately, he had been on high alert since arriving here. Otherwise, he might have genuinely taken a hit. Feng and Appos, how did you all end up here? He asked, noticing you and Appos, was absent, likely engaged in alchemical studies. Young sir, it seems my sister was upset. So we dared not linger and came out for a stroll, Feng and Appos, replied, slightly bowing. The clever Xiaolan, Main Yang, and Jin Chai exchanged ambiguous glances with Yang Guo, leaving him momentarily flustered. Ahem, you all carry on. Oh, Xiao Tao, you are in charge of dinner tonight. Go prepare. With that, he hurried toward Li Macho and Appos' courtyard. Xiao Tao, bewildered, wondered how she became involved, but ultimately complied and went to the kitchen. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yang Guo noticed Li Macho's window was opening and closing. Instead of knocking, he climbed through the window. Despite his efforts to land quietly, he could not conceal himself from a master like Li Macho. Yet, she seemed lost in thought, resting her chin in her hands, staring at the ceiling. Yang Guo, at a loss for words, circled behind her, tapping her acupoint, and feigned a booming laugh. Ha ha, such beauty exists in the valley of no feelings. How fortunate for me. The solitary Tian Guo Yang. Li Macho was startled, but paralyzed by his touch. All she could do was feel anxious. In her distress, she forgot the method to relieve her acupoint from the 9 scriptures, and tears of humiliation brimmed in her eyes, as if she were making a momentous decision. Noticing the crystalline droplets fall, Yang Guo and Appos, heart jolted, and he hastily released her acupoint, inwardly cursing himself. What has come over me? I was never like this. In my past life, I was solitary and introverted. Could it be due to the fusion of souls with Yang Guo? The young Yang Guo was indeed mischievous and enjoyed teasing others. Have I been infected by this trait? Li Macho, feeling her acupoint unbound, was furious yet confused. She unleashed a fierce red lotus palm towards him, and Yang Guo, not evading, took the hit directly. His ribs cracked upon impact, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Flying toward the bed, tears still glistening in her eyes, Li Macho was shocked. How could it be Yang Guo? She rushed to support him, guilt-ridden and puzzled, wondering why he hadn't dodged. Cough, cough. Yang Guo spat out some blood, realizing the situation. His soul had merged with Yang Guo's. But he was not a replacement. He retained some of Yang Guo's characteristics. It appeared he would need to restrain himself in the future. The original Yang Guo had his merits, but he also had his flaws, inevitably causing trouble. Why couldn't an amp, Appos, you avoid it? Why did I hit you? Li Macho was filled with concern, tears streaming uncontrollably. I apologize, I shouldn't have teased you. Consider it a lesson learned. Don't cry. I have the 9 Yang divine skill to protect me. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Yang Guo forced a brave face and smiled at her. Though the pain was indeed excruciating, he had never felt such agony before. You, Li Macho, feeling both angered and exasperated by the prank, found it hard to remain mad at him upon seeing his state. She gently helped him onto her bed, intending to use her internal energy to heal him. But Yang Guo stopped her. No need. I can recover myself. The 9 Yang divine skill is the best healing method. Just guard me while I meditate. Yang Guo felt exceedingly awkward, realizing he had inadvertently landed himself in a predicament. Li Macho didn't dwell on it further, nodding and sitting beside him. Her heart a whirlwind of emotions, wondering what on earth was happening. That night, Yang Guo emerged from his meditative state and saw Li Macho still beside him, unsure how to begin. Are you feeling better? Li Macho asked anxiously as she noticed him waking. I'm fine now, don't worry, he replied, jumping off the bed to demonstrate. Seeing him so lively, Li Macho inexplicably felt anger rise within her. Humph. Teaching others without regard for your own safety, daring to play such jokes. What if I accidentally killed you? You would have brought it upon yourself. Cough, cough, I was wrong. Is there anything to eat? Yang Guo, wishing to divert the topic, wondered if he should confess about the lingering effects of their soul fusion or if it was merely the influence of Yang Guo's original character. Li Macho approached the table and touched the bowl, realizing it had grown cold. She decided to heat it up. Yang Guo hurriedly snatched the food and began to eat with fervor, mumbling, no need for such trouble. Once it enters my stomach, it transforms. Observing Yang Guo and Appos' foolish demeanor, the irritation within her dissipated considerably. She watched him eat, and, just as he was about to choke, offered him a cup of tea. Yang Guo gave her a thumbs up in gratitude. Wow, I am so full, he exclaimed as he reclined in his chair, his belly round and a look of satisfaction on his face. Rubbing his stomach, he turned to Li Macho and said, "Tomorrow, the love flowers will be burned. Such scenes will never be witnessed again. Since the moonlight is splendid tonight, let me take you to see them." Li Macho, intrigued, agreed. Though she had seen many beautiful sights on her journey, she had never had the chance to leisurely explore. "Do you know the way?" "Please, Don and Apos, T led me astray in this valley," she said, her tone somewhat haughty. "Rest assured. Let us go," Yang Guo replied, taking her hand and walking out. The next day, although Yang Guo's injuries had not fully healed, he appeared unaffected as long as he refrained from fighting. Ahead of them, 100 disciples and servants from the Valley of Unrequited Love were digging up the love flowers with shovels and wooden sticks, piling them together. Seeing that the issue of the love flowers was finally being addressed brought a sense of relief to his heart. "By uprooting you, I sever this karmic bond," he mused. Meanwhile, Gongsun LV and Apos, standing nearby, inquired of Qiu Qianqi, "Mother, why must we burn these love flowers?" Before she could finish, Yang Guo interjected, "Because these love flowers bring harm. It is better to eradicate them from the earth." The valley, named the Valley of Unrequited Love, signifies a desire to sever emotional ties. Yet where there are humans, emotions will inevitably flourish. Thus, the valley bears an abundance of love flowers, which unfortunately cause harm. Henceforth, it shall be renamed the Valley of Love, where love cannot be extinguished. Yang Guo and Apos' voice resonated throughout the valley, commanding respect as everyone paused their work to bow towards the grand hall, saying, "We shall obey the valley master and Apos' orders." His words echoed through the mountains. In the early morning, Qiu Qianqi appointed Yang Guo as the new valley master, stepping back to become the elder, while Li Macho assumed the role of second elder, and Fan Yi became the chief steward. The rest of the women remained unassigned, as none dared to voice dissent. Gongsun LV, listening to Yang Guo's explanation of the love flowers, was captivated and thought to herself, "This young man explained so well." Elder Qiu instructed her and Chief Steward Fan to manage all affairs within the Valley of Love, only to report back to her if any insurmountable issues arose. "Yes, understood," they both replied. A month later, the third and fifth sisters hastily arrived at the Valley of Unrequited Love, now the Valley of Love, accompanied by Hua and Apos. Yang Guo welcomed them, standing next to a slightly shorter girl, Gongsun LV. Over the past month, the little girl had become quite close with Yang Guo and the others. Reveling in the company of such a powerful valley master and many beautiful sisters, her joy immeasurable. "Brother Yang Guo, will that sister Hua and Apos truly plant many beautiful flowers?" the curious girl asked. During this time, the construction materials in the valley had amassed significantly, yet they had not been utilized, all in anticipation of Hua and Apos' arrival. Xiaolan interjected, "Little LV and Apos, while they are pretty, they aren't and Apos, fun at all. Once you master the martial arts your mother taught you, I'll take you to Qixia Mountain Manor, where it is truly entertaining, and I have many beautiful clothes you have never seen. Are those the ones hanging in your room?" the little girl asked, her curiosity piqued. "Of course. There are even more beautiful ones," Xiaolan continued to tempt her. "Well, mother, can I go?" the little girl exclaimed, her excitement growing. "Certainly," Qiu Qianqi replied, reclining in her chair, her face adorned with a smile as she watched her daughter grow happier each day. Filled with gratitude towards Yang Guo and his companions. "All right, they have arrived," Yang Guo declared. A girl in an orange dress and a young woman clad in purple approached, guided by the servants. "Master Designer, we have awaited your arrival," Yang Guo thought to himself, anxious as the bulk of materials was nearly exhausted, eagerly anticipating her to commence work. "Hiki, the Valley Master is not inferior to me. Why trouble Huar with an extra trip?" Huar playfully flicked a lock of hair behind her ear. "But I cannot sketch. I require someone with your expertise," she added. "Thank you for your hard work." Third sister and fifth sister, Yang Guo expressed his gratitude. "Rest assured, we will not disappoint you," the two women replied respectfully. Unable to contain himself, Yang Guo approached them, playfully pinching their cheeks. "Don and Apos, be so serious. Smile a little. What is the point of keeping a stern face while I have you both by my side?" Their cheeks flushed as they felt a tad embarrassed under the gaze of so many. After their departure a month ago, Yang Guo had disciplined the eldest, Jin Chai, reminding her that while he needed obedient attendance, he desired a familial bond rather than a master-servant relationship. In this regard, Jin Chai had succeeded, not allowing their differences in status to affect their feelings, and he encouraged her to learn from Jin Chai. Subsequently, Yang Guo addressed all the disciples in the Valley of Love, From today onwards, the entire construction of the valley will be overseen by this flower fairy. All shall follow her arrangements, including you. We shall comply with the valley master and Apos. As arrangements, the disciples replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Yang Guo, intrigued by this display, noted that despite the ancient times and Apos' shortcomings, their chants were perfectly synchronized, requiring no instruction. Hua and Apos urgently tapped Yang Guo. How can you speak like that? Calling me a fairy is quite embarrassing. Turning to the gathered crowd, she spoke. I will rely on everyone moving forward. I thank you all in advance. For today, we shall dismiss. We shall commence work tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. Please return and rest well. As everyone departed, the women gathered around to catch up. The atmosphere lively and filled with warmth after their first long separation. Gongsun LV and Amp, Apos, having long abandoned Yang Guo, approached Hua and Amp, Apos, shyly taking her hand and saying, Sister Hua and Amp, Apos, you are so beautiful. My name is Gongsun LV. You can call me LV. Can we play together in the future? Hua had already noticed the pure and adorable girl, gently ruffling her hair and replying, Of course, but I have work to do. I will be busy tomorrow, so we can play together in a few days. Okay. The little girl nodded vigorously, her previous shyness forgotten. Before long, Yang Guo took Hua away, as he had many tasks to attend to. The Valley of Love awaited her expertise. Hua and Apos retrieved a wooden board from her bag, fixing a piece of white paper onto it, along with a charcoal pencil. As she followed Yang Guo, she sketched for 2 or 3 hours, filling the page with intricate lines. Is it done? Yang Guo inquired. Almost. This place is truly remarkable. Perfect for a secret base, Hua and Amp, Apos, remarked, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and neck. Thank you for your hard work, Yang Guo said, wiping her forehead with his sleeve. The effort is trivial. It has been quite enjoyable and a worthy challenge. Let us proceed. Your residence has been arranged. And there are still some details that we can plan together. He has some ideas of his own, and it is a perfect opportunity to realize them, which will also save her some effort. Yang Guo brought her to the secluded courtyard of the maidens, where the room separated by the moonlight was prepared for her. They did not linger too long and spent the entire day inside. During this time, their meals were personally delivered by Li Macho. A rough plan for the entire Qing and Valley has been outlined. While more detailed construction schemes will require additional time to explore, it cannot be accomplished in a single day. The entire Qingtan Valley is backed by the Liguifeng to the east and the Duanshan Cliff to the north, leaving only the south and west available for modification. Ultimately, he and Hua decided to construct a training ground, along with a modern playground and apparatus on the south side. Various mechanisms and secret passages will be established at the entrance of the Qing and Valley to prevent enemy attacks, although it may seem like just a few elements. The details are quite complex, and he entrusted Hua and Apos with calculating and planning the dimensions. He sketched out the styles and material diagrams for modern playgrounds, such as running tracks, horizontal bars, parallel bars, and rings. As long as there are designs and material illustrations, Hua will be able to have them made, and he harbored no worries. They worked diligently until midnight, and Yang Guo had already fallen asleep on her bed, while Hua continued to calculate on a piece of draft paper. If anyone were to see what she had written and drawn, they would surely exclaim in confusion, while modern individuals would be astonished. For she was employing Arabic numerals and various arithmetic operations to calculate the area and dimensions of the mechanisms and secret compartments. These were all taught to her by Yang Guo, and the other maidens had also learned, yet only she and Xiao Ju mastered it best. Particularly, Xiao Ju could effortlessly perform multiplication and division within 10,000, exhibiting extraordinary mental agility akin to a remarkable talent. In the early morning, as the chicks brought back by Jean Chai and the others were still mere chicks, they did not crow at dawn. Yang Guo relied on his instincts to rise, observing the dim sky with the sun yet to fully emerge. Just as he intended to steal a few more moments of slumber, he noticed Hua and Amp, Apos, busy at the table, tidying up the sketches, indicating that she had finished her work. Naturally, Yang Guo felt too embarrassed to sleep any longer. He got out of bed and asked, Have you been busy all night? This inquiry stemmed from her similar behavior during the renovations of the Qixia mountain villa, where she had been completely engrossed, working tirelessly without rest. We martial practitioners can manage a sleepless night without issue, Hua replied, offering a gentle smile to Yang Guo, still as tranquil and captivating as ever. Your health is paramount. Even if it means keeping everyone waiting for a day, so be it. Yang Guo frowned, though he knew his words might not have much effect. He couldn't help but advise her. Hua was obedient and sensible but also had her own opinions, often stubborn, making it difficult to sway her. Although she did not voice it, Hua and Oppos, her understood that Yang genuinely cared for her well-being. This young master, 6 years her junior, was more concerned for them than anyone else, which was why they were all willing to strive tirelessly to assist him, as he had provided them with everything. All right, everything is prepared. If the young master is considerate of Hua, perhaps you could personally make a jade porridge for her to taste. She licked her lips, seemingly recalling some exquisite delicacy, before gathering a pile of blueprints and heading outside. How tempting. I shall prepare it right away to reward you for your great contributions. Yang hastily followed her out. By the afternoon, the southern area of the Qingtan Valley had undergone extensive renovations, leaving it barren and quite spacious. Fortunately, Yang Guo had the foresight to store the building materials at the Duanchang Cliff to the north and the Liguifeng behind the valley, sparing them the need to relocate materials before commencing work. They labored diligently, and after Yang Guo and Oppos' arrival, their benefits had significantly improved. Not only would they have meat to eat daily, but the meals prepared by the Peach Fairy were truly exceptional. Consuming such delicious food made them work with unparalleled enthusiasm. Yang Guo did not skimp on their treatment. During the peak of noon, when the sun blazed overhead, he prepared cooling tea or mung bean soup for them to alleviate the heat and promised them various benefits. After a session of persuasion, they treated this place as their own home. Time flew by, and they had been there for half a year, reaching the date of February 29th of the following year. Within the Qingtan Valley was indeed a paradise, reminiscent of the time he spent in the Kunlun mountain cave, while the outside world was blanketed in heavy snow. The rivers beyond the valley froze thickly. The Qingtan Valley remained alive with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, bursting with the spirit of spring. The entire Qingtan Valley had been transformed considerably, with only some mechanisms and secret passages still requiring continuous refinement. In moments of leisure, Hua and Oppos her scattered flower seeds throughout the valley. It was curious that any type of flower planted here would thrive, which was a delightful surprise for someone who loved flowers like her. Of course, Yang Guo believed this was mainly due to the scarcity of flower varieties in ancient times. Some flowers could indeed grow as long as there was soil and suitable geology. At this moment, Yang Guo, Qiu Qianqi, and the other maidens were seated in the stands of the Martial Arts Academy, observing the disciples of the Qingtan Valley as they practiced. This Martial Arts Academy was the open space on the south side, where various apparatus and playground facilities had been fully established. Except for a few disciples with special talents who were nurtured separately, the remaining disciples were to train here, practicing martial arts in the morning and physical exercises in the afternoon, without fail, rain or shine. Goodness, each of them has developed muscles better than mine, Yang Guo remarked enviously as he sat to the side. A little girl in green attire slipped beside him, poking his chest with her tiny finger. Oh Yang Guo, you're boasting again. Your flesh is all soft and cannot compare to theirs at all. Yang Guo felt a wave of frustration. This Gong Sun El Sa was becoming increasingly mischievous, always undermining his confidence. Go away. I'm still a child. Exercising like this will hinder my growth, he retorted, pointing at the disciples lifting barbells. At that moment, Qiu Qianqi spoke. The training methods of the Valley Master are indeed remarkable. I have only taught them the basics of the iron palm technique, yet with the assistance of this training method, they can already rival some third-rate masters. Their reflexes and body control have surpassed those of third-rate masters and can compare to second-rate ones, though they are somewhat lacking in internal strength. That is of no concern. My goal is to mold them into formidable fighters. In terms of martial arts at home, none can rival the Iron Palm clan of yesteryears, Yang Guo replied. Their minds have been sufficiently gathered, and now I must trouble Elder Qiu to provide them with thorough guidance. These disciples will be the foundation of Qingtan Valley and Oppos' future. If Elder Qiu does not mind, I would like to establish an Iron Palm Hall within the Qingtan Valley, with you temporarily serving as the Hall Master, allowing you to select disciples for focused training. When they re-enter the martial world in the future, they won't tarnish the reputation of the Iron Palm clan from back in the day. Yang Guo tossed her a honey date, curious to see if she would accept it. Speaking of the Iron Palm clan, Qiu Qianqi had also discovered a letter from Qiu Qianren in Gongsun Ji and Oppos' residence, learning of her elder brother Qiu Qianzhong and Oppos' demise, her second brother's retreat into Buddhism, and the disbandment of the Iron Palm clan. Her heart ached at the news. Yet now that Yang Guo was willing to establish the Iron Palm Hall, it was akin to creating another Iron Palm clan, which held significant meaning for her. However, she also recognized that this could be seen as a way to gain control over a private army, a grave transgression against the ruling powers. Thus, she hesitated. In the end, Qiu Qianqi shook her head, declining Yangguo's offer. Yangguo smiled. He indeed trusted Qiu Qianqi, merely wishing to gauge the depth of the influence of the soul transference technique on her. To his surprise, it had reached such a level, which assured him that he could depart peacefully the next day. He stood up and approached the practicing disciples, proclaiming loudly, "From today onwards, the Qing'an Valley will establish the Iron Palm Hall, affiliated with the Tiger Gate, accepting 12 disciples who will enjoy core disciple privileges, all selected by Elder Qiu. I hope you will not disappoint Elder Qiu and Amp Appo's expectations of you, nor squander your own efforts, as she has worked hard to secure this opportunity for you." Yangguo directly assisted Qiu Qianqi in making a decision, while also subtly enhancing her prestige among the disciples, facilitating better management in his absence. The disciples expressed their exhilaration, kneeling on one knee and bowing towards Yangguo and Qiu Qianqi, exclaiming, "We are immensely grateful for the grace of the Valley Master and the support of the Elder. We vow to diligently cultivate our skills, not to waste the nurturing we have received from the Valley." Their words flowed eloquently, resonating like thunder. It was impossible for them not to feel excitement. Some of the initial disciples had already been selected for special departments, leaving only themselves, which naturally stirred envy. The departments established were a spur-of-the-moment idea from Yangguo. Within the Valley of No Emotions, there were a total of 113 male disciples and 45 female disciples, making 158 in total. It was unreasonable to assume that all were inept. Thus, he continuously observed and selected those with exceptional talents to form various departments. Currently, there was the Snake Hall, led by Yu and Appos, with 8 female and 12 male disciples, all skilled in pharmacology and poison. Then there was the Dining Hall, represented by the pig sign among the 12 zodiac animals, consisting of 5 male and 15 female disciples, all taught culinary arts by Xiao Tao. Despite their average martial skills, they were one of the most crucial halls, and none dared to provoke them. Yangguo granted them considerable authority, allowing them to take action against any dissenters. Among them were the disciples of the Monkey Hall. Yangguo had posed several commercial questions to them, initially intending it as a test, but to his surprise, 6 individuals, 5 males and 1 female, provided the answers he sought. Elated, he established the Monkey Hall and entrusted Hong Lingbo and Jin Chai to escort them to Qixiao Mountain Villa, where he requested Xiao Zhu to personally assist in their training, appointing her as the hall master. He also renamed the business at Qixiao Mountain Villa to Yida Commercial Firm. Next came the 5 male disciples from the Ox Sign, who had talents in machinery and architecture, with Hua temporarily serving as hall master. There were also 10 female disciples from the Pharmacy Hall, responsible for the cultivation of various herbs, flowers, and vegetables, with Hua also overseeing them. Along with the newly formed Iron Palm Hall, which belonged to the Tiger Gate, there were now halls for the ox, tiger, rabbit, snake, monkey, and pig, totaling 79 individuals. The remaining 68 male disciples practiced daily in the martial academy, while 11 female disciples handled minor tasks. These inducted disciples received specialized training and abundant resources, learning martial arts far superior to what they had previously experienced, making them eager to seize any opportunity to join. Observing their heightened spirits, Yangguo shifted his gaze towards Qiu Qianqi, signaling her to address the assembly. After half a year, her meridians had been restored by Yangguo, enabling her to walk like an ordinary person. She stepped forward and addressed the disciples. "I believe my origins need no elaboration. You all know that I, Qiu Qianqi, hail from the renowned Iron Palm Gang. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances that left me powerless, I would have remained one of the top experts in the martial world. However, my intellect and unparalleled skills remain intact. I ask you, do you wish to learn?" The disciples and Amp Appo's faces flushed with excitement, fully aware of her formidable past, and unable to contain their eagerness, they shouted in unison, "Yes, yes, yes." Qiu Qianqi nodded in satisfaction. These were resolute individuals. She understood the hardships they had endured over the past 6 months, and even if all were to join her, she wouldn't Amp Appo's mind. But she feared inciting Yangguo's suspicion. The 12 disciples she was granted were a source of great satisfaction for her. "Very well, in 3 days, I shall teach you a superior set of palm techniques. In half a month, I will assess your progress here, and the 12 best will become the 12 fierce tigers of the Tiger Hall." Qiu Qianqi's voice resonated with authority, igniting their fervor. Good, 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 the disciples roared, their excitement unleashed. Continue your training, Qiu Qianxi urged them, seemingly inspired by their enthusiasm. Yang Guo was pleasantly surprised to discover her leadership qualities, which gave him further assurance. Thank you, young master, for your immense kindness. I shall never forget it. Qiu Qianxi expressed her profound gratitude, kneeling before Yang Guo, not merely for the authority bestowed upon her, but for the establishment of the Iron Palm Hall. Yang Guo gestured for her to rise, saying, Elder Qiu, you are being too humble. Please, stand. Gongsun Luo rushed over to his sister, saying, Mother, you were just so impressive. Qiu Qianxi patted her head, slightly embarrassed, and said, Silly girl, hurry and master the skills your mother has taught you. Otherwise, you one and Oppos, be allowed to play outside. All right, I practice daily too. Gongsun Lu and Oppos, Ao replied, feeling wronged. The other girls nearby merely chuckled softly, not interrupting their exchange. Now that everyone is gathered, I have something to discuss, Yang Guo said, taking a sip of his tea. Hearing this, the girls gathered around him eagerly. You and Oppos, how proficient are the Snake Hall disciples in pharmacology and poison? Understanding Yang Guo and Oppos' intent, you and Oppos, stepped closer and replied, Young master, although they possess talent, they have not fully mastered it in such a short time. However, I have provided them with relevant text and annotations, which should sustain their studies for a while. That is good to hear. Tomorrow, I will be taking Yuer and Imocho away for some time. Though I cannot guarantee how long we will be gone. Jin Chai, if you find yourself with nothing to do, you may return to Qixiao Mountain Villa to fetch in Chai and the others. This place will be another home for them, allowing them to acclimate sooner. Feng and Amp, Oppos, and Main Yang may stay at their discretion, but do not forget our agreement from 2 years ago. Shui and Amp, Oppos, Xiaolon, and Xiaotao, you three must behave. Do not cause Elder Qiu any trouble while I am away. Follow her arrangements. Yes. The girls responded in unison. Brother Yang Guo, where are you going? Can I come too? Gongsun Lu and Oppos, Ao asked, tugging at his hand, her face full of anticipation. Before Qiu Qianxi could intervene, Yang Guo declined, not this time. The journey ahead is long and fraught with unknown dangers. It is best for you to remain in the valley of emotions. Once you have mastered the skills your mother has taught you, you may ask Shui and Amp, Oppos, and the others to take you to Qixiao Mountain Villa for a visit. The little girl glanced at Qiu Qianxi, hoping for a plea on her behalf, but Qiu Qianxi merely shook her head, leaving her deflated like a punctured balloon. Standing silently to the side, Yang Guo chuckled and shook his head. Matters of personal safety were not to be taken lightly. It seemed this girl had been led astray by Shui and Amp, Oppos, and Xiaolon. After discussing trivial matters with them, Yang Guo led Li Imocho and Yu and Oppos back to their quarters. At a table laden with tea, Yang Guo lit incense and brewed tea, motioning for them to sit. After receiving the tea from Yang Guo, Li Imocho asked, Master, why do you always announce your plans the day before? Ken and Amp, Oppos, do you give us a few days and Amp, Oppos, notice? Where are we going this time, and why must we take you and Oppos? You and Oppos, aware of the situation, stood beside Yang Guo, who said it was to have her apprentice. Though the specifics remained unclear, leaving her curious about this esteemed individual whom Yang Guo held in such high regard. Didn't I mention last year? I am taking Yuer to find a master. We can no longer teach her. It would waste her exceptional talent to tether her to us, Yang Guo replied, swirling his teacup before pouring more tea and handing it to Yu and Amp, Oppos, Then, young master, where are we going to find this master? Yu and Amp, Oppos, inquired as she accepted the teacup. To be honest, I am not entirely sure. We must first seek out someone. Interestingly, this person has met Imocho before, Yang Guo remarked with a smile, recalling something. I and Amp, Oppos, met countless people. How am I to remember who it is? Imocho retorted, realizing he was likely up to no good. One of the 5 absolutes. Yang Guo offered her a hint. Li Macho and Oppos. eyes widened as she recalled something, exclaiming in surprise, Is it the Southern Emperor Duan Jixing? Indeed, it should be Master Eating. He no longer reigns as emperor. You once crossed swords with him, didn't you? What was that like? Li Macho's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, It was just SOSO. I was no match for him. In truth, she was seething inside, wishing she could berate Yang Guo for his words. What duel? She had been utterly overwhelmed. It was truly an unfortunate reminder. Though Ware had never seen him, she had heard tales and immediately caught the joke, bursting into laughter. Li Macho and Amp, Appos. Gaze towards Yang grew increasingly hostile. All right. This time, we are seeking master eating and Amp, Appos, junior disciple, the divine monk of Tianju. His whereabouts are elusive. And I brought you along to try our luck with master eating. Perhaps you could become his disciple, and your medical skills would surely flourish. His medical prowess is unparalleled. Regarded as a master in detoxification, Yang sighed, reflecting on how such an extraordinary figure met such a tragic end. In a way, I have indirectly saved your life. It wouldn't be too much to ask you to take on a disciple for me, would it? If this person was indeed as remarkable as the gentleman described. Yue was eager to meet him. Being a medical practitioner herself, she understood the immense difficulty of achieving such a level. Indeed, medicine and poison are intertwined. And reaching such a pinnacle is no ordinary feat. Where does master eating reside? Li Macho inquired, posing the critical question. Yang took a sip of his tea before responding, in Taiyuan, Zhangjiaji, Hunan. Observing his swagger, Li Macho rolled her eyes, also exuding an air of charm. There truly seems to be nothing that can fluster you. Yang chuckled dreamily. Of course. Yue felt a twinge of discomfort witnessing their flirtation, prompting her to rise and take her leave. Prepare well and bring warm clothing. It is quite cold outside. Remember, we shall depart tomorrow at the hour of Qin. Yang reminded her earnestly. Yes, young master, I shall take my leave now. After bowing to him, Yu and Appos exited the courtyard. Soon, only Li Macho and Yang remained. Unable to tolerate the ambiguous atmosphere and Yang's gaze any longer, Li Macho also stood to leave, unconcerned. A little teasing was acceptable, but not too excessive. The following day, Yang did not indulge in slumber, but arose early. For some reason, he found himself more inclined to rest in the valley of unrequited love rather than practice martial arts. After all, his usual progress had been swift enough, and a brief respite would not be detrimental. After tidying up, Yang ascended to the second floor of the dining hall, aiming to enhance mutual communication. He designated the first floor as the dining area for the disciples of the valley, while the second floor served the higher-ups, bustling with activity due to the presence of many women during mealtimes. Everyone is quite early. Upon seeing them neatly arranged, Yang greeted them. The group rose. Bowing in unison, we greet the valley master. All right, please take your seats. He approached Li Macho and Appos' table and sat beside her, the others unperturbed by the familiarity. As breakfast was served, Fan Yiwen turned to Yang asking, Valley Master, it is said you will be leaving the Valley of Unrequited Love today. When might you return? I'm uncertain. It could be as little as 6 months or as much as 2 to 3 years. I likely will not return in the short term. Yang admitted, unsure of the exact duration required. Qiao Qianqi glanced at Fan Yiwen with an inscrutable expression, seemingly trying to glean something from his gaze, but ultimately gave up, keeping her thoughts to herself. Yang felt reassured with him in charge. After all, his skills were merely average. And as long as he was and Appos, foolish, Yuuden and Appos, betray Yang, naturally keeping things transparent. Please consider this carefully, Valley Master. Matters within the valley have just begun to stabilize. It may not be prudent for you to leave at this time. Yiwen, your disposition is well suited for a role in the court. There's no need for concern. With you and the elder in charge, I feel secure. Were it not for urgent matters, I would not leave so easily. During my absence, I will rely on you and the elder to manage things diligently. Should you find yourselves uncertain, you may send word to me at Qixia Villa. Thank you for your trust, Valley Master. I will certainly do my utmost to assist the elder in managing the valley, Fan Yiwen replied earnestly. He was genuinely moved by Yang and Appos' faith in him. Truthfully, the past 6 months had been far more comfortable than before. Oh, by the way, Yiwen, do take some time to venture outside. If you encounter wandering or orphan children, please bring them back to the Valley of Unrequited Love for nurturing. Their abilities are not of utmost importance, but loyalty is essential. The valley has ample space. Housing a few thousand individuals is quite feasible. It is time to consider expanding our numbers. But remember, the entrance to the valley must remain concealed. The Valley of Unrequited Love will eventually emerge, but that time is not now. We must act with caution. Understood, Valley Master. Fan Yiwen nodded. Having sensed a recent shortage of manpower, the male disciples were all engrossed in daily training, leaving the mundane tasks to the 11 ordinary female disciples, which was indeed rather burdensome. As I always say, this is our future home, and I hope everyone will strive together. We shall not disappoint the Valley Master's expectations. The women echoed in unison with Fan Yuan. All right, the food is ready. Let us eat. With a hearty spread of buns, fried dough sticks, and stir-fried noodles before him, Yang Guo and Appo's appetite surged. He wondered how long it would be until he could enjoy such delicacies again. At the hour of Qin, the valley appeared dimmer than the previous day, cloaked in thick clouds that obscured the morning sun. Aside from the male disciples practicing martial arts and the busy, ordinary female disciples, the rest gathered at the valley's west gate. All right, no need for further farewells. Elder Qiu, Yuan, I shall leave the affairs of the valley in your capable hands. Yang Guo clasped his fists in acknowledgement to the two. Rest assured, Valley Master. Take care on your journey. You may trust that I will safeguard the valley of unrequited love in your absence, Elder Qiu assured him. Yang Guo nodded in satisfaction, waving goodbye as he stepped outside. The women also waved, their faces reflecting reluctance. At that moment, Gongsun Lu Chao rushed forward, calling out, Brother Yang Guo, if you don't come back to play with Lu Chao, once I master my skills, I will surely find you and not let you escape. Yang Guo did not turn back. As his figure faded into the distance, a hearty laugh echoed through the valley. Gongsun Lu Chao laughed in response. Her heart lightened of its burdens. On April 15th, Yang Guo and his companions, having inquired along the way, finally arrived at the Taoyuan of Zhangjiaji, the current location of master eating. During the harsh winter months, their journey had been less expedient than usual, resulting in a delay of over 10 days. Fortunately, Hunan's southern climate meant there were no lingering snows on the mountain paths, allowing them to ascend without issue. Their route conveniently passed near Qixia Villa. Merely a day's journey away, yet he did not take the time to return. Instead, he sent a sealed letter via a member of the Yida commercial firm to Xiaojun, containing information only she would comprehend. The three rode along the narrow path, soon spotting a stone tablet beside the road inscribed with the characters Taoyuan County. We are nearly there. Let us proceed. It should be just ahead, Yang Guo exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect of meeting one of the 5 absolutes from the Divine Eagle. After riding briskly for about a quarter of an hour, they came upon a thatched cottage. Yang Guo and Li Macho dismounted, tying their reins to a nearby post before advancing toward the dwelling. Upon reaching the riverbank, they found themselves confronted by a stream spanning 20 to 30 meters in width, which stood as a barrier before them. A long wooden bridge stretched across the middle, the sole pathway available. On the opposite bank, a winding path meandered through the forest, leading directly to the mountainside, undeniably their destination. As they approached the bridge and Appo's entrance, they noticed an elderly man, donning a conical hat and clad in a raincoat, sitting at the bridge and Appo's edge, fishing. He occasionally furrowed his brows and held his breath, intensely focused on the bait line in the water, his eyes unblinking. Yang Guo, concealed beneath a black robe and mask, found himself somewhat at a loss for words. It had been 7 or 8 years since Huang Rong and Appo's injury. He could not believe the old man was still trying to catch the golden fish. Yang Guo gestured for the 2 women to wait by the bank while he approached the fisherman alone. He made a concerted effort to silence his footsteps and managed to reach the old man without being detected, a testament to the fisherman and Appo's engrossed state. In the depths of the water, a glimmering golden figure swam around the bait, unmistakably the golden fish. After sufficient probing, the fish seized the bait and began pulling at it. The fisherman, elated, prepared to reel it in when Yang Guo called out from behind, "Wait, Don and Appo's rush." Indeed. Before the fisherman could pull the rod, the golden fish released its grip on the bait. The fisherman quickly steadied his right hand, the bait remaining undisturbed in the water, thereby not frightening the fish away. Yang Guo nodded in approval at the fisherman and Appo's quick reflexes, although aware of another presence behind him. The fisherman felt no hostility emanating from Yang Guo and continued to fixate on the golden fish. After a brief moment of caution, the fish relaxed and soon took a large bite of the bait, swiftly swimming downwards. Ha ha ha, come to me, the fisherman laughed, clapping his hands on the bridge and Appo's surface, propelling himself into action. With his legs bent in a horse stance, he exerted all his strength to pull, sending the golden fish soaring from the water and landing it securely in a prepared basket. It was then that Yang Guo beheld the full form of the golden fish, which indeed was merely a large golden loach, measuring an impressive 80 centimeters in length, a rarity. Were it not for the knowledge that the fisherman had no intention of consuming it, he would have lamented the fate of such a remarkable creature. At this moment, the fisherman turned to face Yang Guo, his expression shifting to one of displeasure. "Who might you be? What business do you have in my Peach County?" The fisherman regarded young Guo and Apos, as diminutive stature, his black robe and mask obscuring his identity. To a man of integrity such as he, someone who shrouded themselves in secrecy was likely up to no good. Yang Guo was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his assistance had elicited such suspicion. Yet, he maintained his composure, replying, "We are merely travelers of the Jianghu, drawn here by the reclusive Master Yi Deng. We wish to pay our respects." The fisherman appeared taken aback. It was rare for anyone to know that the former South Emperor, Duan Jixing, had renounced the world to become a monk known as Yi Deng. Since you are aware of Master Yi Deng and Apos' seclusion, you should know he does not receive visitors. It would be best for you to turn back, the fisherman said, glancing at the two women on the other side of the bridge. Noting that they appeared unharmed and not in need of medical attention, his tone softened slightly. "We are not here seeking medical aid, and since we are already here, why not grant us the courtesy of a visit?" Yang Guo insisted, unwilling to heed his warning, intending to employ diplomacy before resorting to force. The fisherman removed his hat, revealing a face as dark as a pot and Apos' bottom, adorned with a thick beard, and his eyes gleamed with impatience as he curtly remarked, "I have already stated that I do not see visitors. Please leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to treat you unkindly." Seeing his obstinacy, Yang Guo chose not to prolong the encounter. Suddenly, feigning surprise, he exclaimed, "Oh no! The golden fish is escaping." The fisherman quickly turned to look, but saw nothing amiss. Internally, he cursed the situation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yang Guo swiftly pressed a pressure point on the fisherman, all the while exhaling lightly on his fingertip. "Rest assured, we mean you no harm. This pressure point will release in an hour, and you will understand upon ascending the mountain." Yang Guo had not sealed the fisherman's ability to speak, allowing him to voice his indignation. "You despicable thief, just wait. I will not let you off easily." Yang Guo waved to Li Macho and Yuer, ignoring his insults as he walked past him toward the other side of the bridge. The path was surprisingly clean, devoid of the muddy conditions typical of mountain trails, and they walked for several hundred meters. To his astonishment, Yang Guo could still hear the fisherman's curses in the distance. His irritation mounting, he wished he had sealed the man and Apos' voice to spare himself the relentless tirade. "Young master, who is that man you and Apos are?" asked, her curiosity piqued. This was her second journey, and despite her shy disposition, her inquisitive nature could not be concealed. "Do you know of the South Emperor, Duan Jixing? During his reign, he was troubled by a past incident, ultimately achieving enlightenment and becoming a monk, taking the name Yi Deng. His 4 disciples, who were also prominent figures, the Grand Commander of the Water Forces, the General of Dali, and the Chief of the Imperial Guards, as well as a minister, accompanied him into seclusion, taking on the roles of fisherman, woodcutter, farmer, and scholar. That man was the fisherman of Diansan. I do not know his true name. They prevent outsiders from intruding here due to the renown of Dali's One Yang finger, which is not only a potent attack, but also possesses healing capabilities. Yet, its use comes at the cost of years of one's cultivation. Master Yi Deng, being compassionate, would not refuse assistance to those in need. Hence his 4 disciples guard the mountain, disallowing anyone from ascending at will. "Ah, so there are 3 more behind him?" Yuer exclaimed, concern etching her features. "That man is no weakling. At the very least, he is a second-rate master. I could never hope to contend with him. Only you and sister could manage. What shall we do? Fear not. We are not here to stir trouble, and I have not harmed him. Moreover, Master Yi Deng would not hold this against us." Yang Guo admitted, although he harbored a disdain for monks who fancied themselves transcendent beings, he nonetheless respected Yi Deng's character. Upon hearing this, both Li Macho and Yuer sighed in relief, feeling a measure of reassurance. The trio moved onward, their pace brisk, and soon passed through a bamboo grove. They found no trace of the woodcutter general until they encountered a towering mountain wall, confirming that the woodcutter was indeed absent from this place. Gazing at the imposing wall ahead, Yang Guo fell into contemplation, recalling a post he had read in a past life that analyzed the 4 disciples of fisherman, woodcutter, farmer, and scholar. It mentioned an incident where the woodcutter mistakenly believed Guo Jing and his companion were sent by the fisherman, leading to their unimpeded passage. The woodcutter, flattered by Huang Rong and Apos' song, joyfully directed them on their way, ultimately causing Master Yi Deng to expend 5 years of his cultivation, nearly falling victim to Ingyu. Although he recovered, a rift slowly developed among the brothers. As time progressed, the discord between the woodcutter and the others deepened, eventually drawing the attention of the reclusive Master Yi Deng, who realized that the situation had escalated beyond reconciliation. Ultimately, he sent the woodcutter back to the Dali Kingdom to assist the new emperor. Although the facts differ slightly from what Yang Guo knows, the discrepancies are not significant, which explains their failure to encounter the woodcutter. Alas, this person has likely long departed from Taoyuan County. Let us proceed. The two women exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Did Yang Guo mean to ascend from here? Observing their bewilderment, Yang Guo spoke again. This place offers no path. We must ascend along these vines. Be cautious, for the true entrance lies above on the stone wall. With your skills, it shall not pose a challenge. Let us go. He took the lead, climbing upward to scout the way. Fortunately, the vines were resilient and did not break easily, and they encountered no mishaps, reaching their destination safely. Upon reaching the top of the stone wall, their view expanded. Before them lay a long abandoned field, suggesting that Wu Santong and San Yang had not remained here after their marriage. Let us move on. They were fortunate that Wu Santong, a fisherman and woodcutter, was absent from this place. The two women followed closely, their hearts filled with delight. After traversing the field, they soon reached the end of the mountain path where a stone bridge, merely half a foot wide, spanned between two peaks, its end obscured from sight. Li Macho could not help but exclaim, under normal circumstances, this half-foot stone bridge would be inconsequential, but given the deep chasm below, merely gazing at it is enough to instill fear. Macho, there are many fissures ahead. Yuera's lightness of skill may not suffice to cross this bridge. You should carry her. All right, Yuera, come here. With that, Li Macho slightly crouched down. This is quite troublesome for you, sister. What about that young master? It seemed she remembered Yang Guo, still an 11-year-old child, small in stature, and with short limbs, making the crossing even more challenging. I am untroubled. You may proceed first. I shall follow closely behind. His skill and courage were remarkable, and this distance would pose no hindrance to him. Li Macho hoisted you and Appos, onto her back, glanced at Yang Guo, nodded, and then, using her lightness skill, soared forward. Yang Guo did not hesitate and promptly followed. After successfully navigating several perilous spots, they arrived at a temple, only to find it curious that Zhu Zili was not present. It was indeed strange. Was Master Eating absent as well? Upon reaching the temple entrance, Yang Guo knocked on the door, adhering to the necessary etiquette. If no one was present, they could enter and investigate. Fortunately, a young monk opened the door shortly, clasping his hands in greeting. I did not know the three benefactors were visiting. How may I assist you? We are passing through and wish to pay our respects to Master Eating. We kindly ask you to relay our request. The young monk scrutinized Yang Guo, his gaze inscrutable, while the two women appeared ethereal. Yet this individual, cloaked in a black robe and mask, concealed his true identity. Who would believe they merely passed through such treacherous terrain? However, sensing their sincerity, the monk hesitated. Please wait a moment while I inform him. With that, he bowed and retreated, closing the temple door behind him. Yang Guo felt no urgency. He was somewhat excited that Master Eating was still present. At least their journey would not be in vain. Is this what a monk looks like? His head is so bald, it appears quite unseemly. Yuera broke the silence, voicing her thoughts. Yuera, do not speak frivolously. This is a sacred place for ascetics, where one must be cautious with their words. Surprisingly, it was Li Macho who admonished her. Yang Guo cast a surprised glance at her. Had she not been a Taoist priestess before? What had prompted this sudden reverence for monks? Macho speaks wisely. This is merely one form of cultivation, and we should not mock it. In the martial world, one must remember that words can lead to calamity. I understand, Yuera replied, sticking out her tongue. The outside world is so troublesome. There are so many taboos just for speaking. After a brief pause, the same young monk reappeared, greeting them with clasped hands. The three benefactors are invited in. Yang Guo nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, young monk, for leading the way. The young monk did not respond, silently closing the temple door and guiding them inside. As they walked through the temple, despite its modest appearance, it extended deep within, featuring a path paved with bluestone and surrounded by a lush grove of bamboo, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere that dispelled worldly troubles. In the distance, 3 stone houses were faintly visible amid the bamboo thicket. The young monk gently pushed open one of the stone doors, gesturing for them to enter. The master is inside. Thank you, young monk. Yang Guo nodded to him and led the 2 women inside. Within, a small table bore incense, and 3 monks sat on mats around it. One, clad in a coarse black robe, had fierce features that could intimidate anyone, resembling a wrathful deity from a statue. The monk seated in the center wore a white robe, his long white eyebrows cascading from the corners of his eyes, radiating a benevolent presence despite an underlying sorrow. He exuded an air of dignified grace, unmistakably embodying a high monk. The third, with dark skin and pronounced features, was evidently from the land of Tianzhu, and upon seeing him, Yang Guo felt a surge of joy. He had begun to piece together this person's identity. Junior Yang Guo, along with Li Macho and Li Yuer, pays respects to the three masters. Yang Guo was the first to bow, though Qiu Qianqi was a villain. He had somewhat redeemed himself and was considered a senior in the martial world, thus making this bow appropriate. The other two required no justification. Master Eating smiled gently. Ba. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? After speaking, he seemed to recall something, glancing at Li Macho and falling into contemplation. The three of us are martial arts seniors. We have come to pay our respects and seek assistance. Yang Guo observed the Tianzhu monk beside him and spoke candidly. Before Master Eating could respond, Qiu Qianqi interjected angrily. Who is this little brat, hiding behind a mask and not daring to reveal his true self? Master, forgive me. My actions were compelled by circumstance. With that, he removed his black robe and mask, revealing a clean, handsome face. Humph. Indeed just a child. Yet he possesses a pleasing appearance, Qiu Qianqi muttered. Xian, Master Eating could not help but remind him, internally marveling. This child is young yet possesses an extraordinary demeanor. He must have an impressive background. It is no matter. Speaking of my father, Master Xian may very well know him. Oh? I have followed my master in cultivation and have not stepped into the martial world for a decade. Young lad, who is your father? Xian, reminded, suppressed his agitation. Sigh. My father is none other than the former Jin Prince, Yang Kong. Mentioning Yang Kong stirred emotions within him. Regardless of his past misdeeds, he was still Yang Guo's father. As their souls intertwined, the bonds of kinship deepened, and he found himself harboring less hatred than at first. You are the son of Yang Kong? Xian recalled the treacherous Yang Kong, who had infiltrated his Iron Palm Mountain during a marriage ceremony, leading to calamity. He had some recollection of Yang Kang's misdeeds. And as he regarded Yang Guo, he pondered deeply. Yes, my father, being young, was raised by the Jin and ultimately strayed from the path. As a Han person, I shall not follow my father's footsteps. I am determined to serve the Han and protect our land, much like the valiant Guo Xia. Yang Guo spoke passionately, fearing they might harbor prejudice against him due to his father and aunt, Appos, as past. After all, their significant appearances were still distant, and being forthright now could help forge a good relationship. Ba. Young benefactor Yang, your virtue shines brightly. Although Eating did not expect such words to come from a child, he felt a surge of admiration and his fondness for the boy greatly increased. Yang Guo glanced at the kind-faced, silent monk from India. Is this indeed the legendary poison healer, the Indian monk? He inquired with a hint of urgency. Indeed, young benefactor, this is my junior disciple. Known in the martial world as the poison healer, Eating introduced. Ba, it is merely a title. The Indian monk responded with a humble smile. I have heard of you. Yang Zai. Yang Guo had initially intended to address the monk as master, but considering that Eating was present and that he was also a junior disciple, he refrained, realizing that it would be inappropriate to call them both by such titles. Young benefactor, you are most courteous. The Indian monk turned to Yuer, who had been observing him intently. Is there something you wish to discuss? Upon hearing Yang Guo refer to the monk as the poison healer, Yu and Appos, felt a wave of excitement and could not help but scrutinize him. Yang Guo, sensing their mutual reticence, sought to mediate. Master, please do not take offense. My sister did not mean any disrespect. To be frank, we have come seeking your guidance. For me? The monk raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Indeed, Yang Guo continued earnestly. My sister has shown a remarkable affinity for the medicinal arts since childhood. Unfortunately, our family and Appos' resources and knowledge are limited, and we have no esteemed teacher to guide us. Having heard of your reputation, we sought you out across the lands, and finally learned of your whereabouts through Master Eating. We hope you will accept my sister as your disciple. With a deep bow, Yang Guo expressed his respect. Yuer, deeply moved by Yang Guo's actions, also bowed to the Indian monk and implored, please accept me as your disciple. I vow to study diligently and benefit the world. The Indian monk hesitated briefly before responding. Very well, young benefactor, please follow me. He then exited the room, leading the way. Yang Guo gestured for Yuer to follow, and she nodded, trailing behind the monk. Please. Young benefactor, take a seat, Eating said, gesturing to a cushion with one hand. Thank you, Master Eating. After they sat down, Eating continued. Is this young benefactor the legendary Qi Lian fairy, Li Macho? Indeed, I am the Li Macho from the outskirts of Jiaxing, she replied. Oh, I see. The changes in you over the years are quite remarkable. I almost did not recognize you. It appears you have transcended your emotional tribulations. Though he spoke calmly, Eating was internally astonished. The emotional tribulation he referred to was not merely a fleeting sentiment. It encompassed deeper entanglements of love and hatred. Observing the ethereal aura surrounding her now, he was reminded of an ancient mystery. Thank you, Master, for your guidance back then. It prevented me from committing a grave mistake. Li Macho reflected with gratitude. Had you not intervened, I might have succumbed to hatred and harmed He Yuanjun and Lu Zhanyuan, forever lost to the darkness. Amipa. It is a great fortune that you have achieved enlightenment, Eating remarked. That being said, there is something I must disclose to you. I once checked Lu Zhanyuan and Appo's pulse, and he has been afflicted with an incurable ailment, with only a decade left to live. His voice remained steady, devoid of sorrow or joy. Thank you for your honesty. Master Eating. I am already aware of this, and I have personally visited the Lu family estate to resolve this entanglement without causing harm. That is indeed good to hear. Eating smiled, assuming that Lu Zhanyuan had informed her of his condition. Master, I have acquired a divine skill that allows me to condense a type of yang poison. But regrettably, I cannot release it without a weapon. I have heard that you possess the art of the one yang finger, which can project internal energy to harm foes. I humbly seek your guidance, Yang was stated, fully aware of the monk's character and unafraid of revealing his abilities. Young benefactor, please forgive my caution. The one yang finger is a family secret and cannot be divulged. Might you demonstrate it? Eating requested with curiosity. Yang Guo recalled that this was a unique skill of the Duan family, and he hesitated to share it. My apologies, Master. I was impulsive. I still seek your guidance. With a surge of energy, Yang Guo's presence intensified, his robes billowing. As he extended his palm, the temperature gradually rose, culminating in a drop of reddish-yellow liquid. Even with the table separating them, both Eating and Ci and Appo's felt a wave of heat wash over them. Unexpected, the young benefactor's internal energy is remarkably profound for one so young, rivaling even my own, Sen exclaimed, astonished that decades of his cultivation paled in comparison to a mere boy of 16. You possess great fortune, young benefactor. Your pure yang internal energy has reached an invulnerable state, and you must have perfected this skill. I wonder who created such a divine technique. Eating mused. Master, you have keen insight. I have indeed mastered it. I confess that I acquired this skill in Kunlun, the legendary Kunlun mountain, Cian remarked, glancing at Eating with suspicion. Eating, sensing the implications, adopted a more serious demeanor. Who are you truly? Yang Guo, confused, responded, What do you mean? Li Macho, sensing the sudden tension and the shift in their expressions, felt a wave of anxiety. These were formidable masters, and while she could perhaps hold her own against one, facing both might prove perilous. She resolved to ensure Yang Guo's safety at all costs. Seeing the sincerity in Yang Guo's eyes, Eating pondered for a moment before his expression softened. You are indeed fortunate to have emerged from there alive and with such adventures. Yang Guo furrowed his brow. Please, Master, enlighten me. Li Macho, relieved that the atmosphere had calmed, felt reassured. Eating regarded Yang Guo and hesitated, finally saying, It is perhaps best for you not to inquire further. When your strength has reached a certain level, all will be revealed. Understanding that the monk was unwilling to elaborate, Yang Guo acknowledged the nature of asceticism and refrained from pressing further. Qingyuan, please escort these two to rest. Eating called out to a young monk standing by the door. Surprised by the monk's intent to send them off, Yang Guo wondered what had transpired to unsettle the typically serene Eating. Deciding against prolonging their stay, he took his leave. Farewell. Yang Guo and Li Macho stood and exited. After a brief interval, Ci and Appo's could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Eating, Master, do you think he could be from there? His claim of being Yang Kang's son is not enough to prove it. Those from that place are notoriously proud and would never lower themselves to fabricate identities. Today has brought many surprises, emotional tribulations, Kunlun. It has been 26 years since then. Wang Ge, Eating mused, a torrent of emotion stirring within him, feelings he had not experienced in a long time. There are still 24 years left. I wonder where the divine weapon that Wang Zhiren spoke of is now? Cian lamented. Kunlun is a place of great upheaval, where 3 sects and 4 clans sow chaos and despair. 50 years of turmoil have ensued, Eating recalled. remembering the words Wang Zhenren had spoken when they exchanged the one young finger, now long gone. He had knowledge of things we dare not approach. And do you truly believe that divine weapon is merely a weapon? Even the mightiest weapon is but an inanimate object. What do you mean, master? Ci and Apos, Im began. But Yiding silenced him with a shake of his head. In a humble cottage, Yang Guo and Li Macho sat facing each other. What did you see in Kunlun? Li Macho inquired first, her curiosity piqued by what could possibly instill such fear in the illustrious Nan Di, one of the 5 greats, and Shou Qiaran, who ranked just below them. Alas, I encountered nothing remarkable. I merely stumbled upon a cave and acquired this martial arts manual within. I did not meet anyone else there. Yang Guo replied, shaking his head. He, too, was quite curious and had intended to share the story of the spirit monkey and the little fur ball with Li Macho. However, he suddenly recalled that Yiding possessed a technique that heightened one and Apos. As hearing, and fearing that walls might have ears, he chose to remain silent. Subsequently, the two of them ceased to dwell on the matter and engaged in light conversation. Yang Guo did not wish to leave so soon, having finally encountered Yiding. He sought his guidance, especially since there was still no definitive news about his beloved, who had been taken away by the monk from Tianzhu. Beyond a partition, Yiding slowly opened his eyes, palms pressed together, reciting a passage from a Buddhist scripture. Such behavior was indeed contrary to the demeanor of a monk. Yet he had to exercise utmost caution regarding that place, leaving him no choice but to resort to this strategy. Master, could it be that someone from that place has arrived? Cin, anxiously awaiting nearby, dared not disturb Yiding. Upon finishing the scripture, Yiding softly remarked, "This young man possesses remarkable fortune. To enter Kunlun, acquire divine skills, and emerge safely is truly astonishing, as long as he is not one of their own. It is indeed fortunate that someone could obtain martial prowess from them. If this lad does not meet an untimely end, his future is boundless." Cin nodded in agreement, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Amipa, this is indeed splendid. If what Master Wang prophesied truly comes to pass, he may become a significant ally in our mundane realm. Noticing Yiding's sudden pause, Cin glanced over only to see a look of astonishment on his face, which soon transformed into a bittersweet smile, followed by laughter. Master, what troubles you? Amipa, indeed, it is a great fortune. Cin was left bewildered. It was his first time witnessing Yiding lose his composure in such a manner. Yiding refrained from elaborating. Despite his devotion to Buddhism, he felt no true allegiance. Should he fail to attain enlightenment and instead succumb to demonic obstacles, it could spell disaster for someone. Cin, what transpired today must not be disclosed, including to your 3 senior brothers. Yes, master. He understood the gravity of the situation concerning the mysterious Kunlun and dared not speak recklessly. An hour later, Yu and Apos, her face aglow with excitement, found Yang Guo and the others. Young master, sister, my master has accepted me as a disciple. You were right, young master. My master's knowledge is indeed unfathomable. Conversing with him felt like a divine revelation. He said my foundation is quite solid and my talent exceptional, thus making an exception to accept me as a disciple. Haha, my Yu and Apos, is indeed so remarkable that it is no surprise she caught the eye of the master from Tianzhu. Yang Guo and Li Macho rejoiced for her. At last, one among them found a path forward. Thank you, young master. Yu and Apos, expressed with heartfelt gratitude. She felt a tinge of discomfort remembering how Yang Guo had lowered himself before the monk from Tianzhu to secure her opportunity. After all, he had cared for her and her sisters since their arrival at Chixiao Villa, doing far too much for them to ever repay in a lifetime. You and Apos, come here. Li Macho smiled and beckoned her. Sister, having found a good teacher, I have nothing of worth to gift you. This incomplete and Apos, 9 manual and Apos, may not be whole. Yet its effects are remarkable. I present it to you now. Once that person fulfills his promise and I receive the complete version next year, I shall bestow it upon you. Li Macho took out a thin book and handed it to her, not forgetting to tease Yang Guo. Ahem. You and Apos, do not forget to practice your internal skills. This 9 manual is an unparalleled divine art, far superior to your incomplete versions. Yes, I shall earnestly heed the teachings of both the young master and sister. The next day, Yang Guo rose early and headed to the kitchen. Though last evening's meal was not unpleasant, it was rather bland, since he had a request to make. He thought it best to prepare a delicious feast as a token of gratitude. Half an hour later, Yang Guo, accompanied by a young monk from the kitchen, brought many dishes to the rooms of Li Macho and Master Yi Dang. The young monk knocked at the door. "Master, it is time for breakfast. Come in." The young monk gently pushed the door open and entered. Inside were three individuals, Yi Dang, Cin, and the monk from Tianju, who gathered daily for morning prayers. The young monk had brought enough meals for the three of them. Cin sniffed the fragrant air. "Qing Yuan, what have you prepared? It smells divine." Yi Dang, intrigued, looked at him, while the young monk smiled rarely. "Master, uncle master, brother, these are all prepared by Yang, who rose early to make breakfast." Saying he felt embarrassed to stay without contributing. "Oh, the young lad cooked this? Let me try." Cin, nearly famished, hurried to grab a plate. Cin, have you forgotten the precepts of a monk? Refrain from calling him young lad so casually. The monk from Tianju chided. "Yes, uncle master." Cin realized his rudeness and clasped his hands in apology. "Ahmedba, Qing Yuan, instruct Yang to come here in an hour." "Yes, master, I shall take my leave." With that, Qing Yuan retreated and gently closed the door behind him. Yi Dang returned his gaze to Cin, who was fixated on the dishes. Sighing internally, one could only wonder when Cin would truly comprehend the profound path. "Let us dine," Yi Dang remarked, eyeing the enticing spread. Adhering to the dietary restrictions of monks, Yang Guo had prepared a meal of vegetable porridge, steamed vegetable buns, and a small dish of pickles. The enticing aroma stemming from the many seasonings he carried with him. Cin picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of pickle, finding it slightly salty. Then sipped the porridge. Delicious. "Master, uncle master, you must add some of this pickle to the porridge. The flavor is extraordinary." Cin's eye sparkled. Since becoming a monk, he had never tasted anything so delightful. Yi Dang and the monk from Tianju exchanged glances, shaking their heads, yet still added a bit of pickle to taste. As the porridge entered their mouths, the flavor of the pickle did not overpower it. Instead, it merely lent a hint of saltiness, complementing the porridge with a subtle sweetness, creating a uniquely delightful and unforgettable taste. Even Yi Dang and the monk from Tianju could not help but nod in approval. Yang Guo truly possessed remarkable culinary skills. In Li Macho and Appo's chamber, Yang Guo and Yuer shared breakfast with her. Yuer was supposed to visit the monk from Tianju that morning, but since he was occupied reciting scriptures with Yi Dang, she was not permitted to go. At that moment, Qing Yuan arrived at their door and knocked. "Yang, the master requests your presence in an hour. I will escort you there." "Thank you, young monk." Upon hearing Yang Guo and Appo's response, Qing Yuan hurried back to the kitchen, likely unable to resist the temptation of his own breakfast. "Young master, I shall accompany you. It coincides with the end of my master and Appo's morning prayers. I want to go too." Li Macho suddenly chimed in. "Very well. All of you may go," Yang Guo said, touched by Li Macho and Appo's desire to protect him, though he felt somewhat helpless. With Yi Dang and Appo's character, he naturally posed no threat to him. After finishing their meal, Yang Guo took a brief respite before heading towards the place where Master Yi Dang had received them the previous day. Within the office on the third floor of Qixia Villa, Xiaoju had her slender legs crossed atop the desk, listening to the secretary below report on the situation. "General Manager, aside from our own clothing brand and ready-to-wear shop, all major money houses, rice shops, jewelry stores, inns, restaurants, and roof shops, along with all our land, are in collaboration with Sanbao Commercial House. Our current income has surged to 5 times that of last year, generating hundreds of thousands of taels daily. Manager Tong from Sanbao seeks a deeper partnership with us." Xiaoju toyed with the jade pendant in her hand and casually inquired, "What does he propose for this collaboration?" The secretary, surnamed Liu and named Wei Hua, was a trusted assistant personally selected by Xiaoju, who had also alleviated half of her burdens. "He wishes to merge with our Yida commercial house, but it requires a discussion with the owner. What do you think?" "Such ambition. This must be the suggestion of that girl, Xiangyu, right? It has been a year since I last saw her. I wonder if she still thinks of the young master. Humph. That carefree one doesn't end Appo's to even know where she and Appo's off having fun, leaving a heap of mess for others to clean up." Xiaoju muttered to herself, while Lui Wehua kept her head lowered, pretending to hear nothing. Afterward, she picked up a piece of letter paper and began to write diligently with a brush. She penned several pages before finishing, then sealed them in an envelope. "Send this to Manager Tong. All matters are detailed within." Rubbing her slightly sore hands, Xiaoju reclined on a bench and instructed Lu Wehua, "Yes, General Manager." I shall take my leave to attend to other matters. Louis Wehua accepted the envelope and bowed to take her leave. Wait. Inform Hunyang to expedite the opening of the Qingga Pavilion. She must not delay, complete the necessary arrangements swiftly. If it and Oppos, it's not finished within half a month. Let her go? At this, Xiao Ju's demeanor shifted from languid to stern, her fair face bearing an imposing aura. Louis Wehua was somewhat taken aback. Yes. I will promptly send someone to notify her. She quickly exited. Humph. Such trouble. You heartless man, I've prepared everything for you. Remember to take me along next time you venture out. Just as Yang Guo arrived before Master Yi Deng and Amp, Oppos, door, he couldn't and Amp, Oppos, helped but sneezed several times. Achoo! Who dares to speak ill of me? Is it you, Imocho? Humph. I usually act directly. I never waste words when I can take action. Li Imocho shot him a disdainful glance. Yang Guo was left speechless. Giggling, Yue remained a mere spectator, saying nothing. Knocking on the door, Yang Guo respectfully announced. Junior Yang Guo, here to pay my respects to Master Yi Deng. Come in. A voice beckoned, and Yang Guo pushed the door open, entering with the two others. Respectfully greeting Master Yi Deng, Master Tianzhu, and Master Cian, Yang Guo clasped his fist in salutation, as was customary among those of the martial world. Ba. Young benefactor Yang, you are too kind. I must thank you for preparing our breakfast. I appreciate it greatly, Master Yi Deng remarked. Forgive my clumsiness. I hope it suits the master's tastes, Yang Guo replied. Before Yi Deng could speak, Master Cian chimed in. Young benefactor indeed possesses remarkable culinary skills. The meat dishes I had before becoming a monk were not as delightful as this porridge. Noticing the expressions of Master Yi Deng and Master Tianzhu, Yang Guo felt reassured, understanding that they were pleased. It is said that everyone has different tastes, not all can appreciate the same dish. Yet he still felt a tinge of anxiety. That is well. Yue hastily approached Master Tianzhu, performing a kneeling salute. Disciple greets Master. Good. Quickly rise. Child, Master Tianzhu beamed, repeating the word good thrice, indicating his satisfaction with Yue after their conversation the previous day. Your junior brother has found a worthy disciple. Master Yi Deng expressed his joy, having praised his pupil profusely since returning. The usually taciturn Yi Deng had spoken more in a month than he had in a year. Congratulations, Uncle Master, on acquiring such a fine disciple. Master Cian added his congratulations. Yang Guo and Li Imocho were equally pleased. Knowing that with Yue and Oppos, cleverness and Master Tianzhu and Oppos, fondness, she would surely not face any hardship in his care. At that moment, a thought crossed Master Yi Deng's mind, and he turned his gaze toward Yang Guo. Young benefactor Yang. You inquired yesterday about the possibility of guidance in the Yi Yang finger technique. I regret to inform you that I could not oblige, as it is a family secret. However, I may have another method to assist you. Yang Guo and Oppos' eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly asked, Pray tell, Master. I observe that you possess excellent innate talent and a noble heart. You are indeed a rare martial arts prodigy. I would like to take you as my disciple. What say you? Absolutely not. Before Yang Guo could respond, Li Imocho vehemently opposed the idea. Yang Guo could never become a monk, so please retract your offer. Master Yi Deng. Yang Guo found himself both amused and exasperated by her reaction, patting her shoulder. What are you talking about? Who says that becoming a disciple requires one to become a monk? Aran and Oppos, fishermen, woodcutters, farmers, and scholars all non-monks? Li Imocho, flustered by her concern, momentarily forgot this fact. Her face flushed with embarrassment as her words implied that Yang Guo was akin to a lover, leading to unbidden thoughts, especially before the monastics. She nearly swooned from the awkwardness. Master Yi Deng nearly burst into laughter. Ba, Li benefactor has misunderstood. Yang Guo may become my lay disciple. Would you accept this? He then turned his gaze back to Yang Guo. Yang Guo felt a surge of excitement. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He promptly knelt before Master Yi Deng, exclaiming, Disciple Yang Guo, pays respects to Master. Good. Rise. Master Yi Deng was visibly pleased, if his conjecture from yesterday proved true. He had indeed acquired an extraordinary disciple. Master Tianzhu observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. You already have so many disciples, why take on another? Are you feeling envious because I have a good disciple? Aside from some fortunate encounters and a talent for cooking, it seems Yang Guo is not particularly special. Little did he know that years later, upon encountering Master Yi Deng, an uncomfortable feeling would wash over him, jealousy permeating the air. This would be a tale for another time. Despite his thoughts, he congratulations, brother master, on acquiring another excellent disciple. Understanding his underlying sentiment, Master Deng couldn't help but smile wryly. Ah, do not regret this in the future. Ba, brother master, you jest. Master Tian Zhu shook his head in silence. Yang Guo and the others were somewhat perplexed by the cryptic exchange between the two. Master Cin, however, remained unconcerned and addressed Yang Guo with folded hands. Disciple, I have no gifts to offer you. Upon my return, I shall prepare to bestow upon you the water-walking technique as a token of my regard. How does that sound? Yang Guo was overjoyed. The prowess of Qiu Qianren, second only to the 5 absolutes, is inseparable from his 2 unique skills: iron palm and water walking. In fact, even in one-on-one encounters with the 5 absolutes, he would not fall short against anyone except Wang Chongang. This illustrates his formidable strength. Yang Guo expressed his gratitude to Master Cin, acknowledging the magnitude of the gift. Seeing Yang Guo and Appo's delight, Master Cin felt a swell of pride. Young junior brother possesses great insight. In my prime, I traversed the world with 2 exceptional skills, iron palm and water walking. While iron palm is a family secret not easily shared, water walking can be taught. Once you master it, there will be no place in the world you cannot traverse. Thank you, Master Cin. I shall graciously accept this gift. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Excellent. I appreciate your candor. Young junior brother, as it happens, I do have a favor to request of you. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cien and Appo's eyes as he smiled at Yang Guo. Yang Guo was momentarily taken aback. Was this not mere pleasantry? How could one speak of something as if it were assured? Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to inquire. Brother Cien, please elaborate. Little junior brother, relax. It and Appo's nothing troublesome. You are aware that Qing Yuan and Appo's culinary skills leave much to be desired. Today and Appo's breakfast was exceptionally delightful. So I kindly request your assistance with future meals. He chuckled. Realizing it was merely a matter of cooking, Yang Guo breathed a sigh of relief. It's a small matter. I shall take care of your meals for the rest of your life, brother Cien. Splendid. With your words, we shall henceforth consider each other as brothers. Cien exclaimed joyfully. The essence of Buddhism is to find joy amid suffering, and the opportunity to elevate their meals was not to be missed. Eating and Tianzhu observed their interaction with amusement. Tianzhu would soon depart, while Eating felt a flicker of anticipation, though he was unaware of it himself. Yang Guo addressed Eating respectfully. Master, I have 2 other factions developing elsewhere, so I cannot remain on Tiyuan Mountain for long, at most, just a year. I hope for your understanding. After a moment of contemplation, Eating replied, Gui'er, in that case, I shall devote myself to teaching you martial arts during this year. Your progress will depend on your diligence and practice. Thank you, Master. Yang Guo felt touched. Indeed, Eating was perceptive and did not pry into his affairs. As time was of the essence, Eating kept things simple and declared, I shall now impart to you the technique of the sun finger. Rising from his meditation cushion, he led Yang Guo outside. On their way, Li Macho respectfully excused herself from Eating, realizing it was inappropriate for her to linger while the master taught his disciple. Sister, come with me to listen to Master and Appo's teachings. Much of what he shares is quite practical and could be of use in your future travels, Yang Guo urged eagerly. Indeed, let Li Shizhu join us. Eating agreed. Macho expressed her gratitude to the master. As a skilled poison expert, she recognized the immense value of learning from a renowned healer. With everyone departing, Eating began to teach Yang Guo the essence of the sun finger. Guo, pay careful attention to what I am about to teach you. Yes, master. The sun emanates life. The lesser sun signifies the initial birth of yang energy, corresponding to the liver in the 5 elements, and aligned with spring. Spring heralds the awakening of life. Yang energy is the greatest treasure of the human body. Thus, the sun finger can evoke the initial emergence of yang, akin to the flourishing of all life in spring. Truly a fusion of healing and lethal techniques. After channeling energy, use your right index finger to strike the acupoint. The strike can be gentle or swift, gentle yet graceful. Swift as lightning, but the aim must be precise. In times of peril, this technique allows you to strike an enemy's acupoint from a close distance or deceive them from afar, advancing and retreating with finesse. It is indeed a supreme skill for self-preservation. However, the sun finger consumes immense mental energy. Excessive use can lead to complete depletion of power or even loss of life. I observe that your inner strength is robust and ceaseless. This technique suits you perfectly. To be honest, Master, my technique is called the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Adapted from the 9 Yin manual by a great master, and is by no means inferior to the latter. Moreover, I also practice the 9 manual, though it is regrettably incomplete, especially the section in Sanskrit. Yang Guo recalled Huang Rong's healing from years past and began to scheme. Oh, such a remarkable individual exists in the martial world, truly extraordinary. As for the missing Sanskrit portion of the 9 manual, I happen to possess it. While it may not be a formidable martial art, its healing effects are profound. I shall compile it into a book for you tomorrow. Practice it privately without hindering your daytime training. Eating, unsuspecting, readily offered the Sanskrit section of the 9 manual to him. Thank you, master. Not at all. Have you remembered everything I just said? Eating inquired, concerned about his disciple and Apos' focus. I have memorized it, and Apos, the sun emanates life. The lesser sun signifies the initial birth of yang energy, corresponding to the liver in the 5 elements. Eating was taken aback, while memorizing it was one thing. To recall it verbatim was exceedingly rare, especially as it contained many colloquial phrases that were not easily articulated. Noticing Eating's astonishment, Yang Guo humbly smiled and scratched the back of his head, saying, Master, I possess no great talent. I merely have an exceptional memory. Anything I see or hear once is etched into my mind, and even after many years, I cannot forget it. Yang Guo was not exaggerating. Although he had only been in this world for 3 years, the fusion of his soul with the original Yang Guo and Apos allowed him to vividly recall memories from his infancy. Amipa, indeed, a gifted individual. This will expedite your learning process greatly. Allow me to share the mental mantra of the Sun Finger with you. Yes, master. 5 days later, near the foot of Zhongnan Mountain, a black-clad figure wearing a broad-brimmed hat rode into a bustling market, where a sign reading Sanbao Trading Company hung prominently. Dismounting, the figure entered the establishment and presented a silver medallion to the shopkeeper, who, after a brief inspection, respectfully returned it and led the way upstairs. The black-clad individual stood patiently, resembling a statue, drawing curious glances from other patrons. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. A plump, middle-aged man descended and greeted the black-clad figure with clasped hands. The steward has arrived. Forgive the lack of a grand welcome. Please, let us discuss matters upstairs. I have prepared hot tea and food. Surprised to see Tong Sanbao personally greet him, the black-clad figure did not dare to be presumptuous and reciprocated the bow. Thank you, Manager Tong. With that, he followed the man upstairs. It was winter, and the ride had left him weary and hungry, his ears frostbitten. The thought of food and drink was tantalizing. Had it not been for the excellent benefits of Yida Trading Company, he would not have undertaken such errands. Upon entering the 2nd floor, a wave of warmth enveloped him, bringing immediate comfort. He was merely a wanderer named Hussein, drawn to Yida Trading Company by its reputation and lucrative opportunities. Due to his resilience and martial skills, he quickly rose to the position of steward, earning the trust of the branch manager, which was why he was assigned such significant tasks. A round table was laden with sumptuous dishes and warm tea and wine. Hussein intended to indulge, but, upon noticing the individual seated across the table, felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly approached to pay his respects. I have the honor of meeting Miss Tong. Thank you for your hard work. Steward Hu, please enjoy the food and drink. Yes, Miss Tong. This is a delivery from the general manager. Thank you, Steward Hu. Please, sit and dine with us. Nodding, Hussein disregarded decorum and began to feast. The dishes were specially prepared by the imperial chef from Qixia Mountain Villa, and their exquisite taste was beyond words. Meanwhile, Tong Sanbao took a seat beside his daughter, observing her with the letter in hand. Despite being only 10 years old, she was already familiar with the affairs of the trading company, making decisions and engaging in discussions, particularly with Xiaoju, with whom she shared a deep rapport. Upon discovering the connection between Yang Guo and herself, Xiaoju unexpectedly took her as a sworn sister, showering her with affection. Regardless of the size of the Yida Trading Company, they treated Tong Xiangyu with utmost respect. Rumors suggested that Xiaoju was the general manager, while Tong Xiangyu was the deputy manager. Of course, these titles were previously conveyed to Xiaoju by Yang Guo, and she had surprisingly put them into action, even inexplicably assigning Yang Guo the position of chairman. After a cup of tea, Xiaoju carefully tucked away the envelope, contemplated for a moment, and walked over to a nearby desk to begin writing. Tong Sanbao, upon reading the letter, was astounded by Xiaoju's audacious idea of transforming the entire trading company into a shareholding system. Although their shares were somewhat limited, accounting for only 30%, the long-term prospects and profit margins were indeed promising. Observing his daughter's words in the reply brought him immense joy. She was not a daughter in vain. He no longer needed to worry excessively about family matters. However, when he reached the final line written by Tong Xiangyu, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. So all this was merely to see Yang Guo? That little rascal. Fuming, Tong Sanbao glared, then returned to the table, seizing the wine jug to drink. The young girl feigned ignorance, seemingly lost in thought, her cheeks flushed and utterly adorable. After Husin finished his meal, Tong Xiangyu neatly packaged the completed letter and handed it to him. Mr. Hu, please rest here at the trading company for the night and depart tomorrow. Thank you. Miss Tong, he replied. After 6 consecutive days of travel, had it not been for his martial training, he would have found it unbearable. Setting off now would be a perilous endeavor. Glancing at Tong Sanbao, who was still sulking with his drink, Tong Xiangyu shook her head and called outside, Shanger. Please show Mr. Hu to a superior guest room for rest. And walked a graceful maid, bowing respectfully to Tong Sanbao. Miss, please follow me, Mr. Hu. Then I shall take my leave, Husan said, cupping his fist to the two of them. No need for formality, please make yourself at home. Meanwhile, atop Tiyuan Mountain, Yang Guo was focused on a stone wall, channeling his internal energy to his fingertip, thrusting forcefully against it. With a soft sound, the stone wall was penetrated to a depth of a finger and Apos' width even before his fingertip made contact. Eating stood nearby, somewhat dazed, in just 5 days. Having memorized all the martial arts formulas and applications in a single day was remarkable, and now he had grasped the basics. Yang Guo shook his head. While I can now execute the one yang finger, achieving a modest level of power, I am still far from mastering it as my master does. Moreover, I have yet to incorporate the effects of the yang poison as I initially intended. Indeed, mastering such advanced martial arts proved to be a formidable challenge. In the past, during my time at Qixia Villa, I could easily learn second-rate and third-rate skills with just a glance, quickly achieving great success. Guo, you truly possess extraordinary talent. But no matter how high one and Apos' martial prowess, it must be matched by a correspondingly strong heart. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere killer, Master Eating cautioned. He was concerned that Yang Guo, still young, might lose his way in the pursuit of power and talent. Disciple shall heed Master and Amp, Apos' teachings. I will remain true to myself no matter what. Yang Guo understood the underlying message, yet he was confident in his rationality, honed over 16 years of scholarly education. To alleviate his master's worries, he assured, I will certainly uphold my original intentions. Master Eating smiled and nodded. Indeed, very good. You have completely mastered the one yang finger. Diligent practice will suffice. Such wise instruction from Master, I merely follow your teachings. Ahmedba, continue your practice. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek guidance from me. I must now return to my scriptures. Yes, Master. Once Master Eating departed, Yang Guo attempted to channel the yang poison through his fingertip, but the result was akin to water splashing against a wall, lacking significant power. Is it that my application of the one yang finger is still not proficient enough? I have memorized all the techniques and methods of internal energy circulation clearly. Why is it still unsuccessful? Perhaps once I master the one yang finger fully, I will be able to wield it effortlessly. With that, Yang Guo practiced his lightness skill, leaping swiftly through the bamboo forest on the mountain. Ah, how exhilarating! Senior brother Cin, your water surface technique is indeed as renowned as its reputation. It is over 10 times faster than my previous methods relying solely on internal energy. Rumor has it that the lightness skill of the ancient tomb sect is also exceptional. It seems that during our travels, Imo Cho was intentionally letting me take the lead, and I foolishly thought it made no difference whether I possessed lightness skill or not. Yang Guo did not linger on the mountain for long. Shortly, he descended. The ascent had taken considerable time. But the descent was swift since Li Macho and Yue were still attending lectures with the Indian monk, leaving him to proceed alone. As he passed the riverbank, he spotted the fisherman still angling and approached him, peering into his fish basket. Brother you, this won't do. You haven't caught a single fish. Goodness, you startled me. You little rascal. What is the matter? How did you come here without me noticing? In just a few days, your lightness skill has improved significantly. The fisherman was astonished. Just 6 days ago, he could sense Yang Guo's presence, but today he was utterly silent. Fortunately, it's all thanks to Master. Brother, do let me know when you catch some fish, and I shall showcase my skills. Oh, so that's your intention. Well, if it turns out poorly, I will hold you accountable for that incident when you pressured me. But if it's delicious, then we shall consider it settled, the fisherman replied playfully. This young lad was an exceptional cook, but here he could only secretly grill some fish to satisfy his cravings, which were mediocre at best. If Yang Guo were to cook, it would surely be a delight. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Take care on your journey, little junior brother. Indeed. Before long, on April 2nd of the following year, Yang was sat quietly outside the courtyard, concentrating deeply. Suddenly, he gathered his energy, channeling it to his fingertip, and shot it towards the stone wall 2 meters ahead. Instantly, the wall was penetrated. With signs of melting around the finger hole, a manifestation of the technique he had long sought to merge. He had always aimed to project the condensed Yang poison, which felt akin to a water gun. No matter how far it shot, it lacked lethality. Since ordinary internal energy could penetrate stone, the Yang poison, being the purest form of Yang internal energy, should also be capable. He spent over a month refining the internal energy circulation method for the 1 Yang finger, enabling it to operate in conjunction with the 9 Yang true Qi while continuously condensing into Yang poison. The power is indeed impressive. Not only is it over double in strength, but it also carries a special effect that can easily penetrate even typical golden armor, effectively granting it armor-piercing capability. Yang Guo inhaled deeply, contemplating this newly developed 1 Yang finger, which had finally become a vital life-saving skill. This time, master eating was absent. But Ci and Amp, Apos, and happened to pass by and Kuden and Amp, Apos, T helped but exclaim, "Little junior brother, how is it that your 1 Yang finger and Amp, Apos, S power has increased so dramatically? In terms of lethality, it rivals even Master S. Senior brother Ci and Apos. I have combined the 1 Yang finger with the unique energy cultivated from my internal practice, which has indeed amplified its power. However, I regret that it still lacks the agility and fluidity I desire. True, this technique is powerful, yet it requires 5 breaths to unleash. In combat, it is not the most advantageous choice. Nevertheless, you have mastered the 1 Yang finger to a great extent. And when employing ordinary finger strength, you are rarely met with contenders of equal rank. Oh, junior brother, I feel a certain itch for practice. How about we spar a bit? Cien, witnessing Yang Guo and Amp, Apos, S formidable skills, felt a mix of astonishment and excitement, eager to engage in a contest, his competitive spirit unchanged. Yang Guo rose to his feet and clasped his fists in respect. Then I humbly request your guidance, senior brother. Watch closely. Here comes my palm strike. With that, Cien flicked his right hand, drawing a circle, his sleeve billowing around his arm before striking towards Yang Guo. Yang Guo dared not meet it head-on, knowing it was Qiu Qianren and Apos, S iron palm. A miscalculation could lead to significant injury, so he deftly sidestepped, appearing at Cien and Apos, S left side, and thrust a finger towards his chest. A swift sound of air being sliced filled the air. Cien, sensing danger, refrained from countering. Against the combined strength of the 4 masters, he might have relied on his inner strength, but facing Yang Guo, who had reached mastery, he was cautious, quickly retracting his hand and twisting in mid-air to evade. Remarkable. In just a year, not only has he perfected the 1 Yang finger, but his water-walking technique remains impeccable. Just moments ago, Yang Guo's swift movement had been startlingly quick. His water-walking had clearly reached an advanced level. Had it not been for the sound of the 1 Yang finger slicing through the air, Cien would have struggled to discern Yang Guo's position. Well said, well said. Now, receive my finger strike. Yang Guo was unyielding, channeling his finger strength, which began to coalesce into a line aimed at Cien and Amp, Apos, S midsection. Goodness, you can do that too? Cien hastily leaped back, executing a distant backward flip. This technique was one only their master could perform, honed over countless hours of practice. And yet this young man had mastered it within a year. What a prodigy. In truth, for Yang Guo, this was not particularly challenging. His inner strength was profound. And as long as he consistently channeled his energy, he could maintain this finger strike with ease, an ability that most could not replicate. Even if they had trained in the 9 Yang divine skill, the ground beneath Cien seemed to have been lasered, a deep groove etched into the earth. Enraged, Cien exclaimed, "Are you playing with me? If I hadn't dodged, I'd have lost my life." He then slapped Yang Guo on the back of his head, who accepted it without protest. Listening to Cien's scolding, Yang Guo felt a twinge of relief, narrowly averting disaster. The power and range of that finger strike were astonishing, comparable to Iron Man's laser. Subsequently, Cien reprimanded Yang Guo for quite some time, and he did not dare to retort, finally concluding amidst Cien and Amp, Apos, S tirade. As for the rapid progression of their relationship, it was largely attributable to Qiu Qianren. Yang Guo had shared her plight and his current circumstances with Cien, who was immensely grateful, considering Yang Guo to savior to assist her. Upon learning that Yang Guo had avenged her, Xian exclaimed his approval, feeling an even deeper kinship with him. Yiding was equally surprised by the bond that had formed between them. Noticing Xian's demeanor had softened significantly thanks to Yang Guo's influence, he chose not to dwell on his previous words. Just as Yang Guo had said, as long as everyone harbors the Buddha within, all can attain Buddhahood. That night, Yang Guo and Yiding gathered for a meal. The moon had long since departed with the heavenly monk to the land of Tianzhu, where she could study an abundance of medicinal texts. As for Li Macho, she had temporarily left, finding it inconvenient to remain in the temple alone. She planned to return by April 10th of this year. Despite Yang Guo and Apos' insistence that it was unnecessary, her determination suggested a fear of him disappearing, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. The meal before them was not prepared by Yang Guo. When he descended the mountain, he had done so to deliver news to the Qixia villa, arranging for a skilled male chef to come. Yang Guo and Apos' promise to provide Xian with lifelong meals was no empty boast. While not as varied as Yang Guo and Apos' own cooking, the dishes were still quite delectable. Produced by Qixia Villa, ensuring quality. However, he was unaware of how popular the various inns of the Pixian building had become, necessitating a lottery system for dining each day. A banquet of vegetarian delicacies was swiftly devoured by Yang Guo and his companions, with Xian consuming the most, resulting in a slight increase in his physique over the year. After the meal, Asan, the chef from Qixia Mountain Manor, cleared the empty plates from the table. Master Yiding, as usual, nodded in gratitude, treating him not as a servant but with respect. Asan frequently inquired, "Master, was the food to your liking?" Master Yiding replied with a warm smile, "Ba, it was truly delightful." "Thank you, Asan." Yang Guo admired this demeanor, noting how a monk maintained decorum regardless of the depth of their friendship. He personally found it somewhat unsatisfactory in his past life. He would have casually draped an arm around a friend's shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, this dish is fantastic. Next time, bring even more of this." As Yang Guo reminisced about the past, Master Yiding spoke again. "Today I heard from Ci, and that you have successfully cultivated the one yang finger to great perfection and can even concentrate your finger's energy into sword chi." Yang Guo was taken aback. Could this be the legendary sword finger? "Indeed, Master. My internal energy is quite profound, allowing me to utilize this technique for an extended period if I disregard the energy consumption." "Ah, splendid. This technique indeed requires substantial internal strength to sustain. I'm astonished you can employ it for so long. It is truly remarkable." Observing his disciple's achievements, Master Yiding felt a swell of pride. With Yang Guo and Apos' current prowess, he could face anyone in the world, and as long as they were not one of the five greats, he could exchange a few blows. Even in defeat, he could rely on the lightness of foot taught by Xian to escape. "All credit goes to your diligent teachings, Master. Without your persistent guidance, I would not be who I am today," Yang Guo expressed, demonstrating that flattery is an art he had mastered well. "Ba, it is entirely your own hard work that has borne fruit," Master Yiding said, his smile widening. The thought of his disciple's accomplishments filled him with joy. While monks typically shun fame, who would not wish for a lasting legacy? Cin, a seasoned figure, observed Yang Guo's flattery without exposing it. Perhaps swayed by his own appetite. "Junior brother, you will be leaving in 8 days?" The impending separation brought a bittersweet expression to Master Yiding's face. He cherished this disciple deeply, who was eloquent and exceptionally gifted. Sometimes, the profound insights Yang Guo shared would leave him pondering for quite some time. Gradually, he had grown accustomed to having him by his side, but as all gatherings must eventually disperse, even the soaring eagle must spread its wings to fly. "Guo and Apos, who knows when we shall meet again? Take care of yourself. There are many hidden masters in the martial world. Do not aim too high or act recklessly. Always think thrice before proceeding." Yang Guo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling reluctant to part. Over the past year, Master Yiding had treated him with great kindness, akin to a father, though aged, always considering his well-being with genuine affection. "Yes, Master, I will certainly remember your teachings and never bring shame upon you," Yang Guo vowed. "Good child, your well-being is all I wish for." Upon hearing this, Yang Guo and Apos' emotions surged, and he knelt, bowing 3 times to Master Yiding, tears streaming down his face. Master Yiding was touched, his own eyes misting as he hastily helped Yang Guo to his feet. He understood Yang Guo and Apos' background. Having lost his father at a young age and his mother at 8, he had endured 3 years of solitary hardship. The struggles he faced, especially during his perilous journey to Kunlun Mountain, were unimaginable. Xin felt a pang of discomfort. Yang Guo had done great favors for the Chiu family, and his temperament aligned well with his own. If Yang Guo ever needed assistance, he would be the first to respond. Do not worry, junior brother. I will take good care of Master in your absence. Master Yi Deng was surprised by Xin and Appo's words, realizing that Yang Guo and Appo's presence had positively influenced those around him. Perhaps he truly was the destined one. My unfilial disciple cannot remain by your side, so I entrust everything to you, brother Xin. Rest assured. I will do my best to avoid causing trouble, Xin pledged with a reassuring pat on his chest. Yang Guo smiled. Everyone possesses a darker side. Yet within them lies goodness, often overshadowed by their misdeeds. The group shared pleasant conversation before retiring for the night, with 8 days still ahead of them. Not an immediate departure. On April 10th, Li Imocho arrived as scheduled, accompanied by Yinzhai and Xiaozhu. Yang Guo was taken aback. While Yinzhai's presence was expected, he wondered why Xiaozhu was there, questioning who was managing the family business. What brings you here? What about the family business? Xiaozhu looked at Yang Guo with a faint grievance. You, my nemesis, vanished for 2 years without a word. Have you forgotten about me? She then rushed over to embrace him, playfully thumping his chest with her little fists. Li Imocho, behind them, struggled to suppress the urge to berate Yang Guo. Indeed, it was him. Yang Guo felt somewhat awkward and gently pushed her away, apologizing. All right, my fault. This is a sacred place. We cannot be unruly here. Once we leave, I promise to take you out for some fun. Humph, that will do, Xiaozhu pouted, turning her cheek away, as though the earlier affection had never occurred. Hey, young master, you must take me out for a good time. Yinzhai chimed in excitedly. Having traveled tirelessly, she was eager to explore now that the opportunity had presented itself. Of course, I will take you along. Imocho, thank you for your efforts. Yang Guo assured Yinzhai before turning to Li Imocho with a gentle smile. Li Imocho felt a blush creeping onto her face, suggesting, you should quickly bid farewell to Master Yi Deng. Your little sweetheart is waiting for you down the mountain. Your sisters are also there. What? So at ISN and Appos, just Yinzhai who came? Arin and Appos, you my little sweetheart? Yang Guo was puzzled, taking the chance to tease Li Imocho, flushing with indignation. Li Imocho stammered, You. In this serene Buddhist sanctuary, how can you say such things? How shameless. Higi, all right then. Let and Appos, let's go meet Master Yi Deng. Li Imocho nodded, preparing to follow Yang Guo. I'll join too. Xiaozhu interjected, after all. Yang Guo was a disciple of Master Yi Deng, and she wanted to meet him as well. Yang Guo considered briefly but did not decline, then turned to Yinzhai, asking if she would accompany them. I will pass. I have no interest in monks. I'll wait for you here, Yinzhai declined, shaking her head. Just don't wander off. Yes, young master. The trio arrived outside Master Yi Deng's residence, just as he and Xin emerged. Yang Guo knew that Master Yi Deng had anticipated their arrival, as all goodbyes must eventually be said. Disciple greets Master and Brother Xin. Li Imocho greets Master Yi Deng and Master Xin. Li Junior greets Master Yi Deng and Master Xin. Xiaozhu's name, when spoken in full, sounded awkward, so she chose to use a homophone instead, though Yang Guo was unaware of the reason. Amiba, Li Disciple, it is good to see you. Master Yi Deng greeted each of them with a smile and a nod. All is well, Xin teased, Junior brother, you are indeed surrounded by beauties. Master Yi Deng could not help but interject, Xin. Ahem, yes, master. Yang Guo felt a flush of embarrassment on his face. He had yet to speak when Xiaozhu interjected, greetings to the two esteemed masters. It is customary for a young woman to present a significant gift when visiting her elders, but due to my hurried arrival, I failed to prepare adequately, and for that, I apologize. Please accept these 2 merchant gold tokens. Master Yi Deng shook his head with a smile at her gesture. Wealth in the form of gold and silver held no allure for him, as a monk is not captivated by such material possessions. Xin also nodded in agreement. Having once been part of the Iron Palm gang with its vast riches, he too was indifferent to such matters. Yang Guo recognized their misunderstanding and sought to clarify, Masters. You appear to have misconstrued Xiaozhu's intentions. These gold tokens are not meant for expenditure. I possess considerable assets outside, and with these tokens, one can enjoy complimentary services at the Yi Trading Company. Accommodations and dining will be prioritized. This will also facilitate your travels in the future. And the cuisine at various inns is of the highest quality, comparable to that of Asan. Should you require to contact me, These tokens will allow messages to reach me swiftly, and I assure you I will respond without delay. It is merely a token of my filial respect for my masters." Seeing Yang Guo and Amp, Apos, S earnestness, Yi Ding and Cin exchanged glances and, ultimately unable to resist Yang Guo and Amp, Apos, S gentle persuasion, accepted the tokens. Both Yang Guo and Xiaozhu smiled, relieved to have completed this act of goodwill. They conversed with Yi Ding and Cin for a while longer, before reluctantly departing. The farewell was not as poignant as one might expect, for this parting was merely a prelude to a more joyous reunion in the future. Upon returning to their original position, they found that Yin Zhai, although spirited, was reasonably well-behaved, patiently awaiting their return. After Yang Guo called for her, she hopped along beside them as they descended the mountain. With his mastery of the water-walking technique now perfected, Yang Guo swiftly distanced himself from the others, leaving even Li Imocho struggling to keep pace, much to her astonishment and delight. He no longer needed to rely on his own protection. Curious about Li Imocho and Amp, Apos, S limits, Yang Guo slowed down to accompany them down the mountain as the terrain was treacherous and warranted their attention. At the mountain and Amp, Apos, S base, a little girl in a pink dress gazed longingly across the river, her sparkling eyes filled with innocence and charm. Beside her, a fisherman was nearing his wit and Apos, S end. Here I am, trying to catch a fish, and suddenly I am besieged by a horde of young girls. If I hadn't intervened, who knows what mischief they would have caused my master. Ultimately, he had no choice but to allow Li Imocho and her companions to pass. He dared not fish for fear they would slip by unnoticed. To his astonishment, aside from the little girl, the others were nearly his equal in skill, though only slightly inferior, 4 against 1 was still daunting. At last, the pink-clad girl spotted 4 figures darting through the mountains, finally appearing on the opposite bank and approaching her. Among them was Yang Guo. Seeing him, she felt a rush of excitement. After 3 years, she was reunited with the person who had once inspired her and left a lasting impression on her heart. Yang Guo recognized her as well, pleasantly surprised to find that Li Imocho had spoken of her. He quickly approached. "Xiangyu, what brings you here?" The newcomer was indeed Tong Xiangyu. Xiaozhu, having read her letter, could only chuckle at the situation. What had initially been a straightforward agreement for a 3/10 share had turned into a negotiation for 4/10, with the stipulation that she accompany them to find Yang Guo. This was the cause of Tong Sanbao and Amp, Apos, S near apoplexy years ago. Xiaozhu was unwilling to make a loss in the deal. After settling all matters, she brought Xiangyu along to meet Yang Guo. I. Yang Guo Gij, it has been so long." The clever little girl now stammered at the sight of him, prompting laughter from Xiaozhu. Li Imocho, however, turned her head away, disapproving of this interaction. While she could tolerate Xiaozhu, she had little patience for outsiders. "It has indeed been a while. How is your father these days?" Yang Guo asked, his expression warm and unflustered. Xiangyu blushed at his gaze, unable to suppress her admiration. "Yang Guo Gij, you've become even more handsome, particularly when you smile. It is so gentle. My father is well, as always. I must thank you, Yang Guo Gij, for the advice you provided. My family now manages 70% of the grain production in Shanxi, or rather, it now belongs to the trading company." "Is that so? How did this come about?" Yang Guo inquired, perplexed about how the Tong family came to be part of his trading company. Xiaozhu, realizing she had forgotten to mention this to him, leaned in to explain the details. Upon hearing the full story, Yang Guo could hardly contain his excitement. This represented a significant fortune. He had never anticipated that his casual suggestion for a business partnership would come to fruition. "Then we are family now. You and Uncle Bao should purchase a residence near Qixia Mountain Villa. It would be delightful to live together. I shall cover the expenses. Xiaozhu, please arrange for Hua Air to oversee the construction and ensure it is beautifully designed." With a grand gesture, Yang Guo ensured Tong Sanbao's family would be taken care of, relishing the power of being a hands-off manager. Xiaozhu rolled her eyes in disbelief, but began to plan nonetheless. The little girl was overjoyed. This meant she could be near Yang Guo and see him every day. The fisherman, observing their affectionate banter, could only shake his head in bemusement. Who would have thought this little disciple could be so charming? However, considering the silver token that Xiangyu had just presented him, he dismissed his thoughts. Rumor had it that it would grant access to fine dining at Pin Xianju and even half off on meals, along with complimentary lodgings. How splendid! Yang Guo noticed the fisherman fondling the silver token and initially considered offering him another, but seeing he already possessed one, he let it be. "Brother Yuan, I must take my leave. Should master depart in the future, I hope you will visit me at Xixian Mountain Villa. Certainly. Be cautious as you traverse the rivers and lakes. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to send word, and I shall come to your aid without delay. Over the course of the year, the fisherman had grown fond of Yang Guo. He was respectful and considerate, often sharing meals with him down by the river, fostering a deep bond. Thank you, brother. Farewell. Until we meet again in the martial world. Take care. Having departed from Taoyuan County, Yang Guo, Liu Cho, Xiao Ju, and Tong Xiangyu were seated inside a carriage, while Yin Jai skillfully drove the horses. The four sisters, Si Mei, Lu Mei, Ba Mei, and Shi Mei, rode alongside, protecting the carriage and Apos' flanks. Ever since Tong Xiangyu had spotted Yang Guo, her cheeks had remained flushed. She dared not meet his gaze, stealing only the occasional glance, utterly bashful. In truth, the carriage was also to accommodate Tong Xiangyu and Apos' lack of martial prowess. Otherwise, they would have employed their lightness skills to travel much faster. Yang Guo closed his eyes to rest while listening to Xiao Ju recount the progress of their business over the past few years. Through our efforts, our trading company primarily engages in grain production, land leasing, money exchange, as well as inns and restaurants. Currently, the most profitable venture is our restaurant, Pinstinju. We have branches throughout Shanxi, Hubei, and Hunan, totaling over 60 establishments, all consistently bustling with patrons. However, with such high traffic, management has faced challenges. Some supervisors, taking advantage of their distance from Xixian Mountain Villa, began to falsify accounts, colluding with local officials for personal gain. Pausing briefly for Yang Guo's response, Xiao Ju fell silent, sensing the gravity of the situation. Yang Guo opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within, and resolutely commanded, investigate and eliminate. Yang Guo did not say much. Everything they had was bestowed upon them by him. They could have lived in affluence for a lifetime, yet human greed knows no bounds. Since that is the case, I shall observe whether you can indeed swallow it all. For those ungrateful souls, Yang Guo would not grant them a second chance. Xiao Ju nodded and continued, as for what you mentioned in your letter last year, it has all been arranged. Especially in the capital where we have secretly established 3 locations, each overseen by our most trusted individuals, with at least 2 second-tier masters stationed there to ensure we maintain absolute control. Other places are disguised under the name of Qing'a Pavilion, with one established in every important prosperous town, each situated in a luxurious area. This is commendable. Henceforth, the affairs of Yida Trading Company will be under your and Xiang Yu's full responsibility. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to consult Uncle Bao. He is not as foolish as you might imagine. Very well. Xiao Ju and Tong Xiangyu exchanged glances, both surprised at how highly Yang Guo regarded Tong Sanbao. They had not expected that matters they did not understand could be inquired of him. Subsequently, Xiao Ju introduced him to their other enterprises. Yang Guo gained a clearer understanding. The trading company had already monopolized various industries within the 3 provinces of Hubei, generating substantial daily profits. However, expenses were equally significant, with 30% of funds devoted to training masters within the Qing Valley. After all expenditures, only about 40% of the original profits remained. Yet the harvest was indeed immense. On this occasion, Yang Guo had a clear destination in mind. He wished to visit Xianyang, the barrier that had thwarted the Mongolian army for decades, and conveniently allow Li Macho to establish goodwill with Guo Jing and the others. He was eager to meet this figure who would later assume the role of father and guide in the annals of history, though regrettably, he could not reveal his true identity. Many historical trajectories had already been altered by him, so he dared not intervene excessively, should anything unexpected occur, given his current circumstances. Self-preservation would be challenging enough, let alone protecting the family surrounding him. It was best to minimize risks. On May 5th, Yang Guo and the women journeyed through the mountains and waters, ultimately arriving in Xiangyang, a journey that had taken an additional 10 days beyond the initial half-month. Upon entering the city, the vibrant and bustling atmosphere enveloped them. The citizens appeared unaffected by the ravages of war, living harmoniously among one another. Li Macho, sitting in the carriage, gently lowered the curtain, expressing her surprise. The people of Xiangyang all wear smiles and exude warmth. They do not resemble those who are on the brink of being consumed by war, because they possess spirit. They believe that as long as the great hero Guo is here, the enemy shall never breach these gates. At this, admiration flickered in Yang Guo's eyes. To defend a city single-handedly is indeed a remarkable feat. Only Guo Jing could be rightly called a hero of the north. Xiao Ju, do we have any enterprises in Xiangyang? Yes, young master, we have established a Pingxianja tavern here, and we are currently en route there. Really? Yang Guo was somewhat astonished. Considering the constant warfare in this area, it seemed unlikely that Xiao Ju could establish a Ping Xianju that would yield significant profits, which did not align with her character. Sensing his confusion, Li Macho interjected, Xiao Ju is from Xiangyang. However, her father heroically perished in battle against the Mongols, and her mother died during childbirth. After being taken in by her uncle, she had her father's pension taken from her. During one of her escape attempts, I encountered her and, moved by her plight, took her in. Xiao Ju seemed to be reminded of her sorrowful past. Her head hung low, her previous vivacity diminished, her voice tinged with a sob. My father's surname was also Li, and my nickname was June and Amp, Oppos, her. He was a sergeant in the army, seldom returning to see me due to the pressing battles. My uncle frequently abused me and ultimately seized my father and Oppos' pension. Unable to endure it any longer, I fled and eventually met my sister, who took me in and provided me with a home. Otherwise, I would have perished from hunger long ago. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her body trembling with emotion. Yang Guo felt a deep pang of sympathy. He had only known that several women had been taken in by Li Macho, but he had forgotten that she had only taken them in for 6 or 7 years, and now they had blossomed into young women. It was clear that each harbored their own story. Taking a handkerchief from Li Macho, Yang Guo gently wiped her tears. Xiaoju trembled slightly, her heart stirred. But she quickly suppressed it, taking the handkerchief to dry her own tears. My father sacrificed himself for Xiangyang. As his daughter, I too wish to contribute. This Ping Xianju does not accept outsiders, only serving soldiers and the brave citizens who have contributed to the defense of Xiangyang. Ultimately, any losses will be deducted from my wages. There will be no embezzlement. With that, Xiao Ju resumed her previous demeanor, pouting defiantly as if to say there was nothing anyone could do about it. Yang Guo could not help but chuckle, patting her head and saying, You are the general manager. Do as you please. We can afford it. Humph. Hearing Yang Guo and Amp, Oppos' words, she huffed playfully, remaining silent but feeling a sweet sensation in her heart. Nearby, Tong Xiangyu observed Yang Guo's kindness toward the women, feeling both pleased and slightly envious. The carriage did not linger on the road and proceeded directly to the bustling center, where the tavern marked with the Ping Xianju plaque awaited not far ahead. With a clatter, the carriage came to a halt. Yang Guo wasted no time. He donned a mask and draped a black cloak before alighting. Li Macho and the others followed closely behind. Passers-by paused in their tracks, gazing in awe. Who were these celestial beings? The sight of them descending from the carriage was enough to leave some onlookers spellbound. Seemingly alerted by the commotion, a tavern servant hurried inside to report. Shortly after, a burly middle-aged man with an honest demeanor emerged. Upon spotting Xiaoju, his heart raced, and he hastily approached her, bowing respectfully. Shui Ping, the general manager of the Xiangyang branch, pays his respects to the general manager. The proprietors of Ping Xianju taverns across various regions also serve as the local branch managers. Only those of utmost importance and trustworthiness are appointed to such positions, ensuring loyalty and possessing formidable martial prowess. Xiaoju was familiar with his character, given the significance of Xiangyang to her. She naturally chose someone she could trust for this role. Old Shui, all is well? All is well. This place is not as perilous. With the great hero Guo defending Xiangyang, it is practically unassailable. In these chaotic times, the people have a safe haven. That is good. Please arrange accommodations for us. Yang Guo was pleasantly surprised by his admiration for Guo Jing. It was indeed a testament to public sentiment. Certainly, please follow me. We have ample guest rooms available. The group proceeded inside, while outside, whispers spread. Ping Xianju never discriminates against nobility, leaving many to wonder about the identity of the visitors who warranted the proprietor and Amp, Oppos' personal welcome. Humph. Could they truly be celestial beings descended from the heavens? Some street ruffians remarked sourly. Such individuals existed everywhere, yet they had never qualified to enter the esteemed Ping Xianju. And every time they heard others boasting of its splendor, they could not help but feel envious. Upon entering the tavern, they found the decor to be grand and elegant, steeped in an ancient aesthetic, replete with a martial arts ambience. The beams and pillars were adorned with poetry and banners extolling loyalty to the nation. Nodding silently, Yang Guo surmised that this must be the unique style Xiao Ju had specifically requested from Huar. He had visited other Ping Xianju establishments, and while each boasted its own charm, none possessed such distinctiveness. Though there remained some time before the meal, many chivalrous figures and local leaders occupy the space within. Groups of 4 or 5 engage in discussions concerning strategies and analyses of the ongoing conflict against the Mongols. Suddenly, Yang Guo and Amp, Oppos. S gaze falls upon an individual dressed as a scholar, a large brush hanging from his waist, exuding an air of refinement. His presence, while seemingly incongruous, allows for lively conversation, a curious juxtaposition. Yet, Yang Guo immediately recognizes him. Apart from his senior brother Zhu, no one else could don such attire. However, this is not the moment for familial recognition, and he discreetly whispers to Xiao Zhu, who nods in understanding. The assembly rises to greet Shui Ping, acknowledging him with clasped fists. We have met the esteemed Mr. Shui, they say, for although he is a man of integrity, his profound knowledge and commendable martial skills inspire a sense of respect, leading them to address him as Oppos, Mr. Oppos, rather than Oppos, owner, Oppos. It is evident that Shui Ping is well liked, and he reciprocates their gestures with courtesy. Esteemed guests, I am preoccupied with urgent matters today. I shall return shortly to join you, and I promise to make amends with 3 cups in your honor, he states. Recognizing his important visitors, the crowd graciously allows him to proceed, bowing before returning to their seats. Shui Ping nods appreciatively, then respectfully ushers Yang Guo and his companions inside. Zhu Zilia sits nearby, stroking his beard in contemplation, before smiling and taking a sip of his drink. This fine wine from the Celestial Inn is truly exceptional. On the second floor, Yang Guo occupies the main seat. Having removed his hat and mask, Shui Ping stands below, slightly bent, taken aback upon seeing Yang Guo and Oppos' youthful visage, for the legendary chairman is surprisingly young. Yang Guo considers that he will spend ample time in Xiangyang, and since Shui Ping appears to be a good man, it would be beneficial for them to meet. Future dealings will be much more convenient. I am Shui Ping, a humble servant. Meeting the esteemed one, he introduces himself. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Shui. Xiaozhu holds you in high regard. Rest assured, Xiangyang shall remain secure for the next 40 years. You may focus on your duties here, as the business in this region will be entrusted to you, Yang Guo assures him. Thank you, Chairman. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Shui Ping responds, nodding in gratitude. Yang Guo further instructs him to keep all matters confidential, assuring him that Xiaozhu's position will remain unchanged in his absence, and that Li Macho will be fully authorized to handle any issues that arise. Aqua's residence. A middle-aged man with thick brows and large eyes sits within an array in the courtyard, accompanied by a lively young woman of exquisite beauty. Her eyes sparkle with intelligence, her delicate features resembling that of a sprite, yet her hairstyle suggests she is married, a lamentable circumstance. A disheveled disciple of the beggar and Amp, Oppos' sect, holding a bamboo stick, approaches the woman to report. Leader, a group of beautiful women and a man in black have arrived at the Celestial Inn. The latter's face is obscured, but he is of a slight build and was personally welcomed by Mr. Shui. The woman, her lips moving gracefully, replies, When did this occur? Just now, the disciple responds. Very well, instruct our brothers in the sect to keep a close watch. Thank you for your efforts, she commands. Understood, the disciple replies before departing. At this moment, the middle-aged man speaks. Wronger, Mr. Shui of the Celestial Inn is known for his generosity and has repeatedly assisted Xiangyang in times of distress. His establishment serves those of noble intent. Why do you feel the need to investigate him? The couple, known widely as Guo Yang and Huang Rong, need no further introduction. Huang Rong, casting her husband a sidelong glance, sighs dramatically. Jing Gij, you are far too trusting. Mr. Shui's origins are unclear. He suddenly arrived in Xianyang last year and opened the Celestial Inn. I have learned that a commercial force has recently swept through the 3 provinces of Hubei, eliminating other businesses and establishing a company named Ida, which is rather oddly titled. This Celestial Inn is its primary source of profit. Guo Jing, focused on defending Xiangyang, is somewhat taken aback by this revelation, asking, have they committed any acts harmful to the people? That would be a significant issue. Seeing the concern in his eyes, Huang Rong smiles sweetly, appreciating his selflessness. Not at all. In fact, they frequently assist disaster victims in Shaanxi and actively help them find livelihoods. Their reputation is excellent, and they do not excessively suppress their competitors. Their goods are simply so superior and affordable that other businesses either merge with them or go under. That indeed sounds like a benevolent enterprise. Commercial competition that relies on genuine merit is acceptable, Guo Jing acknowledges. Then why, Wronger, do you insist on monitoring them? He asks, puzzled by her actions regarding such a commendable business. Jing Gij, I understand you may be upset with my initiative, but given the current circumstances, I must proceed with caution. If they are innocent, then all will remain well. I will ensure our disciples are discreet, Huang Rong responds, her tone reassuring. Guo Jing recognizes her rationale, though he feels a twinge of discomfort. After a moment and Appo's thought, he decides to refrain from interference, hoping that no trouble will arise. Sensing a slight awkwardness in the atmosphere, Huang Rong shifts the topic, saying, Jing Gij, I have heard that the hierarchy within this business is rather peculiar. Each sector leader is referred to as A and AMP, Oppos, supervisor, and AMP, Oppos, while area heads are termed in AMP, Oppos, general managers, and AMP, Oppos. Above them is a mysterious and AMP, Oppos, manager, and AMP, Oppos, rumored to be a stunning beauty. Not to mention the elusive chairman who has never been seen. Ha, what peculiar titles. They are indeed quite amusing. Are you trying to tease me, Ronga? Guo Jing laughs heartily, finding the names utterly unfamiliar yet intriguing. Huang Rong, ever playful, enjoys eliciting such reactions from him. Huang Rong lightly taps his shoulder, feigning annoyance. I am discussing serious matters. Very well, continue, Guo Jing responds, suppressing his laughter and attentively listening. Upon hearing that the visitors are all beautiful women and that Mr. Shui personally welcomed them, he daringly speculates, could one of them be that beautiful manager? Might the man in black be the legendary chairman? Huang Rong, ever perceptive, quickly surmises, indeed, if that is the case, we should seek to befriend them. So far, their actions appear honorable. If they are not acting under someone else's orders, this mere general manager would hardly have the authority to host such a gathering for heroes. We have sampled the cuisine of the Celestial Inn. What do you think of it, Jinkich? Well, it may fall slightly short of your culinary prowess, but to others, it is undoubtedly a feast of the highest order. Furthermore, their prices are exceedingly reasonable for us. Do you know how much a table costs for a third-class banquet at the Celestial Inn? Huang Rong inquires. Do not quiz me, Rong and Oppos. Is there even a third-class banquet at the Celestial Inn? The lowest tier is surely second class, isn't it? The second-class banquet costs merely 20 taels per table, while the first-class banquet is only 100 taels. As Guo Jing spoke eloquently, Huang Rong couldn't and Oppos help but curl her lips in disdain, despite being a married woman. She retained a certain girlish innocence. Guo Daxia, you flatter me. Perhaps your cooking is merely a touch better than mine. This modesty was something she could acknowledge. Cough. Ronger, I didn't mean it that way, Guo Jing stammered, clearly perplexed as to whether Huang Rong was genuinely upset or merely feigning anger. Her playful demeanor made it difficult for Huang Rong to maintain her irritation. In the outside world, a banquet of this caliber could cost 1,000 taels, while a second-rate feast would require 200 taels. Due to the exorbitant prices, a third-rate banquet was established at 50 taels. Although the costs were steep, the culinary skills displayed were remarkable, attracting a plethora of wealthy patrons whose appetites could hardly be contained. Guo Jing was taken aback, exclaiming, what? 1,000 taels? 10 taels is enough for an ordinary family's annual expenses. A meal costing 1,000 taels is utterly extravagant. He pondered why the fine establishment, Pinstinchu, in Xiangyang offered dishes at merely 1/10 of that price, suspecting an ulterior motive. Indeed, there is a motive, and it is a benevolent one, Huang Rong replied. Think about it. If this news spreads, how many skilled individuals would flock to Xiangyang to aid our defense? Although the ancients claim that food is merely for sustenance, those who have not tasted the dishes of Pinxianju would not utter such sentiments. Despite her dissatisfaction, Huang Rong held a quiet admiration for the cuisine there. Now I understand why so many capable people have come to Xiangyang in the past 6 months. But why would the owner of Pinxianju wish to assist us in defending the city? This was the question that needed addressing, and it seemed that today's guests might provide the answer. Ronger, let us inquire. Guo Jing rose to his feet, eager to leave. Huang Rong quickly restrained him. Jing, go. It would be rude to visit them so soon after their arrival. The day is growing late. Let us wait until tomorrow. Right, how could I forget? You are absolutely correct, Ronger. Guo Jing scratched his head in realization. Just then, a young girl in a pale pink dress, with an enchanting appearance, rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, Father, Mother, where are you going? Can I come along? It was their daughter, Guo Fu, who was also the object of Yang Guo and Appo's disdain. Despite incidents that never occurred, her spoiled demeanor was enough to ensure he would not spare her a glance. In his past life, being somewhat accomplished had garnered attention from some female classmates, including a wealthy girl who had pursued him romantically. Coupled with his knowledge of Guo Fu, his animosity only deepened. Following her was a blind old man, his face unappealing, with long white eyebrows that hung down. Though his appearance was fierce, a gentle smile graced his lips, giving him a somewhat amiable air. Fu, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Guo Fu mischievously turned back, making a face. Uncle is so slow. I can't wait. Guo Jing admonished Fu and Amp. Oppos. How can you speak to uncle like that? The little girl immediately pouted and rushed to Huang Rong, clinging to her waist in distress. Before Huang Rong could respond, Kujin and Amp. Oppos. He interjected, Jing and Amp. Oppos. Fu and Amp. Oppos. Is still young. Do not frighten her. My eyesight is poor, so I walk slowly. Fu and Amp. Oppos. Merely stated a fact. But, uncle. Guo Jing tried to protest, but Huang Rong interjected, Fu, go help uncle now. If you misbehave again, mother might have to spank you. The little girl understood that her mother was covering for her and hurried to assist Kujin and Oppos, who patted her hand reassuringly. Unbeknownst to Guo Jing. Upon hearing Huang Rong and Amp, Oppos' reprimand, he ceased to pursue the matter. Jing and Amp, Oppos, I just heard you mention a visit. Has a hero from the martial world come to Xiangyang? Kujin's hearing was remarkably sharp, and despite trailing Guo Fu, he had caught more of the conversation than she had. Guo Jing and Huang Rong exchanged glances, recounting their earlier discussion with Kujin while omitting their playful banter. After listening to Huang Rong, Kujin nodded, recognizing that regardless of Pin Xianju's intentions, their presence would indeed benefit Guo Jing and Huang Rong in defending Xiangyang. Jinger, Ronger, let us do this. Tomorrow I will accompany you to meet them, he proposed. Huang Rong agreed. It would be splendid if Master could join us. With your experience in the martial world, you can help us ascertain their true intentions. That is truly wonderful. Having Master here brings me great comfort, Guo Jing added. Kujin and Oppos, he laughed heartily, though his martial skills were modest. He took pride in his excellent disciples, who would require his support in critical moments. His chest swelled with pride as he assured them, do not worry. Although I cannot see, my hearing is quite keen. Guo Jing and Huang Rong exchanged amused glances. Observing how Guo Fu had quickly arranged everything in the brief time they were occupied, leaving her feeling neglected. No, she protested, shaking Kujin and Oppos' hand. What will happen if you all go? I want to join too. Guo Jing frowned. Fu and Oppos. You must not be disrespectful to uncle. How has Fu and Oppos been disrespectful? You mustn't, Oppos, be so rigid. Fu and Oppos. Dear, tomorrow uncle will take you along, and let us see who dares to stop you, Huang Rong reassured her. Uncle is the best, Guo Fu exclaimed, her face beaming with joy, realizing her mother was indeed protecting her. Guo Jing, valuing respect for his teacher, found it challenging to object, conceding to the situation. The following day, as noon approached, Yang Guo and the ladies were playing cards in an elegant chamber on the second floor. These were indeed the cards inspired by those from the modern era, crafted for their enjoyment. The atmosphere was lively and cheerful. Suddenly, a servant announced, Manager, Guo Daxia and Huang Bangzhu are requesting an audience. Yang Guo jumped in surprise, hastily removing the note from his face. Why have they come? He exchanged a glance with Xiao Ju, who signaled to let them in and directed them to the hall below. We will join you shortly, he instructed. Understood, the servant replied before hastily departing. They will be here soon. Xiao Ju will lead, and Mo Cho will assist. I shall remain upstairs, Yang Guo informed the others. Today, I trust you to handle things. Dear sister, Xiao Ju giggled, covering her mouth. All right, but you must return the money you just won from me. Otherwise, you will regret it later, Mo Cho retorted. Unwilling to be outdone by Xiao Ju, who was clever and difficult to beat, having lost a significant amount of her silver, Xiao Ju's laughter faltered. Losing money was akin to losing her life. The women quickly tidied themselves up and descended together, with Tong Xianyu following suit, unwilling to miss out on the rare occasion. Once the door was closed, Yang Guo leaned against it, recalling the eavesdropping techniques imparted by Master Yi Ding, which would serve him well in safeguarding himself in the future. Yang Guo intended for the ladies not to avoid others. As their circle grew, maintaining an air of mystery would only lead to suspicion and hinder future development. Xiaoju led the way, flanked by Mo Cho and Yin Shi, with the remaining 4 women trailing behind, including the lively Tong Xiangyu bouncing along at the rear. The center of the grand hall had been cleared, with 6 square tables arranged together. Guo Jing, Huang Rong, and their companions sat at the outer edge. A variety of teas and delectable snacks laid out before them. Guo Jing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remained seated, engaging in casual conversation with the surrounding heroes and champions. The others were equally astonished, realizing that the few women who had arrived the previous day might be the highest decision-makers of the esteemed PNCN residents. It seemed that today could provide an opportunity to forge connections with them, which would be an immense stroke of fortune. Huang Rong, however, did not speak. Instead, savoring the assortment of snacks laid before her. She picked up a small cake and, upon tasting it, found it to dissolve in her mouth, delightfully soft and tender, evoking the innocent heart of a young girl. Following that were simplified versions of cream puffs and biscuits. At this point, Huang Rong could not help but admire the culinary skills of the mastermind behind PNCN residents. The artistry and thoughtfulness in the preparation of these delicacies were indeed rare in the world. Guo was indifferent, having little fondness for sweets, merely sampling a bit, while Guo continued to eat voraciously, as if someone were competing with her for the treats. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the hallway, prompting everyone to turn towards the sound. Even Huang Rong paused her activities. A group of youthful women, each resembling celestial beings, approached gracefully, their collective beauty enhancing the scene. Among them, Li Macho stood out the most, not only breathtakingly beautiful but also surrounded by an enigmatic aura that was particularly perceptible to Guo Yang and Huang Rong. The surrounding martial heroes were left spellbound. Such a picturesque scene was something one would only witness in the heavens, rarely seen on earth. Even Guo Yang, who was typically unmoved by feminine charms, was momentarily entranced, primarily due to the inexplicable, elusive aura emanating from Li Macho. It was likely only the oblivious Guo and the snack-consuming Guo who remained unperturbed. Upon reaching the opposite side of Guo Yang and his companions, Xiaozhu respectfully clasped her fists and introduced herself. I am Li Juner, honored to meet you, Guodashia, Huang Bangzhu, and Kadashia. Prior to their arrival, Xiaozhu had already gathered information about them, though Guo's martial skills were average. His deep sense of justice and honorable conduct earned him the title of a true hero. Although his expression remained neutral, Guo and Appos, he felt a surge of delight and developed a fondness for Xiaozhu and her companions. Huang Rong also nodded inwardly, recognizing that this woman was no ordinary individual. The three rose to return the greeting, with Huang Rong discreetly nudging the still munching Guo, prompting the young girl to hastily stand up. We apologize for the abrupt interruption, Miss Li, Huang Rong said, knowing that Guo Yang was not adept at speaking in such situations. Xiaozhu smiled nonchalantly, gesturing for them to take their seats. Please, be seated. Once everyone was settled, Huang Rong took the initiative to address the matter at hand. May I inquire, Miss Li, what position do you hold here at PNCN residence? To be frank, Huang Bangzhu, I am the general manager of the trading company, Li Macho replied. Huang Rong thought to herself. As expected, given her stance, she must be the leader among them. However, the woman in purple beside her seemed somewhat different. I shall observe what significance you hold and how you are connected to the rumored chairman. This enchanting lady, so strikingly beautiful, must surely hail from a realm of celestial wonders. If such a statement were made by a man, it might seem somewhat frivolous. But uttered by a woman of equal beauty, it carried a different weight, eliciting warmth and goodwill from anyone who heard it. You flatter me, Huang Bangzhu. Li Macho replied graciously. You are the famed Chilean fairy, Li Macho? Huang Rong exclaimed in surprise, her astonishment mirrored by the others, as they had not anticipated that such a stunning and formidable figure would be the notorious Chilean fairy of the martial world. Those who had witnessed the scene of Li Macho's violent acts tightened their grips on their weapons. If not for Guo Yang and Huang Rong's presence, they would likely have drawn swords against each other. Seeing the escalating tension, Xiaozhu spoke up, urging everyone to remain calm. Please, everyone. My sister has turned over a new leaf. Those who have been harmed by her have all been compensated, ensuring their future well-being. Humph. Do you think a mere handful of silver can atone for the lives she has taken? A burly man wielding twin hammers retorted. The crowd became agitated, pounding the tables and shouting in unison. Li Macho's graceful countenance grew cold, an elusive aura slowly emanating from her. But then it receded as a sudden thought crossed her mind. Under the table, Huang Rong's hand that had been poised to unleash her inner strength also relaxed. Guo Yang, observing the unfolding situation, felt somewhat helpless. After hearing Huang Rong and Appos' remarks the previous day, he recognized the merits of the Ida Trading Company. If Li Macho were genuinely repentant, he would be willing to act as a mediator, for it is often said that feuds should be resolved rather than deepened. Everyone, please listen to my words, Guo Yang interjected. Upon hearing him speak, the crowd quieted down, granting him the respect he deserved. Recently, the Ida Trading Company and Appos' actions have been evident to all. While Li Macho has erred, acknowledging one and Appos' mistakes and making amends is commendable. If she can benefit the people, why not grant her a chance? The crowd pondered this, realizing how unbecoming it was to quarrel with the proprietor of the establishment where they were dining. Moreover, the Ida Trading Company had indeed garnered a positive reputation in the Shaanxi region for aiding many refugees. How about this? My spouse and I assure you that if Miss Li commits any further wrongdoing, my brother Jing and I will personally intervene to bring her to justice, without leniency. What do you say? Huang Rong offered, providing them with a reassuring promise. What do you think, Miss Li? Can you offer everyone a guarantee? Li Macho, having stood up and recognizing Huang Rong's goodwill, agreed to comply. I, Li Macho, guarantee that if others do not trouble me, I shall not seek trouble with you. Huang Gang Master and Guodashia can vouch for me. Her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Since Guodashia and Huang Gang Master have spoken, we shall heed their words. With the matter seemingly settled, the crowd ceased their inquiries, resorting instead to sullen drinking, their expressions still tense. My spouse and I have a question that we hope Miss Li can clarify for us, Guo Jing began. The peculiar address felt somewhat awkward, even for Huang Rong. Yet she pressed on. Please speak, Gang Master Huang. Xiaoju maintained her pleasant demeanor, her presence as refreshing as a spring breeze, complimented by her sweet and charming appearance that drew people closer to her. I understand that although your company performs charitable deeds, it operates with profit in mind. Why then, have you established an inn in the war-torn region of Xiangyang, offering prices 10 times cheaper than elsewhere and only admitting those of certain status? What is the reasoning behind this? Huang Rong inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Xiaoju, seeking insight from her eyes. Xiaoju did not conceal her emotions, a fleeting sadness crossing her features as she replied, I am originally from Xiangyang. Is it not fitting that I contribute to my homeland? Guo Jing was taken aback. Miss Li is from Xiangyang? Xiaoju nodded, briefly recounting her story. Guo Jing, upon hearing it, was astonished and bowed deeply to her. I apologize for the injustices faced by the martyrs and Oppos, descendants due to my missteps in the past. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, please send word to me in Xiangyang. I shall offer my utmost assistance. Guodashia need not be so formal. This matter does not concern you. Grievances have their origins, and I can distinguish right from wrong. Steward Shui, ensure that Guodashia and his family dine here without charge from now on. Yes, General Manager. Came the quick response from Shui Ping. This cannot be. What is due must still be paid. Miss Li, your generosity leaves me feeling quite guilty. Guo Jing protested. Do not be so serious, Guodashia. If not for your steadfast protection of Xiangyang over the years, I might have become a lost soul. Please do not refuse this gold token. It will grant you privileges at our establishment should you ever need them. Xiaoju, aware that Guo Jing would likely refuse, turned to Huang Rong as this was a request from Yang Guo. After a moment and Oppos' hesitation, Huang Rong accepted the token, thinking it would at least allow her to visit the kitchen in the future. A smile broke across her face as she contemplated this. Seeing them accept the token, Xiaoju felt relieved. As it's nearly time for dinner, why not stay and join us? Today, the meal is on the house. Steward Shui, please make the necessary preparations. Yes. Wait, came the voice of Ku Zhini, who had remained silent until now, drawing everyone's attention. The friend above, would you care to join us? It seems inappropriate for you to eavesdrop while we converse openly. What did you say? In Chai reached for her sword, feeling insulted by the accusation of eavesdropping. However, Xiaoju quickly restrained her hand. On the second floor, Yang Guo was momentarily startled. Assuming the situation was resolved, he intended to return to his room, only to realize he had been detected by Ku Zhini. A bitter smile crossed his face, acknowledging his blunder. He donned a mask from the table and made his way downstairs. Upon hearing Ku Zhin and Oppos' words, the crowd was taken aback, with so many martial artists present. None had noticed someone listening from above. As footsteps drew closer, everyone looked up to see a figure in black robes descending. Despite the oversized garment, the figure appeared somewhat diminutive, and the mask obscured their face, causing the onlookers to frown slightly. Upon entering the hall, Yang Guo surveyed the crowd, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, I am Zhang Wuji. It is an honor to meet Guodashia, Huang Gang Master, Guodashia, and all esteemed heroes of the martial world. Yang Guo imitated the voice of a young man, reasoning that since Zhang Wuji had yet to make his appearance, using his name would not be an issue given his mastery of the 9 Yang divine art. Upon hearing the name, even Huang Rong, well informed as she was, felt puzzled. The voice suggested youth, indicating a rising star in the martial realm. Observing the respect shown to him by Li Macho and others, It was clear he was no ordinary individual. Yet, why had her gang received no news of him? This was indeed suspicious. As Yangguo descended, the women, wishing to maintain their dignity before him, greeted him with respect. "We greet you, young master." Disciple greets master. The crowd soon realized that this individual was, in fact, their leader, and though his voice suggested masculinity, they were astonished that such ethereal beings served under him, stirring feelings of envy within them. While the women spoke in unison, Li Macho's voice was softer, but Huang Rong discerned her words, realizing that this man was her master. Rumors claimed Li Macho was of the ancient Tomb sect. How did she come to be associated with Zhang Wuji? As the others seemed oblivious, she suppressed her curiosity. "Ah, the mastermind behind the scenes. Might I inquire why you were eavesdropping from above? If you have matters to discuss, why not come down and speak openly?" Kushan and Amp, Appos, he tilted his ear toward Yangguo, questioning him. In Chai felt indignant at his insolence. "My master has graciously entertained you all, yet you, blind old man, show such disrespect. This is my master's territory. If he wishes not to receive guests, what right have you to complain?" Guo Yang was taken aback for a moment, remaining silent, unsure why master was targeting this Zhang Wuji. Silver Hairpin, show some respect. Hero Ku is an esteemed elder in the martial world and is quite advanced in age. It is not your place as a junior to offer lectures. Please do not hold it against him, Elder Ku. This girl has never ventured far from home and is unfamiliar with the ways of the world. She may have offended you, so I ask for your understanding. Huang Rong glanced at him, thinking to herself, how eloquently he speaks. I imagine he conducts himself in the same manner. No wonder the beggar and Amp, Appos, sect has no news of him. Humph. Kushan and Amp, Appos, he snorted coldly and fell silent. Young Master Zhang speaks beautifully. Yet I wonder why he dares not reveal his true self. Could it be that he is so unattractive he cannot bear to face others? A young man, handsome yet somewhat envious, brandished a long sword and spoke with disdain. Nonsense, seeking death. Silver Hairpin, already irate, became even more furious upon hearing this. In a flash, she sprang towards the young man. His name was Xiaoan, known for his reputation along the coastal regions, calling himself the Swift Sword. In truth, he was merely a bully to low-level thugs and could not hold a candle to Silver Hairpin, who was a true disciple of Li Macho. As he hastily drew his sword, he barely managed to unsheath it halfway before Silver Hairpin and Appos' foot came down on his hand, sending him reeling in shock. Hurriedly shielding his face with his left hand, Silver Hairpin let out a cold laugh and struck him in the chest with her palm, propelling him backward until he crashed against the wall, where he finally came to a halt. Yangguo nodded, observing that the wall held firm. Huang Rong inwardly cursed, pathetic. The onlookers remained speechless, unwilling to assist him. After all, he had spoken so rudely and could not even withstand a single blow from a 16 or 17-year-old girl. They wished to distance themselves from him. Shueping, at your service. Send this individual to the medical hall. I am not one to hold grudges. Our little establishment shall no longer serve him, lest we sully our reputation. Everyone was speechless. This was hardly a lack of resentment. Perhaps he had come specifically for this treatment, only to be sent packing. With Shueping's departure, 2 attendants carried Xiaoan away. Poor fellow, aside from me. Few even knew his name, rendering him a low-tier supporting character. Standing behind Yang Guo and the others, Tong Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with envy for Silver Hairpin. She yearned to emulate Yang Guo and his companions, leaping across rooftops and confronting challenges head-on. She thought, afterward, I must have Brother Yang personally teach me. Then I can spend more time alone with him. Oh dear, Tong Xiangyu, you are truly clever. Following this brief interlude, the crowd dared not act frivolously. If a mere maid could act thus, how much more so Zhang Wuji, especially with the formidable Li Macho beside him? Fear not, everyone. Our Yida business is merely striving to contribute to our Han compatriots in this chaotic era. You are all heroes of the martial world. Wuji cannot compare. But we can offer protection through our endeavors. I vow, any hero who sincerely guards Xiangyang may come to this establishment to sign a contract with Shueping. If you dutifully protect Xiangyang for 10 years, should you perish in service, our business will provide your family with an annual stipend of 10 taels. If you remain steadfast and sacrifice after 10 years, we will grant you 20 taels monthly and ensure the upbringing of your offspring. Yangguo reflected on the soldiers of his previous life who safeguarded their territories. Without them, there would have been no stable existence. His actions were not for the corrupt Song dynasty, but for the countless Han compatriots behind Xiangyang. Well said, Brother Zhang. Such righteousness. The crowd erupted in joy, some among them genuinely wishing to assist. Yang Guo and Apos' decision felt like a soothing balm, freeing them from their apprehensions. To sacrifice for the greater good of the nation was their utmost desire, though it pained them to think of their families. Guo Jing was also elated, exclaiming in approval. He felt a deep admiration for Yang Guo, perceiving sincerity in his words, which bore no hint of deceit. Though military personnel received stipends from the court, it was often deducted due to corruption. In contrast, martial artists who fell in battle received no such support. Wuji, you are truly righteous. With this assurance, I believe more skilled individuals will join the fight against the Mongols. I thank you on their behalf. Yang Guo held deep respect for him and refrained from addressing him as a brother, unwilling to take advantage. Hero Guo, you flatter me. These are merely our obligations. If I cannot serve the court through intellect or uphold the nation through martial prowess, I must contribute financially or lend my strength. Excellent, 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 Guo Jing repeated thrice. His heart warmed by Yang Guo's words. If all in the Song dynasty could be so noble, what fear would there be of Mongol invasion? The crowd cheered. Though Zhang Wuji concealed his identity, his words were undeniably inspiring and stirred their spirits, prompting them to applaud. In truth, Guo Jing was a role model for the younger generation. If you do not mind, please call me Wuji. In the future, should you require financial assistance, feel free to have Shueping contact me. I shall provide my utmost support. Yang Guo slightly bowed and clasped his fists. Guo Jing felt slightly embarrassed by this and smiled foolishly, scratching the back of his head, unsure how to respond. Huang Rong, witnessing his reaction, was speechless. After whispering a few affectionate words in his ear, Guo Jing's eyes brightened as if a revelation struck him. He spoke. Very well. Since you refer to me as a junior, you may call me Uncle Guo from now on. Yes, Uncle Guo. I seek your forgiveness. I cannot reveal my true self at present, but I shall certainly apologize to you in due time. Yang Guo glanced at Huang Rong, and before she could speak, he preemptively added, I am aware of my cleverness. Just wait. Beside him, Kazhan and Apos, a man of great righteousness, found his impression of Yang Guo greatly altered after hearing his words. He silently nodded, hoping that this young Zhang Wuji would assist Jing and Apos, or more in the future. After a round of pleasantries, the atmosphere lightened, and laughter filled the hall. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted throughout the entire dining area. Although it was not their first feast, they could not resist inhaling the delightful scents once more. At that moment, Guo Fu, whether sated or simply playful, approached Yang Guo with a mischievous glint in her eye. Since you've asked me to call you uncle instead of father, does that mean you'll be my big brother from now on? Beneath his mask, Yang Guo gazed at her, a wave of emotion stirring within him. No matter how beautiful you are, Guo Fu, I shall not harbor any sentiments for you. I have altered my fate. Yet it does not imply I will forgive you as in the original tale. After all, I am no longer the person I once was. Yang Guo, who had previously held disdain for her, wished to limit their conversation, so he curtly replied, do as you wish. Though Guo Fu felt rebuffed, her youth prevented her from sulking too deeply. With a timid smile, she declared, then I shall take that as Wuji brother's approval. She darted back to her parents. Suddenly realizing she had forgotten to introduce herself, yet her courage faltered, leaving her to abandon the thought. Yang Guo quietly observed her for a moment before diverting his gaze. After bidding farewell to the group, he ascended the stairs. Guo Jing, intending to offer a few words of encouragement, was halted by Huang Rong. Brother Jing, Wuji cannot reveal his true face and cannot eat with us. Are you suggesting he should sit here and watch us dine? Oh, right. How could I have overlooked that? You are indeed clever, Ronger. I wonder what troubles this child harbors that prevents him from showing his true self. If he has any ailments, we should seek our master to assist him. Although they exchanged glances for the first time, Guo Jing felt an inexplicable connection to Wuji. A desire to be kind to him. Coupled with Wuji's earlier words, his admiration for the boy deepened. Let us inquire about his plans another day. He spoke with such vigor, not as one burdened by illness, suggesting there might be more to his story. Very well. Guo Jing acquiesced, recognizing Huang Rong and Apos' wisdom, and ceased to dwell on the matter. Meanwhile, Guo Fu, seated between Guo Jing and Kazhan and Apos, had not taken her eyes off Yang Guo since their earlier encounter, only withdrawing her gaze when his figure vanished into the corridor. Fortunately, Huang Rong was beside Guo Jing and did not witness her fascination. Once the dishes were laid out, Xiaoju began inviting everyone to dine. Yang Guo, however, swiftly departed, while the others engaged in a flurry of clinking glasses and jovial exchanges. Guo Jing, having grown up in Mongolia, may have lacked in other areas but was no stranger to drinking. He accepted every toast, and soon his face flushed from the potent liquor. Huang Rong, noticing, admonished him to drink less. That night, the city of Xiangyang lay enveloped in an unusual stillness. Standing by the window, one could see the bright moon hanging high outside the city, illuminating the war-torn landscape as though it were a beacon for the soldiers yearning for home. In a private chamber on the second floor, Yang Guo reclined comfortably on a soft couch, engaging in conversation with the ladies. "Oh, how comfortable it is to wear the garments made by Xiaolan," Xiaozhu remarked, stretching her arms leisurely, fatigue evident after a day of social obligations. A task usually handled by Lu Weiwa, not her. "Did Xiaolan make this outfit? It's lovely, though a tad revealing," Tong Xiangyu commented, her small fingers playfully pinching the fabric, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. "I know what you're thinking. These fine items are for our personal use only, and since few possess such skill, they cannot be mass-produced, hence their limited value. If you desire, seek out Sister Lan to craft a few sets for you." "Really? That would be splendid. While the path to profit may be lost, the joy of wearing such beautiful attire far outweighs it." Before long, Yin Chai and the fourth sister joined the conversation, observing the sudden focus on clothing. Yang Guo felt out of place and was about to close his eyes for a brief respite when Li Macho quietly approached him, inquiring, "What connection do you have with Guo Jing and Huang Rong? You noticed that?" Yang Guo was surprised by her attentiveness. "No, merely a guess." Yang Guo felt a wave of frustration. Had he been ensnared in a trap? "Macho, you have changed. Care to elaborate?" Li Macho disregarded Yang Guo's jest and pressed on, eager to understand him better, especially given his apparent concern for Guo Jing and Huang Rong. "I should refer to him as Uncle Guo, for he was my father's sworn brother. Their families have shared a deep bond since my grandfather's generation. My father, though indirectly responsible for his demise, I do not hold resentment against them. My father reaped what he sowed. As for Huang Rong, my name was bestowed by Uncle Guo, and he has always treated me sincerely. Therefore, I genuinely wish to assist them. Had Xiaozhu not taken this initiative, my purpose in coming to Shenyang would have been the same, but it seems that need has now vanished." As he recounted his tale, it felt like a story unfolding rather than a mere recounting of events, blurring the lines between dream and reality. Sitting at a distance, Xiaozhu withdrew her gaze, contemplating. "So, why not reveal your identity to him?" Li Macho pressed further, unaware that Yang Guo had never truly interacted with them. "Now is not the time, Macho. I shall be departing for a while next year, perhaps for 3 to 4 years. All matters concerning the villa and the Valley of Affection will fall to you." Yang Guo contemplated his responsibilities, knowing that next year would likely see Guo Jing and Huang Rong return to Peach Blossom Island. The martial arts of Peach Blossom Island would remain beyond his reach, and he would have to rely on Guo Jing and Appos as connections to find a good master at the Chuanjin sect on Zhongnan Mountain, lest he miss out on superior martial arts training. "Can you not go?" Though more than a year away, it was clear that Yang Guo intended to face this journey alone. "Rest assured, although this journey may be lengthy, it poses no danger. Upon my return, I shall present you with a grand gift, one guaranteed to please you." Li Macho fell silent for a moment before turning to leave without uttering another word. 3 days later, as Li Macho passed by Yang Guo, she neither glanced at him nor greeted him, as though he were invisible. He could not help but chuckle ruefully. Since that night, she had treated him with the coldness of a sulking wife, and he knew that approaching her now would only stoke her ire further. He resolved to wait a few days before attempting to placate her. The other ladies, observing the tension, wisely chose not to intervene, aware that it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Just as they were enjoying breakfast, a sudden commotion erupted from outside, followed by the thunderous sound of drums, signaling a grand spectacle. Yang Guo quickly rose, glancing towards the city walls, hastily donning his black cloak and mask before heading outside, the ladies following suit without hesitation. Upon arriving beneath the city, one could see the soldiers on the ramparts standing in readiness, while a multitude of troops filled the entrance, numbering in the thousands. The streets were densely packed with soldiers, and along the way, many frightened children clung to their parents, who offered continual reassurances while their eyes were fixed longingly on the city gates. Yang Guo and his companions found themselves atop a rooftop, unable to descend due to the soldiers blocking the streets. Fortunately, after a brief interval, Xue Ping arrived and, after exchanging a few words with the officer in charge of the city's defense, managed to grant Yang Guo and his company passage to the top of the walls to observe. Once atop the ramparts, they beheld Guo Jing gazing out over the battlefield beyond the city, with Huang Rong standing to his right, her face etched with worry. and to his left stood a scholarly figure clad in a white robe, holding a brush, none other than Zhu Ziliu, whom Yang Guo had encountered previously. Accompanying them were the city's commanding officer, Elwen Huan, and several aides, all wearing grim expressions. Uncle Guo, Aunt Guo, Lord El, what is the current situation? This was Yang Guo's first experience of such a grand spectacle. Surely, even the Olympic squares of his past life could not rival the throngs gathered here. Elwen Huan shook his head and replied, "Let Madame Guo speak on this matter." Huang Rong and Amp, Appo's melodious voice, tinged with concern, announced. The Mongolian army appears to be around 100,000 strong, which does not seem to be a mere feint. In the past, they would send approximately 50,000 to test our defenses, but now they have increased their numbers significantly, which suggests an intention to launch a full-scale assault. And how many defenders do we have in Xianyang? Yang Guo inquired. Fewer than 40,000, with nearly 2,000 to 3,000 being elderly veterans, Huang Rong responded, her countenance darkening. Although the geography of Xianyang favored defense, it would undoubtedly wear down their forces, rendering the situation increasingly dire. It was only a matter of time before they would be breached. Do not fret too much, junior sister, Zhu Ziliu interjected, stroking his beard. The harsh winter has only just passed, and the terrain is parched. Moreover, I observed the stars yesterday. Today, clouds are thickening, and fierce winds are likely to arise. Defending a city is far less arduous than besieging one. Though not entirely convinced, the others felt a modicum of relief. Adverse weather could indeed impact the movements of the troops, potentially mitigating their losses. As Yang Guo looked up, he noted that the sky remained overcast, and a cool breeze swept across the high platform. The women, though highly skilled, felt anxious. It was commendable that they did not falter upon witnessing such a scene. Beyond the city, a sea of Mongolian soldiers stretched 10 miles, with a colossal carriage at the center, from which a black flag fluttered ominously. Guo Yang, suppressing his anger, struck the battlement with such force that it nearly shattered. This monk is truly a scoundrel, sacrificing the lives of Mongolian soldiers to drain the strength of our Song people. It is evident to all that 10,000 Mongolian troops will not easily breach Xianyang. They merely seek to exhaust our defenders. Yang Guo remained silent, contemplating. Monk is indeed a remarkable figure. Alas, he was born in the wrong era. Mongolia has given rise to Kublai Khan, a man of even greater talent and ambition. Two such extraordinary figures cannot coexist. It is a pity he met his demise too soon. Empowered by the 9 Yang divine skill, Yang Guo and Appo's keen eyesight allowed him to discern that the black flag was drifting backward. Remembering Zhu Ziliu and Appo's earlier words, he felt a surge of joy and quickly whispered a few instructions to Li Macho and Xue Ping. In this critical moment, Li Macho set aside personal grievances, nodded, and departed stealthily with Xue Ping. Huang Rong, observing this exchange, remained vigilant, though she trusted that Zhang Wuji would not act without cause. As Guo Jing, Elwen Huan, and Zhu Ziliu deliberated, Huang Rong occasionally interjected, refining their plans. Yang Guo listened intently, considering it an opportunity for learning, while Yin Zhai and Xiao Zhu felt nervous, clutching their garments tightly. Turning to them, he felt a pang of sympathy and regret. At their tender age, they could be indulging in the arts of music and embroidery, awaiting the arrival of their suitors for a blissful life. Yet here they were, following him into peril. Suddenly, he pondered the weight of loss. If even one were to perish, could he endure such sorrow? Even if he avenged them, what solace would that bring? This was not a mythical realm where resurrection was possible. With that thought, he made a silent resolution. You shall all remain atop the platform and observe. Do not descend. This is an order. The women trembled at his words, though fearful. They were prepared to sacrifice for Yang Guo. Yet, his command led them to wonder if their timidity had disappointed him, fearing they might disgrace him by descending. Women's thoughts can be perplexing, often veering towards the negative rather than the positive. Injai spoke first. No, my lord, I must descend. Everything I have awaited has been given by you. I fear not, willing to face any peril for you. Please do not disdain us. She bowed slightly, unable to meet Yang Guo and Appo's gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks as her body trembled. What are you saying? This is not like before. Your skills make it perilous to go down. Remain here. I do not wish to lose any of you. This is an order. Remember, your lives are mine. And I wish for each of you to survive. At this, all but Injai felt their eyes moisten, their emotions palpable. Xiaozhu stepped forward to embrace him. Saying nothing, her heart had long accepted this young man, ready to do anything for him. Finally, the Mongolian army halted approximately 5 miles from the city. Shortly thereafter, A scout, with a sharp visage and an impudent manner, rode forth and called out, "Guo Yang, our Khan advises you to cease your futile resistance and surrender. Perhaps in light of your past as our esteemed Golden Knife Prince, you may be spared." Guo Yang and Apos' face darkened at the mention of his former title. Knowing it could undermine morale, he concentrated his internal energy, sending forth a resounding proclamation, "Return and tell your Khan that there is only a dead Guo Yang, not a surrendered one. Let him test my strength if he dares, and warn him to cease his senseless slaughter, for those who act unjustly shall meet their end." The scout was immediately knocked from his horse, his hat falling off as he scrambled to retrieve it, fearful of being struck by an arrow. Though dizzy and disoriented, Guo Yang's words echoed clearly in his mind. Once back on his horse, he fled in haste, casting anxious glances over his shoulder. Perhaps it was the wind or his hasty retreat that caused his hat to fall again, but he did not stop to collect it. Racing back to the camp with a bare head, Monk, witnessing this humiliation, felt vexed and coldly inquired what transpired. The scout, crawling and bowing before Monk, stammered, "Great Khan, Guo Yang is truly ungrateful. I delivered your message, urging him to surrender and spare further bloodshed, but he insulted your compassion and maligned your character. I could not allow such slander to stand, and in the ensuing confrontation, I narrowly escaped his grasp." "Ah, it seems you have done well," Monk replied with a smirk. Monk scoffed disdainfully, easily discerning the deception in the man and Apos' words. He understood well the significance of Guo Yang. "It is only fitting for the Khan. My life is not worth regretting." This vanguard seemed to seek Monk's praise, even going so far as to flatter him. "Bring forth the Khan." The personal guards flanking the palanquin knelt, their right hands pressed to their chests. Deprive this man of his official position and assign him to the vanguard as cannon fodder. What? Khan, please. The vanguard realized that besieging Xiangyang was inherently challenging. The vanguard, though it sounded noble, was essentially a death sentence. Monk, indifferent to his pleas, disregarded the useless man, waving his hand for him to be taken away. "Yuki and Apos, at your service." A robust man with a round face and thick ears knelt before Monk, wielding a spiked club. "Do you dare face Guo Yang in a duel?" Beside him, a lean man with a thin mustache seemed hesitant to speak. "The Khan underestimates me, Yukio. No matter how formidable Guo Yang may be, he cannot withstand my strike. Allow me to return with his head." "Very well. You are indeed a brave warrior of Mongolia. Now, take this farewell toast before you depart. I shall await your triumphant return." With that, Yukier downed the drink and mounted a sturdy black horse, galloping toward Xiangyang. Upon seeing Yukier leave, the thin mustache man sighed and addressed Monk, "Khan, is it wise to send Yuki and Apos? He is the commander of our vanguard. If he falls to Guo Yang and Apos as forces, it could affect our morale." "Humph. What kind of strategist are you? Unaware of the enemy's nature. The Han have a saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. And Apos, I wonder how my brother has instructed you." The thin mustached man fell silent, standing respectfully behind Monk, turning his gaze away. Monk thought, "It seems Kublai harbors ill intentions. I requested reinforcements, yet received only incompetence. My dear brother, I hope you can better understand the times, lest you find yourself regretting your ignorance." "Jingge, look." Someone approaches. Huang Rong's voice rang out from the city wall. The crowd turned to see a rider approaching, halting a mile away. "Who goes there?" Elwenhuan shouted. "Is that you, Yuki and Apos? Hurry and let Guo Yang come down to his doom." Yuki and Apos, known for his fiery temper, was not one to back down easily. Damn it, let loose the arrows and kill him. As a commander, he could hardly contain his fury at being insulted by a Mongol. "Stop." Huang Rong quickly intervened, preventing the soldiers from firing. "Why not?" Elwenhuan questioned. "The enemy clearly seeks a duel. We cannot shoot indiscriminately and tarnish our reputation." Zhu Zilio understood Huang Rong's intent and explained, "What shall we do? They are already at our gates, taunting us." "Do not worry. Does Eldarin not trust Jingge and Apos' abilities? With him in action, that Mongol stands no chance. We can capture him and leave his fate to you." "That is unnecessary. I simply wish to rid us of this pest, to protect our soldiers." Guo Yang responded. "Who dares challenge us at Xiangyang?" Upon recognizing Guo Yang, Yukier dared not act too arrogantly, but retorted, "I am Yukier, a vanguard warrior of the great Mongols. Any brave soul, come down and face me. Bold of you to come here alone. I, Guo Yang, do not fear you." With a graceful leap, he descended from the wall, landing outside with poise, earning cheers from the defenders. Yuki and Appos, initially intent on a fair fight, felt a tinge of hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he charged at Guo Yang with his club. Prepare yourself. Guo Yang, unafraid, sidestepped Yuki's swinging strike, evading it with a swift motion. Then countered with two powerful blows to the horse's neck and mouth, causing it to collapse lifelessly beneath him. Yuki rolled away just in time, narrowly avoiding being crushed. His eyes widened in rage. The horse, a loyal companion for years, was felled in mere moments. What an excellent strategy to strike the horse first. Zhu Zilia marveled. He knows his limits and does not overestimate himself. This battle is surely won. In an instant, Yuki found himself at a disadvantage, and the soldiers erupted in cheers. Their spirits lifted. Yet, he lamented his impulsiveness, recognizing Guo Yang's prowess. He feared he was no match, especially now that he had lost his horse and was vulnerable to enemy arrows. With a furious roar, Yuki charged toward Guo Yang, wielding his spiked club. Guo Yang, with a deft maneuver, deflected the strike and swiftly retaliated, delivering a barrage of blows that sent Yuki sprawling several yards away. Blood sprayed from Yuki, splattering Guo Yang, who could do little to shield himself. As he wiped the blood from his hands, he felt a searing pain coursing through them, darkening visibly. Alarmed, Guo Yang pressed on acupressure points on his shoulders, not pausing to assess Yuki's condition, but instead focusing on expelling the poison. Huang Rong, sensing something amiss, leaped from the walls and rushed to Guo Yang and Appos' side. Suddenly, a shadow darted past her, reaching Guo Yang first and striking his back with a powerful palm. Huang Rong gasped in panic, nearly crying out. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Yang Guo but did not pause her advance, shouting, "Zhang Wuji, what are you doing?" Without hesitation, she swung her dog-beat stick at him, her concern clouding her judgment. Yang Guo, frustrated, merely sought to heal Guo Yang, having consumed the venom of a viper. Guo Yang was impervious to most poisons, but the dark essence spreading on his hand indicated it was no ordinary toxin. Only he could hope to mitigate its effects. Before he could explain, Yang Guo approached Guo Yang, exerting his energy to counteract the poison spread, only for Huang Rong to strike at him. Yet, he could not afford to be careless. Even his 9-yang divine skill might not withstand Huang Rong's blow. He summoned some of his energy to shield himself while simultaneously stifling the poison and Appos' advance on Guo Yang. The dog-beat stick halted just an inch from Yang Guo and Appos' head. No matter how much Huang Rong exerted herself, just as she was momentarily distracted, a surge of force propelled her back. Suddenly, Guo Yang coughed. The pressure of Yang Guo's energy causing the internal force he had been holding back to escape, the dark essence rapidly spreading up his arm. Realizing her mistake, Huang Rong quickly knelt beside Guo Yang, checking his wounds with urgency. This is no place to linger. Yang Guo extended his index finger, concentrating his energy. In about 5 breaths, he swiftly tapped several acupoints on Guo Yang's hand and chest, immediately halting the spread of the poison. Is this one-finger skill? Many of Yang Guo and Appos' acupressure techniques were beyond her understanding, but the one-finger skill was unmistakable, albeit slightly different. Without time to ponder, she helped Guo Yang toward the city. Yang Guo silently approached Wu Qi and Appos', finding him completely decayed and beyond saving. He glanced at the Mongol army and Appos' formation, thinking, how ruthless. The corpse will likely decompose into nothing, allowing them to claim he was captured or his body destroyed. This would incite their soldiers, boost morale, and severely weaken Guo Yang, a formidable adversary. It seems Mengu and Appos' intent is not merely to deplete Xiangyang and Appos' forces. Realizing further contemplation was futile, Yang Guo caught up with Huang Rong and Guo Yang. Arriving at a room where he positioned Guo Yang in a cross-legged posture on the bed, Yang Guo began ceaselessly channeling his 9-yang energy to counteract the poison. The people on the city walls rushed down to check on Guo Yang's condition, quickly overcrowding the room to the point of suffocation. Yang Guo frowned and bellowed, everyone out. Only Guo stays. Huang Rong added, please, everyone, leave. We must prevent a sudden Mongol attack. Wuji and I will handle things here. She urged them, emphasizing the need for someone to maintain order and stability. Once they were alone, Huang Rong inquired, Wuji, how is your uncle Guo? He's fine. It's just a highly corrosive and insidious poison, but fortunately, my cultivated energy can counteract it. It will just take some time. How long will it take? About an hour. However, Uncle Guo's meridians are somewhat damaged, so he won't be able to fight for a while. He'll need to rest for half a month to fully recover. Guo Yang, who was recovering with his eyes closed, grew anxious upon hearing this, his brow furrowing. He began circulating the healing mantras of the 9 manual to expedite the detoxification. To his surprise, his internal energy seemed to subtly merge with Zhang Wuji and Amp. Appos. S pure yang energy, accelerating the poison and Amp. Appos. S removal. Overjoyed, Guo Yang focused his energy, working with Yang Guo and Appos. S energy to jointly expel the poison. Sensing the anomaly from behind, Yang Guo wondered why he hadn't experienced this phenomenon when practicing the 9 manual before. Why could Guo Jing's 9 manual merge with his 9 yang energy? He silently vowed to investigate this further after the immediate crisis, as the healing speed had practically doubled, potentially offering other benefits. Report. A soldier emerged from the mountains on the left, kneeling outside the army's perimeter. Let him in, Meng Ge said calmly. The soldier, guided by the army and guards, approached Meng Ji's carriage and respectfully reported, Your Highness, I saw Guo Jing apparently wounded by General Wu Qi and Appos, and rescued by 2 individuals who helped him back into the city. Good. A rare smile graced Meng Ge and Appos' face. He stood up from his seat, looked at the soldier, and said, You have done well. You will be rewarded after the battle. The other officers assumed he was being commended for his report, unaware that he was also a pawn planted by Meng Ge. Our brave Mongol warriors. Guo Jing has been wounded by our Mongol hero Wu Qi, but our hero was cruelly killed by him, and his body was destroyed. Do you want revenge? Revenge! 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 The Mongol soldiers and officers roared in unison, their morale reaching a fever pitch. Today, we will level Xiangyang City. Afterward, we can march straight to Huanglong and destroy the incompetent Song Emperor. Then, the entire world will belong to us Mongols. Soldiers, charge! 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 At this moment, morale peaked. Meng Ge said no more, simply shouting, The army advances. The sound of horns echoed as the Mongol soldiers steadily advanced toward Xiangyang City. Whoa! Hearing the horn, Lu Wenhuan on the city wall cried out. With Guo Jing incapacitated and Huang Rong attending to him, he could only try to defend the city gate. Seeing the Mongol soldiers raising their spears and advancing menacingly toward Xiangyang City, he commanded, Archers, prepare. Release the arrows once the enemy is within range. Yes. Lu Wenhuan instructed the deputy general on the city wall. Zhu Ziliu, witnessing the scene, remained silent. In this situation, they could only defend. With their primary combatant and strategist absent, he could only offer occasional suggestions and advice. Leading troops into battle was not his forte. If his third brother were here, he could assume this responsibility. Alas, what a few that had been. Reporting, Lord Lu, Master Shui from Pinxian residence requests an audience. Claiming to have a brilliant plan to harm the enemy, a soldier approached Lu Wenhuan. Quickly, bring Master Shui over. Soon, Shueping and Li Macho, accompanied by dozens of servants, arrived on the city wall. Lu Wenhuan, seeing the large number of people, found the city wall somewhat crowded and frowned, but said nothing. I've heard that Master Shui has a brilliant plan to harm the enemy. Please enlighten us on how to implement it. Shueping had made significant contributions to Xiangyang City in the past 6 months, and he dared not act presumptuously, especially since they were there to help. I Wooden and Amp, Appos, T presumed to instruct. Given the urgent situation, I and Amp, Appos, LL be direct. The wind direction is excellent now, blowing from north to south, directly toward the Mongol camp. We can take advantage of this and release poisonous powder and smoke. While we can and Amp, Appos, T eliminate all the enemy troops, it will certainly make them suffer. After all, the Mongols aren't and Amp, Appos, T fools. They can retreat until the smoke clears and then attack again. We can probably eliminate about 20 to 30,000 soldiers, which would be remarkable. This plan is feasible. Zhu Ziliu and Amp, Appos, eyes lit up upon hearing this. Without expending a single soldier, they could cripple a limb of the Mongol army. The vanguard and Amp, Appos, strength determined the success of a battle. If they suffered significant losses before even engaging, their morale would plummet. Even Lu Wenhuan, despite his shortcomings, had experience in battle. Hearing Shueping and Appos' words, he knew it was feasible and said without hesitation, Then we will rely on Master Shui and Miss Li. Begin. Li Macho's cold voice echoed. The 20-odd servants removed the packages from their backs and quickly crafted simple kites. Due to their high vantage point, they soon launched the kites, which drifted 10 feet away, awaiting the approaching Mongol soldiers. The others tied small vials filled with Li Macho's concocted venom to the soldiers' arrows, slowing them down considerably, as the vials were fragile and could endanger those nearby if broken. Huang Rong, Guo Jing, and the others in the secret chamber naturally heard the horns and felt a surge of anxiety. They had and Oppos. T expected the Mongol army to attack Xiangyang so soon after the incident, confirming their suspicions of a premeditated plan. Guo Yang and Oppos' energy faltered, nearly losing control. Yang Guo quickly said, "Uncle Guo, don't worry. Xiangyang won't fall easily. Focus on stabilizing your injuries." Huang Rong added, "Jing, don't worry. I'll go take a look. With me here, you can rest assured. Wuji, I and Amp, Oppos, am leaving things in your hands." All right, that was all they could do for now. Guo Jing took a deep breath, holding it in his dantian to replenish his energy, focusing his mind and accelerating the circulation of the 19 manual. Fortunately, Yang Guo and Oppos' S9 Yang divine skill possessed profound energy, and even with continuous high output, he had only expended less than 10%. He estimated that less than 20% of his energy would be enough to dispel the poison in Guo Jing and Oppos' body. Although using the one-finger skill to stimulate his acupoints had cost him half his internal energy, Huang Rong hurriedly arrived on the city wall and asked, "Where is the Mongol army now?" "They are less than 2 miles away." Subsequently, Elwen Huan recounted Li Macho and Oppos' strategy to Huang Rong, who was somewhat taken aback. This indeed presented an excellent approach. Had Jing Gij been present, he might have disapproved, yet fortuitously, he was absent. If executed skillfully, this plan could yield significant benefits. "Miss Li, when do you intend to unleash the poison?" The young master indicated that they should break the powder bags on the paper kites when the Mongolian soldiers approached within a mile, allowing the wind to disseminate the toxic powder across the entire vanguard of the Mongolian army. Upon recognizing Huang Rong, Li Macho dropped her pretentious demeanor and replied candidly, "How do you plan to rupture the powder bags on the kites? The wind is quite strong. A moment and Amp, Oppos' carelessness could damage the kites." In all of Xiangyang, aside from Jing Gij, I doubt anyone else possesses such remarkable archery skills. There is no need for concern, Miss Huang. I have dozens of silver needles at my disposal. Within a mere 10 zhang, it is a trivial task. Excellent. Please refrain from acting just yet. Wait until the Mongolian soldiers reach the city walls before proceeding, as this will maximize their casualties. Observing Huang Rong, Li Macho paused in contemplation before nodding slightly. Her intelligence was well known in the martial world, and it was evident that Huang Rong harbored some ingenious ideas. Since she was merely assisting, it was only fitting for Huang Rong to take charge. Huang Rong exhaled in relief, as she feared she might struggle to persuade these women in Zhang Wuji and Amp, Oppos' absence. Within a quarter of an hour, the Mongolian soldiers had arrived at the city's gates, poised for an assault. Archers without poison, aim at the kites. Miss Li, you handle the right kite while I take the left. When the moment is right, we shall execute the plan. Li Macho grasped the silver needle in her hand and aimed at the powder bag on the kite, piercing it effortlessly. The green toxic powder cascaded down with the wind, reaching the Mongolian soldiers a full mile away. By then, it had diluted considerably, making it difficult to discern its color. Unbeknownst to them, they inhaled it, and within 3 breaths, the soldiers began to collapse. Gradually, the rear ranks succumbed to panic, observing that the front lines were unaffected and rushing forward, only to inhale the toxic fumes. With no hope of retreating quickly enough, they fell in droves, creating a surreal scene. Huang Rong was equally adept, using the silver needles she had borrowed from Li Macho to target the poison bags. Years prior, she had learned the art of scattering golden needles from Hong Qigong, so striking a slightly swaying kite was a straightforward task. The assailants noticed the chaos unfolding among their ranks, with soldiers inexplicably collapsing. However, some astute individuals spotted the kites overhead releasing the green powder and shouted, "Everyone, look above. They are dispersing poison." The vanguard commander, caught off guard, was at a loss for how to respond. Observing the fallen soldiers behind him, he could only command a retreat for the remaining forces. Yet, this retreat proved futile. As they fled, the poison ensnared them, and their armor offered no protection against inhalation. With every step, more succumbed. "Archers, fire!" Huang Rong bellowed, and the arrows tipped with poison were loosed in unison. Hitting the target was inconsequential. The objective was merely to spill the toxic liquid onto the ground. As the arrows flew, a considerable number of Mongolian soldiers collapsed, their faces turning an alarming shade of purple, littering the battlefield. Inside the Mongolian encampment, Mengu and Amp, Oppos' expression darkened as he demanded, "What on earth is happening? Why have only a few hundred of my 30,000 vanguard returned?" The assembled commanders fell silent, unable to comprehend the source of the green powder, only witnessing their soldiers dropping as if bewitched. "Your Majesty, I believe this is related to the kites above Xiangyang," suggested a burly general clad in armor. Meng Guo dismissed him, aware of the obvious connection and seeking specific details. "Go interrogate the returning soldiers and ascertain the situation. Hurry." Some commanders promptly dismounted to question the fleeing scouts. By chance, the officer who had instigated the trouble at Xiangyang managed to return, seizing the opportunity to report to Meng Guo. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Guo ordered, "Bring him forth. Your servant, a Khan, pays respects to the Khan. Enough with the pleasantries. Explain what transpired, and if you cannot clarify, I shall have you executed." Meng Ji's mood was foul, and his irritation only intensified upon seeing the officer. "Yes, Khan. Initially, our journey was uneventful, and we arrived at Xiangyang without resistance. The garrison inexplicably refrained from firing upon us, allowing us to approach the city gates unimpeded. It was only when we arrived that a dozen or so kites appeared overhead, releasing a multitude of green powder. I know not what sorcery Xiangyang has employed, but that powder spread among our forces with the wind, causing anyone who inhaled it to collapse. The entire vanguard was incapacitated, leaving only a handful of us to return." Before he could continue, Meng Guo waved his hand dismissively. "Take him away. Administer 30 military lashes and 20 strikes with a rod." His incessant chatter was infuriating. Had it not been for the useful information he provided, Meng Guo would have executed him on the spot. No, Khan, I was mistaken. I was merely cautious, observing from the rear. Upon sensing something was amiss, I fled without witnessing the poison arrows released by Huang Rong. Miss Li, having repelled the enemy, why continue to shoot arrows laden with poison? Would it not be more advantageous to reserve them for the next wave of Mongolian invaders? Elwan Huan, exhilarated by the plan's success, voiced his curiosity. The arrows were indeed ordered by Li Macho through Huang Rong, and their necessity was imperative. It sufficed that they were shot, regardless of whether they struck their target. Li Macho, disinclined to converse with strangers, glanced at Shueping, who understood and spoke on her behalf. "Although this canister contains poison, it is solely meant to mix with the powder on the kites to enhance toxicity. The current Mongolian vanguard is merely unconscious. They are not dead. However, igniting the contents of this canister will produce thick smoke, which will be lethal to the fallen soldiers who inhale it, ensuring a higher mortality rate than if we were to personally finish them off one by one." "Ah, I see. Mr. Shui and Miss Li are indeed talented." Elwan Huan expressed admiration, realizing that they had, through clever use of the elements, inflicted significant losses on the Mongolian forces, alleviating the pressure on Xiangyang considerably. "Lord L, you must hasten to command the igniting of the fire arrows. Otherwise, the poison will evaporate, diminishing its efficacy." Shueping urged. Yes. Quickly, fire the arrows. We have achieved our first victory." The soldiers' morale surged as they celebrated the loss of 30,000 enemy troops without a single casualty on their side. Arrows tipped with fire soared into the sky, and the toxic liquid ignited, causing a conflagration that consumed several corpses. Thick black smoke billowed toward the Mongolian encampment, while some fallen soldiers foamed at the mouth, succumbing swiftly to death. Roar. The soldiers of Xiangyang cheered in exhilaration. This was indeed a moment of vindication. "Aha, Mr. Shui and Miss Li have devised a brilliant plan. Xiangyang should be safe for the next few days. I doubt the Mongolian forces will dare to attack again." Elwan Huan proclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Lord L, you flatter me. This strategy was conceived by my master. I merely executed it on their behalf." Shueping demurred, acknowledging that the strategy was conceived by Yang Guo and Li Macho. Huang Rong mused, realizing the significance of Zhang Wuji's hushed conversation with them. She berated herself for her unwarranted suspicion and resolved to offer the boy a sincere apology. So it was young Master Zhang, she thought, feeling a pang of shame. Lu Wenhuan, equally surprised, had initially dismissed Zhang Wuji as a mere child, swayed by his familiar address to Guijing. "Now that the matter is resolved, Master Lu," Huang Rong announced, "I must take my leave. Jingij and Amp, Oppos, as condition remains precarious, and I must attend to him. Please, send word if further assistance is needed." Anxious about Guo Jing's detoxification, she yearned to return to his side. Li Macho, equally concerned for Yang Guo, followed Huang Rong into the secret chamber. "Wuji, how fares the treatment?" Huang Rong inquired, aware that the allotted time was nearing its end. "I shall incise Guishushu's index fingers to expel the tainted blood. Fetch a basin." Ensuring it remains uncontaminated, Yang Guo instructed. Huang Rong swiftly procured the requested items. With a blade, Yang Guo made 2 cuts on Guo Jing's fingers. releasing a stream of inky, venomous blood. After several breaths, the blood gradually regained its crimson hue. Sensing the complete elimination of the toxin, Yang Guo infused Guo Yang with a strand of 9 Yang energy to aid his recuperation. Before Huang Rong and the others could react, Guo Yang and Amp, Appos, wounds sealed, forming scabs. Yang Guo, having completed his task, withdrew his palms, regulated his breathing, and stood up, leaving the space for Guo Yang and Huang Rong. This marked only the second instance of employing the 9 Yang divine skill for healing, the first being for Qiu Qianqi's internal injuries. The detoxification process, demanding intense concentration, proved more taxing than the previous endeavor. Observing his unsteady gait, Li Macho promptly supported him, guiding him to a place of rest. Huang Rong, assured of Guo Jing's stability, inquired, "Jinggich, how do you feel?" Guo Jing expelled a breath, composed himself, and circulated his inner energy. The 9 manual autonomously coursed through his meridians, alleviating the severity of his injuries. While his hand meridians required further time to mend, the residual 9 Yang energy would facilitate a complete recovery. "You dare say such things?" Guo Jing retorted, gently chiding Huang Rong. "Do not presume I am oblivious simply because I was poisoned. Your impulsiveness was unwarranted. Wu Ji has contributed so much to Xiangyang. How could he possibly seek to harm me? Had your staff struck him with full force, he would have been grievously wounded, perhaps even fatally. The consequences would have been dire." Guo Jing lamented his near blunder, grateful for his protective divine skill. All right, Huang Rong conceded. Rong and Appos, acknowledges her mistake. "My concern clouded my judgment. I shall extend my apologies to Wu Ji tomorrow. Do not remain vexed, Jinggich." Seeing her remorse and willingness to atone, Guo Jing and Appos' anger subsided. "Deliver several vials of 9-flower jade dew pills to Wu Ji," he added. "His efforts to heal me have undoubtedly depleted his reserves. We remain indebted to him. This gesture will serve as a token of our gratitude." "Very well, I shall dispatch someone forthwith." As they spoke, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. "Jingo," a voice called out, "I heard of your poisoning. How fares your recovery?" It was Ku Zhini and Guo Fu. Guo Fu, upon seeing Guo Jing reclining on the bed, grew anxious and rushed to his side, abandoning Ku Zhin and Appos' hand. "Daddy, how are you?" she asked with concern. "They said you were injured, so I came with granduncle." The sight of Guo Jing's pallid complexion and reddened eyes brought tears to her own. Guo Jing affectionately stroked Guo Fu's head, reassuring her. "Fua, be good. Daddy is fine. There is a war raging here, and it is not safe. Return home with granduncle. If Daddy is injured, can we stop the war?" Guo Fu inquired. Guo Jing paused, a pang of guilt striking his heart. He gently caressed his daughter's head and said with a hint of regret, "Fua, be good. Once Daddy defeats the evildoers, I will spend every day with you, watching you grow up and playing with you. Would that please you?" A wave of melancholy washed over Guo Jing as he felt a flicker of doubt. Seeing his daughter and Appos' innocent desire, he felt a profound sense of remorse. The time he could devote to her was woefully inadequate. Huwood and Appos' yearned to escape the turmoil and embrace a life of carefree joy. However, he suppressed the thought, realizing that he could no longer prioritize his own family. Behind him stood countless innocent civilians whose lives depended on his resolve. He could not falter. He could only hope to safeguard Xiangyang and its people during his lifetime. Daddy is so strong, he will surely defeat the evildoers. Fuo will be obedient. And Daddy must not break his promise. Very well, Guo Jing replied, embracing Guo Fu with a mixture of joy and sorrow. Meanwhile, Huang Rong recounted the events to Ku Zhen and Appos. He thud. Ku Zhen and Appos. He slammed his demon-subduing staff onto the ground, his anger palpable. That monk is truly despicable, resorting to such a vile scheme to harm Jing and Appos. Fortunately, that Wu Ji lad is clever. We are deeply indebted to him. Huang Rong offered a sheepish smile, relieved that she had concealed her near-fatal blunder from him. Otherwise, his temper would have erupted, and she would have faced a stern reprimand. Rong and Appos, give me your 9-flower jade dew pills. I shall deliver them to that Zhang Wuji lad. He has rendered us invaluable assistance, even saving Jinger. I must express my gratitude in person. That would be ideal. I cannot leave Jinggich's side. I shall trouble you, master, Huang Rong said, retrieving a milky white vial from her waist and handing it to Ku Zhini. As if overhearing their conversation, Guo Fu immediately dismounted from Guo Jing's lap and ran over. Granduncle, Fuo will accompany you. Very well, but you must be well behaved. Do not cause mischief in their home, or granduncle will not take you out to play next time. Although Ku Jun and Apos, he adored Guo Fu. He believed in instilling discipline to prevent her from becoming unruly and dishonoring the Guo family. Fu, and Amp, Apos, will be obedient. Guo Fu grasped Ku Jin's hand and eagerly walked towards the door, her eyes filled with anticipation. Huang Rong, preoccupied with Guo Jing's well-being, dismissed it as childish playfulness and paid it no further attention. Yang Guo, having been escorted back to the Pinskin residence, sat on the bed. Feigning weakness, he had merely depleted a significant portion of his inner energy and was suffering from exhaustion. Within a few hours, he would fully recover. In reality, his weakened state was a ruse to appease Huang Rong, whose sharp intellect made it difficult to deceive her. Li Macho stood guard, while the other women kept watch outside the room to prevent any disturbances. Before long, Ku Junyi and Guo Fu arrived at the entrance of the Pinskin residence. Please announce our arrival, Ku Jin and Amp, Apos, he requested. Tell them that Ku Jin and Amp, Apos, and Guo Jing and Amp, Apos, daughter have come to express their gratitude to young Master Zhang. The waiter, recognizing Ku Junyi, swiftly informed Xueping, please escort Master Ku and Miss Guo inside and entertain them. I shall immediately inform the young master. Xueping was unsure whether Yang Guo would agree to meet them, but he could not leave them waiting outside, especially since they were there to express their gratitude. At the entrance, the attendant respectfully announced, Hero Ku, Miss Guo requests your presence. The young master is currently recuperating, and Steward Shui has already reported this. Please wait a moment. Thank you for your trouble, Ku Jun and Apos. He nodded and, supported by Guo Fu, entered the room, contemplating the fortunate presence of the 9-flower jade dew pill, which would surely aid Zhang Wuji and Apos' recovery. At the entrance of the private room on the second floor, the manager reported, Sir, outside, Ku Junyi and Miss Guo have arrived, wishing to see the young master. Xiaoju hesitated. She was reluctant to disturb Yang Guo. Yet the visitors were of notable status and refusing them would be improper. She gently knocked on the door, although Yang Guo was in a meditative state. He heard their conversation outside. It would be fine to meet them. Please tell Hero Ku that I shall descend shortly. Concentrating his energy, Yang Guo rose from the bed, followed closely by Li Macho as they descended the stairs together with a group of maidservants. Ku Jin and Amp, Apos, he was seated in the center of the hall, enjoying a cup of wine, savoring its exquisite flavor. He had been raving about the delightful taste of the wine, and after just a few cups, a rosy hue appeared on his cheeks, indicating his slight intoxication. In contrast, Guo Fu was less relaxed, while she sipped her wine. Her chin rested on her hand as she occasionally glanced upward. The sound of footsteps descending the stairs caught her attention, and her face brightened with a smile. It was Yang Guo accompanied by the maidservants. Seeing Ku Junyi lost in his merriment, oblivious to their arrival, she felt a sense of calculation as she remembered his notorious fondness for drink. Lord Ku has come, and Wuji has failed to extend a proper welcome. I hope to atone for this. Ku Junyi looked up, realizing Yang Guo was standing opposite the table, and awkwardly replied, Ahem, no need for formalities. You are quite impressive. I take a liking to you. Since you called Jinger uncle, you may call me granduncle in the future. By the way, the wine here is truly exquisite. How is it brewed? Although Yang Guo did not greet him, Guo Fu felt a tinge of annoyance. Sensing Ku Junyi was straying from the purpose of their visit, she quickly interjected, Granduncle. Mother asked you to deliver medicine to Brother Wuji. Be careful, or I will tell her you were here indulging in wine. Oh right, Wuji. This bottle of 9-flower jade dew pill is a miraculous healing remedy from Peach Blossom Island. Use it well, it has great efficacy. Ku Jun and Apos. He slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the important matter, primarily to silence the young girl. Since this was the wish of Granduncle and Aunt Guo, Wuji naturally could not refuse and graciously accepted it. Noticing Ku Jun and Apos' fondness for wine, Wuji offered, I have a fine wine stored away. A few cups each day are beneficial for health and can help restore one and Apos' vitality. Granduncle, please take a few jars home. In earlier days, with Xiaolon around and aided by Yang Guo's past memories, he had brewed quite a selection of fine wines, including medicinal wines made from precious herbs. It would be perfectly acceptable to gift a few jars to the amiable Ku Jin and Apos. Good lad, you even have hidden treasures. I am growing fonder of you. Once you recover, do visit the Guo residence for a drink together. Indeed, Brother Wuji, our home is vast with many delightful things. Guo Fu chimed in enthusiastically. Ha, I shall surely visit Granduncle and Miss Guo, Yang Guo replied, though he did not particularly like Guo Fu. However, he felt it unwise to show too much disdain in front of others. Seeing Yang Guo and Amp, Apos, acknowledgement brought Guo joy, though she was unaware of his true age. She guessed he could not be too much older than herself, especially with such remarkable abilities. Her curiosity led her to desire a closer bond with him. Unaware of Yang Guo's true feelings, otherwise, she might not have been so forward. Okay. Go to the cellar and bring 5 jars of the red bottled wine to the Guo residence. Yes, young master. The attendant respectfully bowed and proceeded to the back courtyard. With a silly grin, Kujini finished his drink and stood up, saying, Wuji, we arrived in haste and cannot linger. Focus on your recovery. And I shall visit again another day. Then I shall not keep granduncle, Wuji replied. By the way, the wine is quite strong. A few cups daily will suffice. Do not overindulge. I know, Fuer. Let us depart. Guofu gazed longingly at Yang Guo, though he remained cloaked in black, obscuring his features. Brother Wuji, I shall also take my leave. Be sure to come play with me. I will see you off. No need. You should rest. I can manage on my own. Kujuni waved his hand, dismissing Yang Guo's offer, wobbling as he walked outside, with Guofu quickly supporting him to prevent any embarrassing falls. Yang Guo chuckled, discreetly sending a servant to follow behind them, ensuring no mishaps occurred, not out of concern for danger, but to prevent Kujin and Apos, from falling due to excessive drinking, as Guofu might struggle to support him. Throughout this episode, the maidservants remained silent, but as the guests departed, Yin Chai voiced her displeasure. Young master, that old man is utterly detestable. Why do you treat him so kindly? One should not judge hastily. Lord Ku is a good man, loyal and valiant, a rare hero. We must not be unreasonable with him in the future. Well, he may be good, but I still find it hard to accept. Yin Chai pouted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Yang Guo chose not to engage further and descended the stairs to restore his internal energy. Within the Mongol military camp, Mengu sat in the main tent, observing the gathered generals in silence. After a cup of tea and Apos' time, none dared to speak, prompting Mengu to throw his wine cup at them in frustration. You are all worthless. I summoned you to devise a strategy, not to stand idly. The generals, trembling in fear, remained frozen in place. A young soldier stepped forward, nervously stating, Great Khan, they merely took advantage of the wind. We can attack Xiangyang once the wind shifts. Do you need me to tell you this? We have lost 30,000 men. How do you intend to assault Xiangyang? Will you throw your lives away? Understood. The seasoned generals shook their heads, recognizing the youth and Apos' experience. After much contemplation, an older, stern-faced general spoke up, Great Khan. Xiangyang is inherently defensible. With your stature, capturing it should be effortless. The princes are stationed in the desert. I propose we send them to attack Xiangyang for training, to see which prince can shoulder the responsibility. Upon hearing this, the other generals gasped at the audacity of Tadamu, daring to critique the princes before the Great Khan. A foolhardy act. Surprisingly, Mengu did not express anger. Instead, he asked with intrigue, who do you believe is fit for this task? The elder believes Prince Kublai possesses exceptional wisdom and is capable of this duty. Tadamu remained unconcerned with others' opinions, focusing solely on the Great Khan's thoughts. Drawing from years of experience, he felt confident in his gamble. How bold, Tadamu! Do you think I am inferior to Kublai? What gives you the audacity to speak of the princes before me? Great Khan, please spare me. You are the son of heaven, unmatched in this world. I believe that with Prince Kublai and Apos' abilities, he will surely become your right-hand man in the future. This is merely an opportunity you have presented him. I mean no disrespect. Oh, it seems I have misjudged you. Monk, too, has taken interest, eager to discern whether this individual is genuinely astute or merely a boastful fool. I apologize for the lapse in my words, and I beseech the Great Khan for forgiveness. Tadamu, having reached a point of despair, sensed a glimmer of hope and became more animated. Let us continue our discourse. We possess a plethora of valiant generals in the great Mongolian Empire, and our soldiers are unmatched in bravery. Conquering the Song dynasty would be as effortless as plucking a flower. The mere mention of the Great Khan and Apos' name could instill terror in the cowardly Emperor of Song. I believe these tasks could be entrusted to the princes beneath us, allowing the Great Khan to remain in Mongolia, effortlessly securing dominion over vast territories. Would this not significantly enhance the prestige of our Mongolian forces? With the Great Khan and Apos' absence, as long as the princes take action, they could easily pacify the central plains while simultaneously honing their skills, truly a win-win strategy. Upon hearing this, Even the generals could not help but admire Tadamu's eloquence. Indeed, Monk burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid, Tadamu. I underestimated you. Bring me paper and pen. A scribe promptly fetched the materials and placed them before Monk, who proceeded to compose 2 letters in Mongolian, affixing the royal seal to signify his authority. He then folded them and entrusted them to the scribe. Ensure these letters are swiftly delivered back to Mongolia and handed to Prince Kublai without fail. Yes, great Khan. You may all leave. Tadamu, stay. I take my leave. The generals bowed deeply before exiting the royal tent, unaware of the content of their conversation. Save for the soldiers outside, who occasionally heard laughter from within, the truth of which remained uncertain. As 7 days passed, the Mongolian camp remained eerily quiet. Much to the relief of the defenders of Xiangyang, Guo Yang stood atop the city wall, gazing toward the Mongolian camp, the cold wind howling, causing his garments to flutter. Even he could not fathom why the Mongolian forces had yet to assault the city. Given Monk's nature, one would expect him to be furious after such a setback. Yet, 7 days had elapsed without a whisper of movement from the Mongolian side. After several days of recuperation, Guo Yang and Apos' injuries had fully healed, and he felt no trepidation. Even if the Mongolian army were to advance, Huang Rong quietly approached Guo Yang, observing the desolate battlefield. 3 days prior, upon confirming that the Mongolians would not attack, Guo Yang had ordered the cremation and burial of the Mongolian soldiers' bodies, thus preventing the battlefield from being littered with corpses, which could have led to a foul stench and potential plague. Brother Jing, it's rather cold up here. Let us descend. Guo Yang shook his head and inquired, Rong and Apos, what do you think Monk is pondering? Why does the army remain inactive? To be honest, even Rongo could not discern what was occurring. Let us observe the situation and respond with equanimity. Although Huang Rong was exceptionally clever, akin to a genius, she was not omniscient and could not predict the unfolding of events out of thin air. You have a point. Brother Jing, do you know how Wuji managed to stabilize your injuries back then? I only felt him applying pressure on several of my acupoints, where he retained a surge of pure yang energy to suppress the toxin S spread. Otherwise, I fear I would have been healing outside the city. Guo Jing assumed it was merely a common acupoint technique and gave it little thought, as Huang Rong had been the one treated with the one yang finger years ago, and he was not well acquainted with its internal workings. Brother Jing, you are unaware that what Wuji employed was not an ordinary acupoint technique. If I am not mistaken, it should be the one yang finger of the Duan clan, albeit with some variation. It likely incorporates his own insights, much like Brother Zhu's. Guo Jing was taken aback. No way. Wuji's surname is Zhang, and the Duan clan is of royal lineage. He would not change his surname. How could he have acquired the one yang finger? Perhaps, Ronger, you are mistaken? How could that be? Ronger was saved by Master Eating's one yang finger back in the day, so how could she be wrong? Huang Rong shot him a glance. Then why is that? Oh dear. Brother Jing, you truly are thick-headed. Did not Brother Zhu also lack the surname Duan yet still master the one yang finger? Ah, so you mean Wuji is a disciple of the Duan Emperor. As for whether he studied under Master Eating, I cannot say, but he must have apprenticed with a powerful figure from the Duan clan. Or else he could not wield such profound mastery of the one yang finger to control the toxin instantaneously. You must remember, Brother Jing, you are a body impervious to poison. Guo Jing nodded, astonished by this revelation, realizing that Rong and Apos' was indeed perceptive. Shall we inquire of him later? That was precisely my intent. I see Brother Jing is not merely curious. It seems it is also time for us to dine. Guo Jing, caught off guard by Huang Rong and Apos' insight into his thoughts, felt his face flush, and could only respond with a sheepish smile. Let us go, my valiant Guo. Huang Rong was not intentionally teasing him. During their meal, the food was indeed delectable, and she felt a slight disparity between her culinary skills and his. She resolved to learn diligently. Otherwise, Brother Jing might forever lament her cooking and refuse to eat her meals in the future. The couple strolled together, their affection undiminished despite their daughter growing older. Huang Rong's every smile and frown resembled that of a youthful maiden in love. Their journey together was truly enviable. Within the Pincian Pavilion, several figures from the martial realm and the city's defenders had gathered, including the rarely seen El Wenhuan. Across from him sat Zhu Ziliu, one savoring tea and the other indulging in wine, both seemingly content. Brother Zhu, given your military duties, it would be inappropriate for you to indulge in wine. Allow me to toast you with tea instead. You are too courteous, Lord L. Xiangyang is of utmost importance. Let us drink this toast. Zhu Ziliu, understanding the gravity of the situation, did not mind, acknowledging that one must not take such matters lightly. Outside, please refrain from calling me Lord L. It feels overly formal. You are a few years my senior. Simply call me Wen Huan. Elwen Huan, recognizing Zhu Zilia's considerable prowess, sought to establish camaraderie and thus avoided any airs of superiority. You are too kind. I am but a commoner now. Please, Brother L, take good care of me. He raised his cup in a gesture of goodwill. Though the dishes had yet to arrive, their cups were already filled, the sounds of clinking glasses resonating throughout the lively atmosphere. In a private room on the second floor, Yang Guo and Kujin and Apos were engaged in a drinking contest. Since the last incident, Yang Guo had ordered a half-mass to be crafted, for it would not do for others to dine while he secluded himself. Ah, exquisite wine. Fuer, has Wuji had any yet? Kujin, already on his 8th cup of strong liquor, felt slightly inebriated but remained unaffected by Yang Guo's words, pretending to drink and enlisting Guo Fu to vouch for him. Upon hearing that it was Yang Guo's gathering, the young girl felt overjoyed and hurriedly followed. Yang Guo's silver mask concealed the upper half of his face, intricately carved and complementing his fair complexion, sharp chin, and strong neck. His long, dark hair was neatly styled in a bun, adorned with a delicate white jade crown, from which 2 silver ribbons cascaded down the back, enhancing his ethereal aura. Guo Fu seemed oblivious to Kajun and Amp, Apos, and Amp, Apos, remarks, frequently glancing at Yang Guo. Her heart racing. Wuji Gij looks incredibly handsome. He appears only a few years older than me. I wonder how charming he is without the mask. Lost in her thoughts. Her cheeks flushed. Kujin and Apos, noticing the silence, called out, Fu and Apos? Fu and Apos? Oh dear. The Grand Eunuch is truly something. Wuji Gij drinks a cup. And you drink a cup from the same jug. Clearly, you cannot match him. Realizing her train of thought had been interrupted, the young girl pouted and retorted. Before the granduncle, how could Wuji dare to deceive? However, Wuji's innate capacity for alcohol was commendable, so the granduncle ought to drink less, lest he indulge too much. At this moment, Yang Guo realized that it was futile to conceal the truth. So he altered his voice to mimic that of a typical 11 or 12-year-old child, to avoid raising anyone and Amp, Apos' suspicion. You brat, are you now admonishing this old man? Very well, I will heed your advice this once and refrain from drinking with you. Kujin, aware that he had turned crimson from drinking, knew Huang Rong would scold him again, and decided it was best to leave matters as they were. Please wait a moment, granduncle. I shall quickly instruct the servants to prepare some exquisite new dishes for you to sample and critique. Excellent, excellent. Go ahead, Guo Fu. Seeing the granduncle so unashamedly indulging at Wuji's side, couldn't help but jest. Granduncle, you have quite the appetite. How embarrassing. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you spouting? Girl, as an elder, I have reached an age where I enjoy a little drink and fine food. What harm is there in that? After all, I may not have many years left. Kujin, whether out of embarrassment or intoxication, spoke loudly. Yang Guo quickly intervened. Pooh. What are you saying, granduncle? Given your vigorous health, living to 100 is entirely feasible. In the future, feel free to come to Wuji and Amp, Apos' place for whatever you wish. All meals and accommodations are on the house. No more of these inauspicious words. Touched, Kujin and Apos, he did not expect such heartfelt concern from Yang Guo, who truly regarded him as a younger generation. Such a good child. I shall refrain from speaking of such things in the future. Fu and Apos, look how polite Wuji is towards his elders. You ought to learn from him. Understood. Wuji is truly wonderful. Even father and mother adore him. Although Guo Fu recognized Kujin and Apos, he was lecturing her. She felt less discomfort hearing him praise Yang Guo and joined in the compliments. Please wait a moment. Wuji will return shortly. Very well, you go on. Yang Guo went to the kitchen, briefly instructed the head chef, and returned to the second floor. First, he entered the elegant room opposite the private chamber, where all the ladies were gathered, thankfully engaged in a game of cards. Upon Yang Guo's entrance, the ladies greeted him and resumed their game. Yang Guo, indifferent, sat beside Li Macho to observe their play. At this moment, Yin Shai began to complain. Young master, these past few days, that Kagongong has been coming to drink so frequently that you scarcely have time to play with us. Xiao Ju interjected. You only think of playing. We and Apos, been in Xiangyang for so long, and I Haven and Apos, seen you practice martial arts once. If Jin Shai finds out, you might receive a good scolding. The ladies giggled, imagining the scenario. Yin Shai and Apos' face flushed, and she shook Xiao Ju and Amp, Amp. Oppos. S hand playfully. Sister Xiao Ju. Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. T. I promise to listen to you from now on. Please don't tell Sister Jean Chai. That's what you said, and everyone can bear witness. Stunned, Yin Shai realized she had fallen into Xiaoju and Amp. Oppos. S trap, but she couldn't and Amp. Oppos. T remember how it happened, as she was not as clever as Xiaoju. A pair of twos. Suddenly, Li Macho's voice rang out. Xiaoju and the others glanced at their cards and shook their heads. No? A royal flush. The three ladies were taken aback, their faces filled with confusion over how the game ended so abruptly. Yang Guo, hidden behind Li Macho, chuckled silently, the reason for which was self-evident. Li Macho discreetly pinched Yang Guo's thigh, feeling a mix of anger and affection. It was quite improper to cheat, and thankfully, she had not been discovered. Otherwise, her reputation as the eldest sister would be ruined. Yang Guo seized Li Macho's hand, causing her to recoil slightly. He truly felt the pain. Her slender fingers pinched a substantial amount of flesh, leaving him in discomfort, forcing him to resort to this course of action. Upon seeing Li Macho release her grip, Yang Guo hurriedly left the elegant room without a word. Ouch, that hurt. I should have retained the protective effects of the 9 Yang divine skill. As he walked back to the private chamber, feigning composure while seated, he was soon informed by a servant, young master, Wadashia and Huang Bangzhu have come to visit. Due to the servant and Oppos, S soft-spoken delivery and Kujin and Oppos, E and Oppos, S drunkenness, he did not catch the full meaning and dismissed it. Please invite them directly to this private chamber. Yes. Observing the inebriated Kujin and Oppos, it seemed the timing was fortuitous. Guofu pulled a stool next to Yang Guo. Wuji, where have you been just now? Looking at the exquisitely beautiful girl, Yang Guo found her appearance delightful, but upon considering her future actions, he felt less fondness. Nevertheless, he maintained a cordial demeanor. Smiling as he replied, I went to the kitchen to instruct the chef to prepare some new dishes for you to taste. Oh, and your parents are also here. They will arrive shortly. Noticing Kujini resting with closed eyes, Guofu grinned. Oh, how wonderful. Yang Guo assumed her delight stemmed from the prospect of good food and thought little of it. Kujun and Oppos, he rubbed his nose, unaware of the impending danger. Downstairs, Guodashia. Huang Bangzhu, the young master requests your presence. Please follow me upstairs. This lad has quite the airs, not bothering to come down and making me go up myself. Huang Rong said, clutching Guojing's arm, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Ronger, perhaps Wuji is occupied with important matters. Indeed. It is still Jing Gij who understands. I am but a small girl with a narrow mind. Huang Rong, even more annoyed, pinched Guojing's waist. Ouch. Rong you know that is not what I meant. I was wrong. Will that suffice? That is more like it. Their relationship was simple yet profound, characterized by mutual affection. Not overly dramatic, yet sweet enough to evoke envy. Upon entering the Pink Xianju, it was already bustling, a common sight nowadays. Upon seeing Guojing and Huang Rong arrive, everyone stood and clasped fists in greeting, and the couple graciously returned the gestures. Noticing that they were being led by a waiter, they did not linger. Oh, Brother Zhu is here as well, and even Lord Lu is present. How rare. Huang Rong found it amusing to see the two seated at the same table, one a former chancellor, the other a military general, aptly illustrating the adage that scholars and soldiers often clash in debate. They appeared to be engaging in a lively conversation. Guodashia, Huang Bangzhu. Lu Wenhuan greeted in a manner befitting a man of the martial world. Haha, Lord Lu, you seldom dine outside the barracks. What brings you here today? Haha. Please don't mock me, Guodashia. I'm just feeling peckish, following Brother Zhu to savor some delicacies. Lu Wenhuan felt a tad embarrassed. Although he rarely left the city, he often sent people to Pink Xianju to procure fine dishes for his own enjoyment. As a general, one never knows if they will see another sunrise, so it's prudent to seize opportunities to indulge. Sister Huang, what brings you here today? Zhu Ziliu inquired curiously. Noticing they did not appear to be simply here for a meal. We came to discuss some matters with young Master Zhang. Perhaps he has some connections with Brother Zhu. I'll elaborate later. Huang Rong smiled, harboring some suspicions though not entirely convinced. Oh, now I am intrigued. Since I have matters to attend to today, I shall not delay Lord Lu any further. We will drink together another time. Seeing the waiter waiting patiently, though he didn't show impatience, he felt it was best not to keep them waiting. Agreed. We shall drink heartily another day. You attend to your matters. Following the young attendant, they ascended to the second floor, marking their inaugural visit. Upon reaching the upper level, they were greeted by opulent decor that bore no resemblance to a tavern. Instead, it resembled a grand palace. Turning left and walking to the end, they noticed the words Xianga elegantly inscribed above the entrance, though not a masterwork. It was written with commendable grace. As they stepped inside, the spacious interior revealed itself, measuring over 150 square meters. Tea tables were separated by screens, and a large round dining table could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 guests. Nearby, a foam mountain with flowing water added a touch of refinement. Originally, there was a skilled musician to serenade the guests, but Kuzhani, he found it too noisy and had him removed. Upon the arrival of Guo Yang and Huang Rong, Yang Guo hastily stood and respectfully addressed them. Uncle Guo, Auntie Guo, I apologize for not personally welcoming you. It seems Uncle Ku has indulged a bit too much, and I was concerned about leaving him unattended. Both Guo Jing and Huang Rong were momentarily taken aback by Yang Guo and Appo's appearance. Huang Rong thought to herself, what a remarkably handsome young man. Even from just half his face, one can see his striking features and elegance. Yang Guo and Appo's demeanor, enhanced by the mastery of the 9 Yin manual and the 9 Yang divine skill, exuded an impressive aura. His naturally refined and handsome visage evoked a sense of familiarity and warmth in others. Even Huang Rong, who was typically not swayed by appearances, found herself stealing glances. But she quickly averted her gaze, reminded of her husband's presence. Is that you, Wu Ji? Guo Jing found it hard to recognize him. Not only due to Yang Guo and Appo's changed attire, but also because his voice had altered significantly. After all, he still appeared to be merely an 11 or 12-year-old child. Yang Guo, having concealed much in the past, asked for Uncle Guo's forgiveness, explaining that his age made it challenging to venture into the world alone. Humph! Why are you still wearing that mask? Take it off. Huang Rong exclaimed, extending her delicate hand toward Yang Guo's mask. In a moment of surprise, Yang Guo swiftly evaded her grasp and vanished from sight, realizing that had he not mastered Qiu Qianren's water-walking technique, Huang Rong might have captured him effortlessly. Huang Rong and Guo Jing exchanged glances, recognizing the familiarity of his movements but unable to pinpoint their origin. Determined not to be outdone, Huang Rong pursued him with graceful steps. The two engaged in a lively chase throughout the room, their agile movements reflecting their extraordinary lightness of foot. Despite their rapid pace, they managed not to disturb any furnishings, showcasing their remarkable skills. Huang Rong, increasingly astonished, pondered, this young man's lightness of foot is truly exceptional. Could he have been practicing since birth? As Yang Guo leaped over the foam mountain and flowing water, he lightly touched the surface, propelling himself to another location without wetting his shoes. It was at that moment that Huang Rong recalled where she had seen such agility before. She promptly halted and returned to Guo Jing's side. Noticing she had ceased her pursuit, Yang Guo also stopped, ready to explain when Huang Rong interrupted, inquiring, what is your connection to Qiu Qianren? Guo Jing, feeling a twinge of alarm, instinctively circulated his inner strength, remaining vigilant. Yang Guo, realizing he had inadvertently revealed a detail that might compromise him, acknowledged Huang Rong and Appo's acute intelligence. He resolved to limit their encounters henceforth, thinking it best to use his master's identity as a cover. With a calculated response, he stated, Auntie Guo, you jest. Qiu Qianren no longer exists. What remains is only my master, Master Ci and Appo's, who has renounced worldly ties. Guo Jing recalled that when Qiu Qianren had been subdued by master eating, his Dharma name was indeed Ci and Appo's. Huang Rong immediately seized upon this revelation. You are referring to Master Ci and Appo's. Are you a distinguished disciple of Master Eating, the Southern Emperor? Oh, is that so? Guo Jing exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled Yang Guo and Appo's earlier address. He relaxed, recognizing that as a disciple of Master Eating, Yang Guo posed no threat to them. Auntie Guo, you flatter me. I am but a novice in my master's teachings. Having studied for merely a year and being the youngest disciple, my skills are shallow and do not compare to those of my senior brothers. Please refrain from jesting. Huang Rong, perceiving the implications of his words, felt a mix of frustration and admiration. Despite his limited training, he had eluded her pursuit for quite some time. Guo Jing, oblivious to the underlying tension, expressed his delight. I had no idea you were a disciple of Master Eating. He once saved Ronger's life, and now you have rescued me. What a remarkable fate we share. Yang Guo remained cautious, wary that any casual acknowledgement might lead to complications should the subject arise in conversation with Master Eating. The esteemed master was known for his humility, never boasting of his benevolence. Unbeknownst to them, the partition concealed Kujin and Apos, who lay obliviously intoxicated, snoring softly. Uncle Guo, Annie Guo, please, come in. Master is also here. Let us share a drink together today. Oh, Master is present? I haven't seen him in days. It seems he has come to your establishment. Huang Rong, recalling something, hastily stepped behind the screen, only to discover Kujin deeply inebriated and fast asleep. Upon seeing Huang Rong's arrival, Guofu nearly dove under the table. But Huang Rong deftly pulled her back. Mother, I warned the grand uncle, but he wouldn't listen to me, Guofu exclaimed. With Kujin and Apos, in a stupor. The young girl grew bolder, spinning tales. Wu Jing and Yang Guo approached, witnessing Huang Rong reprimanding Guofu. Yang Guo noticed that Kujin's breathing had ceased to produce snores. He was clearly pretending to sleep, though the reason for this was unclear. Guo Jing, glancing at Kujin's face, understood Huang Rong's frustration but chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. After concluding her lecture to Guofu, Huang Rong declared, Master, you and Apos, had your fill of sleep, and Apos, as time to awaken. Realizing he could no longer maintain the ruse, Kujin and Apos, he feigned awakening, groggily rubbing his eyes and exclaiming, Ha! Rong and Apos, Jing and Apos, what brings you here? Master, how many times must I say it? You need to drink less, your health can't handle it. Huang Rong scolded, genuinely concerned for his well-being, yet recognizing his fondness for the drink. As the younger generation, they could not allow him to neglect his health only to regret it later. Oh, Rong and Apos, I know you mean well, but I'm an old man with little to do. I simply wish to enjoy a modest drink. Am I not allowed to live? Master, Huang Rong attempted to continue, but Yang Guo interjected, Andy Guo, rest assured, I've only given Uncle medicinal wine, which can aid in his health. A few cups will be beneficial, but he must refrain from excessive indulgence in the future. Kujuni eagerly supported Yang Guo. See? Wuji speaks wisely. This is medicinal wine, nothing to worry about, and it even has health benefits. Huang Rong shot a glare at Yang Guo, then lifted a cup to sniff, surprised to find it truly crafted from precious herbs. However, she wondered whether this particular blend would indeed be beneficial. As her knowledge of herbal medicine was only rudimentary, she hoped that Zhang Wuji would not deceive them. And how many cups have you had then? Huang Rong inquired, sensing his eagerness to persuade her. Feeling invigorated by her apparent softening stance, Kujini replied, Fear not, Ronger, I shall drink less next time. Is this acceptable? Huang Rong let out a sigh. Given the circumstances, what more could she possibly say? Guofu, watching from the side, was momentarily taken aback. Brother Wuji is truly remarkable. With just a few words, he cleared the Grand Duke's name. I must learn from him in the future. Guo Jing, seeing that nothing was amiss, sought to change the subject. Master, do you know from whom Wuji has learned? Kujin and Apos. He also showed interest, acknowledging that while the boy seemed promising, his background was rather obscure. To his surprise, he learned that Wuji was a disciple of the Southern Emperor, Master Eating. Years ago, Master Eating had saved Ronger, and just days prior, Wuji had rescued him. Don and Apos, do you think our family shares a significant bond with him? Guo Jing was filled with excitement at this revelation. Huang Rong had initially worried that Zhang Wuji harbored ulterior motives, but now it seemed there was no cause for concern. The defense of Shenyang would soon gain another formidable general. Ha ha ha, young man, you have deceived me well. Every time I inquired, you were evasive. Now your true identity is revealed. Kujin and Apos, he laughed heartily, his fondness for Wuji growing even stronger, wishing to treat him like a beloved grandson. The Grand Duke has been exonerated, and Wuji acted without intention. When one is away from home, self-reliance is paramount. How could one leverage their master's name for personal gain? It would be a disgrace to sully their reputation. What a fine young man, full of ambition. I admire you greatly. Come, let me present you with a gift. Although Yang Guo doubted that Kajun and Apos, he possessed anything of value to offer, he approached him with polite curiosity. Kujin and Apos, he reached into his chest and produced a dagger. It appeared unremarkable at first glance, but when he unsheathed it, the blade gleamed with a chilling sharpness, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Yang Guo couldn't help but exclaim, What a splendid blade. Kujini nodded in satisfaction. Wuji, this dagger belonged to my late fifth brother, known in the martial world as Laughing Bajang Ashing. Though named a butcher's blade, it is not intended for slaughter. It is extraordinarily sharp, capable of cutting through gold and jade with ease. Since my brother's untimely demise, I have treasured this weapon in his memory, never allowing anyone to touch it. Not even Jing and Amp, Oppos. Today, feeling a kinship with you, I wish to pass it on. Hoping you will use it for righteous deeds and uphold the honor of my fifth brother. After spending several days with him, Yang Guo understood Jin and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, as character. Once a gift was given, it would not be retracted. Moreover, this was indeed a rare find, and to claim he did not desire it would be disingenuous. He knelt on one knee and declared with conviction, Wuji thanks the Grand Duke for this dagger. I vow to wield it in the name of justice and will not tarnish the reputation of my fifth uncle. Very well, good lad, rise. Kujini, pleased, handed the precious blade to Yang Guo and helped him to his feet. Wu Jing felt no trace of jealousy. Instead, he was happy, knowing that his fifth master had always been a thorn in Kujini's heart, and now, being able to gift a legacy to another seemed to signify that he had finally let go. Surely, his fifth master would be pleased from beyond. With the dagger now in his possession, Yang Guo was elated and quickly invited everyone to take their seats. Noticing Kujini in good spirits, Huang Rong refrained from discussing any unpleasant matters. Yang Guo sat to the left of Kujini, nestled between him and Guo Jing. Although Guofu had insisted on sitting next to Yang Guo, Kujini had firmly placed her on his right side, surrounded by his cherished grandchildren, which filled him with joy. Soon, a pretty maid entered, carrying a platter, and before long, the table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes and several pots of fine wine. Riding the wave of merriment, Kajun and Amp, Oppos, he indulged in copious amounts of drink. And Huang Rong, knowing she could not dissuade him, poured wine for Guo Jing and Yang Guo, urging them to finish their cups. The clinking of wine glasses echoed like a family gathering during the new year, warm and lively. Days passed, and the Mongolian army remained silent. As everyone began to lower their guard, a soldier rode across the vast Mongolian grasslands. Halt, who goes there? The guards at the prince's tent ordered him to stop as he approached their territory. The soldier, not daring to overstep, dismounted hastily, appearing quite fatigued, and stammered, Great Khan's secret letter, to be opened only by Prince Kublai. Please allow me to enter and announce my arrival. The guards exchanged glances. Conversing in Mongolian, they noted the soldier and Oppos. S attire was distinctly Mongolian. One guard remained to watch over him, while the other entered to report. After several layers of communication, a general finally reached Kublai and Oppos' tent, bowing deeply as he spoke. Your Highness, there is a Mongolian soldier outside claiming to bear a secret letter from the Great Khan, requiring an audience with you. Let him in, Kublai commanded. Moments later, the soldier entered the tent, kneeling and presenting the letter with both hands. I have the honor of presenting this letter from the Great Khan, who urged me to hasten back to Mongolia and deliver it directly to you, Your Highness. Kublai nodded, his youthful visage belied by the air of authority he exuded. He appeared noble and handsome, unlike the rugged Mongolian men, embodying the grace of a refined youth. The general who had guided the soldier in removed the envelope and, not daring to read it, handed it directly to Kublai. Provide this soldier with a seat, and prepare some food and drink. Thank you, Your Highness. The soldier was overwhelmed with gratitude. As a mere foot soldier, receiving such generosity from the prince was an immense honor. Moreover, he was fatigued and ravenous, making this act of kindness feel like a timely blessing. Kublai smiled kindly at him before turning his attention to the letter. My dear brother, the world is firmly under the iron hooves of our great Mongolia. Though the Song dynasty is resilient, they are but lambs awaiting slaughter. You, my dear brother, shall be my right hand in the future. However, your experience is still limited. I wish for you to establish your reputation swiftly within the army. The Song dynasty poses no threat now. We need only conquer Xiangyang for our Mongolian cavalry to advance unimpeded. After reading the letter, Kublai's expression remained unchanged, as though the contents were of little concern to him. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned paper and ink, writing swiftly. In less than 2 breaths, he set down his pen, sealed the letter, and handed it back to the general. The general returned the letter to the still-eating soldier, who dared not continue his meal. After taking a hearty gulp of sheep and Oppos' milk, he prepared to depart. Make sure he has some provisions for the journey. Yes, Your Highness. The soldier turned back, kneeling to express his thanks. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Once all had departed, the soldier was summoned to Kublai's tent. Greetings, Your Highness. General Bayerda. No need for excessive formality. We are friends in private, Kublai said with a hearty demeanor. I dare not presume, replied the soldier, tall and robust. with a face adorned by a thick beard and a body of well-defined muscles, exuding a solid presence. "Ah, I see. Do you know what my brother mentioned in his letter?" Bayarda shook his head, remaining silent. "My brother wishes for me to attack Xiangyang. This is no small task, but a true challenge." Kublai feigned exasperation, as if reluctant to undertake the mission. At this moment, Bayarda raised his head and remarked, "Your Highness, the choice is clear. Even in peril lies opportunity." "Ha ha ha. No one understands me better than you, Bayarda. Will you accompany me to meet the renowned Guo Yang, the hero of the realm?" "I would be honored to follow you, Your Highness." Bayarda felt a surge of excitement. He was deeply curious about Guo Yang, who had earned the admiration of even the esteemed Tuale. "Very well, summon Azuo and Au to accompany me. Ensure that the royal guards are fully prepared. We shall depart for Xiangyang at dawn tomorrow. There is no need for a slow gathering of troops. I shall only take 5,000 royal guards. Upon arrival, I will receive Mengud and Apos' military insignia and command the local forces, thus requiring minimal preparation. In the distant valley of Qinggu, within the training grounds of Tongguan and Shaanxi, thousands of disciples practiced martial arts. Among them, aside from 100 or so adult men leading the group, the rest were children aged from 7 or 8 to 15 or 16. At the forefront, a young girl, around 10 years of age, joined in the vigorous display of kicks and strikes, demonstrating a solid foundation in her skills. In a nearby pavilion, Qiu Qianqi relaxed, watching the scene with great satisfaction. This girl was Gong Sunvayu, who had been longing for Yang Guo since his departure. With little else to occupy her time, she devoted herself to training, and after more than a year, had made commendable progress in her iron palm technique, reaching an introductory level. It seemed that Levayu had indeed absorbed the true teachings of Elder Qiu. Qiu Qianqi turned her gaze to Huar and Xiaozhu, who remained in this place. Feng and Apos, and Mainyang had departed half a year ago, as Qixia Villa was somewhat closer to Jiaxing, making it easier for them to visit. Shui and Apos, naturally followed her elder sister. While the surroundings were beautiful, the presence of so many strangers made her uncomfortable. Xiaodao had replaced Xiaozhu to acclimate to the environment. And when Xiaolan saw that most had left, she too departed, forgetting her agreement with Gongsun Levayu. This infuriated Levayu, nearly driving her to the brink of starvation strikes. A situation which even Qiu Qianqi could not resolve. It took a great deal of effort from Hua and Apos, to soothe her. This was why Gongsun Levayu found her days dull, as she could only practice martial arts, not solely due to her longing for Yang Guo. And Apos, you two girls, what delicious treat has Xiaozhu prepared to honor me? And Apos, during this time, Qiu Qianqi had grown quite familiar with the girls, especially these two, who were both sensible and polite, intelligent and remarkably beautiful. She wondered where the valley master had found them. Xiaozhu's soft and sweet voice broke the moment. "The weather has turned warmer recently, so I made some mung bean cakes and longan and white fungus soup for the esteemed elder to try." And Apos, how delightful. You are so obedient. Xiaodao is terribly mischievous. When she is around, she hardly shares her treats with me, always sneaking away to eat alone. It's quite unbecoming of her, but you are different, Qiu Qianqi. Now somewhat incapacitated and no longer capable of martial arts, had entrusted all matters to Fan Yuan, spending her days in the company of her daughter and the 12 disciples she had chosen for the Tiger Hall. She often found herself longing for Xiaozhu's culinary creations to satiate her cravings. Xiaozhu smiled shyly, fully aware of her younger sister's playful nature, which had only grown more lax with time. It seemed she would need to take the opportunity to give her a proper talking to. No need to worry, elder. Xiaodao is the youngest and has been spoiled by us. I will teach her a lesson next time to relieve your frustration. And Apos, Hua and Apos, found the situation amusing and jested. Initially, Qiu Qianqi had a rather stern appearance. However, as one got to know her, it became clear that she was exceptionally kind-hearted, far from the stern demeanor she projected. This was partly due to the influence of Yang Guo and Apos' soul transformation technique, but more so a reflection of her true character. In the past, she had been deeply affectionate towards Gongsun Ji, only to be met with misfortune, which led her to become skeptical of others. It seemed that Yang Guo had not so much controlled her as offered her a renewed chance to trust. Unlike the original narrative where she harbored distrust even towards her own daughter. That is unnecessary. I rather like this lively girl. Enough talk. Let me taste the delicacies. And Apos, with the sight of delicious food before her, Qiu Qianqi was unwilling to discuss anything else, urging them to serve her. Over at Qixiao Villa, the atmosphere was lively, almost chaotic. In the eastern kitchen, several women stood with swords drawn, confronting a man in the center. He had a long rectangular face, a white beard, and wore tattered beggar's clothes, albeit clean. A bamboo stick and a red-painted gourd were strapped to his waist, and a finger sleeve on his right hand suggested he was missing a finger. Oblivious to the danger, he sat at a table, devouring a roasted chicken. Grease smeared across his face, completely ignoring the commotion around him. Xiao Dao, having been temporarily immobilized, felt a surge of indignation as she watched him enjoy the honey-glazed chicken she had secretly prepared for herself. This old coot. Just wait until my sister arrives. She and Appos. I'll teach you a lesson. And Appos. Hua and Appos. Having heard the maidens and Appos, reports of a thief in the eastern kitchen, hurried there, concerned for Xiao Dao and Appos' safety. Upon seeing the women encircling the man, she shouted, "How dare you intrude upon Qixia Villa? Surrender at once." Only a former leader of the beggar clan, Hong Qigong, could audaciously raid another's home for food without a hint of fear. Hong Qigong, however, remained unfazed, savoring the delicious chicken, which was sweet and salty, tender and not sticky, perfectly roasted with a delightful marinade. It was the best chicken he had ever tasted, and he felt he could die satisfied right then and there. Noticing the peculiar man disregarding her, and glancing at Xiao Dao, who had been immobilized, Hua and Appos, leaped from the wall to Xiao Dao and Appos' side, quickly pressing down on her shoulder and retreating behind a barrier while freeing her from the immobilization. Once Xiao Dao was able to move again, she wasted no time, jumping over the wall and rolling up her sleeves, pointing at Hong Qigong, ready to unleash her wrath. Hua, taken aback by Xiao Dao's sudden action, realized she could no longer intervene in time. "You shameless old beggar! How dare you steal my chicken? Today, I shall make you pay." With that, she swung her small fist towards his back, but, reconsidering his age, she pulled back some of her strength. Hong Qigong sensed her approach, but instead of moving, he settled back down to continue eating. Hua watched in despair as Xiao Dao remained frozen in her stance, contemplating their predicament. With both her master and sister absent, she realized that the man in Appos' martial prowess was formidable, and she had not even seen how he had moved. They were unlikely to prevail, but fortunately, he did not seem to harbor malicious intent. All they could do was wait for her sister to arrive. Xiao Dao's heart sank, having been saved. Why had she recklessly provoked trouble again? Fortunately, before long, Feng and Appos, Mainyang and Shui and Appos, arrived, and just as they did, Xiaolan rushed over from the southern courtyard, gathering all the girls. Upon seeing Xiao Dao standing behind Hong Qigong, Shui, confident in her martial abilities, drew her sword and charged at him, believing Xiao Dao was being held captive. In her haste, she unleashed her full strength, aiming to strike him down. Hong Qigong felt a twinge of concern, while the girl's swordsmanship was mediocre. There was an aura of sword energy accompanying her strike, indicating a level of comprehension that surpassed her apparent skill. Her talent in the sword was indeed commendable. Though he appreciated her potential, he was not about to sit idly by and let her attack him. With a swift motion, he finished the chicken in his mouth and, using a burst of energy, flicked his fingers backward to deflect her attack. Alas, the blade in Shui's grasp was deflected a mere 2 inches, grazing past Hong Qigong's ear, shearing off a lock of his white hair and nearly causing him mortal fright. Good heavens! You impudent girl, did you truly seek to slay this old beggar? Fearing further assault, he swiftly seized the sword in his right hand, preventing her from wresting it free, regardless of her efforts. It was then that Hong Qigong beheld her countenance in full view. Her loveliness rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the late Ronger. Her left hand, meanwhile, continued to convey roasted chicken to her mouth. Despite his outward composure, his heart quaked within. He had presumed that the force coiled within the chicken bones would suffice to repel the girl, yet it had only marginally diverted her strike, nearly costing him his life. He initially attributed this to her mastery of swordsmanship. However, now that the sword was in his grasp, he discerned nothing particularly remarkable about it. A slight exertion would suffice to shatter it. Perplexity reigned. Had he underestimated her innate talent? Observing Shui and Appos' futile attempts to retrieve her sword, he resolved to probe further. Relaxing his grip, he allowed the sword to be drawn, causing Shui to stumble backward several paces before regaining her balance. Hong Qigong, witnessing this, inwardly fumed. How blind must one be to have so ineptly instructed such a promising talent? He mentally castigated her master 1,000-fold. Girl, continue. Shui, mortified and enraged, having endured such condescension only once before from Yanghua, responded in silence. lunging forward with a thrust. Though seemingly simple, her thrust differed vastly from that of ordinary swordsmen. It appeared readily avoidable, yet proved inescapable, causing one's response to lag almost imperceptibly. "This is," Hong Qigong murmured, caution tempering his tone. Channeling his inner energy, he casually delivered a palm strike. Decades of practicing the 18 dragons subduing palms allowed him to seamlessly integrate its essence into every movement. Though lacking its full potency, it sufficed to parry most first-rate techniques. Undaunted by the approaching wave of palm wind, Shui and Apos, seasoned by years of sparring with her fellow maidens, possessed combat experience that, while not matching that of seasoned veterans, was far from negligible. With a flick of her wrist, she executed a sword flourish before the palm wind, then focused the tip of her blade, directly dispelling the seemingly indomitable force. Her momentum remained unbroken as she continued her thrust toward Hong Qigong. Inwardly, Hong Qigong exclaimed, "A remarkable display of pinpoint precision. This girl is promising, and her combat acumen is considerable. Let me test her sword energy." As the sword tip neared his face, Hong Qigong evaded rather than blocked, his left forefinger and middle finger converging to form a sword finger, concentrating force at his fingertips. He pressed the back of his fingers against the sword, immediately assailed by a sharp sensation that ceaselessly threatened to sever his fingers. Fortunately, the protective force prevented him from becoming the seven-fingered divine beggar. Seeing her attack foiled once more, Shui swiftly altered her stance. Reversing her grip, she pointed the sword downward, lowered her stance, and swept the blade backward along her waist, forming a semicircle aimed at Hong Qigong's chin, a maneuver known as immortal points the way, forcing him to evade. Each retreat by her opponent offered her greater opportunities. As anticipated, Hong Qigong, unwilling to expend his inner energy to meet her attack head-on, tilted his head back and somersaulted away. Shui and Apos, seizing the advantage, pressed her attack relentlessly. The other women watched in astonishment, realizing the extent of Shui and Apos' growth. Truly, she was, as their young master had declared, the most naturally gifted martial artist among them. Feng and Apos, carefully observing Hong Qigong and noticing the finger sheath on his right index finger, deduced his identity and felt a sense of reassurance, confident that he harbored no malicious intent. Back and forth, they exchanged over a dozen moves, Shui perpetually on the offensive, Hong Qigong on the defensive. With each flourish of her sword, Shui's techniques grew more refined, as if coalescing into a seamless sword style within her mind. Hong Qigong, intending to assess and guide her, repaying her hospitality with the roasted chicken, realized that bare hands were no longer sufficient for her continued enlightenment. He drew the bamboo staff from his waist, and with a gentle wave, filled the surrounding space with its shadow. Shui and Apos, caught off guard, suffered several blows, a burning pain spreading across her body. She was forced to switch to defense, scrutinizing the staff and Apos' trajectory. Seeing her easily bewildered by the staff technique, and realizing she had never practiced, perhaps not even witnessed, top-tier external martial arts, he kindly advised, "Foolish girl, what can you discern by merely rolling your eyes?" Shui and Apos, jolted back to awareness, understood that with countless staff shadows flitting about, sight alone was insufficient. She boldly attempted to close her eyes slightly, relying on the sliver of vision and the sound of the staff cleaving the air to evade. Though she still suffered blows, they were less painful, a result of his restraint. By now, she realized that Hong Qigong was guiding her, and she discarded all distractions, focusing on absorbing his wisdom. 5 strikes, 10 strikes, 20. 50. Though the staff shadows were dense, each blow landed squarely, the resounding cracks causing the other women considerable distress. Had Fenger and Mainyang not intervened, they would have rushed to her aid long ago. Finally, with the 99th strike landing on Shui and Apos' back, Hong Qigong prepared to strike her right wrist, disarming her. He had imparted what he could. Further comprehension was up to her. Clang. Hong Qigong focused his gaze, surprised to see her block his strike with her sword. Coincidence? He unleashed a flurry of blows, appearing as if a dozen individuals were attacking her simultaneously, leaving no room for defense. Blood trickled from the corner of Schwinner's mouth as she opened her eyes, an unparalleled aura emanating from her. The illusory images faded, leaving only a single, solid shadow assailing her left side, targeting her waist. She swept her sword in a wide arc, deflecting the incoming staff. Hong Qigong mused, could it be? Though I have not employed a single technique from the dog-beating staff art, my martial arts have reached a point where I am no longer bound by specific moves. Each strike, though seemingly casual, embodies the essence of the staff art, yet differs from it. Were I to truly unleash the art's intricate techniques, this young girl would stand no chance. They exchanged another dozen moves, each parried by Schwer. Just as Schwer prepared to counterattack, Hong Qigong waved his hand and retreated. Enough. Enough. This little girl is taking advantage of this old beggar. It's hardly fair. She has no respect for her elders. In truth, Schwer had not deciphered his dog-beating staff art. Its true brilliance lay in its techniques, but he disdained to bully a young girl. Such a victory would invite ridicule. Shui and Appos, content with her progress, sheathed her sword and bowed to Hong Qigong. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Hehe. You and Appos, not as foolish as you seem. You and Appos, a promising talent. How would you like to follow this old beggar? I and Appos, take you on a journey across the land, introduce you to other masters of the sword. With your talent, you're destined to become a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Hong Qigong, on a whim, was taken by the girl's potential and wished to accept her as a disciple. After all, she was a once-in-a-century sword prodigy. Were Wang Chongyang not deceased, and were there other sword masters of his caliber, he would have hesitated to ask her to be his disciple. He need not teach her anything. With sufficient experience, she would develop her own style and comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. Even the late Huang Rong was no match for her potential. Schwer, having sensed Hong Qigong's profound skill during their exchange, knew that even her elder sister would likely be outmatched. Yearning for martial enlightenment, she naturally desired to follow him. However, mindful of her fellow sisters and her young master, she could only politely decline. Shui and Appos, is grateful for senior and Appos, as kindness. But Shui is merely a servant girl in the manor and cannot abandon our young master. Please forgive me. The ladies from the Golden Hairpin Company secretly pitied her. In truth, they knew that if Schwer chose to leave and become an apprentice elsewhere, their master would not object. However, they were bound by their own convictions, believing that servitude was for life. Hua and Appos, Appos, eyes gleamed with inner conflict as she wrestled with her own desires. Hong Qigong, upon hearing this, roared in indignation, quickly, tell me. Who is your master? I'll go and demand he release you. If he refuses, this old beggar will beat him until he agrees. Such a prodigy should not be toiling away here. I must intervene today. Senior, you misunderstand, Shui and Appos, explained. My master treats me exceptionally well. Everything I am today is thanks to him. It is I who do not wish to leave him. Hong Qigong was taken aback, realizing his mistake. Well? I wanted Appos. To force anyone, he conceded. He released Xiao Tao and Appos' pressure point and prepared to leave, but his gaze lingered on the unfinished delicacies on the table, and he seemed reluctant to depart. Fenger, noticing his hesitation, gracefully approached him. Senior, are you perhaps the nine-fingered divine beggar, Hong Qigong? She inquired respectfully. Hong Qigong, observing another beautiful woman with a serene and elegant demeanor, mused that the master of this place was indeed fortunate to be surrounded by such exquisite women. Little girl, you have sharp eyes. What do you want with this old beggar? My younger sister is somewhat impetuous and unaware of your great abilities, Feng and Appos, replied. Please stay for a few more days and allow me to persuade her. I assure you, she will change her mind. The other women were shocked, wondering if Feng and Appos understood the implications of her words. This was tantamount to betraying their master by inviting an outsider to take one of their own without his consent. Very well, I'll stay for a few days, Hong Qigong agreed, unable to resist the temptation of the food. I have no particular preferences. Just bring me a few more of those chickens. Rest assured, Senior, Feng said. Xiao Tao, quickly prepare more delicacies for Senior Hong. Though reluctant, Xiao Tao had no choice but to obey Fenger's command. Shuesh, all of you, come with me, Fenger instructed. The women exchanged glances and followed her away. Hong Qigong paid them no mind, relieved to have them out of the way so he could enjoy his meal in peace. Inside the north courtyard, Feng and Appos, and Mainyang sat down, while the others remained standing, creating a less relaxed atmosphere. They were not upset with Feng and Appos, for what she had said, but they feared that her actions might displease their master and arouse suspicion, leading to dire consequences. Seeing their silence, Feng and Appos, sighed softly. Do you know who that man is? She asked. Jean pondered for a moment before replying. I heard you mention the northern beggar Hong Qigong. Is he one of the five greats? As the eldest sister, Feng and Appos, was more aware of worldly affairs than Hua and Appos, and the others, who were preoccupied with their own skills and paid little attention to the outside world. Jean, already suspicious, realized the caliber of the expert they had encountered. Indeed, Feng confirmed. Senior Hong's martial arts are unparalleled, and his external skills are unmatched. It would be Shui and Apos, and Apos' great fortune to become his disciple. Shui and Apos, admitted, but we all belong to our master. How can we become disciples of another? Hua and Apos, added. Is our master truly a master in that sense? No, he is not, Feng replied. We sisters are bound to our master for life. We will never forget his kindness. But what can we do to help him with our limited abilities? And who says that becoming a disciple of another is a betrayal? We belong to him in life and in death. You are simply learning skills to better assist him in the future. Do you understand? With their master absent, Feng and Apos, was responsible for all decisions. She believed that he would agree with her decision. The women fell silent, even Main Yang, who had always supported Shui and Apos, was lost in thought. She could only dance and sing, lacking the skills to truly help their master. She resolved to make the trip to Jiaxing next year. Jean, having come to a decision, said, I agree with what you said. If our master were here, he would support Shui and Apos, as well. Main Yang, Xiaolan, and the others also expressed their support. If they did not encourage Shui, she might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing her sister's support, Shui and Apos thought of Yang Guo and became more determined. Sisters, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I will return to assist our master. Let us tell Senior Hong tomorrow. Feng and Apos suggested. I asked him to stay for a few more days so that he could give us some guidance. With Xiaotao around, Yudon and Apos, have to worry about him running away. Okay. The women replied cheerfully, happy for Shui and Apos. In the courtyard of the Guo residence in Xiangyang, two figures, one large and one small, were sparring. They moved back and forth, one in gray and the other in white. Gradually, the white figure began to falter. The two were Guo Jing and Yang Guo. Guo Jing attacked with fists and feet, while Yang Guo struggled to defend himself. Seeing an opening, Guo Jing struck out with his palm. Yang Guo was startled and tried to grab his wrist to stop the attack with brute force. Guo Jing smiled, shook his hand, and struck Yang Guo in the chest, sending him staggering backward. Wuji, I have noticed that while your internal energy is deep and you possess formidable martial arts skills, your combat experience is lacking, Guo Jing observed. You are improving rapidly, rarely repeating the same mistake twice. From the initial 7 or 8 moves to the current 50 or 60, you have made great progress. They had not used any advanced martial arts techniques, relying instead on pure fist and foot skills. Over the past few days, Guo Jing had become increasingly wary. Yang Guo's lack of combat experience was a significant weakness. Relying solely on fixed martial arts forms was insufficient against a top expert like Guo Jing. In a real fight, the more skilled combatant would survive, while the less skilled would perish. I am grateful for your guidance these past few days, Uncle Guo, Yang Guo said, appreciating the valuable experience he had gained. Guo Fu ran over with 2 cups of tea, handing one to Yang Guo first, and then to Guo Jing. She smiled and said to Yang Guo, Wuji, you are already very impressive to be able to match Daddy for so many moves. Daddy is one of the top experts in the martial arts world, isn't he, granduncle? Guo Fu knew that Kuzhini liked Yang Guo and was fond of him. She noticed that Yang Guo always seemed distant, and she thought that praising him through Kuzhini would make him happy. Kuzhini laughed and said, Indeed, Wuji, you have achieved such skill at such a young age, surpassing many others. I believe it won't be long before even I am no match for you. You flatter me, granduncle, Yang Guo replied. He glanced at Guo Fu, knowing her intentions. She was cunning for her age, and he hoped that she would not become an enemy. As Guo Fu caught a glance from Yang Guo, she interpreted it as a sign of his fondness, secretly delighting in her heart. Both Yang Guo and Guo Fu had their backs turned to Wang Rong. Thus she remained oblivious to the exchange. She merely observed Guo Fu serving tea to Yang Guo before attending to her father, suspecting that the girl might harbor feelings for Wu Ji. However, she deemed it inappropriate to comment, deciding to observe further in the days to come. All right, everyone. Come and take a rest. Wu Ji, come try the cake you taught me to make. The cream nearly wore my arm out. Huang Rong complained, rubbing her sore arm. The main motivation was her daughter's desire to indulge, and she had hoped to learn, not anticipating the trouble it would entail. If the taste turned out unsatisfactory, she feared she might never attempt it again. As everyone settled down, Kuzhini showed little interest in the desserts, opting instead for a sip from his wine gourd, contentedly sitting aside. The dessert tasted decent, though the timing and proportions were slightly off, and some bubbles remained in the cream, likely due to improper whipping. Realizing she had forgotten to instruct Huang Rong on how to whip the cream, Yang Guo surmised she must have used chopsticks, and thus he remained silent, offering only praise. It was Guo Yang's first time tasting the cake, and he found it delightfully soft, though the cream was a tad too rich. He voiced his compliments. Guo Fu, though not a first-timer, had rarely tasted such delights and couldn't discern the differences. Thus she joined in the praise of Huang Rong's culinary skills alongside the others. Seeing everyone satisfied brought Huang Rong joy, and she personally poured tea for the three, a gesture Yang Guo had taught her. Indeed, after sipping the tea, Guo Yang no longer found the richness overwhelming. The flavors balanced perfectly, prompting him to eat several more pieces. In truth, Yang Guo had come to bid farewell. Having stayed in Xiangyang for nearly a month, both Xiaozhu and Tong Xiangyu could not remain outdoors for too long, and with Tong Sanbao managing the household alone, he wished to spend quality time with them on his way back. Uncle Guo, Aunt Guo, Wuji is here to say goodbye. There are pressing matters at home that require my attention, and I can no longer linger in Xiangyang. Guo Jing was at a loss for words. Knowing he couldn't insist on keeping someone with pressing affairs. Uncle Guo, rest assured, should you need anything, feel free to seek Shueping at Pinstinju. And have him send word to me. Even if I am 1,000 miles away, I will offer my utmost assistance. Not for this reason alone, but also uncertain when they might meet again. He added, I wish you a safe journey. Kuzhun chimed in, Wuji. Do come visit me whenever you have the chance. I plan to return to Peach Blossom Island in the East Sea next year. You are always welcome to seek me there. Though reluctant to part, Kuzhun had weathered many storms. Every gathering must eventually come to an end, and they could only await future reunions. Among them, Guo Fu seemed the most reluctant to see him go. Although young and unaware of love, she simply wished to be closer to him, her soft voice echoing, Brother Wu Ji, when will you come back? Meeting Guo Fu's hopeful gaze, so pitifully earnest, Yang Guo couldn't bear to deceive her, replying gently, we shall meet again if fate permits. Huang Rong, observing Yang Guo's demeanor, realized that Guo Fu had likely misdirected her affections. It was clear that Zhang Wuji held no interest in her, which explained his frequent indifference. Fortunately, she was still young and would eventually forget in due time. Then let us have a meal together today. Aunt Guo will prepare some delicious dishes for you as a farewell feast. When do you plan to leave? Day after tomorrow. Let me take charge of today's meal. Uncle Ku and Uncle Guo enjoy spicy food, so I shall prepare a dual-flavored hot pot for everyone to try. Ku Zhini immediately cheered, and Guo Jing expressed anticipation. Had it not been for Huang Rong's presence, he might have joined in the cheer. Seeing their agreement, she felt a sense of inevitability. Everyone knew Yang Guo's culinary skills were exceptional, and it would be a perfect opportunity for Huang Rong to learn. This hot pot would likely be akin to antique soup. She was eager to discover how it differed from her own. 2 hours later, as dusk fell, Yang Guo and Huang Rong finished preparing the ingredients. It took about half an hour to travel to Pinstinju, but within the Guo residence, everything was lacking, necessitating the fresh slaughter of beef and lamb, which consumed a considerable amount of time. As Guo Jing and the others approached, they were greeted by a wafting aroma of spiciness that heightened their appetites. Before them stood a cone-shaped copper pot, heated by charcoal within, divided into 2 sections, one with clear broth and the other with a spicy red broth, steam rising continuously. Surrounding it were an array of meats and vegetables, along with some condiments. Due to limited ingredients, Yang Guo had prepared only salt, chili oil, vegetable oil, sugar, cilantro, and crushed peanuts. Yang Guo pulled Ku Zhun to sit beside him. Given his blindness, Yang Guo had already prepared a dipping sauce for him. The others began to imitate the process. Once the beef and lamb were cooked, he placed them into Ku Zhun's bowl. The latter smiled broadly, savoring the first bite, overwhelmed by the numbing, spicy heat that filled his mouth. Delicious! Ku Zhun exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The sensation was even more exhilarating than drinking wine. Guo Jing was startled by his outburst and secretly dipped his own beef into the sauce, though not as dramatically. He too was left speechless with excitement. Women, regardless of their status, possess a love for beauty, including Huang Rong, who, though married, rarely indulged in spicy food. Observing Ku Zhun and Guo Jing enjoying their meals so thoroughly, she decided to sample the cooked meat in the spicy broth. It was scorching at first and a bit spicy, causing her cheeks to flush instantly, yet with each chew, the flavor deepened, and she found herself lost in the enjoyment of spicy fare. Guo Fu noticed that she alone was eating from the clear broth, while the others relished the spicy option. Though the flavor was good, she couldn't resist trying the enticing dishes they were enjoying. Ultimately, she found herself indulging in the spicy broth. While the clear broth was left untouched, each person's face flushed slightly, beads of sweat forming, yet none could resist their pursuit of culinary delight. By the day after tomorrow, Yang Guo and the women had packed their bags, preparing to leave without alerting anyone. In their parting moments, he entrusted Xueping with a few words. Should any developments arise concerning Guo Jing or Xiangyang, he must report immediately, as this matter took precedence over all else, serving as the ultimate reason for his stay in Xiangyang. Yes, rest assured, young master, Xueping will not let you down. Yang Guo nodded. But a sudden thought crossed his mind, and if anyone inquires about my whereabouts, simply say you do not know. His primary concern was Guofu seeking him out. Although she was just a young girl, he feared Huang Rong's overindulgence might lead her to pursue him all the way to Qixia Villa, which would expose his secret and create considerable trouble. Though the likelihood was low, it was better to take precautions. In truth, Yang Guo's caution was unwarranted. While Huang Rong couldn't directly ascertain his whereabouts, she could trace him to Qixia Villa through the trading company's movements. He had merely acted hastily, without time for thorough contemplation, knowing that he had only a year to go, and even if he were exposed later, it would not matter. Thorough preparations were made. Xueping managed to procure a large horse-drawn carriage capable of accommodating their entire party, sparing them the discomfort of riding horses under the sun. The driver, a private coachman named Lao Tian, was well over 50, with graying hair and beard, experienced in his profession and capable of navigating any route. Yang Guo accepted his kindness, intending to remember this favor and reward him once peace returned to Xianyang. Drive on. Lao Tian cracked the whip, urging the horses forward, but not too forcefully, causing them to neigh in response. The three horses trotted in unison, their pace transitioning smoothly from rapidity to a leisurely gait. Inside the carriage, the passengers enjoyed a remarkably comfortable ride, devoid of any jolts or the backward inertia that often accompanies acceleration. Yang Guo couldn't help but exclaim, "Such professionalism is truly remarkable. Imocho, we are in need of a traveling groom, and I believe old Tian would be quite suitable. He even possesses some martial skills. Once we arrive at Qixia Villa, I shall make the necessary arrangements." Indeed, this technique is exceptional. Traveling in such a horse-drawn carriage is undoubtedly far more comfortable than relying solely on lightness of foot. "We truly require someone like him," she replied. Just as Yang Guo and his companions had departed for less than a tea's duration, Guo Jing arrived with Huang Rong and their entourage. Sadly, they were too late. Xueping stood outside, seemingly waiting for them. "Hero Guo, leader Huang, where are Wuji and the others? Have they already left?" Guo Jing inquired repeatedly, regretting his tardiness. This child not only saved him, but also contributed immensely to Xianyang. He felt overwhelming remorse for not being there to bid farewell. "Jinggu, there is no need to fret. It seems this child preferred to leave without our send-off, to avoid adding to the melancholy. The world of Jianghu is vast. We shall meet again," Huang Rong comforted, sensing Guo Jing and Apos' frustration. "Hero Guo, there is no need for such distress. The young master entrusted me with a message for you." "What message?" Guo Jing asked, intrigued. "The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Take care." Upon hearing these words, Guo Jing and Apos' previous gloom dissipated and his heart soared. "Very well. Let me witness how you stir the winds and clouds of the martial world." Ku Zheni, too, praised the youth's ambition. "I shall remember your words, young man." Such bold declarations even stirred Huang Rong's enthusiasm, igniting a sense of anticipation within her. Noticing that the others had disregarded her, Guofu approached Xueping, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Mr. Xue, did Wuji leave a message for me?" The young master asked me to advise Miss Guo to take good care of herself." Xueping, having never heard Yang Guo mention her, felt a pang of sympathy as he observed the adorable girl's hopeful gaze. He decided to relay the simple message, believing it to pose no issues. Yet, to Guofu, those words carried a different significance. They triggered memories of their encounters, and she pondered, "Does and amp, Apos, take care and amp, Apos, imply he intends to return? Why else would he urge me to be well? Though he often ignored me, it seems he does care." Eventually, Guo Jing bid farewell to Xueping and led Huang Rong and the others back. Although Xueping had hoped they would dine together, Guo Jing politely declined, feeling somewhat embarrassed about imposing on their hospitality. Upon returning to the Guo residence, Guofu cheerfully retreated to her room, leaving Huang Rong puzzled. "Shuden and amp, Apos, This girl feel disheartened by Zhang Wuji and Amp, Appo's departure? Why is she so elated? Before Huang Rong could contemplate further, a hurried disciple from the beggars sect rushed in. Leader, there are developments regarding the Mongolian army. Upon hearing Mongolian army, Huang Rong assumed another city had fallen and quickly inquired, which battlefield is affected? None of that. According to our hidden brothers in Mongolia, the fourth Prince Kublai Khan is leading several thousand troops towards Xianyang. Have you discerned the reason for this? Huang Rong questioned, puzzled. The commotion seemed directly aimed at Xianyang. But what could a few thousand soldiers achieve? Was it an ambush? Does Jing Ge know this Kublai Khan? I once encountered Tolai Anda on the battlefield and learned that among his sons, he held a particular fondness for this fourth son, though I am unaware of the specifics. Guo Jing recalled vaguely. Your brother Tolai was no ordinary man. He was every bit as capable as Genghis Khan. Had he not died young? It's uncertain whether Xianyang would still stand. If he holds such esteem for Kublai, it suggests the latter is no simple adversary. Huang Rong warned. Realizing that Tolai and Amp, Appo's prowess far surpassed Guo Jing and Amp, Appo's in many respects, Kublai Khan might well surpass his father. Indeed, when my 7 masters taught me martial arts in Mongolia, I struggled to grasp their techniques, while Tolai learned effortlessly. I was scolded by my masters on numerous occasions for my lack of talent. Kujini smacked Guo Jing's head with his staff, humorously admonishing, You speak ill of me while I stand right here? Had you not been fortunate enough to marry Ronger, you would have achieved nothing. Guo Jing chuckled sheepishly, forgetting that Kazhan and Appo's he was still present, and refrained from arguing, hastily agreeing. Huang Rong smiled charmingly. Master is right. Jing Ge must treat Rong and Appo's well. After all, I have master backing me. Noticing that the beggar and Appo's sect disciple was still waiting, Huang Rong felt slightly embarrassed about her earlier demeanor. Tell the brothers to continue investigating. Report to me immediately with any news. Understood, the disciple replied, swiftly exiting without lingering. Inside Qixiao Villa, 7 days had passed, and Hong Qigong still had not left. The culinary delights were simply too exquisite to resist. Each dish was simply delectable, from stir-fries to Western cuisine, and he was astonished to discover that even rare steak could be so delicious when not fully cooked. By the 4th day, he had already broken the rule of not overstaying his welcome. Staying an additional 4 days was of no concern. Even the room arranged for him by Fenger when used, as he found it too comfortable and preferred to nap atop the kitchen roof, returning only when food was prepared. On this particular afternoon, as the sun blazed overhead, making the roof unbearable for sleep, he moved a stool and perched himself in the kitchen, eagerly awaiting Xiao Tao's arrival. Eating alone was of little use. He trailed behind her, observing her culinary techniques, hoping to learn a thing or two to avoid starving once she was gone. Having feasted on gourmet delicacies, he could hardly imagine returning to bland fare. Just as he was about to doze off, Xiao Tao entered, a handful of dried fruits in hand. Her pink attire and innocent demeanor making her appear adorably cute. Hong Qigong instantly perked up, wiping the drool from his mouth with a grin. Kiki, girl. You finally arrived. What shall we feast on today? After spending some time together, Xiao Tao had grown less averse to him and discovered a shared passion for food. It felt as though they were kindred spirits, realizing their mutual love for culinary delights. Since you've been so diligent, after indulging in beef and lamb the past few days, today I shall prepare pork for you, and I guarantee you will remember it fondly. As she spoke, her mouth watered at the thought, revealing her undeniable food-loving nature. Upon hearing pork, Hong Qigong's enthusiasm waned somewhat. What is so special about pork? You're not deceiving me, are you? That charcoal-grilled steak was far superior. Seeing his skepticism, Xiao Tao playfully patted his shoulder. Sister wouldn't deceive you. Trust me. If you don't beg me to make more, I'll consider it a loss. By the way, can you handle spicy food? Of course. Old beggar can eat anything. As long as it's delicious, I'll devour it all. Let us begin, but don't let me starve. With her confidence, Hong Qigong ceased to doubt her culinary skills. He mused about the young master she mentioned, curious about his talents, regretting the unfortunate timing of his visit. Xiao Tao wasted no time. Securing her hair with a white headscarf and tying on an apron, her spirit revitalized. Each time she encountered Hong Qigong, she could not help but exclaim, "You're so professional." Taking the tenderloin from the clear water, Xiao Tao skillfully sliced it into evenly sized pieces with remarkable precision. She then placed the meat into a bowl, adding egg whites, strong liquor, oil, and a pinch of flour, mixing them thoroughly for later use. Next, She heated oil in a pan and added the chopped chili and Sichuan pepper, frying them until crispy before crushing them. After setting the oil aside, she heated more oil and sauteed the vegetables and minced garlic along with her homemade bean sauce, filling the kitchen with a tantalizing aroma. With her culinary skills improving, she completed the dish in just over 2 moments. Hong Qigong sniffed the air, declaring it fragrant, though he remained uncertain about the taste. Just as he reached for his chopsticks, Xiao Tao quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment, Qigong, there's still one step left. It's not fully fragrant yet, and the flavor is still lacking." Hong Qigong retracted his hand, stroking his beard and replied, "Is this not fragrant? Hurry up then, if it's not the best, The old beggar, one tea eat it." Xiao Tao poured the prepared chili oil into the pan to heat, then sprinkled it over the large bowl. The mixture of chili, scallions, and minced garlic erupted with sizzling sounds, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Hong Qigong, too close to the fiery scent, coughed a couple of times, yet still praised. "What a marvel! I wonder who was ingenious enough to invent such a culinary method." With a clang, the boiled meat slices were served. "Qigong, come and taste." Xiao Tao presented 2 pairs of chopsticks, offering the first to him. Picking up a piece of meat, it appeared delightfully tender upon placing it in his mouth. He chewed gently. The meat had an incredible elasticity, far from the tough texture of stir-fried meat, making it even more enjoyable than chicken, complemented by the spicy and numbing flavor. This, girl, are you certain this is pork? How can it be so delicious?" he stammered, unsure if it was the heat of the meat or if his tongue was still tingling. "This is a treasured dish from our Yang family, so of course it's exceptional. Do not underestimate pork. There are numerous ways to prepare it." Xiao Tao recalled how young Guo had once deceived her into believing that these dishes were ancestral recipes. Seeing Hong Qigong's disbelief, she seized the opportunity to showcase her culinary prowess. "Indeed, your Yang family is quite remarkable. I've lived so long without ever hearing of this," Hong Qigong exclaimed, realizing he had missed out. "By the way, girl, could you get me a bowl of rice? I wish to enjoy it with my meal." I intentionally saved some at lunch just for now, 1 bowl for each of us," Xiao Tao whispered, her expression brimming with pride. "Very clever, quickly serve it to Qigong." They both indulged in their secret feast, savoring the boiled meat slices with steaming white rice, relishing each bite as if they were starved. As the 9th day arrived, despite his reluctance to leave, Hong Qigong insisted on taking Shui and Appos with him. The ladies gathered to bid farewell, witnessing the heartfelt gaze exchanged between him and Xiao Tao. "Qigong, with your departure, Xiao Tao will no longer have a kindred spirit in the manor," she lamented. Though he often took her food, their camaraderie blossomed over shared dreams. "Girl, I shall miss you too. With my departure, who knows when I might starve. You may not see me again," he replied, having become accustomed to her culinary delights, fearing that anything else might taste bland in comparison. Feng'er and the others exchanged exasperated glances. The two were truly a rare pair, almost like a grandfather and granddaughter. Suddenly, an idea struck Feng'er. "Qigong, since you're so reluctant, why not take Xiao Tao with you? Shui could use a companion, lest you starve alone." What would happen to her then? Both Hong Qigong and Xiao Tao paused, the former hesitating while the latter beamed with joy at the prospect of exploring freely without anyone to supervise her.